Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 834, Waver's predecessor. Given Bartholomew's style and Lorelei's upbringing, it was unlikely for her to say something from a brother's perspective. However, her dark hand is someone who values family ties greatly, and over time, she's been somewhat influenced by that. Her voice wasn't loud, nor did her tone fluctuate much, but it carried an undeniable authority. Waver's previously dominant aura involuntarily diminished, because the situation was urgent. This was the best approach I could think of. Ahem. Melvin coughed twice. Lord Bartholomew, their sibling relationship is somewhat unique. Rhaenys often gives Waver trouble, and Waver returns the favor. In their eyes, trouble equals a good relationship. The day they stop bothering each other is when there's a real problem. Moreover, before I came, Rhaenys had already inscribed the beacon for the Tuco journey on the invitation, showing she had already planned to support Waver. The invitation clearly states that up to 2 companions are allowed, and those 2 spots were reserved for Rhaenys. As he spoke, Melvin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while raising the invitation. That's correct. So, it seems I was overthinking things. Lorelei nodded thoughtfully. Then, Mr. Melvin, could I trouble you to relinquish Laenor's spot to me? I will compensate you handsomely. No need, Melvin said quickly, a characteristic smile of delight appearing on his face. Lord Bartholomew's presence here is reward enough. Oh, how will this event unfold next? I can't wait to see. Melvin seemed unconcerned, and Lorelei said nothing more, turning her gaze to Rodan, Leandra, and the acting manager. According to the train's regulations, you won't stop me from proceeding, will you? Well. Rodan and Leandra looked to the acting manager, who hesitated, clearly apprehensive. Lorelei added, I have no other intentions in coming here, only to observe. Although I have brought others along, their task was to monitor Inash's anomaly. They have already left by helicopter, so you can rest assured. In just a few short sentences, she explained her method of arrival and expressed sincerity by stating that while she did bring subordinates, she boarded the train alone. Of course, there was also an implied show of strength. She had them leave, but that didn't mean she couldn't call them back. She was giving them face, they shouldn't push too far. Very well, we hope Lord Bartholomew will keep her word. With a mix of firmness and softening, the train authorities could only compromise. After all, this person's reputation in the Dead Apostle world was already well established. Many Dead Apostles had fallen at her hands, and even the 27 ancestors had suffered losses against her and her brigade. Even the nominal king of the Dead Apostles, White Wing Lord, had taken a small hit during a war with her. Those with real power don't need to lie. She gave a typical queenly reply. All right, Professor Velvet, enough small talk. Time to reveal the truth. Who is this imposter, the killer of the Clock Tower members? I only have a hypothesis, not a deduction, but the clues are sufficient. Waver closed his eyes and lit a cigar as if holding the key to unlocking the truth, he murmured. Olga Marie once told me. Lord Animosphere was also interested in the ritual in the Far East and commissioned someone to investigate it 7 years ago, ultimately concluding that the ritual was incomplete and that participation was unnecessary. The person who could have colluded with Yvette and handed her the funds to buy the mystic eyes. The person who could have such detailed knowledge of the modern magecraft theory department to disguise himself as a mere student like Calls, and the person capable of opening the mystic lock on a vault containing a holy relic. The impostor nodded at each point he listed. As the sparks fell, the answer was revealed. It would be perfectly normal for you to be able to open the vault. After all, you were the one who made it. The former dean of the modern magecraft theory department. Absolutely correct. The impostor, or rather, Waver's predecessor, smiled, a smile completely different from Call's. Though male, it bloomed like a flower. Before you came along, modern magecraft theory already existed. Although considered one of the 12 departments of the Clock Tower, it lacked a lord, functioning more as a token position to meet the demands of the times. No one in the 12 families took it seriously, they saw it as a means to increase the workforce of the new age. I found it boring, so I gave up the position of dean and abandoned the stagnant Clock Tower. However, recently, there have been quite a few changes. The new Lord Bartholomew is seeking reform, and the once ornamental modern magecraft theory has flourished under the leadership of a magus with a background similar to mine, a commoner. So, I couldn't resist coming closer to see how the new professor operates. The impostor spoke, blinking repeatedly as he did so. On the 5th blink, Calls disappeared, replaced by a completely unfamiliar person. The man's age was indeterminate, somewhere between 25 and 45, and any number within that range seemed acceptable. He was tall and thin, with flaming red hair that contrasted sharply with his pale skin, leaving a lasting impression. His attire had also changed into a navy blue suit, even his clothes could transform, a feat in the realm of animal magecraft, chimera. Combining clothing alteration with spiritual empathy from the summoning department was the pinnacle of transformation magecraft. Old acquaintances called me Dr. Heartless, and I'd be pleased if you addressed me the same. The only thing unchanged was the smile on his face. It appeared gentle, but it sent shivers down one's spine. So, it's the most outstanding member of modern magecraft theory, Changeling. I never expected to meet you here. Lorelei's expression remained unchanged, seemingly very composed. Only Shinji knew that her calm exterior belied an inner turmoil, evident by the trembling tip of her magic wand. The Changeling, one of England's famous legends. On the land of Britain, mysterious fairies exist, enjoying various pranks, like stealing your shoes, cleaning your room, or even more seriously, abducting people. It's said that those taken by fairies rarely return to what is known as modern reality. It's a place magecraft cannot reach, a distant shore. Or perhaps it's the abyss they yearn for, a gift from the heavens. Heartless was such a person. He was once abducted by fairies, who also stole his heart. The name Heartless derived from that incident. After all, before you became Lord before Velvet took over modern magecraft theory, I had already left the clock tower and couldn't witness it in person. Indeed, after killing many magus, in reviewing the files, I suspected it was you. Lorelei's gaze turned cold. She represented the rules of the clock tower, and Heartless was the rule breaker, the one who must be punished. It's an honor to be remembered by the current Bartholomew. Even with the highest echelon of modern magus focused on him, Heartless maintained his floral smile. Is that so? Then let me give you even more honor. The wand, resembling a teaching rod, was raised, with cyan currents and an icy killing intent swirling together. It's not good for young people to be so impatient. Velvet's deduction show isn't over yet. The most crucial part, why done it, hasn't been explained. I could explain it myself, but it's much more interesting to hear it from him, especially with such a well-prepared stage. Why commit the crime? What goal is worth the risk of committing such an act? Waver didn't make him or anyone else wait long and quickly answered. This incident is just a remnant, your real goal has already been achieved. Indeed, killing Trisha was to eliminate a contingency, and competing for the mystic eyes of transscience was merely an additional bonus. It was desirable but not essential. Heartless' goal had long been achieved. It all began 10 years ago, in 1994, during the Fourth Holy Grail War. At that time, the most brilliant figure in the clock tower, Lord Elmeloy, went to Fuyuki City in Japan and didn't return for 3 years. Almost everyone believed he was dead. This event caught the attention of the Department of Astromancy, Marisbury Animosphere. To uncover the truth of the ritual, Marisbury commissioned someone to conduct a thorough investigation of the ritual in Fuyuki, that person being the then head of modern magecraft theory, Dr. Heartless. Heartless had a secret technique that allowed him to extract and keep others' heads alive, using their mystic eyes as his own. The headless serial killer case from 7 years ago was his effort to collect those heads with mystic eyes. Using the power accumulated from mystic eyes, Heartless conducted a detailed analysis of Fuyuki City's ley lines and concluded that the Holy Grail War was incomplete and could not become the so-called wish-granting device. Marisbury, aware of Heartless' abilities, did not doubt him. However, such a significant secret couldn't be shared with anyone, so neither Olga Marie nor Trisha knew about it, leading to the tragedy that befell Trisha. This event became a turning point in fate, a divergence in the world's timeline. Chapter 835, Chapter 835 Hephaestion. Parallel worlds hold infinite possibilities. Different choices made in the same event can give birth to an entirely new parallel world. For example, the Einsburn family's illegal summoning during the Third Holy Grail War, or Dr. Heartless' investigation results. If the investigation concluded that the Holy Grail in the Holy Grail War was truly a wish-granting device, Marisbury would have gone to Fuyuki City like Kenneth to participate in the Holy Grail War. The relic he would have used was one of the 10 rings that Solomon, the king of magecraft of Israel, received from God, a key figure in the decline of mystery. The combination of the Department of Astromancy, Marisbury, and the famous king of magecraft would have secured a decisive victory in the Holy Grail War. The wish they would have made before the Holy Grail would lead to the creation of Chaldea, ultimately igniting the fuse of the human order incineration. This would be the beginning of what we know as Fate/Grand Order. On the other hand, if the investigation result was that the Holy Grail was incomplete and not a true wish-granting device, Marisbury would have abandoned the idea of participating in the war, Chaldea would never have been established, and the final fuse would have been snuffed out in 2015 with his suicide, preventing the human order incineration from ever occurring. This is the world line Shinji now finds himself in and the last move Trisha left behind. Because of the detailed investigation, Olga Marie and Trisha were so familiar with the Holy Grail War, stringing together all the events that were shrouded in mist. While the investigation result disappointed Marisberry, Dr. Heartless himself found something intriguing during the investigation, the beginning of the ritual known as the Holy Grail War, servant summoning, the great achievement of manifesting legends and myths in the modern era. This was Dr. Heartless' true objective. To achieve it, he stole Iskandar's relic and forced Waver to board the Mystic Eye Collection train. The Mystic Eye Collection train served as a link, a connection between the ley lines and the Greater Grail in the Far East. Waver and Iskandar's relics were the guarantees, fooling the Greater Grail into thinking it was activating the servant summoning ritual by using the identity of a past participant of the Holy Grail War. The moment the servant summoning was completed, his goal was achieved. Auctioning the Mystic Eye's transience or disguising himself as calls to observe his successor up close was just for fun. Now, with his interest waned, Dr. Heartless no longer intended to continue. He gently placed Trisha's head by his feet and raised his right hand straight. On the back of his hand was a strange red pattern, containing extraordinary mystery. Miss Adeshino. Dispel the barrier. Seeing this pattern, Waver shouted in haste. However, Dr. Heartless' summoning was even quicker. By command spell, I order you. Come forth. The barrier of light set by Adeshino instantly dissolved in the face of an even stronger light. In the center of the light, next to Dr. Heartless, appeared a woman. A true warrior could only be described as someone like her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and imposing. It wasn't just her height, her natural posture, even when surrounded by enemies, made her seem even more formidable. Simple leather and metal armor wrapped around her slender body, with a straight sword at her waist that seemed just right for her. The well-tanned leather gauntlets didn't hinder her fingers' movement in the slightest. Her slightly wavy, mid-length hair had a single braid hanging down to her ankles. One of her eyes was as blue as the sea, while the other was as black as a raven's feather. A servant. To think he summoned a ghost liner. Olga Marie stumbled, Luvia trembled, Adeshino's calm facade was shattered for the first time, and even Lorelei wavered in the face of this woman's presence. Because of their families or affiliations, they all knew about the existence of servants and had heard of their extraordinary strength, but hearing was different from witnessing. Many things and people can only be truly understood through personal experience. Her presence was unparalleled. It was a pressure comparable to the 27 dead apostle ancestors. It was a manifestation of mystery far beyond anything they had ever encountered. Even the Queen of the Clock Tower, the pinnacle of modern magi, had to be fully alert to face this formidable opponent. The female warrior who appeared out of nowhere leisurely turned her head to Dr. Heartless. I'm getting impatient, Master. Haha, my successor's words were so interesting that I lost track of time. Boring. The female warrior scoffed at him. Gray tightened her grip on Ad, her legs trembling uncontrollably, while Rodan, Leandra, and the acting manager all wore grave expressions as if facing a deadly foe. This wasn't the first time they had encountered this female warrior. On the evening of the second day after Waver boarded the train, they had fought her once and were well aware of her strength. Even if the four of them worked together, Waver still ended up injured. Despite being the weakest among them, he was performing better than all the strong ones. He looked at the female warrior's face and spoke calmly. I've been wondering who you are, servant. I told you, I am Hephaestion, the female warrior replied impatiently. At that moment, a loud, exaggerated gasp. Huh? Did you say your name is Hephaestion? It was Shinji, who had somehow moved to Waver's side. Is there something wrong? The female warrior's voice grew colder, and the chilling gaze from her heterochromatic eyes was enough to freeze one's soul. In the West, such rare eyes were called heterochromia. Shinji's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by the warrior's intimidating presence. No, but, he's a man. Who was Hephaestion? He was a famous warrior, commander, diplomat, and, above all, Iskandar's closest confidant and dearest friend. Iskandar always led the charge, leaving Hephaestion to command the army in his place. Whenever Iskandar had to make a significant decision, he would consult Hephaestion to avoid mistakes. There are even legends that Hephaestion could share royal authority with the king. One legend tells of Iskandar entering the palace with his close friend after conquering Persia. Darius III's mother, unable to discern who the king was, knelt before Hephaestion. Under the royal standards of the time, such an action would typically lead to execution, but Iskandar merely laughed it off, saying, he is also Iskandar. Their overly close relationship has sparked endless speculation throughout history, with many even considering Hephaestion to be Iskandar's male lover. Are you really Hephaestion? Sensing amusement in his words, the female warrior's eyes locked fiercely onto Shinji. Die. With those words, the woman stepped forward. With astonishing speed, she closed the distance and drew her sword. Shinji still had no intention of wiping the smile from his face and slowly raised his left hand. However, someone moved even faster than her. Accompanied by a whistling wind, a dark shadow intercepted the path of the sword. A loud clang echoed as metal collided. A black whip blocked the woman's sword. Lorelei had made her move. Her reason for doing so was simple. No one can act so arrogantly in front of Bartholomew. Bartholomew represents the law and governance of the clock tower. No magus can act recklessly in front of them, not even a servant. Chapter 836, Chapter 836, The Warrior's Smile. Oh. A sigh of admiration escaped her vibrant red lips. When describing a woman, people often use scents as metaphors, like the fragrance of flowers, musk, or something else. This female servant was no different, she exuded the scent of iron. Not the unpleasant smell of rust, but a unique aroma, like that of a sword, a shield, or armor, a quality unique to those who thrive on the battlefield. Impressive. You faced me head-on. It seems you're a bit stronger than the Persian rabble. The female warrior smiled as she applied more pressure to her sword, causing the originally straight whip to bend under the force. But being slightly stronger than rabble makes you, at best, an elite rabble. Before she could finish, the whip suddenly recoiled. The flexible weapon deflected the warrior's sword, and the gust of wind it created scattered her long hair. Then you're just elite rabble yourself. Lorelei Bartholomew, who had deftly counterattacked, taunted her as she shifted from defense to offense. So, this is all the great Macedonian hero Hephaestion is capable of. Or perhaps, you and your master are both fakers. As she spoke, the whip and the sword clashed over 10 times, the aftermath of their battle wreaking havoc on the auction hall. Fortunately, the acting manager made a quick decision to open the ceiling of the Mystic Eye Collection train, otherwise, the surrounding valuable Mystic Eyes would have been affected. However, by doing so, an escape route for Hearthless was also opened. Shinji. As starlight poured in, Waver turned to Shinji, who responded with a smile. Don't worry, with me here, they won't escape. If anyone could leave in front of me, it would have to be Iskandar himself, and this woman doesn't measure up. Shinji's arrogant attitude completely infuriated the female warrior, and Lorelei suddenly felt immense pressure. It was an indescribable sensation. The strength transmitted through the sword hadn't changed, nor had the warrior used any magecraft or other mysteries. However, the aura this woman exuded while wielding her sword made Lorelei incredibly uncomfortable. It was as if what she held was not a sword, but something beyond a mere weapon. What's going on? Strange, isn't it? Even though your strength and magic are not inferior to mine, why is it so hard to fight? The female warrior, clearly perceiving Lorelei's confusion, let out a soft chuckle. Remember this, having combat skills doesn't make one a warrior. To be a warrior, you must meet the conditions in body, will, and soul. Your body and will are sufficient, but as long as you don't grasp the soul of a warrior, you'll remain stuck like this. It's a shame, such great potential. If I were alive, I'd have taught you properly. The soul of a warrior. I don't need that, I'm a magus. Lorelei scoffed, and her whip sliced through the air, creating a vacuum, displaying the signature technique of the Bartholomew vacuum blade. With her current skill level, executing this technique with full force could split the entire train car lengthwise. Sigh. The female warrior sighed regretfully, muttered a short incantation, and in a manner no one could understand, filled the vacuum. Then she blocked the whip's powerful strike with her sword once again. What? A hint of astonishment appeared on Lorelei's face. This woman, this sword-wielding woman who exuded the scent of iron, was also a highly skilled magus. Considering the era Hephaestion lived in, was she a magus from the age of gods? To modern magi, such an opponent would be the worst possible enemy. There's nothing to be surprised about. The female warrior, no, the magus, uttered another syllable, one that did not belong to the modern age, carrying immense power. With just one syllable, it brought pressure equivalent to that of her sword, forcing Lorelei to retreat. I'm a magus too. But when I mentioned magus and warriors earlier, I wasn't talking about professions, but something more fundamental. Whether it's using a sword, magic, or anything else, it's all the same. My master is like that, and so are you. The others. Taking advantage of the time Lorelei spent regrouping, the strange bicolored eyes shifted their gaze to the back. During the battle, the magi had retreated to the connecting section of the train cars. Seemed to be the same. The current magi have fallen to such a degree, it's truly disgraceful. I agree with that sentiment. The only ones who didn't retreat, one human and one true ancestor, were Matou, Shinji and Arcuade, and it was Shinji who spoke. However, I need to correct 2 points. First, although the mainstream of the magical world is indeed disappointing, not all magi have fallen. The overworked middle-aged man you look down on and his students are examples of those who haven't fallen. It's not right to generalize. Second, the woman standing before you is not a warrior, nor does she need to grasp the soul of a warrior. She is the head of the Department of Policies, the queen who governs the clock tower. Her primary duty is to lead, not to fight, that's what warriors are for. Queen. Her. The bicolored eyes revealed a hint of strangeness and scrutiny. Magus, your name. Head of the Department of Policies, Lorelei Bartholomew. Very well, then, Lorelei, let me see if you have what it takes to be a king. Lorelei raised an eyebrow, her amber eyes meeting the bicolored gaze head-on with an unyielding, commanding aura. Whether I do or not is none of your concern, and a faker like you has no right to judge. That response is unworthy. A true king would never fear anyone's scrutiny. As for my qualifications, you'll soon understand. With that, the female warrior swung her sword again. Lorelei didn't back down and struck with her whip. The crisp clash echoed, repeating the scene from the beginning of the battle. This time, however, instead of Lorelei standing in front of Shinji, it was Shinji who stood in front of Lorelei, wielding a black scythe, the scythe of the Grim Reaper, which he had just borrowed from Grey. Step aside, this is no place for you to interfere. The female servant roared, unleashing both her magical and physical strength simultaneously. Despite the overwhelming pressure far beyond human capabilities, Shinji remained unmoved, fully absorbing it and even finding the strength to respond. That's not right. Your target from the beginning was me. Strictly speaking, Lord Bartholomew was the one who intervened. You. The female servant wanted to retort, but suddenly felt her sword become heavier. The guy had pushed it back. Moreover, didn't you say you wanted to evaluate her qualities as a king? The quality of followers is also an important factor in judging a king. Compared to the long-handled scythe, a one-handed straight sword was not suited for contests of strength. Within a few breaths, the female servant found herself at a disadvantage. Shinji seized the opportunity and successfully forced her back using mana burst. I am one of the countless insignificant magi under her command, one of the rabble you mentioned. If you want to fight my queen, you'll have to defeat me first. Shinji slung the scythe over his shoulder with his right hand, while his left hand beckoned provocatively. A dark, joyous, and sinister smile spread across his face. Seeing this smile, the female servant's expression changed too, first disbelief, then a smile full of iron and blood, identical to him. It was a smile unique to warriors. Chapter 837, Interpreting the Warrior. So there are real warriors out there after all. The female servant's voice carried both the coldness of iron and the fervor of flame. In that case, I can't treat you like just another foot soldier. Then, that coldness and fervor became reality, iron from the sword and fire from magic. This move alone would be enough to destroy 99% of modern magus. Of course, Shinji was not among that 99 but rather the remaining 1%. Such an attack wouldn't kill him, not even slow him down. Wielding the scyther, he charged forward, slicing through the flames and clashing fiercely with the female warrior's sword. At this moment, the woman who embodied both a warrior and a magus finally revealed her true power. Her sword was enchanted, and her physical strength, agility, reaction speed, everything was enhanced to the fullest. Moreover, various types of magecraft continually swirled around her, constantly unleashing different spells. These spells included direct attacks like fire and lightning, as well as indirect effects like weakening and slowing down, all of which worked in tandem with the straight sword in her hand to launch an all-encompassing assault on Shinji. In terms of pure swordsmanship or magical prowess, the woman wasn't particularly exceptional. Her swordsmanship wasn't on par with heroes like Siegfried, Artoria, or Lancelot, who were renowned for their sword skills. Her magecraft didn't surpass that of Semiramis, who had more than a passing understanding of the mystical arts. None of her skills reached the level of being inhuman, divine, or miraculous. But when she integrated these human-level skills and fused them into one, the combat strength she could display was in no way inferior to that of servants whose singular skills had transcended humanity. This was how the female servant, who called herself Hephaestion, fought, by fusion. Her honed swordsmanship ensured she wouldn't easily lose against any warrior. Her versatile magecraft gave her the edge in a duel with other magus. When fused, these elements were like the perfect blend of tequila and Cointreau, complementing and enhancing each other, culminating in the creation of the world-famous cocktail, Margarita. She offered her interpretation of what it meant to be a warrior. You may not have extraordinary skills, and you may not possess superior attributes, but you must fully unleash everything you have, without holding anything back. Swordsmanship and magecraft conflict. You can't balance physical strength and magic power. Those are just excuses you make to justify your weakness. If you know you're weak but don't strive to improve, if you're aware of your flaws but don't try to fix them, then you don't deserve to call yourself a warrior. Once you choose the path of the warrior, you must fight, against your enemies, but more importantly, against yourself. Only when you've given everything you have will you walk away from the battlefield alive. If you can't, then dying in defeat will leave no regrets. The female warrior's face, her sword, and her magecraft were all imbued with this unwavering belief. This was her warrior's soul. It was precisely because Lorelei did not understand this that she was restricted in her battle against the female servant. It wasn't an issue of skill or ability but a difference in mindset. Now, this warrior's soul, along with the female servant's entire being, enveloped Shinji. Indeed, even though it was a one-on-one fight, the female servant managed to make it feel like she was surrounding him. Her sword was in front, her magecraft was at his back. Magecraft attacked from below, while the sword came from above. Magecraft assaulted him from both front and back, while swordsmanship flanked him from left and right. As the attacks grew faster and more complex, Shinji couldn't even comprehend how a single sword was managing to flank him from both sides. Reversing his grip on the scythe, he used the handle to protect the back of his head and the blade to block the attack from the right. At the same time, he raised his left hand, using the divine gunblade installed on his left arm to fend off the attack from the left. Then, he took the fire magecraft head-on with his chest. The power of Age of Gods level magecraft far surpassed that of modern-day spells. Even though Shinji's magic resistance was comparable to a C-rank magic resistance, it still wasn't enough to fully block the attack, and he was blasted away, nearly flying out of the unshielded train car. Shinji! Waver cried out. Lorelei's right hand gripped the handle of her magic whip so tightly that the contact points between her fingers and the leather turned white. Only Arcuade, with her carefree attitude, continued to snack, seemingly unconcerned. In truth, there was no need to worry. Shinji, who had stopped himself at the edge of the train, showed no signs of being overwhelmed or anxious. Instead, he laughed. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. So there's a way like this. I owe you my thanks, warrior who calls herself Hephaestion. Why thank me? Asked the female servant, who had not pursued her attack after being interrupted by him. Because you've opened a new door for me. You've shown me the path I should take. Now, at last, I can see it, the hope of challenging her. Her, his Shirsho, Scat-Hack. Defeating her was the ultimate goal of Shinji's life. However, until just now, Shinji had seen no hope. An incomplete third magic, a jumbled mix of martial techniques that fell short of mastery, rune magic that barely reached a high level, and the power of all generations stemming from his origin. Though each of these would be enough to serve as an heirloom in the world of mysticism, they were still far from sufficient to defeat the queen who had slain gods and stood at the pinnacle of human history. Scat-Hack had reached the dual peaks of warrior and magus, possessed the wisdom of Dunscaith obtained from being outside the world, an eternal body that countless curses couldn't kill, and had accumulated millennia of training. The gap between them was despairingly vast. Countless simulations, countless calculations, every conclusion pointed to one possibility: only by completing the third magic could he have a chance at defeating Scat-Hack. But the task of completing the third magic might be even more challenging than defeating Scat-Hack herself. After all, in history, only one person had ever completed the third magic, while those on Scat-Hack's level were not as rare. Although Shinji was recognized by Zelrich as the person closest to achieving the third magic, being close was not the same as completion. 100% and 99% are only 1% apart, but that 1% marks a qualitative difference, a gap greater than that between human limitations and the inhuman. But now things were different. Shinji had found a way to reach that peak. From the battle just now, he had learned to fuse everything in his life, his strengths, his weaknesses, everything that was part of him, and unleash it all together. It's you, the whole person, who fights, not just a fragment of you. Use your entire being to fight, use every aspect of your existence. Such brilliance cannot be ignored by anyone. Chapter 838, Chapter 838, The True Identity of the Female Warrior. Next, I will use all the power I've accumulated as a token of my gratitude to you. With a smile, Shinji pulled off his already tattered shirt, revealing a physique that was not overly muscular but explosively powerful, like that of a cheetah. In an instant, everyone felt that Shinji before them had transformed. Though he had the terrifying achievement of killing the 27 dead apostle ancestors, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him beyond his handsome appearance and slightly arrogant attitude. When he wasn't speaking, people's attention would naturally gravitate towards Arcuade, Lorelei, or the female warrior, subconsciously ignoring him by their side. Now, however, though he remained the same, the presence emanating from him overshadowed that of the three women who had long surpassed the realm of the ordinary, like a fearsome prehistoric beast awakening from slumber and showing its might. This was the aura befitting a warrior who had annihilated the 27 ancestors. Sensing this aura, the female warrior raised her sword to her chest in a warrior's salute, her voice solemn as she asked. State your name. It is an honor due to any warrior. Shinji returned the salute with the etiquette of a polearm wielder but shook his head. I refuse because you haven't told me your true name. You treat me with the courtesy of a warrior, so I must reciprocate. This is a tradition passed down from Scat-Hack. Conversely, since you hide your true name, I will not honor the warrior's code by revealing mine. Before the battle, if Shinji had said this, the female warrior would have considered it an insult and would have cut him down without hesitation. But now, facing a fellow warrior qualified to converse with her as an equal, she did not do so, for it would be an insult to both herself and the other. The female warrior hesitated for a moment, then asked, Why do you think I am not Hephaestion? Iskandar, the king of conquerors, led many heroes, among whom 7 were the most famous and trusted, known in later generations as the Ionian Companions. I once saw the Ionian Companions from a distance. Although I couldn't match names to faces, I'm sure that you weren't among them because they were all men. Even without considering the script, Shinji was certain. These 7 were the closest to Iskandar in the king's army and dressed differently from the other warriors around them. If they weren't the 7 companions, who else could they be? Hearing Shinji's response, the female warrior was silent for a few seconds before answering, "I did not lie. Hephaestion is indeed my name." Still. Mid-sentence, something occurred to Shinji, and his expression turned strange. "Ah, could it be that you're actually a man and just changed your gender in the modern era? Whoa, I've heard that the customs of Macedon were rather bold." "No." A flash of anger passed through the female warrior's heterochromatic eyes. "I didn't change my gender, nor have I heard of a heroic spirit being able to do so. That just shows your ignorance. The famous artist Da Vinci manifested as the image of Mona Lisa. The reason was that he believed it represented the ultimate beauty, a body befitting his genius." It seemed like they had just heard something incredible, by the reactions of the spectators. Could such a person exist? The female warrior showed an expression of disbelief but shook her head in denial. "I have never changed my gender, this is how I was in life. I think I know who you are." From the crowd of onlookers, a voice spoke out, and Waver emerged. "You're not Hephaestion. Perhaps you used that name, but you're not him, at least not from the summoning." "Then, who do you think I am?" The female servant's body trembled slightly. She coldly asked in a somber tone. "I once summoned Iskandar in the Holy Grail War. However, his appearance did not match the legend. According to the legend, Iskandar was short in stature, but the one who appeared before us was a towering giant over 2 meters tall. Even if he wasn't like that in his youth, his hair and eye color were crimson, a far cry from the legend. The records state that Iskandar's hair was either golden or black, and his eyes were described as one as deep as the night sky, the other a heterochromatic eye reflecting the blue sky, heterochromia." "That isn't." Beside Waver, Gray gasped in shock. "Exactly, that's who this woman is. In the summoning, you should be called Iskandar. That relic couldn't have summoned any other heroic spirit. However, due to the summoning class, what was summoned was a being that resembled, yet was not truly, Iskandar. It's only natural that such a being would appear alongside ancient royals associated with assassination and war." Waver adjusted his glasses and pointed at the female servant. "You are the king's shadow, Iskandar's body double." The term shadow warrior comes from Japan. In the Warring States period, life was as fragile as a dream, and the life and death of a feudal lord could affect the survival of his entire clan. Therefore, lords would find people who resembled them to act as their doubles, ensuring their safety. These doubles were called shadow warriors. Of course, such beings have existed throughout history, from east to west. Many historical figures had shadow warriors, and many artistic creations were inspired by this concept. The Iskandar of the Type Moon world also had such a shadow warrior, but it wasn't by his own will. A king as bold, generous, and straightforward as him, living more vividly than anyone else, would never have chosen to have a shadow warrior take on his dangers. It was all orchestrated by Iskandar's mother, Olympias. She was a terrifying woman, an ambitious schemer, an unfathomable sorceress, a femme fatale with many similarities to Morgan and Semiramis. Before marrying Philip II of Macedon, this woman had planned everything. First, by some unknown means, she borrowed the seed of Zeus, the king of gods from Greek mythology, whose morals were utterly depraved, and conceived the child who would later become the king of conquerors, Alexander the Great, Iskandar. After conceiving Iskandar, Olympias began to create a divine image for him using Zeus's name. She ingrained the impression of a divine child and a natural-born king in people's minds before his birth. After he was born, she began teaching him the ways of kingship, molding him into an unparalleled ruler. Moreover, Olympias secretly prepared trusted aides for Iskandar. For this purpose, she chose a pair of twins. Chapter 839, The True Form of Iskandar. Twins. To be precise, they were fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. The boy was raised to become a future general, the most loyal subordinate of Iskandar, a sword that could pierce through any enemy. The girl, on the other hand, was trained as a magus, destined to be Iskandar's shadow, a perfect shield that would bear all harm for him. The boy would become Iskandar's most trusted lieutenant, Hephaestion. The girl was the female warrior standing before them, who lived her life without a name. In philosophy, a name is a symbol of self. In the concept of mysticism, a name is intimately linked to a person's fate, they influence each other, cause and effect intertwined. In the mystical world, allowing someone to know your personal information, including your name, is taboo. In some special rituals, just knowing someone's name can increase the precision of a curse dozens of times. A name grants selfhood and an independent destiny. Only by remaining nameless could she fully become the shadow warrior, merging her fate with her master's, protecting Iskandar from all the harm and curses directed at him. Of course, this anonymity could be inconvenient. Humans are accustomed to calling each other by name, and it would be difficult to communicate without one. Therefore, when necessary, the shadow warrior would borrow her brother's name. Olympius, considering this, gave Hephaestion a somewhat unusual name for that time. According to Greek customs, boys were usually named Hephaestus, not the derivative Hephaestion. It was a name that could be used by either gender. Historically, there was even an Amazonian queen named Hephaestion. Furthermore, the name Hephaestion had another meaning at the time. It meant offering to the gods. But to whom was this offering made? It was not to Zeus, the king of the gods, who had gradually become more distant from human affairs. Instead, it was Zeus's divine son, Iskandar, who inherited the god-king's noble bloodline. With this, everything made sense. From the moment Olympias set her sights on the twins, their destinies were bound to Iskandar's, dedicating their lives to him. Indeed, they both fulfilled this fate. Iskandar died at just 33 years old, and the siblings died even earlier. The secret was unveiled, dissected with the precision of a scalpel, by the pair of eyes of discernment that had instilled fear in countless magus. Through various clues and hints, combined with his investigation and imagination regarding Iskandar, Waver had completely unraveled the secret that the Shadow Warrior had guarded her entire life, a secret never recorded in official or unofficial histories. As the evaluation in the Department of Policies noted about him, a disassembler, the highest level problem child, an anomaly in the realm of magecraft. But isn't it strange? A stand-in and a Shadow Warrior shouldn't look completely different. Gray couldn't help but ask after hearing Waver's analysis. Whether in novels or movies, the first standard for a Shadow Warrior is resemblance. Iskandar and the nameless female warrior differed in appearance and gender, making them easy to distinguish at a glance. How could she serve as a Shadow Warrior? A Shadow Warrior doesn't need to look identical, especially in ancient times when there were no photographs. If the ruler's appearance wasn't widely known, who could tell which was real? A little information manipulation, and it's easy to blur the truth. The historical descriptions of Iskandar's appearance already suggest that she or Olympias successfully manipulated the information. Besides, she probably wasn't a Shadow Warrior in the conventional sense but rather something akin to the substitute king of ancient Mesopotamia, someone unrelated to the royal bloodline who was placed on the throne to avoid an omen, only to be killed once the disaster had passed. "Hey, what are you doing?" The female warrior's voice suddenly interrupted him. Waver's reasoning, like his lectures, held an irresistible charm, and everyone present was quietly listening, including the female warrior and Heartless. The only exception was Shinji, who, while leaning on his scythe, projected an image with his free hand. The towering figure, the bulging muscles, the dense body hair, there was no mistaking it. Both the Shadow Warrior and Waver were familiar with the image of the conqueror, Iskandar. Shinji didn't rush to answer. Instead, he raised the image, overlapping Iskandar's figure with that of the Shadow Warrior, before finally speaking. They might have looked quite similar before they matured. "Hey, are you blind? How could that woman and this big guy possibly resemble each other?" The scythe's blade blinked, and a mocking voice emerged, "There's an old saying, a girl changes a lot in her teens, meaning that girls often look very different as they grow up. The same goes for boys. Give me a moment." As he spoke, Shinji began tweaking the image, altering Iskandar's appearance bit by bit, as if he were customizing a character. Soon, the massive figure started to shrink, the solid muscles softened, and eventually, an exceptionally handsome young man appeared, one whose looks could rival any of the women present. Shinji then smoothed out the young man's facial hair and lengthened his red hair, braiding it into a long, thick braid that draped over his chest, similar to that of the Shadow Warrior. "Now, what do you see?" The onlookers were stunned. Closest to them, was especially taken aback, his gaze darting back and forth between the Shadow Warrior and the young man in the image. Is this possible? Why not? But how did you even manage to do this?" Shinji snorted through his nose, speaking in a tone far too weary for someone his age. "I only know a little bit. The masters of this craft could transform even the ugliest woman into the goddess Venus. I've had my fair share of experiences. The desire for beauty is universal. In this appearance-obsessed world, beauty is a VIP pass, granting privileges in social interactions, job hunts, and relationships." When he said, "I've had my fair share of experiences," each word carried a deep, personal story behind it. Chapter 840, The Enchanted Eyes of Gold and Silver. Even Dr. Heartless, a master of transformation techniques, was amazed. Did Iskandar look like that in his youth? "From what I can see, such a transformation defies the natural laws of human growth. His skeletal structure and muscles couldn't possibly undergo such extreme changes." This question echoed in the minds of many. Almost all magi frequently deal with the human body and have a level of understanding of human anatomy that rivals that of professional doctors. While it might be possible for someone like Waver to grow 30 centimeters, from 157 to 186, within a few years, it would be impossible for him to increase his muscle mass by 30 centimeters in width. "Impossible for a human, yes, but not when you factor in the mystical," Shinji said nonchalantly. "Waver, do you remember what Iskandar's innate abilities were?" Of course, leadership, military strategy, divinity. Waver realized at once. Divinity was a power that transcended physical laws, making all sorts of extraordinary things possible. That's right, divinity. Divinity is a characteristic of gods, a remnant of the laws that governed humanity in the age of gods. Those with divinity possess various miraculous powers. The higher the level, the more their physical nature mixes with divine blood, and the stronger the power becomes. Iskandar's divinity is rated at C, deriving from Zeus, granting him the power of Zeus's lightning. One interesting aspect of Zeus's divinity is that the more he uses his lightning, the stronger his physical body becomes, and the more his divinity increases, allowing his body to grow. Shinji didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he was implying. Iskandar spent his entire life in battle, so it's unlikely that he would have left such a powerful ability like thunder unused. The more he used it, the stronger his body became, eventually transforming a beautiful youth into a burly muscle-bound warrior, a figure more in line with the Conqueror King's image, though the former might have been more aesthetically pleasing. So, if Iskandar didn't use his divinity, would he have looked like her? Luvia asked. Excluding female characteristics, it wouldn't be too different, Shinji nodded. Even though physical resemblance wasn't a requirement for a magical shadow warrior, Olympia, being the shrewd woman she was, wouldn't have left such a glaring flaw. True, the ancient world lacked our modern advanced technology, but magecraft could easily make two people look alike, similar to Dr. Heartless's spirit possession. Moreover, I have another theory, Iskandar might have done it on purpose. That man valued the bonds between his retainers more than anything else, and such a person would never allow a woman to sacrifice her life as his shield. The greater the difference in appearance, the more likely it was that her identity as a shadow warrior would be exposed, allowing her to shed that role. He probably didn't want her to be a shadow warrior from the start. So, is that the case? Heartless turned to his servant. Yes, that king was always like that. The shadow warrior spoke with a voice heavy with emotion, like water boiling beneath a layer of ice. He said he would give me a name, that he would make me a bodyguard or a magus, but I refused, so I. The female warrior, struggling with deep emotions, hesitated to finish her sentence, but Waver didn't let her off the hook, driving the final blade into the dissection started by Shinji's theory. And that's why you're not in Ionioi Hitairoi. Shut up. The female servant's face flushed with anger as she slashed her blade, crackling with lethal intent and terrifying thunder, toward Waver. At the same time, a dark shadow flashed by, and Shinji, wielding the scythe, blocked the attack in front of Waver. The sound of a scythe clashing with a sword rang out, not once, but many times, so fast that it seemed like one continuous sound. Visible shockwaves erupted, ravaging the floor of the carriage. Professor Velvet, please continue. She won't harm you while I'm here. Lorelei moved to Waver's side, casually flicking her short whip to dispel the encroaching shockwaves. The queen might lack a warrior's soul, but she certainly didn't lack a ruler's composure. Even though Waver had been getting close to the rival faction of Bartholomei in recent times, she wouldn't stand idly by while this teacher, who had brought a new breeze to the clock tower, was harmed. Thank you, Waver said softly, then shouted, the king said he would give you a name, didn't he? If he said that, it meant he couldn't bear your situation. He couldn't allow you to be treated like a tool without a name. But you refused because you thought that would prevent you from being his double. Yes, you are undoubtedly one of the king's most precious loyal retainers. But despite that, you're not part of Ionioi Hitairoi because Ionioi Hitairoi was the embodiment of Iskandar's bonds with his retainers. All who followed him and recognized him as their king would respond to his summons and stand by his side. It was the Conqueror King's greatest pride and trump card, and both Waver and Shinji had witnessed its brilliance. Given the relationship between the Shadow Warrior and the king, she should have been by his side, in the closest place to him. But Waver, who had etched that vast sandy battlefield into his heart, knew that she wasn't there. He had wondered about this for some time, but now he understood. I told you to shut up, stop. The first command was an angry shout at Waver, while the second used a mysterious power directed at Shinji, who had blocked her path. This power came from the Shadow Warrior's eyes, the enchanted eyes of gold and silver. Heterochromia has always been a classic characteristic of mystic eyes, and the Shadow Warrior was no exception. Her left eye was pitch black, like a black hole, as if it could suck in a person's soul. Her right eye was a deep blue, like the sky, carrying an overwhelming, irresistible pressure. When combined, they imposed a compulsory command on the target. This noble color's mystic eye was the Shadow Warrior's mystic eyes. The reason Waver had been injured on the second evening after boarding the train was that the Shadow Warrior had used it to control Grey, catching the two of them off guard. Now, this power was being directed at Shinji. Chapter 841, Throwing a Woman. Shinji's movement suddenly stopped, as if he had lost all momentum, standing frozen in place. The compelling power of the gold and silver mystic eyes was akin to a command spell. The simpler the command and the clearer the target, the stronger its force. The order from the Shadow Servant to stop was as simple and direct as it could get. Originating from humanity's primordial senses, the mystic power from the gold and silver eyes, an elevated form of sight and being seen, bound Shinji's body. He couldn't move forward or backward, immobilized in place. High-level mystic eyes possess such overwhelming power that many desire them. The Shadow Servant's timing in using these eyes was masterful, striking at the critical moment when Waver was dissecting the situation. Just as everyone assumed she was merely enraged and had lost her mind, the command was subtly slipped into her furious shout, catching even those previously duped, like Gray and Waver, off guard, not to mention everyone else. By the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. The Shadow Servant's sword was less than 3 centimeters from Shinji's neck, and all the powerful onlookers could only watch, unable even to shout a warning. The sword drew closer. 0.1 seconds. 0.01 seconds. Or perhaps even less, within a fraction of a second, the straight sword, wielded with the full force of the female servant, would cut his throat and sever his head. But at the last possible moment, Shinji's body suddenly leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, almost grazing the sword's edge. The Shadow Servant's heterochromatic eyes contracted sharply, her instinct urging her to stop, but it was too late. To ensure the enemy's death and immediately take down that detestable jester afterward, she had put her full strength into that strike. Her target had always been Waver, whom she despised the most. Stingy. Petty. Gloomy and eccentric. Unable to wake up early. Spending all day with musty old books. Always subservient yet somehow arrogant. With a face that seemed destined for hardship, yet when she looked back, he was the most disruptive one. At first glance at Waver, she made this judgment, because during her lifetime, or rather, in Iskandar's company, there was someone just like that. That person was Omens, who once served as Iskandar's secretary and was one of the Shadow Servant's most frequent contacts. In her words. So annoying. It's infuriating. Just looking at Omens was tiresome enough, and now, in this era, I have to keep seeing that face. But she wasn't unreasonable. As the Shadow Servant of a king, she often handled state affairs and met with vassals, not neglecting talents out of mere whim. Although she disliked Waver, if he had shown enough strength, she would have acknowledged him. Unfortunately, Waver had not. His performance during their first meeting was utterly disappointing, filling her with rage. He's supposed to be someone who follows the king, so I thought he'd be some kind of impressive magus. But he's nothing more than a useless nobody. Not even close to Omens. Not by a long shot. Although I didn't expect him to have the wisdom of an Ammonius priest or Aristotle, this kind of brain isn't even fit to be fed to monkeys. Her anger led her to attack Waver, as she did now. After only spending about half a month with the king, this fool dared to shamelessly and arrogantly claim to follow him. The audacity had limits. Kill him. She had to kill him. Even though the enemies had the advantage in numbers, even with powerful figures like Lorelei, Matou, Shinji, and even an unfathomable presence she couldn't understand, she wasn't afraid. She was a warrior who had fought countless battles alongside the greatest conqueror king, Iskandar, and had slain too many formidable enemies to count. She wouldn't fear these fragile flowers of peace. This was the confidence of a warrior who had walked through mountains of corpses, but it was also her downfall. Indeed, there is no comparison between the people of wartime and peacetime. The former has experienced trials far beyond the latter's imagination. However, there are always exceptions. Every era produces its share of outliers. In wartime, some well-protected noble ladies know nothing, and in peacetime, there are freaks like Matou Shinji, who specializes in battling servants and old monsters, with a wealth of combat experience that's absurd. The moment Shinji felt the compelling force, he found a way to resist, by using his magic resistance and willpower. Servants with strong enough magic resistance can resist a command spell, and heroes with enough willpower can delay its effects. Astolfo endured several days of torture under Selenite by relying on magic resistance and willpower, eventually holding out until Shinji's rescue. Although Shinji's magic resistance wasn't as strong as Astolfo's, his willpower, honed by stepping into the realm of the third magic and helping Arcuade resist her vampiric impulses, was unparalleled. The pause lasted only a moment, everything that followed was a feint to deceive the enemy. The goal was to exploit the moment when the Shadow Servant's attack missed, leaving her defenseless. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Shinji hurled the scythe in his hand, striking the female warrior in the abdomen. Immediately afterward, he reached out with both hands, one gripping her arm and the other seizing her belt, slamming her hard into the ground, dazing her. Without giving her time to recover, Shinji lifted her off the ground, slammed her down on the other side, then lifted and slammed her repeatedly, continuing until he heard the sound of several bones breaking. Only then did he toss her toward Heartless, standing opposite, like a discarded rag doll. Heartless quickly stepped aside, his overly handsome face now wearing only a wry smile. "Don't you think you were a bit too harsh? That's not how you win over girls." "She's not a girl, she's a warrior," Shinji shook his head. "A warrior on the battlefield faces only life or death, victory or defeat. Just like how she tried to trap me with her mystic eyes, if I didn't have a way to counter it, I would die. The same applies to her. Of course, despite his words, Shinji secretly glanced back at the women behind him. Arcuade was still as carefree as ever, Lorelei remained stoic, Adeshino looked thoughtful, with her arms crossed, Luvia and Fiori whispered to each other, their expressions strange. However, Yvette and Olga Marie's faces had turned a bit pale, seemingly frightened. The closest ones showed calmness, those with some connection reacted decently, and the irrelevant ones could be ignored. Good, it seemed he hadn't made a bad impression. As for the men, they didn't matter at all. As for the throne shadow servant, her reaction fully demonstrated her maturity as a warrior. She leaned against the wall, using her sword for support, standing up and honestly admitting her defeat. I was careless, outmatched. I didn't expect anyone would still use Pancration, a move that once it grabs hold, will destroy completely. Its reputation is well deserved. You flatter me. I'm far from a true master, Shinji said, bumping his fists together. His standard for mastery was Chiron and Achilles, and compared to those divine-level experts, he was indeed far behind. I'm sorry, master, I've lost. The shadow servant then apologized to Heartless, who shook his head. It's not your fault. It was my insistence on staying here. Shinji ignored the mutual reassurances between master and servant, turning his head to look at Waver. You can continue now. Waver didn't hesitate, nodding before speaking. You're not in the Ionioi Hitairoi because you refused the king's call. You loathe the Ionioi Hitairoi. Chapter 842, Chapter 842. A broken mindset. No one would have imagined that Iskandar's shadow warrior, the one who shared the king's destiny, his most trusted and loyal confidant, would reject the Ionioi Hitairoi and once harbor hatred for the king's greatest pride in life. This equates to denying the very way of life and existence of the king she had sworn loyalty to. Yet, this is the reality. Even the one who conquered countless heroes could not unify all hearts and wills. Perhaps he could in life, but after death, when the Holy Grail endowed him with the knowledge of both modern times and history, it's hard to say, especially considering everything that transpired after Iskandar's death. Looking back at world history, Iskandar's final moments were clear. After the ultimate failure of his grand campaign, just before succumbing to fever, the king left behind the words, "Let the strongest inherit the throne." Though his true intentions remain unknown, those words completely extinguished the legacy he had fought his whole life to build. To become the strongest, to seize that supreme position, Iskandar's subordinates went mad. Capable generals turned their blades against one another, and even Olympias, grieving the loss of her son, refused to remain idle. The vast empire, whose territorial expanse was a source of pride in human history, swiftly fractured and crumbled. The comrades who once aimed for the fabled ends of the earth forgot that absurd fantasy and engaged in blood-soaked battles, a struggle that their descendants continued, a conflict known as the Wars of the Diadochia. This war spanned over a century, nearly wiping out all who claimed the right to succeed, and in the end, most of that vast territory fell into Roman hands. Iskandar lived his life in a dream, only to find that at its end lay such a tragic outcome. When the shadow warrior died, Iskandar was still alive, so she never witnessed such a miserable conclusion, nor did she know that the earth was round and that the fabled ends of the earth did not exist. But upon being revived with knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, her mindset completely shattered. In life, her loyalty to the King of Conquerors and her trust in those comrades was immense. Now, that loyalty and trust had turned into a profound hatred. Yes, I hate the Ionioi Hitairoi. Even though severely injured by Shinji, struggling to stay standing, the shadow warrior still exuded a terrifying aura. I hate those fools who destroyed everything the king accomplished, and I hate those who would still try to join them. I also despise Olympias, who taught me magecraft and tried to manipulate the king. And even my brother, who knew the outcome and still fraternized with those fools. Even if the king could accept it, she could not. Even if the king could forgive, she could not. Her near-pathological rage was ignited by tens of thousands of the king's subordinates. Perhaps it even included the king himself, who had forgiven them. The shadow warrior's anger was so terrifying that it almost became tangible, capable of setting the entire train car ablaze. But amid this blazing fury, Waver suddenly laughed. Heh heh, heh heh heh. His shoulders shook as he laughed inappropriately, ignoring the pressure emanating from her anger. What's so funny? Nothing, it's just so typical of him. A king who forces tens of thousands of soldiers on such a grand campaign, yet still manages to form bonds with them, but also manages to anger his shadow warrior to the point where she doesn't even want to deal with him anymore. That guy was always one step behind, wasn't he? Maybe he never had any real talent to begin with. At the end of his laughter, Waver lowered his head and softly said, "Thank you." He said this to the shadow warrior who had always looked down on him and had wanted to kill him. WHY. I've been thinking. Not a day in the last 10 years has passed without worry. Even if I wanted to follow in his footsteps to the place I should reach, I didn't know what I could do. After all, I'm an irredeemable mediocrity, never destined to be a heroic spirit. Only my students have grown, while I can only watch helplessly as talent takes flight. It was as if he had been carrying a heavy burden for 10 years, compressed all this time. But now, at last, it could be released. But now I can hold my head high and say it. No matter where we meet again, without a doubt, I can proudly boast to him. He'd probably allow it no matter how many times I repeat it. If my rationality doesn't allow me to sound like a broken record, then I can always drink a little. Ah, I never dreamed you would give me this chance. I must thank you properly. What are you saying? HM. Oh, just that. Waver nodded as if it was the most natural thing in the world and then continued. I took revenge on your beloved general, on another version of you. If I tell him that, I'm sure he'll laugh his head off too. Everyone fell silent. Hearing his audacious words and seeing his unwavering demeanor in the face of fury, no one could remain indifferent. There are people who, even without the strength to fight, can still shine with a brilliant radiance. There are people who, despite their weaknesses, can still accomplish earth-shattering feats. At this moment, everyone naturally believed that Waver and the king were meant to meet again, that the king should witness them, and Waver had become a stubbornness that, though almost laughable, was even more admirable. The shadow warrior was stunned as if mesmerized by a mystic eye. Waver's declaration hit her soul like a great magecraft beyond the capabilities of modern magi. Do you intend to defeat me? Regaining her senses, her anger reignited, this time not at the foolish king and his foolish subordinates, but at Waver himself. Do you think these injuries are enough to defeat me? Listen up, the men with the soul of a warrior, and all of you. As long as a warrior still stands, they will continue to fight. The female warrior raised her trembling sword, her stance as if to tear the sky apart. No, her rising magical energy had already torn through the sky. This is bad. No way. Realizing the danger, Lorelei and Grey rushed forward to stop the rampaging female warrior, but before they could move, the sword, charged with immense magical energy, was already swinging down. A flash lit up the night, and something beyond reason appeared in the void, pushing aside the air, and creating a tremendous shockwave that descended upon the train car below, crashing down upon the people inside. Wind. Lorelei lashed out with her short whip toward the sky. Her magic circuits roared with terrifying intensity, amplified by the nearly 2,000 years of mystery accumulated by the Bartholomew family. It was a vacuum magic powerful enough to demolish city walls, a mark of strength even in the age of gods. Yet, this mighty magecraft could not stop the threat descending from the sky. After breaking through the shockwave, it was nullified by the falling lightning. Dense bolts of lightning descended from the dark clouds, striking around the armored woman, and blessing her. At the center of the lightning was a chariot, a crystallization of faith formed by transcending time and space, a noble phantasm. The Shadow Warrior's noble phantasm was a chariot, very similar to Iskandar's Gordius wheel, a rough yet classic two-horse chariot, a symbol of devastation on the battlefield. However, the chariot was not pulled by the divine bulls symbolizing Zeus's power but by two skeletal dragons. Of course, these were not true dragons, but wyverns, a subspecies of dragons. Originating from the dragon-serpent worship in Dionysian beliefs, they were often driven by witches and magi in ancient Greece. It is said that Medea once used such a dragon chariot as transportation, and the Shadow Warrior, who had been a disciple of Olympias, was well versed in such arts. From the chariot's identical appearance to the Gordius wheel, it's not hard to infer that the female servant charioteer once drove the chariot under Iskandar's name, rampaging across battlefields. However, she was not a child of Zeus, unable to command beasts related to Zeus, and so had to use magecraft as a substitute to drive the chariot. Even though wyverns fall far short of true dragons, they are still powerful symbols as fantasy creatures. Every step of the skeletal dragons pulling the chariot burst with lightning, erupting with a power comparable to the earlier falling lightning. If an ordinary magus were struck by this lightning, they would be reduced to a pile of charred remains. Even Lorelei didn't want to test what it felt like to be hit by the lightning, repeatedly unleashing vacuum magic to counter it. Though she was able to prevent the lightning from striking for the moment, everyone knew it was only temporary because lightning was just part of the chariot's power. The chariot's greatest strength was in a head-on charge. The female warrior leaped onto the chariot and said to Heartless, "Forgive me, master. This time I intended to serve you faithfully, but I cannot ignore such provocations." Sigh sigh. The red-haired magus let out an exaggerated sigh. The blue suit he wore fluttered in the roof's howling wind, and his sigh was scattered into the darkness. "I anticipated things might turn out this way, so I tried to stop you before. But there's no helping it now. Fortunately, I wasn't unprepared either, so let's make a grand spectacle out of this." Heartless wore an innocent smile as he gently placed his hand over his left chest. "Turn around, my heart." P.S. Lorelei is a powerful being on the level of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, but only when fully prepared. She didn't expect so much trouble on this trip and didn't bring the various mystic code of the Bartholomew family, so the pressure of opposing a noble phantasm is still too much for her. Chapter 843, Tear It Apart. Turn around, my heart. It was an ordinary phrase, spoken without any particular emphasis, but when it came out of Heartless' mouth, it turned into a melody. In an instant, everyone felt a strong sense of dissonance, as if the world had been turned upside down, making them feel nauseous. The source of the discomfort was soon identified. In the direction the train was heading, something appeared, something as formidable as a bipedal dragon. Arcuade, who had been either eating or daydreaming, twitched her nose, jumped onto the adjacent carriage and looked into the distance. A new vampire scent. It's somewhat similar to Inash, but not quite. As expected of the true ancestor's princess, you can sense it from so far away. Heartless slightly smiled and nodded. It's not Inash, whom you defeated, it's its offspring or perhaps a remnant, commonly called the child of Inash. Didn't you find it odd how easily the last one disappeared? Even if it's just a child, it's still a descendant of a great mystery. To be defeated so easily is indeed shameful. As he spoke, the train continued to move forward. With the decreasing distance, the presence obstructing the train became increasingly clear, so much so that everyone could feel its nauseating power swelling. This was the contingency plan Heartless had prepared, a crucial part of his heroic spirit summoning plan, the Child of Inash. Heartless had placed it in the path of the Mystic Eyes collection train, creating a massive distortion that connected with the Holy Grail in Fuyuki. Unlike Inash's main body, this forest was not black or red but pure white, the color of ice and frost, indicating its evolutionary direction. On the second day of Waver's attack, the train encountered this frosty forest, and Waver's closest friend Melvin arrived just then, using the same method as Lorelei, by private helicopter. Unfortunately, the helicopter flew too low and was captured by the forest, nearly freezing Melvin to death. Fortunately, he crashed close to the train and was quickly found. Otherwise, Waver might have painfully lost his friend. Thanks to the efforts of Gray and others, the train successfully left, and the Child of Inash was destroyed, or so they thought. I secretly retrieved the core of the injured Child of Inash and sealed it in an imaginary pocket. I just released it in the path of the train. Although I'm not an imaginary attribute, I can still do something similar, as the price for this heart. Heartless had his heart stolen by a fairy, and in exchange, he gained privileges surpassing magecraft, which gave him the confidence to face even the strongest without flinching. No matter what, it's a tenacious dead apostle. The more injured it is, the more it seeks a powerful opponent to replenish itself. Before his voice fell, a huge sound came from the silent forest. The frost-covered forest began to change its original form, starting to expand. The once rigid branches became soft, like tentacles, still wrapped in a layer of ice. But from the bark, it was clear that the pulsing red substance, like blood, was the Child of Inash in its newly evolved state, pushed to its limits by severe injuries. Unlike before, the current Child of Inash has never been so hungry. Now, tell me, where is the most abundant source of magic in the area? This question was unnecessary. It was right under their feet, the Mystic Eyes collection train they were on. Heartless showed a satisfied smile, but in the next second, that smile froze on his face because of a single sentence from Shinji. If Inash's gone, its child will do. Arcuade, tear it apart. Oh, finally, it's my turn. Arcuade stretched towards the approaching branches, her curves beautifully extending, but what emerged from beneath them was a terrifying power far surpassing that of humans. Her hands, more delicate than a human's, effortlessly tore apart the nearest branches into two pieces, literally tore them. Having promised to tear, the princess kept her word. And this was just the beginning. From the point where her hands started tearing, the violent power spread outwards, shredding everything connected to it. The mutated branches and trunks, including the ground where the Child of Inash was rooted, were all affected, collapsing and sinking, leaving the train's front and its tracks untouched. This fully demonstrates Shinji's influence on Arcuade. The Arcuade of the past only knew how to kill, never caring about her surroundings. Destroying an entire area to kill Roa was her standard practice. But after meeting Shinji and having new contact with human society, she learned to restrain herself and to think of others. She no longer unleashed her power recklessly and knew how to control it without harming those around her. Even so, she still overwhelmed the entire frosty forest with her power. The passengers on the train widened their eyes, gasping or exhaling deeply, including Lorelei and Heartless. Those familiar with vampires knew that the true ancestor was the source of dead apostles and that the true ancestor was immensely powerful. But few had seen a true ancestor in action, so they had no direct understanding. Earlier, when the female warrior appeared, the power and presence of the Age of Gods magecraft made many think that the true ancestor wasn't all that and that Arcuade's strength was limited. But now they realized they were wrong, terribly wrong. The Shadow Warrior was like a tall building on the ground, while Arcuade was like an iceberg on the sea, with only a small part visible. If the sea were drained, the true terrifying sight would emerge. A god. The Shadow Warrior's gold-and-silver demonic eyes lost their luster for the first time, muttering to herself. Having experienced that era, she understood better than any magus what Arcuade's performance meant. Physical strength was secondary. The Age of Gods never lacked great warriors like Heracles, the hero admired by countless warriors. The key was the way the power spread. In front of her, the rules of physics were completely overturned, with the direction of force propagation changing arbitrarily according to her will. In the female warrior's understanding, this was an ability only gods possessed, divine authority. If you say so, it's not entirely wrong. Shinji, taking a moment to return to Gray, remarked with some comment, Arcuade's birth is similar to that of the original gods, just without divinity. If it were a fully powered Arcuade at her peak, even your god king Zeus wouldn't be her match. That's right, the princess is that strong. Without suppressing her bloodlust and without Roa draining her power, she's almost as vast as the ultimate one on the moon, Crimson Moon, who could manifest a pyramid-sized structure on the moon. As for God King Zeus, he'd be stuck on the second floor. This isn't her full power. Lorelei finally couldn't maintain her queenly demeanor, feeling an intense sense of defeat. Whether it was human amazement or frustration, Arcuade remained indifferent. Though she was gradually understanding human emotions, her essence was still not human. She only cared about a few specific individuals, and others were no different from dogs or cats in her eyes, far less important than tearing apart the vampire in front of her. With the driving force of the highest level of divine authority, Marble Phantasm, Arcuade's transcendent physical strength spread to every corner of the Child of Inash, shattering the great mystery vampire that Heartless had praised, revealing a core that resembled a blue gemstone or a plant fruit. It bore evident scars, undoubtedly the result of Gray's previous battles. Sigh, it's flawed after all. Shinji thought of the trophy he had once given Lorelei and sighed with regret. Well, it's better than nothing. Arcuade, control your strength and leave the core for me, I need it. Ah, okay. Arcuade, who had already reached the top of the train, halted her attack and grabbed the exposed core from a distance with her right hand. Instantly, an invisible force appeared out of nowhere, lifting the core into the air. At that moment, a red shadow suddenly appeared, striking the blue core and sending it back to its original position. Chapter 844, The Resurgence of Inash. About 5 kilometers away from the Mystic Eyes collection train, Lady Windup continued her unstoppable journey. Thanks to Shinji's guidance, her efficiency had significantly improved, sweeping through the remnants of the Forest of Inash with the force of a storm. Of course, part of this success was due to the Forest of Inash's loss of the Crimson Core, leaving it unable to mount any effective resistance. With Lady Windup handling things so well, Miriam and the others, hiding inside the mecha, were enjoying some leisure time. Miriam, having somehow acquired a tea set, was leisurely brewing black tea. Seal, meanwhile, had found a room to give Karen a thorough checkup and systematic treatment. After Karen took her medicine and fell into a deep sleep, Seal left the room and returned to the living room where Miriam was. How long are we staying here? Conservatively, 10 more hours. Miriam sipped his tea as he spoke and poured Seal a cup. The director's orders were to eliminate Inash. Since Child of Inash is Inash itself, not a single one can escape. Not a single one. Is that even possible? In theory, no. After the core is destroyed, the vampiric plants under its control should scatter or fight among themselves to choose a new leader. Then why are you still here instead of chasing after your princess? I'm afraid you'd report me to the director. The director has been pretty idle lately, I can't give her an excuse to find fault. Miriam's straightforward response left Seal at a loss for words. He wasn't wrong at all. If anything went wrong, Seal would report it, and the same went for Miriam. Members of the burial agency often interacted this way, pushing others into the spotlight to attract the director's attention so they could stay safe. So Miriam had to do his job thoroughly to avoid giving the director any reason to pick on him. For a moment, the human and the dead apostle sat silently across from each other until Miriam suddenly frowned, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Strange. What is it? What happened? Seal asked. Inash's resistance has suddenly intensified. Suddenly intensified. Seal's brows furrowed as well. This was unusual. The entire Forest of Inash could be seen as an army, with the Crimson Core being the supreme and only commander. With the commander dead, the army should fall into chaos, and a swift attack would completely crush it. Currently, Inash was in a thoroughly broken state, unable to organize any effective resistance, unless someone capable of turning the tide had appeared. Could they have chosen a new main core? Or was the Crimson Core not destroyed after all? Unlikely. If a new core had emerged, I would have sensed it. If the Crimson Core were still intact, it wouldn't only be resisting this much, I'll try to observe further. After speaking, Miriam closed his eyes, appearing as if his soul had left his body, like a puppet. Fortunately, this state didn't last long, and he soon opened his eyes again. The increased resistance is just a secondary issue. The forest that had stopped moving has begun to move again, heading in the direction of the princess. When Shinji blew up the Crimson Core, the Forest of Inash stopped moving, more precisely, it stopped its coordinated movement. Now, it was moving again, and in the direction of Arcuade's location, which could only mean one thing. I think I've figured it out. The Crimson Core was shattered but only fell into a near-death state, not completely killed. At our level, vampire species have strong regenerative abilities. As long as there's a large supply of life force, they can recover quickly. The Crimson Core has likely regained some of its power by now. In a near-death state, the Crimson Core couldn't control the army. But after recovering some strength, it could regain control of its subordinates. The Forest of Inash's return to coordinated movement meant the Crimson Core was calling its forces. Upon hearing this analysis, Seal was exasperated. That idiot. Making one mistake is bad enough, but repeating it. And that Matou Shinji guy too. He knows she's an idiot, so why is he following her lead? Could stupidity be contagious? After a few curses, Seal felt a bit calmer and grasped a few black keys, saying, Miriam, let me go down there. At this moment. What do you plan to do? Miriam asked, puzzled. Seal didn't have any broad area suppression abilities, so her strength wouldn't make much of a difference in a large-scale battle, it would be a waste of effort. Seal was aware of her limitations and explained, Matou Shinji doesn't seem like the type to make such a mistake. I think something must have happened that allowed the near-death Crimson Core to evade their detection. I'm going to investigate. Miriam thought for a moment, then nodded, that makes sense. This is your specialty, and you don't have to worry about safety, I'll send a flying demon with you. You'll get there faster from the air, and your magic power can be replenished effectively. But earlier. Earlier is earlier, now is now. Besides, how else can I witness the knight's power? Haha, that kind of explosive attack, Brad, that blockhead, must be having a hard time dealing with it. White Knight Blood, the 8th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors and the knight protecting the Black Princess Alt Rouge, was the captain of the Ghost Ship Fleet, possessing the Reality Marble, Parade. Like the Forest of Inash, he specialized in large-scale warfare. Shinji's targeted explosive attacks were the perfect counter to this type of strategy. Stop laughing. Where's that bird of yours? I want to leave as soon as possible. Hearing Miriam's cheerful laughter, Seal hurried him while secretly grumbling, this guy is slacking off. I'll make sure to include this in my report. Go to the lookout on the left shoulder. I'll have it waiting for you there. Got it. With that, Seal got up and left the living room, never touching the cup of tea. Miriam didn't mind, casually picking it up and limping toward Karen's room. Better to make some extra preparations, just in case. At the same time, members of the Chelan Canticle Brigade on the outskirts of the Forest Inash also noticed the forest's unusual movement. What should we do? A newly recruited member asked a veteran. This was his first mission, and their initial orders were simply to observe and record. Until a moment ago, everything had gone smoothly, they had even taken out a few stray vampiric plants. But now, things were taking an unexpected turn. The veteran, much more experienced, quickly grabbed his stunned comrade and began running. We don't do anything. We retreat to a safe place. This isn't an enemy we can handle. Choosing the right opponent and battle strategy is a rule passed down by the former captain. Ah, and then what? Then we report to the Lord. Don't forget, our primary mission is observation. As he spoke, the veteran had already pulled out a specialized satellite communication device. Reporting to the Lord, the Forest of Inash is showing abnormal activity. Specifically. Before he could finish, a commanding voice came through from the other end of the communicator. I already know. You're to board the helicopter and leave immediately. Leave the rest to us. The members of the brigade, still running, exchanged bewildered glances. How did the Lord know? They were at least 3 kilometers away from her location. And who exactly are the we she mentioned? Is there someone else involved? Chapter 845, Devourer of Offspring. How did Lorelei know? There's only one answer, the revived core of Inash is right in front of her. Wait, the core of the Forest of Inash. Isn't it supposed to be the core of Child of Inash's? How did the Forest of Inash come back? This all started with a sudden appearance of a red shadow. The red shadow appeared out of nowhere, moving incredibly fast. For a moment, no one reacted. It wasn't until the red shadow crashed into the core of Child of Inash's child and put it back in place that Arcuade let out a scream. Ah, that's FXXK, the Crimson Fruit. Shinji had the same expression and cursed without any pretense. Indeed, the true form of that red shadow was the Forest of Inash's real core, the supreme symbol of the Crimson Core, the Crimson Fruit, condensed from countless essences of flesh and blood. Earlier, due to the massive explosion, the Crimson Core had been blown to bits, and they hadn't sensed the presence of the Crimson Fruit afterward. Both of them assumed the fruit had been destroyed. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. This thing wasn't blown to pieces. And it just happened to show up here, not good. Arcuade, destroy it quickly. At this moment, the crimson fruit began to change. It sprouted countless vein-like lines, resembling blood vessels, which pierced into the surrounding blue crystals. In the blink of an eye, it drained the red liquid inside them. Having absorbed the red liquid, the crimson fruit became even more vibrant, while the blue crystals lost all their luster and color as if all their energy had been exhausted. Is this devouring? Devouring its offspring. Grey turned pale and covered her mouth. Earlier, when Child of Inash appeared, Waver had given her a brief lesson. She learned that Child of Inash was born from droplets of liquid secreted by the crimson fruit, essentially, Inash's offspring. A mother devouring her children. Such a thing wouldn't happen even among the most cold-hearted Magus families. The scene before her shattered Grey's understanding. In stark contrast to her reaction, Heartless eyes sparkled as he eagerly analyzed the situation. The seeds come from the liquid secreted by the fruit and share the same essence. When injured or starving, they make the perfect nourishment. Calling them offspring isn't quite accurate, they're more like extensions. Satiate them to proliferate, starve them to devour the extensions. If this method were utilized, could we artificially create more? As the two spoke, Arcuade made her move. She no longer controlled her power with complexity but instead formed her fingers into claws and swiftly unleashed 5 powerful slashes through the air. However, the crimson fruit, having devoured its offspring, was no longer a mere solitary commander. As the blood vessels penetrated the ground, the body of Child of Inash also fell under its control, transforming into a new crimson core. The shattered forest reassembled, with branches intertwining to block Arcuade's slashes. By the time Arcuade launched her second strike, the crimson fruit had already withdrawn its roots and hidden beneath layers of protective ice. No, it wasn't just ice, the ground and various types of vampiric plants were also involved. The forest of Inash's inherent ability to gather information from what it devoured allowed it to evolve using this as a template. The icy environment previously created by the predecessor of Child of Inash, the Black Forest evolved over 800 years by Inash's main body, the crimson essence of the Crimson Core, and the King of the Land, a high-ranking phantasmal species it recently devoured. All these were manifested by the crimson fruit, now the core, and rapidly spread throughout the entire forest. Initially, Arcuade could tear through the ice and trees in large swaths, but soon the newly reborn Crimson Core adapted to her methods. Not only did it expand to resist her slashes, but it even had the strength to counterattack. MMPH. Shinji, everyone, get away quickly, I'm going to get serious. The princess, frustrated by her stalled attack, showed clear impatience. Her red eyes fully transformed into a golden hue. Her delicate lips revealed sharp fangs, and her 10 fingertips extended into razor-sharp claws. This was Arcuade's true combat form. 800 years ago, she had single-handedly slaughtered countless dead apostles and fallen true ancestors in this state. Once she entered this mode, she would unleash all her power, obliterating everything around her. Shinji had witnessed this form of Arcuade twice before. The first time was when he glimpsed into her memories. Back then, she had wiped out all the true ancestors in the Millennium Castle Brunestad. The second time was in Altera's chamber, where she fiercely battled against the vanguard of the predatory star. Each time, it was a terrifying scene of earth-shattering destruction. Immediately, he shouted. Everyone, get out of here as fast as you can, run as far as possible. However, as soon as he said this, he noticed that all the magi had turned pale. Waver smiled bitterly and said, how do we run? Our connection to the greater source has been severed, and it's hard to even use magecraft. I forgot that we're already within the forest of Inash's domain. Hearing this, Shinji remembered the inherent characteristic of the Inash, to devour mana. Due to their massive scale and unique life forms, the Inash automatically drew mana from the greater source with far greater efficiency than humans, resulting in a weakened connection between magi and the greater source. With Child of Inash, the weakening was about 30% to 50%. But with the forest of Inash's main body, the Inash mana consumption reached 100%, completely severing the magi's connection to the greater source. Even the Mystic Eyes collection train lost its link to the ley lines. The train, which drew power from the ley lines to create its tracks and travel across Europe, had stopped moving the moment the fruit appeared. Unfortunately, most of those present were magi. Even someone as strong as Lorelei could only use basic spells, with her power reduced by more than half. As for the others, Luvia, who relied on dual magecraft and had a strong physique, fared better, but Olga Marie and Waver were almost powerless. Wait, then why am I not affected? As Arcuade gradually unleashed her power, she responded. Because my blood is supplying you with mana. Arcuade, being the embodiment of nature, possessed infinite life force and energy. Her blood contained this power, and just a drop could create a powerful dead apostle, regarded by ordinary magi as a great mystery. In a sense, Arcuade could be considered a personified, mobile greater source. By drinking her blood, Shinji had essentially opened a direct, unbreakable channel to the greater source within his body, allowing him to draw mana at will. Even if the Earth's greater source were completely depleted, as long as Arcuade existed, Shinji's mana source would never run dry. Understanding this, Shinji turned his gaze to the three trained staff members, the acting manager, conductor Rodan, and Leandra. They weren't magi but beings associated with dead apostles, so they wouldn't necessarily be affected by the severed connection to the greater South. You three, find a way to take 4 people with you. The rest will be left to me, Lord Bartholomew and Grey. Chapter 846, self-styled, the artist's lady. In the carriage, excluding the clear enemies, Heartless, his servant Iskandar's shadow, and Arcuade, who stayed behind to fight the Forest of Inash, there were a total of 16 people. They were Lorelei, Shinji, Waver, Grey, Melvin, Luvia, Calls, Fiore, Adashino, Yvette, Olga Marie, Jean Mario, Carabo, and the 3 trained staff members. Among them, those with relatively strong power and mobility were Shinji, Lorelei, and Grey. They could carry 6 people. If the remaining 4 could be taken by the trained staff, it would be a perfect solution. However, the acting manager did not answer Shinji's question but asked instead. If we leave, what will happen to the train? It would probably be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Shinji awkwardly rubbed his nose. Although the train wasn't directly destroyed by him, it was still ruined because of him. He wondered if he and Tuko were truly mobile disasters, causing destruction wherever they went. Upon hearing this, the acting manager and the other 2 exchanged glances, then shook their heads together. We're sorry, esteemed guests, but we cannot agree to that. Letting this train continue to be harmed would be a disgrace to Rita Rosayen, and thus a disgrace to us as managers. We are entrusted by our master to manage this train and have sworn to live and die with it. Their resolve was so firm, and their determination so unwavering, that Shinji could feel the intensity of their emotions without needing to activate any magical thought concentration techniques. Faced with this powerful emotion, he found himself unable to speak. Of course, if he couldn't speak, someone else could, Lorelei. Don't be foolish. The train is dead, but we are alive. Only by surviving can there be hope. Our master's trust is above all else. The acting manager's indifferent attitude made Lorelei frown. You. Enough, saying more would only insult them. Shinji sighed and shook his head at Lorelei. The acting manager glanced gratefully at him. Rodan, Leandra, go to the cockpit and initiate the Mystic Eye's projection. Everyone else, please leave quickly. We will stake everything and fight to the last moment, ensuring Rita Rosayen's name will not be tarnished. Understood. We will follow the acting manager's orders. We shall not let Rita Rosayen's name be shamed. The 2 bowed, their emaciated or stunning figures filled with a resolute spirit that was truly moving. At this moment, a new voice suddenly sounded. The loss of material possessions will not tarnish Rita Rosayen's name, losing such excellent subordinates like you would. Hearing this voice, the acting manager, Rodan, and Leandra trembled simultaneously, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. Mas, Ter. Lady Rita Rosayen. Hee, you've done well. I am very pleased to have such subordinates. The newly appeared voice sounded lazy as if it lacked energy, but if one listened closely, there was an unmistakable tone of approval. Unconsciously, an image of a woman lying on a bed, yawning while smiling, appeared in everyone's mind. However, this was just imagination. No one except those 3 knew what was truly happening because the voice was not from a real person but from something that looked very strange. It was a light-colored, cold, humanoid figure made from skin that resembled a lizard or a snake, just a piece of skin, hollow inside. Despite being just a piece of skin, the acting manager and the other 2 instinctively knelt, their knees bending in reflex, but the humanoid figure stopped them. Stop, no need to bow. This is a familiar made from that guy's shed skin. It feels weird to bow to this thing. It was you who urgently needed materials to create a familiar, so I gave you my shed skin. Now you're saying things like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have given it to you. A different voice, also lazy, came from the corresponding mouth of the humanoid figure. Drunkard, don't interrupt. Go drink on the side. Once I finish arranging things here, you can either fight or drink as much as you want. But the wine you brought is already finished. So soon. Do you absorb it directly with your body, you water monster? If there's none left, bear with it for a while. If not, we'll go to my castle and drink until we're satisfied. I've had enough of your castle with nothing but shed skin. Oh, I've been waiting for you to say that. Once we finish drinking, we'll have a good fight. This time, I must dig out those treasured mystic eyes of yours. Before that, I'll cut off your tail first. The voices within the humanoid figure continued to switch, filled with complaints and banter, yet conveying information that made several people, especially Lorelei, frown. The voice that made the humanoid figure and conveyed the message undoubtedly belonged to the train's true master, one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, Rita Rosayen, a being on the same level as Forest of Inash, who was currently fighting Arcuade. The other voice, the one bantering with Razan, should be her close companion, another member of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, the water demon Samaire. The information indicated that only this peculiar mutated dead apostle, who often shed her skin and was usually drunk, could transform her entire body like a snake. Her peculiarities extended beyond her ownership of the same marble phantasm as Arcuade. One notable feature was that she was an aquatic dead apostle. Legend has it that vampires cannot cross running water, making rivers, streams, and seas insurmountable barriers. However, Samaire overcame this limitation at the cost of finding it difficult to operate on land, gradually evolving into an aquatic species. She sheds her skin like a snake, and from a magical perspective, these skins are top-tier materials. Even a single piece would cause a frenzy if released into the world, but Samaire only hoards them in her castle, never letting them out. Now, because Rosie mentioned needing materials, Samaire voluntarily offered her shed skin. This would typically signify an extremely close relationship, yet the two still spoke about cutting off parts of each other, leaving one to wonder whether their relationship was good or bad. Indeed, these ancient dead apostles are all oddities, each more twisted than the last. While the two female dead apostles were bantering, a loud crash suddenly erupted from the front of the train, causing the wall standing in front of the engine to collapse. This was a defense line created by Arcuade to buy time for Shinji and the others to retreat. Defense was not the princess's strong suit, and she had already done her best by coming up with such a solution. Arcuade pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and created a vacuum layer near the collapsed wall, shredding the extending vegetation. At the same time, she didn't forget to remind them. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. I won't be able to hold on much longer. She could only hold on, not that she couldn't win. From the moment she was born, defense was never something she considered. What she excelled at was always offense, offense, offense. The true ancestor's powerful regeneration meant she feared no one in a fight where injuries were exchanged. Rather than wasting time on defense, it was more efficient to spend all her time on offense since she would heal quickly anyway. If not for being influenced by Shinji and considering the presence of humans, she would have long since dropped a meteor to flatten the entire forest, then searched for the Crimson Core in the ruins. This time, she would not give it a chance to revive. Chapter 847, Chapter 847, You Forced My Hand. Upon hearing Arcuade's urging, Rosie and Samaire realized that this wasn't the time for banter. Samaire fell silent, while Rosie coughed lightly and said, "Listen to the princess, everyone retreats. The train can be rebuilt, but if you die, it will be very difficult to find such excellent subordinates again." Hearing this, the three immediately showed excitement. Their lives were spared, but more importantly, this was the highest recognition from their master. Standing at the edge, Conductor Rodan glanced at the open carriage and the rows of mystic eyes displayed inside, and sighed in conflict. "Master, are we going to abandon these mystic eyes we've painstakingly collected? It is indeed a pity. Although it's not all of them, it represents decades of accumulation." Rosie sighed along with him. She called herself an artist, and the art she collected was mystic eyes. The idea of so many exquisite pieces being destroyed made her feel anything but indifferent. "But there's nothing we can do about it. Compared to the mystic eyes, you all are more important. Just think of it as Samaire stealing them." "Hey, you unreasonable woman, it wasn't me who took them, it was Inash," Smaily protested. "But Inash is about to be defeated by the princess, so I can't take revenge on it. I'd rather blame you. Wait, I've got it." Rosie's lazy voice suddenly changed, as if injected with passion born from interest. "Since we're going to lose them anyway, why not give them away? Hey, that man over there, is your name Shinji?" "Shinji Matou, yes, Matou Shinji, just like that woman. Japanese names are such a mouthful. The train and the 10,000 Mystic Eyes vault are yours now. From this moment, they belong to you, and you can do whatever you want with them." "Oh ho ho ho, I'm a genius for thinking of this." Wah. Shinji never expected Rosie to say something like that out of the blue. Everyone else, including Rosie's subordinates, reacted similarly, bewildered by her erratic thinking. Giving something away just because it's destined to be lost so that it won't hurt as much, what kind of bizarre logic is that? Thank you, Miss Rosie Yen, but I don't know what to do with them." "That's easy. They'll either be swallowed by Inash as nourishment or smashed by the princess you're protecting." "Well, if you manage to protect the train, you'll have hit the jackpot." Hearing Shinji's hesitation, Rosie eagerly offered suggestions. The 10,000 Mystic Eyes vault on the train contains hundreds of Mystic Eyes, of various kinds. In the Magus world, this is one of the most valuable hard currencies. Just one of them can be exchanged for millions of dollars or equivalent materials. You're being pursued by that troublesome woman, aren't you? With these, you could support her for hundreds of years. That troublesome woman referred to Tuko. Considering the love-hate relationship between Rosie and Samaire, it was likely that she had a similar dynamic with Tuko. Shinji had always suspected that this woman might be a masochist, getting happier the more you beat her, and the more damage you cause, the closer the relationship becomes. Of course, he could only think this in his head. What he said was something else entirely. Well, that may be true, but I don't know the key technology of the train, the removal and transplantation of mystic eyes. Without that, how many customers would be willing to come is anyone's guess. Don't worry about that. You can't do it, but that woman can. She's a monster in this field. I only taught her a bit of the basics, and she developed the accumulated mystic eyes. Who knows what ridiculous techniques she's come up with now. Rosalie complained while casually revealing Tuco's dark past. Even if you don't sell them, they make excellent weapons. The train's engine is equipped with a superweapon I designed, the Mystic Eye Grand Projection, which can use mystic eyes as consumables to unleash 100 times their power. Some eye shed so many skins because of it, oh ho 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 ho. That woman asked me for it countless times, but I never gave it to her. Now it's yours. But I still have to protect the train, Shinji said, rubbing his temples in frustration. There's no reward without risk. Rosalie smiled wickedly. Oh, I should tell her this right away. If you fail, just wait to be pestered to death by her. Sumire, watch things for me. I'm going outside to make a call. Then came another string of exaggerated, oh ho ho ho, laughter that made Shinji want to blast her with a mental bomb. What a weird gal. Compared to her, Tuco's personality was far better. At this moment, Arcuade urged him again, hey Shinji, aren't you ready yet? Perhaps she was starving, or perhaps the prey wasn't putting up much of a fight. The onslaught of the icebound Crimson Core grew more intense. The 3 protective walls Arcuade had erected were all destroyed, and some vines had already reached the train's engine. Shinji looked at the lifeless humanoid figure and then at the numerous mystic eyes around him, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Honestly, a heavily damaged Crimson Core, forced to restore itself by devouring its spawn, didn't pose much of a threat to him. With a command seal and the true ancestor's blood, no matter how strong the Inash core resilience, how fast it could run, or how well it could hide, he could destroy it if he wanted to. The only question was how many trump cards he'd have to reveal, and that was precisely what Shinji was worried about. He had too many secrets. Once exposed, no matter how determined Lorelei was to protect him, it might not be enough to shield him from all the greedy eyes. After all, she was just one of the Lord of the Clock Tower, not the ruler of the entire world of mystery. That's why Shinji had been holding back his strength. Even when fighting the Shadow Servant, he said he'd go all out, but only use techniques like martial arts and magecraft. But to protect the train, these abilities were far from sufficient, and the train's size made it impossible to store in the small world. If the train still belonged to Rosalie, even though she was Tuco's close friend, he wouldn't risk exposing himself to countless people by going all out. But now it was different. Rosalie had given him the train, a massive prize that Bartholomew and Trambilio had coveted for years. With it, the Matou family could instantly rise from an ordinary Magus family to one of the top houses. Capital is reckless of the health or length of life of the laborer, unless under compulsion from society. Capital eschews no profit, or very small profit, just as nature was formerly said to abhor a vacuum. With adequate profit, capital is very bold. A certain 10% will ensure its employment anywhere, 20% certain will produce eagerness, 50% positive audacity, 100%, and it will trample on all human laws, 300%, and there is not a crime at which it will scruple, nor a risk it will not run, even to the chance of its owner being hanged. This doesn't apply just to capitalists, it applies to almost any situation. The balance of risk and reward is a timeless principle. If the reward before wasn't worth more than 5% and wasn't worth Shinji taking risks, the reward now was at least 50%. Maybe Rosalie was acting on a whim, but Shinji found it hard to resist the temptation. As the final weight tipped the scales, his heart settled on a single thought, no choice, you forced my hand. Chapter 848, forcing me to show off. No choice, you forced me to do this. In an instant, Shinji made up his mind. The next moment, his figure vanished from where he was and appeared beside Arcuade, who was growing impatient with passive defense. With a wave of his hands, he cast 2 streams of sun's flame, reducing the tightening frost vines clinging to the front of the train to ashes. Forcing me to show off. Shinji. Arcuade, who had been creating vacuum pockets, tilted her head in confusion and called out. Shinji shrugged helplessly. I've changed my mind. I'm not leaving. Great. Great. With your help, I can dismantle it even faster. Arcuade nodded repeatedly, but Shinji just smiled and shook his head. I'm not leaving. You are. Me. Why? Arcuade was puzzled again. Shinji, are you planning to fight it alone? But before. Before was before, now is now. If I could, I wouldn't want to make things this complicated. But since Rosalie gave me this train, I guess I'm now a train owner too, of the Mystic Eyes collection train. Hearing this, Arcuade's golden mystic eyes gleamed even brighter. You mean this train is ours now? That's right. From now on, we can drive anywhere we want. The train was powered by magical energy and ran on ley lines as tracks. With Arcuade, a walking great source, they could go anywhere. In that case, we can't let it get damaged. Arcuade said seriously. So, leave this to me. You take the train and go. You're the only one who can move it, at least make sure you save the engine and the first carriage, the all-seeing Mystic Eyes collection. Okay, leave it to me. Where should I move it? Not too far, just make sure you stay within the influence of the Forest of Inash. Shinji spoke as he glanced back at Heartless and the Shadow Servant below. Due to the suppression of the Forest of Inash, Heartless had to supply mana to his servant on his own. The Shadow Servant's magical power was greatly diminished, unable to maintain the chariot, and was barely holding on with her heavily injured body. But once they left the core's suppression range, the Shadow Servant would quickly recover, becoming the powerful warrior who charges into battle with her chariot again. Although not a threat to Arcuade, if she made a run for it or tried to kill someone, Arcuade might not be able to stop her. After all, she was hopelessly inexperienced in everything but offense and recovery. Her simple-mindedness made her susceptible to Heartless cunning. The best strategy was to stay within the Forest of Inash's influence, maintaining Arcuade's absolute suppression. It could also serve as bait, preventing the core from wandering off in search of other prey. Of course, Arcuade didn't know any of this, and naturally, she had no interest in knowing. In her mind, she just had to do what Shinji told her to do. Arcuade jumped off the train, casually slicing through the branches in her way. Then, she ran to the front of the train and, with a strong lift, the entire engine shook as she picked it up. Yoo-hoo, the Mystic Eyes collection train is on the move. With Arcuade's energetic shout, the engine made a 180-degree turn and sped back the way it came, powered not by machinery, but by the strength of a true ancestor. Because of the rough and forceful way it was being driven, the passengers inside were thrown around, screaming in panic. Several almost flew out, and Shinji quickly reminded her, slow down, don't break it. When he told Arcuade to move the train, he meant using marble manipulation to manipulate gravity and lift the train. But she had chosen brute strength instead. All Shinji could do was give a couple of reminders. With Arcuade leaving, the vacuum layers that had been defending them disappeared, and the pressure of the Forest of Inash fell entirely on him. At this moment, Arcuade hadn't gone far. After all, she was dragging a train. Even with EX-level strength, she couldn't run at full speed. If they couldn't effectively stop the advance of the Forest of Inash, the train would still be doomed. It had to be stopped. Thinking this, Shinji activated his magic circuits, extracting mana from the immense vitality of true ancestors' blood and casting Sun's Flame. However, Sun's Flame was only part of the power of the unfading blade and couldn't burn away a large area of high-level mystic forest, especially one that had evolved into a fantasy species of vampiric plants with ice power. Soon, the ice power of the Forest of Inash overwhelmed Shinji's Sun's Flame. A few tendrils wrapped around Shinji's body, while many more extended toward the Mystic Eyes collection train behind him, drawn by the promise of more magical energy. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy, huh? Shinji drew the divine gunblade strapped to his right arm, used to cover the command seals, and swiftly cut down the approaching tendrils. He had to come up with a plan quickly, rune magic. No, there wasn't enough time to prepare. Broken Phantasm. No, like Arcuade's Marble Phantasm, it was hard to control the range. If it destroyed the train, that would be a huge loss. Noble Phantasms. Some had been lent out and weren't with him. The ones he had left were almost depleted, except for Pegasus Bellerophon and the Khazikli Bay. Bellerophon's life specs weren't inferior to the Forest of Inash, but a flesh-and-blood creature against a vampiric plant was a bad match, and exposing it would have too much of an impact. The Khazikli Bay were fairly effective against vampiric plants, but this wasn't Romania. Without the local bonus, the stake's strength and range weren't enough here. Well, better than nothing. If they could at least delay it a bit, that would be good. Once Arcuade got a bit farther, he could blow these rotten branches and leaves to smithereens. This entire thought process took less than a second. Shinji swung the bow blade again, unleashing another Sun's Flame, then pressed his hand to the ground, chanting, Khazikli Bay, blood-stained demonic impaler. Immediately, countless stakes sprouted in his field of vision, shooting up from the ground and trees, crisscrossing like iron bars, blocking the forest's advance from root to branch. Shinji, who had created the stakes, nodded slightly. Good, but not enough. He needed more stakes, covering a wider area. Mana output, Noble Phantasm release, extend to the edge of his vision, and beyond, ideally sealing off the entire forest. But Shinji knew that was an impossible task. The edge of his vision was already the limit. Just like now, he would have to think of something else next. No, wait, the stakes were still extending, beyond his line of sight. Could it be that? Concentrating, Shinji realized stakes were also sprouting behind him, in his blind spot. And as he continued pouring in mana, the stakes kept growing in scale. This wasn't Khazikli Bay, blood-stained king demon. This was the Kazikli Bey, the Lord of Execution, the ultimate embodiment of Vlad III, Romania's greatest hero. Chapter 849, Overwhelming Power. Indeed, this was the Lord of Execution. In Romania, Vlad III's legend as the Impaler had been elevated to its utmost, resulting in this massive anti-army noble phantasm, which could cover an area of 1 kilometer and summon up to 20,000 stakes. However, this was only possible within Romania, where the land and ley lines themselves provided support, boosted by the unwavering faith of the people in their greatest national hero. But now, neither of these conditions was met. So how had the constraints of faith in the land been broken? As he continued to spread the stakes outward, Shinji split off a thread of his consciousness to scan his entire body, trying to uncover the reason. The nearby land and ley lines were still under the dominion of the forest of Inash, offering no support. His only aid came from within, true ancestor blood mixed with the power of the Golden Apple, a force remarkably similar to the territory of the Millennium Castle Brunestad he had once visited. Could it be? The true ancestor is an embodiment of nature, and the true ancestor's blood represents nature's life force, which could be considered a great source. The Golden Apple, an artifact connected to the Earth Goddess, contained the power of the land. The combination of the two was equivalent to ley lines. Arcuade's castle, the Millennium Castle Brunestad, was located within Romania, occupying the largest ley line node, arguably the very heart of Romania's ley lines. Perhaps Arcuade had unconsciously absorbed the ley line's power during her long sleep, or maybe she had influenced the ley lines without realizing it. Perhaps, in an even more extreme scenario, Arcuade herself was born in the land of Romania. Regardless, Arcuade had a deep connection with Romania. With this connection strengthened by the Golden Apple, it could simulate the land of Romania, akin to a Romanian embassy abroad. Yes, that had to be it. Although much of this was speculation and without hard evidence, Shinji's intuition told him that this series of coincidences had led to the correct solution. Thanks to this, the noble phantasm, which had become nearly useless outside Romania, had regained its true form, instantly becoming one of the most practical of all his noble phantasms. With the final piece of the puzzle in place, Shinji would never have to worry about insufficient attack range again. Ecstatic, Shinji once again called out the true name of his noble phantasm. Kazikli Bey, the Lord of Execution. The same pronunciation, but with vastly different power. While the noble phantasm's rank was only one level higher, the difference in strength was worlds apart. It was a qualitative leap from human to non-human, the step from an ordinary servant to an elite. The battlefield's dynamics shifted once more. Previously, it had been one person fighting an entire forest. But now, it was forest against forest. A vampiric forest against a forest of steel. The red forest, mixed with frost, was terrifying, but the vast black steel forest covering the ground was even more oppressive. Shinji stood at the center of the steel forest, on a platform constructed from over 10 stakes. With his arms spread wide, the ground that was already covered in black became even darker. Layers upon layers of stakes, like rows upon rows of sharp spears, mercilessly pierced through the frost, stabbing into every branch, every claw, every tendril of the vampiric forest. Once they pierced, they stayed lodged in place, never loosening, giving the forest no chance to recover. The impaled forest didn't die, it sprouted new branches, new tendrils. This was its greatest strength and a common trait of plants, exceptionally strong vitality. However, as these new branches reached out, the steel forest also changed. Stakes sprouted from other stakes, continuing a new round of impalement as if competing with the vampiric forest. But that wasn't all. The one controlling the stakes wasn't satisfied with the status quo. Shinji sharply raised his outstretched arms. The stakes that had been planted behind him for testing purposes now burst from the ground, soaring into the sky. They arced high before scattering and descending, driving into the most active nodes of the Crimson Core. The more active the node, the more stakes fell upon it. As one wave of stakes fell, new stakes immediately burst from the ground, either piercing directly or shooting into the air, seemingly endlessly. They attacked the Crimson Core from every direction in a relentless barrage, even more intense and concentrated than the assault during the forest invasion. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And this was just the interest. Shinji intended to take the Crimson Core's life as repayment for the principle. Such a massive clash could no longer be described as a battle, it was a war, a terrifying war straight out of myth and legend. The spectacle of two immensely powerful forces clashing, the mythical scene of high-level mysteries battling for dominance, left every onlooker in awe. It was a sight so grand that no one living in this peaceful era, where the mysteries were waning, had ever witnessed anything like it. No, impossible. Luvia's eyes widened in disbelief, and her usual ladylike demeanor shattered. That's not magecraft. Olga Marie bit down hard on her lip. She had always prided herself on being at the pinnacle of the magical and mystical world, but the scene before her was beyond her imagination. So strong, so terrifying. Calls trembled all over. Among those present, he had the least experience, making the impact on him all the more profound. His reaction was reminiscent of Waver's first time seeing a servant battle. That gentleman, is he human? Even Adeshino, who had seen all sorts of monsters as a member of the Department of Policies, lost her usual composure. The reactions of the others were similar: shock, fear, or complete mental shutdown, with the only difference being the degree of their reactions. Those who didn't know Shinji well were more shocked, while those who did know him were less so. Waver, Gray, Lorelei, and Arcuate fell into the latter category. Their level of reaction was inversely proportional to their understanding of Shinji's strength. Arcuate, who knew him best, barely even changed her expression. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, Melvin, who was focused solely on his interests, stared unblinkingly at the battlefield, his face full of joy, muttering continuously, "Amazing. This is exactly what I wanted to see." As I thought, being with Waver is never boring. Similarly focused on her interests, Sumire had a much calmer reaction. Being one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, like the forest of Inash, her power was immense. Though Shinji's display of strength was terrifying, it wasn't enough to shock her deeply. She merely mumbled a half-drunken, "Not bad," and then fell silent. Sharing the same body with her, Rosa Yen, however, gave Shinji high praise. A frightening man. Her eye for talent is as sharp as ever, though she's not the only one with good judgment. The true ancestor's princess, is she all right? Should I give her a hand? When individual strength is lacking, other aspects must compensate. Competition is only fun when it's evenly matched, like Sumire and me. Chapter 850, Lorelei's Doubts. The most peculiar reactions came from Dr. Heartless and the Shadow Servant. Dr. Heartless was the master, and the Shadow Servant was the servant. Both of them possessed the privileges granted by the Holy Grail. While others saw Shinji as possessing strength far beyond that of any normal human, with mysteries that surpassed conventional magecraft, what they saw was something entirely different. Is that a noble phantasm? Dr. Heartless could sense the spiritual particles surrounding Shinji. Those were the fundamental elements that composed a servant's body. It is indeed a noble phantasm, possibly of a higher rank than my Hecatic wheel, the Shadow Servant said quietly, her voice somewhat lacking in strength. Even so, her words were heard by Lorelei, who was standing closest to them and vigilantly keeping them at bay. Lorelei's expression immediately changed, and her tone grew urgent. A noble phantasm. Are you certain? As she spoke, many thoughts crossed her mind. Why did he possess so many mystical treasures, and why did he travel the world so freely with them? Even the oldest families, like the Bartholomei, usually kept their treasures locked away in the deepest vaults, only retrieving them when necessary. How did he manage to wield the once-lost rune system? She had once thought that his Shirsho, the immortal queen of the Shadowland, who had lived from the age of gods to the present, could explain all of this. But now, she had new questions. The fact that Skathak had taken on a disciple was suspicious in itself. Since the end of the Age of Gods and the beginning of the Age of Fairies, there had been no mention of Skathak ever taking another student. She had assumed that the Bartholomei family had simply missed out on this information, but compared to the theory that Shinji was a reincarnated heroic spirit, the latter seemed far more plausible. I am a servant, I wouldn't mistake it. The Shadow Servant's voice remained soft, but the weight of her words was as unshakable as her warrior's soul. A noble phantasm is the crystallization of a heroic spirit's legend, an integral part of a servant. While others might not recognize a noble phantasm, a servant would never fail to. Is that man also a servant? Dr. Heartless looked at Shinji, a new expression forming in his eyes. No, his body is undoubtedly human. Though he possesses mysteries beyond the modern era, he is human. How could this be? Could it be the Holy Grail? Although it's not an all-powerful wish-granting device, since it's called the Holy Grail, it should have the power to grant certain wishes, right? Giving a servant a second life isn't impossible. You're wrong. Shinji is not a servant, Arcuade suddenly spoke up, her tone carrying an air of certainty. Oh. And why do you say that? Dr. Heartless asked. Because he's not, simple as that. There's no why, she replied. That's not very convincing. Why should I convince anyone else? It's enough that I believe him. Her response was just as matter-of-fact as before, as if it were a law of nature. But humans, being what they are, often can't accept anything without a reasonable explanation, not even natural laws. So, naturally, Dr. Heartless didn't believe her. At that moment, another voice joined the discussion. It was Waver. Let me explain why. By all means. His growth and history have been meticulously recorded, from childhood in Japan to his arrival in Britain. Records can be forged. The Bartholomei family knows this better than anyone. Lorelei said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Experiences can be falsified, yes. But what about my personal experience? I've known him for 10 years, since he was 7 years old. Although we didn't meet often, every time I saw him, I witnessed his growth, both in strength and in spirit. He's worked hard to get where he is today, step by step. Anyone who knows him well can see that. Surely you wouldn't claim that my personal experience is also fabricated. This. Dr. Heartless was at a loss for words. That's indeed something that can't be faked, Lorelei sighed, a wave of guilt washing over her. Yes, Waver had known him longer, but she hadn't met him much later. He had been working for her these past few years, spending more time in the Department of Policies than in the Department of Modern Magecraft. They had even sparred regularly, with both winning and losing their fair share. Recalling their first encounter in the underground workshop, she had been merely a candidate for the family head, without even the family magic crest. Although he had disguised himself, his speech and combat skills had still been somewhat unpolished, far from the maturity he now displayed. In these 5 years, she had grown significantly, but hadn't he also? As someone who had grown alongside him, she should know this better than anyone. And yet, she had doubted him. A heroic spirit or a hero must have already endured numerous trials, achieving a high level of mastery in mind, skill, and body. Such a being might continue to grow after gaining a second life, but they could never start over from zero, from nothing. And yet Shinji, like any other young boy or girl, had undergone this gradual process of growth. This was stronger evidence than any theory or suspicion. Setting aside the seemingly naive true ancestor for now, what would the other girls around him think? Would they doubt him as she had? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lorelei suddenly felt a wave of panic. What had happened to her? On the other side, Dr. Heartless had accepted Waver's explanation, but he had discovered a new problem. How could a human possess a noble phantasm, a mystery exclusive to servants? Even with a command spell, that shouldn't be possible, right? Master could give it a try, the shadow servant said, her expression unchanged. Let's not. It's not worth wasting a command spell on something so nebulous. Besides, if I did, our relationship would be in jeopardy. And anyway, I have a feeling that this young man has other secrets that could shock the entire Mages Association. In his last sentence, Dr. Heartless deliberately raised his voice, making sure everyone on the train could hear. Along with his words, a seed of greed was sown. Oh my, what could it be? What surprises lie ahead? I'm looking forward to it, the red-haired man with a devilish charm continued to smile gently, his gaze fixed on the highest point of the steel forest, where a platform made of stakes stood. There, Shinji, shirtless, pressed his left hand to his right shoulder, extended his right hand forward, spread his fingers wide, and began to chant. I am the bone of my nail. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death. Nor known to life. Have withstood pain to impale many enemies. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited nail works. Chapter 851, The Correct Use of Vampiric Impulses. By now, the observers outside the box have likely realized this. The chant Shinji recited wasn't his original creation, but a modified version of the incantation from Fate/Stay Night, used by the important character Archer, specifically for his ultimate move, the Reality Marble, Unlimited Blade Works. And the purpose? Well, it was purely for show, yes, this time there's no deeper reason, no excuse, just straightforward, honest showboating. Since there was no way to hide it, Shinji decided to go all out. If it's going to be a performance, let it be grand, distinctive, and impressive, let him be crowned the king of all show-offs. He was showing off for Lorelei. To say, your investment over these years wasn't in vain, I'm worth your continued support. Showing off for Waver and his students. To say, I, Shinji Matou, am the strongest in the El Meloy classroom. Showing off for Rita Rosa Yen and Sumire. To say, the man Aozaki Tuko has her eye on is powerful enough. Showing off for Dr. Heartless and the Shadow Servant. To say, the reason I didn't kill you earlier wasn't due to carelessness, it's because I've always had you in the palm of my hand. Showing off for everyone, whether they knew him or not. To say, yes, I have secrets, and they're big ones. But before you try to dig them up, you'd better consider whether you and your backers are strong enough to withstand my unlimited nail works. And as a bonus, he threw in a smokescreen, making it seem like he needed time to chant to activate the stakes. He was practically inviting others to interrupt him, guaranteeing them a shocking experience, introducing them to the 1,000 years of death technique via stakes. Aside from these goals, there was also a personal, somewhat juvenile desire of Shinji's. He had long wanted to do something like this. It was exhilarating, refreshing, and made him feel incredibly alive. Indeed, in the world of Type Moon, it only feels right to go all out like this. Even his aura had surged. After all, the protagonist's buff from the original series is no joke. To make the performance even better and more atmospheric, Shinji continuously increased his magical output during the chant, adjusting the positions of the stakes. By the time he finished reciting the incantation, he had successfully set up a full-scale assault, stakes positioned in the sky, on the ground, in front and behind, left and right, inside and outside the forest, ready to rain down from all directions. There were more stakes than Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, packed even more densely than the original unlimited blade works. Although the stakes were of average quality, merely standard iron, the sheer quantity, in the thousands, made up for everything. Behold my ultimate move, unlimited nail works, myriad stakes, myriad nails technique. 1 stake, 900. This name sounds terrible, myriad swords technique sounds so much better. Too bad I didn't bring the Azure Cloud sword. Then again, even if I had, it wouldn't have produced this effect. With Shinji's proclamation, the first wave of stakes, exactly 900, descended like a rain of swords. When he said, 1 stake, 900, he meant 900. These 900 stakes pinned down all the newly regenerated branches and roots of the forest of Inash. And this was just the beginning. Next. Advance, 1 stake, 3,000. The second wave of stakes, numbering 3,000, arrived. They swept up from below, tearing through the roots and main body, while simultaneously descending from above, shredding all the branches and leaves within their range. Final strike, ultimate, myriad stakes returned to the source. Now in a state of ultimate showboating, Shinji clapped his hands together. All the stakes lying in wait, both in the sky and on the ground, more than 10,000 in total, activated simultaneously, converging on the center of the crimson core, where the crimson fruit was hidden. Indeed, having suffered once before, the crimson fruit no longer hung from the tree in fruit form, it had concealed itself within the main trunk of the crimson core, the most heavily defended area. But even the most secure defense can be breached. After Shinji's relentless assault, the outer defenses of the core had been significantly weakened. The previous 903,000 stakes had completely cleared the path to the core, leaving only one final step, brute force. He would smash through all resistance and claim the crimson fruit. In ancient times, the phrase, 10,000 arrows fired in unison, was often used to describe the dense barrage of a long-range attack. However, in reality, there were very few instances in history where such a scale was achieved. Archers were difficult to train, and arrows were costly. But this time, Shinji had perfectly recreated the scene of 10,000 arrows fired in unison. He had fully mobilized the Lord of Execution, capable of deploying up to 20,000 stakes. The sheer weight alone was enough to crush everything in its path, not to mention the energy propelling the stakes. What of the 27 dead apostle ancestors? What of the largest and highest-ranking phantasmal species? In the face of such overwhelming numbers, they were all but clouds in the sky. The only fate awaiting them was destruction, destruction, destruction. The core was being destroyed. The stakes were being destroyed. The air was being destroyed, and the earth was being destroyed. With each collision, with each pulse. Amid the continuous destruction, within the dense, ear-splitting sounds of metal clashing and bending, only Shinji remained unmoved. He was waiting for the final result. Would his stakes prove sharper, or would the core's shield prove stronger? If it were the former, he would press the attack, seize the victory, and if he could claim the fruit, all the better. If not, he would utterly destroy it, leaving no chance for its escape or resurrection. If it were the latter, he would further unleash his trump cards, or call Arcuate over to increase their output until they achieved ultimate victory. Who knows how much time passed, but eventually, the overwhelming rain of stakes began to thin out, and the relentless metallic screeching grew sparse. The crimson fruit, hidden behind layers of defense and frost, revealed its mutated true form. This tug-of-war had finally reached its conclusion. Thump. 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 The fruit pulsed like a heartbeat, trying to disrupt Shinji's blood flow once again. But this time, Shinji was prepared. As his blood surged, he temporarily shut off his senses, opened his soul, and linked it with Arcuade's. Come on, send over the remaining vampiric impulses. Now. Now. I've figured out the correct use for these vampiric impulses. Really? Shinji, you're amazing. Overjoyed, Arcuade fully released the impulse she had been struggling to suppress since her last rampage and poured it all into him. On the other side, Shinji stood ready. As the tsunami-like pressure hit, the essence determined by the moment his soul was born, accumulated over countless reincarnations, was unleashed. The intangible impulse transformed into something tangible. The uncontrollable part was expelled as a shockwave, while the remaining portion, guided by his mental strength, formed a misty barrier. This barrier not only blocked the blood interference from the crimson fruit but also absorbed the shockwave's impact, preventing it from harming him. This was the result of his near-death experience, combined with years of accumulated knowledge. The regular sharing of the vampiric impulse had made him intimately familiar with it, greatly enhancing his resistance. The earlier experience had filled in the final missing piece, providing a direction for the excess vampiric impulse to be released. The combination of these factors finally led him to this method. Chapter 852, Limited Slots, First Come, First Served. Shrouded in a blood-red mist, Shinji walked forward. Wherever he passed, stakes, broken branches, and debris were swept aside. Sensing the threat, the crimson fruit extended vein-like tendrils, attempting to escape. However, the previous wave of myriad stakes returned to the source had already sealed off all paths. The fruit, which was essentially a concentrated essence of blood, lacked the power to force its way through. It could only wait for the human who had once destroyed it to arrive. Any trembling or struggling was futile. From the moment it chose to devour its offspring, exposing itself to Arcuate and Shinji, its fate was sealed. Whether it was the forest of Inash or child of Inash, both had to be eradicated. Shinji, radiating a crimson aura, continued his advance. His pace could only be described as ordinary, far from the swift movements he had displayed when battling the Shadow Servant. Yet, the power and oppressive force emanating from him were undeniable, especially by Arcuate, the provider of the vampiric impulse. This was the kind of overwhelming destructive force that stood at the pinnacle of the world of mysteries. Combined with the earlier myriad stake, this destruction was enough to silence any doubts and elevate Shinji to the rank of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Strength, after all, is a more powerful argument than any words. Of course, this was a secondary goal. The primary objective was to consume as much of Arcuate's vampiric impulse as possible. The fewer vampiric impulses remain, the less mental energy is needed to suppress them, and more energy could be allocated to Marble Phantasm. A true ancestor unburdened by the vampiric impulse is a true deity in the modern world, not just the tip of the iceberg being concealed by a sea of blood. When the wave of vampiric impulse had noticeably receded, and when Arcuate's emotions, transmitted through their connection, became lighter, Shinji knew it was time to stop. Continuing would only start to drain Arcuate's mental strength, which would be counterproductive. He deliberately retracted his outwardly projected power, condensing the remaining vampiric impulse into a large hand, which he used to grasp the struggling crimson fruit from a distance, holding it tightly in his palm, leaving no room for external interference. The captured crimson fruit seemed to realize its fate and struggled even more violently, as if declaring, "If I can't live, I won't let you have it easy either." Shinji, however, was straightforward. He swiftly returned to Arcuate's side and tossed the fruit into her hands, letting her handle the troublesome object. "How do you use this thing? Do I just swallow it?" "Don't swallow it. Drinking my blood would be less disgusting if you're going to turn into a vampire. I'd say my blood is far superior. Is there no other use for it? If the legendary fruit of immortality only has this one use, then I might as well sell it to Lorelei or Miss Rosie-Ann over there." Scratching his cheek in frustration, Shinji couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, even though Kenneth had already explained this to him once. The two women who were mentioned reacted differently. Lorelei instinctively bit her index finger, weighing the pros and cons, while Rosie-Ann eagerly agreed. Sure, I've always been interested in the crimson fruit. Sell it to me, I promise you won't be disappointed." Arcuate brought the fruit up to her eyes, carefully examining it with her golden irises. After some time, she finally spoke. "There are indeed other uses. The fruit contains a tremendous amount of life force, which can be used as a mana furnace to construct a temple, or the life force can be extracted to improve a human's physical constitution." Improve physical constitution. Shinji's eyes lit up. Just a few days ago, he had been worrying about strengthening Waver's body to prevent him from overworking himself to an early grave. How do you do it? Is it complicated? It's not complicated, it's quite simple, like this. As she spoke, Arcuate extended a finger and made a small cut on the surface of the fruit. A thick, red liquid began to seep out. She then touched the liquid with her finger, and it instantly evaporated, leaving behind a colorless mist that swirled around. With a flick of her finger, the mist touched Shinji's body and vanished in an instant. Shinji looked at the spot where the mist had disappeared, then scanned his body with his mental energy, puzzled. Is that it? That's it. Why don't I feel any change? Indeed, Shinji didn't feel any enhancement in his body. Of course, there's no change. Alt Rouge responded matter-of-factly, every enhancement has its limits. Your body has already been strengthened to its utmost potential. Unless you give up being human, no amount of further enhancement will make a difference. A logical answer. Humans do have limits, otherwise, more people would aspire to transcend humanity. In this land of Europe, many of the most powerful heroes have non-human blood, which allows them to surpass human limits. This is why Hector, born immortal, could never defeat Achilles. Even though Shinji had inherited Scathacca's legacy and benefited from the Golden Apple, his essence remained human. He possessed no non-human traits, he had rejected the opportunity to become non-human by refusing Achilles' blood. To have strengthened his body to this extent was already remarkable. Breaking through further would require a fundamental transformation of his life essence, a feat that would be no easier than becoming a magus. It's akin to the way Hector, a human hero, could only run when faced with the demigod Achilles. Throughout history, how many pure humans have truly broken through their limits? In that case, I don't need it then. Use it to strengthen him. Shinji pointed directly at Waver. Wait, me. Waver was taken aback, not fully processing what was happening before Arcuate had extracted a large amount of life force and flung it in his face. The crimson fruit, having been bled so much, visibly shriveled, its struggles weakening significantly. Correspondingly, Waver's complexion improved dramatically, thanks to the concentrated essence of countless blood and flesh from the forest of Inash. Shinji observed his now rosy-cheeked friend and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You finally look presentable. Wearing red clothes and black-framed glasses with such a poor complexion was embarrassing for our entire community of scrying magus. Though I don't fully understand what you're saying, thank you. Feeling the surge of energy within his body, Waver was genuinely moved. A healthy body is the foundation of everything, and everyone present understood the significance of this gift. Shinji smiled slightly, then asked Arcuade, can he be strengthened further? No. Arcuade shook her head. Enhancement also depends on the person's foundation. His foundation is too weak, this is as far as he can go. I see. Shinji calculated the amount Waver had consumed and compared it to the remaining volume of the fruit. The smile on his face grew wider. This thing is in high demand. Keeping it on hand isn't safe, so why not use it all at once? Does anyone want a body upgrade? Limited slots, first come, first served. Once it's gone, it's gone. In an instant, nearly everyone's breathing became noticeably heavier. Chapter 853, Chapter 853, Time to Flee. Strengthening others isn't done for free. Shinji wasn't foolish, nor was he a bleeding heart. For old friends with whom he had shared many years, he gave freely, not nitpicking over who gained what from whom. Such behavior isn't characteristic of true friendship. But with strangers who weren't friends, Shinji was naturally less generous. While he did intend to consume the crimson fruit in front of everyone to prevent it from becoming a constant source of envy, he wasn't about to be a sucker if there wasn't a fair price. At worst, he'd have Lorelei act as a guarantor and auction it off publicly at the clock tower. There would be plenty of buyers. With himself, Lorelei, and Arcuade personally escorting it, there wasn't much to fear, unless the burial agency went all out, or a group of ancient monsters as old as the Jewel Magus decided to team up. Even then, the likelihood of such a scenario occurring was close to zero. Everyone present was shrewd, and those aboard the Mystic Eyes collecting train weren't short on money. How could they pass up such an opportunity, especially those who hadn't managed to acquire any auction items? Immediately, some people began urging Shinji to hold another auction, with Leandra even volunteering to be the auctioneer once more, as a farewell to the train. However, Shinji declined. Outwardly, he claimed he was too tired from the battles and didn't want to waste time. But in truth, he had already made a list in his mind. Such a valuable item, which significantly enhances a person's abilities, had to be handled carefully. Even if he were to sell it, he would sell it to the right person, not to someone who might use it against him tomorrow. The first recipient, without a doubt, was Lorelei. She was not only a longtime friend but also someone Shinji had decided to keep close for life. If he didn't think of her first when he had something good, his little queen would certainly be upset. Naturally, he still haggled a bit on the surface to avoid raising suspicion and causing unnecessary complications. Next were calls and fiori. This was purely emotional. Even though the calls and fiori of this world weren't the same as those from the parallel world, Shinji still felt compelled to do something for them, to make up for the bond in his heart, much like how he had taught Sakura from the parallel world the women's self-defense technique. It just goes to show that sometimes, people are truly sentimental creatures. Similar to his dealings with Lorelei, Shinji had Waver step in to secure slots for his two students in exchange for a favor, though one of the students was Gray, who, as an inner disciple, had a closer relationship with him than the other students. There was no reason to show favoritism. The reason it was only one favor and not two was because Gray's body had already undergone various adjustments and enhancements, leaving little room for further improvement. Given the bond between Calls and Fiori, Calls would undoubtedly give the slot to his sister. He recognized his limited potential and knew that his sister, who was out there on her own, needed the strength far more than he did. Similarly, Fiori would likely insist on giving the slot to her brother. Just as the touching sibling drama reached its climax, before Waver could even step in, Luvia had already acted, offering to pay for Fiori's slot while also securing one for herself. It seemed that in this world, Luvia and Fiori were exceptionally close. Could it be a case of Yuri? Watching the two girls interact so intimately, Shinji couldn't help but speculate with a hint of mischief. Wait a minute, Fiori gaze towards me also seems a bit peculiar. Could it be that she's attracted to my handsome face, toned physique, and immense power? Alright, just kidding. Fiori isn't that much of a fangirl. But it was just as well that Luvia stepped in. It saved Waver the trouble, and with her background in wrestling, she was particularly well suited for physical enhancements, arguably the most suitable candidate of all, much like Lorelei. The next slot went to Olga Marie, in exchange for information about a certain mechanism her father had established. Although this world wasn't on the human incineration timeline, Shinji needed to eliminate all hidden dangers. He didn't want to wake up one day to find humanity suddenly wiped out. Who knew if this world had Dr. Roman or Ritsuka Fujimaru? By this point, the fruit had shriveled completely, leaving only a final trace of life force and an empty husk. Despite being touted as the accumulation of 800 years, it wasn't particularly long-lasting. Alright, that wasn't entirely true. A portion of the essence had been secretly stashed away by Arcuade during the strengthening process. No need to guess, it was on Shinji's orders. How could he leave out his family when it came to something this valuable? Although none of his family members were as physically depleted as Waver, it was still beneficial to strengthen their bodies and extend their lifespans. Finally, what remained of the crimson fruit, squeezed to its very limits, was split in two. The peel went to Rita Roseanne as a collectible, while the pulp was given to Melvin. Although the life force had been drained, the essence of the blood remained unchanged, making it the ideal material for creating a blood-replenishing agent, something no one needed more than Melvin. Once Melvin carefully put the fruit away, the Forest of Inash incident officially came to an end, and the Mystic Eyes collecting train incident was nearing its conclusion as well. All that was left was to take the culprits into custody and deliver them to the Department of Policies for a proper trial. But just then, the situation took another turn, and thunder roared once more. The servant, who had been weakened by the Forest of Inash, regained her strength with the Suray's disappearance, and once again summoned her noble phantasm. This time, she charged around the entire area at full speed. By now, everyone had moved from the train to the open space outside, as no one wanted to stay on the train after Arcuade's wild driving. As a result, the Shadow Servant's noble phantasm, Hecatic Wheel, had plenty of room to run. But there was an upside. At least there was no need to worry about damaging the Mystic Eye collection stored on the train. Those were Shinji's assets, and even one loss would be a heavy blow. The cheapest Mystic Eye was worth several $1,000,000, and they were all irreplaceable. Heartless. Lorelei's expression darkened as she called out sternly. Are you still going to put up a futile resistance? Please don't say it like that, Lord Bartholomew. The chariot halted in front of the red-haired men and the Shadow Servant. The men stepped onto the chariot alongside the servant, offering a slight bow, his expression calm and unperturbed. Regardless of his stance, he was someone difficult to truly despise from the bottom of one's heart. If this were before Inash's appearance, I certainly wouldn't dare resist. But now, with the great source still not fully restored, making it difficult for you to replenish mana, I think I still have a chance. Lorelei snorted coldly and made a gesture that only she and Shinji could understand. Shinji got the message and lifted a finger. In the next instant, a row of stakes shot up from the ground, aiming directly at the chariot's wheels. The Shadow Servant was prepared for this and shattered the stakes with lightning as soon as they appeared. Simultaneously, she cracked the reins, commanding the skeletal dragon pulling the chariot to take to the skies. Heartless sat beside the Shadow Servant, far more composed than Waver had ever been. An aerial race, is it? If you catch me this time, I'll surrender without a fight. Chapter 854, Chapter 854, the backup plan already in place. The Chariot Noble Phantasm, Hecatic Wheel, and King of Execution are both B-rank noble phantasms. The latter focuses on quantity and attack range, while the former has the advantages of flight and high speed, which is precisely where Haders' confidence lies. Flight Magecraft is considered high-level Magecraft, and high-speed flight is even more challenging. Moreover, given the unfavorable environment where the Great Source restriction hasn't been fully lifted, even Lorelei can't achieve such a feat. However, Lorelei wasn't in a hurry and calmly said. There are not only magi here but also beings that don't rely on the Great Source. How much longer can you hold out without being able to replenish your mana? No need to worry, Lord Bartholomew. Because I lost my heart, my connection to the Great Source is even tighter than you think. The moment the Inash disappears, I can replenish my mana. The time you take to divide the spoils will be enough for me to recover all my mana. Heartless waved his hand, signaling his Shadow Servant to stop ascending. As for beings who don't rely on the Great Source, like the True Ancestor and the Knight, it seems the True Ancestor has no intention of meddling in human conflicts, and the Knight has just gone through a major battle. If you can still catch us under such circumstances, I'll have nothing to say. Making this choice itself was a gamble, and I'll be more cautious in the future. Knight, it would help if you also learned your lesson and don't give the enemy time to recover. So, with that. Wait a minute. You haven't returned the relic you stole. Waver suddenly shouted. This was his main goal for boarding the train. Due to the continuous battles earlier, he hadn't had a chance to ask for it, but now he finally found the opportunity. Oh, I see. Well, since it's useless to me now that the summoning is over. Heartless took out an ancient piece of cloth. As he released it, the cloth floated with the wind toward Waver, landing in his hand. After confirming the relic was back in his possession, Waver pursed his lips, took out a handkerchief, carefully wrapped the cloth, and put it back in his pocket. Heartless, on the other hand, waved towards the ground and raised his voice slightly. This time, I'm going to escape. Goodbye. Before he could finish, he was interrupted again, this time by Shinji. There won't be a next time. At the same time, a snap of fingers echoed. The shadow servant beside Hearless seemed to sense something and lunged towards Heartless' left hand. Unfortunately, due to severe injuries, her movements were far less agile than before, and she couldn't reach in time. She could only watch as Heartless' still raised left hand emitted a golden lightning bolt that instantly exploded, blowing off his left hand along with a significant portion of his arm. Shinji took a few steps forward, catching the severed hand before it hit the ground, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Because you can't escape at all. You. Heartless' face turned pale, whether from the massive blood loss or the psychological shock of his plan failing at the last moment. The shadow servant pressing down on him acted decisively, grabbing the reins as quickly as possible and unleashing the true name of the noble phantasm. Ride, Hecatic Wheel. The chariot suddenly erupted with powerful magical energy, its intense brilliance so overwhelming that it seemed ready to tear apart the people below and the earth itself. At the center of it all was Shinji, the young man who had ruined Haters' escape plan. With the chariot bearing down on him, Shinji remained unafraid, calling out a name in a calm tone. Arcuade. Oh! The last true ancestor, the only living god, leaped high and charged head-on toward the descending chariot. The chariot's charge was ferocious, but compared to the princess in her formal dress, who was unarmed and frail, it seemed unstoppable. Yet the result of the collision was the opposite of what one might expect. The brilliance that could tear the earth apart faltered just before it reached the ground. The two bone dragons pulling the chariot had their wings and spines snapped by Arcuade with a single swipe each. Deprived of its propulsion, the chariot's momentum naturally diminished, and it was then yanked by its harness and tossed several dozen meters away onto a barren field. As a price for taking the attack head-on, Arcuade also endured a massive shockwave and over 10 lightning strikes. However, such injuries were negligible to her. Within a few breaths, she had fully recovered, and even the pure white princess gown she wore was restored by marble phantasm. Shinji, holding the still bleeding severed hand, walked to the edge of the crater formed by the chariot's crash, smiling as he said, "Sorry to disappoint you, but of course I understand the principle of making sure to defeat the enemy. The reason I gave you time to recover was to make you lower your guard. See, you fell for it. Cough. How did you?" Having lost his left hand and fallen from a great height, Heartless, now only human, was gravely injured. Despite this, the first thing he did after regaining mobility was to stare at his severed hand, as if he couldn't rest until he figured out what had happened. Shinji didn't rush to answer. He first summoned 4 stakes to impale Heartless' legs and shoulders before speaking. "I'm the kind of person who likes to keep a backup plan. I always leave a backdoor in the tools I create. If I issue the command, they turn into bombs. The explosions aren't powerful, but in a critical moment, they can be deadly, right? Tools. Could it be?" Heartless' eyes widened in realization. "Yes, the mystic codes Waver gave you were made by me. In other words, the moment you chose to masquerade as calls, and the moment I appeared before you, your fate was sealed." The backup plan had been in place long before, back when Shinji left London. The many pieces of equipment he prepared for Waver were not only to ensure his friend's safety but also part of his scheme against Heartless. If you're going to put on a play, you have to commit fully. Since Heartless intended to impersonate calls, he had no choice but to follow his teacher's advice. The teacher said this journey was dangerous and prepared some equipment, so as a student, Heartless naturally had to accept it. In the end, Heartless had unknowingly strapped a bomb to himself. It was that simple. Cough, cough. You even managed to deceive my eyes. Impressive, truly impressive. Heartless coughed up blood but sincerely praised Shinji. That's the mark of a professional bomber, Shinji chuckled. There are 3 levels to being a bomber. Using bombs made by others is amateurish, making your bombs is standard, but turning non-bomb items into bombs is the mark of a professional. Shinji had now stepped into the 3rd level. During the creation of the equipment, he hadn't tampered with anything. Whether it was Call's, Waver, or even Gray's equipment, everything functioned as expected, otherwise, it wouldn't have fooled a master magus like Heartless. The issue lay in the concept attached to the mystic code, magic and belief extracted from a noble phantasm. The famous explosive technique Broken Phantasm was used to turn this power into explosives. Normally, it posed no threat, but when needed, it could be turned into a bomb at any time. That's the terror of a professional bomber, and this was just the beginning. When Shinji could break free from his imagination and turn all fantasies into bombs, he would have truly mastered the art of bombing. As for reaching the pinnacle, that wouldn't just be about fantasies, it would be about turning everything into explosives. That would be the true essence of the bomber's path, the ultimate form of artistry. Chapter 855, Waver and Iskandar are meant to be together. Because Shinji didn't know where Heartless command seals might appear on his body, he decided to make a set of equipment, a wristband for each arm, ready to explode whichever arm the seals appeared on. He also prepared a belt, just in case the command seals appeared elsewhere, ensuring that he could blow Heartless apart completely. Each piece of the three-part set was imbued with the concept of Indra's thunder, greatly amplifying lightning-based magecraft. Heartless, without any suspicion, wore them as instructed by Waver. With this setup in place, Shinji could afford to take risks. He even secretly communicated with Lorelei and Waver, asking them not to press their attacks too hard, all to create an opportunity to blow off Heartless' left hand. After all, if Shinji were the only one acting recklessly, how could the others, who were all smart people, possibly go along with it? Just to reiterate, everyone here is intelligent, there are no fools. The goal of this elaborate plan was, of course, to seize the command seals. Drink the contents of the cup, and your sins will be forgiven. This is the blood I shed for all, the blood of the contract. As Shinji chanted in a low voice, the command seals on the severed hand were stripped away, along with the master-servant contract between the Shadow Servant and Heartless. Without the contract, there was no anchor, no source of mana, and the heavily injured Shadow Servant's body quickly began to fade, on the verge of disappearing. This is the end, I have lost. Despite this, the Shadow Servant's face, full of heroic determination, remained calm. She had already accepted this outcome, embracing the fate of a warrior. Defeat is defeat, but this might not be the end. Shinji had gone to great lengths, setting everything up in advance and even personally taking action. How could he just let her go so easily? Holding the stripped command seals in one hand, he tossed aside Heartless' severed arm and beckoned to Waver with a smile on his face. You mentioned earlier that you avenged yourself against another Iskandar, but that's not entirely accurate. Since I was the one who acted, it doesn't strictly count as your revenge. However, now's your chance. Make her your servant, let her become dependent on you. Ah. The two people most involved in this decision cried out simultaneously. Waver's eyes widened, and the black-framed glasses on his nose nearly fell off, while the Shadow Servant protested vehemently. No, absolutely not. I'd rather disappear than have him as my master. She began to struggle violently, trying to burn through the remaining mana in her body in this desperate effort. Shinji looked down from above at the Shadow Warrior, who had fallen into the dust, his gaze full of amusement. Don't waste your energy. If you want to blame someone, blame your master, no, your former master. His excessive mana supply is enough to keep you around for a few more hours. The survival time of a servant without an anchor is proportional to their skills and the mana remaining in their body. Heartless' full mana supply, intended to aid in his escape, had ironically become the biggest obstacle to the Shadow Servant's disappearance. Besides, you don't have a choice now. You've been through countless battles, so you should know what happens to captives who fall into the enemy's hands. You. The Shadow Servant paused her movements. Even so, I will never submit to that man. I will kill him, I swear I will. That's not up to you. The command seals exist precisely to prevent such situations. Shinji waved the red marks he held in his hand. Waver could use one command seal to order you not to commit suicide and another to forbid you from harming him or anyone close to him in any way. Just 2 command seals are enough. If your former master had used up one more, it might have been a bit troublesome. You. Forcing a servant to obey by using command seals is the greatest insult to a servant, especially to a proud and self-respecting warrior. The Shadow Servant glared at Shinji with eyes that nearly shot flames. Do you think this is bad? There's even worse you haven't seen yet. Do you believe I might lend a couple of command seals to Waver? Or do you think I'll make a contract with you first, then use a command seal to order you to wash up and warm my bed? Keep in mind, this transmigrator is a seasoned otaku, well-versed in all kinds of harem anime, eroge, and gal games. Dealing with an ancient person like you, who's all about war and hasn't even dated, would be a piece of cake. Cough cough, of course, all of this is just Shinji's imagination, venting his frustration in his mind. In reality, he would never actually do such things. If he were that kind of person, how could he have refrained from making a move on the many girls around him? How could he have consistently tried to push her towards Waver, rather than keeping her as his plaything? Sigh, sometimes having too much integrity and a strong moral compass isn't a good thing, though, in the current chaos, it's more of an advantage than a disadvantage. While Shinji's mind was filled with all sorts of inappropriate thoughts, the words that came out of his mouth were much softer. I know I'm being somewhat excessive, but this isn't all bad. The 5th Holy Grail War is about to begin, and Waver is likely going to participate. And who will he summon? It'll be that Conqueror King. Don't you want to vent your anger on him face to face? This time it was the Shadow Servant's turn to widen her eyes. How could she not want that? In the few days since she was summoned, she had dreamt numerous times of standing at the edge of the illusory endless sea. King. My king. She called out. She roared. She questioned. She raged. She reprimanded. Why did you pursue such a place? Why didn't you abandon it? Knowing it was just a dream, why couldn't you let it go? As the shadow of the king, she understood him better than anyone and was more loyal and devoted to that great king than anyone. And because of that, after the downfall, she was so angry, resentful, and confused that she refused to respond to his summons, refused to join that unparalleled army spanning Eurasia and Africa, refused to stand by the king's side, where she truly belonged, closer than anyone else. Answer me, Iskandar. Until she could understand this, until she could resolve this inner turmoil, she would remain in this state. And only the conqueror king himself could provide that opportunity. Seeing the conflicted expression on the shadow servant's face, Shinji continued to speak, and don't judge Waver too harshly before you get to know him. He's come a long way from being an ordinary boy, stumbling along to become someone many magi look up to, all because of the conqueror king's charge and command. 10 years, how many 10 years does one have in life? To remain steadfast even after the king is gone, isn't that far better than those who start fighting among themselves the moment their king dies? The last sentence tipped the scales decisively. She was no longer the same person she had been in life. Knowing about the wars of the Diadochi, knowing about the fall of the empire, made this kind of steadfastness all the more significant. You've convinced me. Though I still don't fully accept him, he is indeed much better than those fools. But let me say this up front, if he disappoints me, I won't be polite. That's between you two. Shinji looked at the shadow servant's face, which bore a striking resemblance to the young Iskandar, and then at Waver, who exuded a mature and intellectual charm. Satisfied, Shinji smiled. Chapter 856, Chapter 856, Faker. After convincing the shadow servant to cooperate, everything else became easier, transferring the command seals, and re-establishing the contract. Shinji had done it before, so he could finish it in seconds. However, in reality, it took several dozen, even 100 times longer. Because another person involved, Waver Velvet, refused. Yes, he refused when Shinji approached him to transfer the command seals. Sorry, give them to someone else. I won't form a contract with her. Huh. Shinji was dumbstruck. Hey, are you out of your mind? Are you passing up a chance for revenge? Not wanting revenge is one thing, but you don't even want a combatant. Do you realize your biggest weakness is your lack of fighting power? With a servant, who among those stubborn, high-born fools in the clock tower would dare underestimate you? The shadow servant was also stunned. I agreed to form a contract with you as a favor, and you, a lifeless workaholic, dare refuse. Even Ozymandias didn't have the guts for this. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under their intense stares, Waver quickly explained. I know you mean well, Shinji. It's not because of past events that I refuse to form a contract. I have other reasons. Shinji, with a cold expression, urged, what reason? Speak quickly, or if she forms a contract with someone else, you might regret it. First of all, she's the king's shadow, and like me, she's one of his subjects. Whether or not she acknowledges me, I don't want to form a contract that implies such a strong subordinate relationship. For the shadow servant, this was respect, but for Shinji, this answer was meaningless. Cut the crap. She's agreed, so why are you being so pretentious? After all the effort, finally reaching the last step, and you're backing out. Do you think I have no temper? Even the onlookers couldn't stand it. Melvin jumped out and said, if he doesn't want her, give her to me. I want her. If my health weren't so poor, I would have participated in the last Holy Grail War. Waver waved him away like a fly and continued to explain, setting aside personal feelings, let's talk practically, do you want me to participate in the Holy Grail War? Isn't that obvious? Then I definitely can't form a contract with her. If I do, I'll become an official master. Can an official master summon another servant? This question left Shinji speechless. Damn, I was so focused on pairing Waver with a female Iskandar that I forgot about this. Only substitute masters can summon servants, official masters cannot summon another one. Letting someone else summon her isn't impossible, but Waver would never choose that option, and the shadow servant might not agree. After all, the king they are loyal to becoming someone else's servant, how would that be acceptable? So, what do you suggest? Entrust her to Grey. With this one sentence, all the problems were solved. First, although Grey herself isn't a magus, she is a descendant of Artoria, born with powerful magical energy, enough to sustain a servant. Second, her personality isn't bad, she's not the kind of idiot master who treats servants as tools. Lastly, with her status as Waver's disciple, her fate is closely tied to her master, so there's no hidden danger. Waver could naturally take her to Fuyuki, summon Iskandar, and have him meet the shadow servant. Even if Waver chickened out and didn't go to Fuyuki, the shadow servant, being one step removed, would still have room to maneuver. Waver's thorough thinking and meticulous planning explain why he caught the eye of Zhuge Liang in another world line. Without a feathered fan or silk scarf, this man still had the demeanor of a strategist as he looked at his disciple. Grey, are you willing to accept this contract? Grey slightly lifted her hood, carefully observing the female servant who had once put immense pressure on her, then looked at her master, who was right in front of her. She remembered that recent moment of spying, remembered her first wish upon arriving in London, and finally nodded. I'm willing, Master, will you participate in that Holy Grail war? Waver's eyes flashed, surprised, and asked, do you want me to go? Yes, I think you should go. Why? Because deep down, you want to go. I've never seen you this excited about something. Is that so? Waver's pupils contracted slightly, and he asked no more, turning his gaze to the other side. And you, are you willing to form a contract with my disciple? If it's her, I'm fine with it, the shadow servant, now known as Faker, replied much more straightforwardly. She has the qualities of a priestess and can see the light of life shining between life and death, much stronger than you. It's no surprise that a disciple surpasses the master, right? Waver retorted. Since you agree, then there's no problem. Shinji, please. No trouble, the hard part is already done. As Shinji spoke, he handed the command seals to Gray. Stretch out your hand. Okay. With a flash of red light, the command seals were transferred to Gray's wrist. With a new anchor, the shadow servant's ethereal body gradually became more solid. Thus, a new contract was formed, adding another powerful member to the El Meloy classroom. Due to the contract's effect, a string of new information appeared in Gray's mind, all related to the servant. There were stats and skills, and among them, one line caught her attention. F.A., Faker. What is that? That's my class as a servant. It seems that I received this non-standard class because of my unusual summoning method, but I'm not too clear on the specifics. The shadow servant, now known as Faker, stood up while healing herself with magic. It's not just the summoning method, it's also the concept. Heartless used the concept of falseness. Using the conflict between the Mystic Eye Collection train and the Child of Inash, connected with the Greater Grail of Fuyuki, an irregular Holy Grail was formed. Unlike in a parallel world, the structure of the Holy Grail war was not leaked. Even though Heartless conducted thorough research, he couldn't replicate it and had to resort to tricks. As a result, while this irregular Grail possessed some functions of the real Grail, it wasn't enough to modify the Greater Grail itself, nor could it summon the 7 standard classes. Creating a completely new, additional class, Extra, was the only option. The Child of Inash can be considered a remnant of Inash, and the Mystic Eye Collection train can also be considered a remnant left by Rosa Yen. Both have the concept of falseness. Based on this, Heartless constructed a false Grail, false masters, false command seals, and false classes. Generally speaking, this kind of almost deceptive ritual shouldn't succeed. But magecraft itself is closely tied to wordplay and trickery, such as in the classic tarot system of divination. So, falseness itself can be utilized. Since everything is false, use the very fact of being false to perform magecraft, and the servant summoned, as a result, is this female warrior, Iskandar's shadow, which is itself a form of falseness. The so-called Faker is a false heroic spirit. No class could be more fitting for her. Chapter 857, Heartless, who causes trouble even in death. A shadow servant is a shadow that cannot see the light. Normally, they would never appear in a legitimate Holy Grail war. Only through such underhanded means could she be summoned, am I right, Dr. Heartless? After completing his analysis, Waver looked towards the architect of the ritual, waiting for a response. From their earlier interactions, it wasn't hard to tell that Heartless was a typical researcher who would talk endlessly about topics like this and would never stay silent about them. However, the red-haired man in question remained motionless, his face toward the ground, silent and still. Heartless. Heartless. Waver called out a couple more times, but there was still no response. Hey, what's wrong with you? Faker, who was closest, moved forward to investigate. As soon as her hand touched the man's body, it crumbled into fine particles of sand, scattering into the air. Huh. Did he run away? Shinji furrowed his brows and quickly moved to where Heartless had disappeared. He extended his spiritual power outward but found nothing. Frustrated, he turned to Arcuade for help. Arcuade. Arcuade did not disappoint. With a quick blink, she concluded, he didn't run. He's dead. Shinji's first reaction was disbelief. With his vitality, such a stabbing shouldn't have killed him. Even if he bled out, there should have been a body left behind. How did he turn to ash? It's a sacrificial ritual, came the response, not from Arcuade, but from Faker. It's a technique where one sacrifices their life and soul entirely to activate or enhance certain powerful rituals. It was especially popular during wartime. A sacrifice. Shinji's heart skipped a beat, and he prepared to construct a barrier, connecting his soul power with his origin. Can you tell what kind of ritual it was? Faker pressed her hands against the ground, observing for a moment before responding with some uncertainty. It doesn't seem like an offensive ritual. Just as the words left her mouth, both of them suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet soften. Looking down, they saw that the soil was rapidly drying and turning to sand. The soft sensation was their feet sinking into the sand. It wasn't just where they stood, the surrounding ground was also becoming increasingly desertified. It's just ordinary sand. Lorelei bent down and let her hand sink into the sandy ground. While the range is extensive, what's the point? Simply altering the terrain poses no threat to us. Magus survival skills far surpass those of ordinary people, and with a helicopter from the Department of Policies nearby, even if the surrounding area turned into a desert for miles, they could still evacuate by air. No, altering the terrain is just a side effect. Waver shook his head, his sharp insight, quickly uncovering the truth. The ritual's true purpose is to drain the ley lines beneath us, the entire ley line. Look over there. He pointed to the remains of the Einash. Although Shinji had pinned it down with 1,000 wooden stakes and taken its core, the forest that served as its body hadn't died due to the powerful vitality of the phantasmal species and vampires, remaining lush and verdant. But that was a moment ago. Now, the once thriving forest was withering and decaying at a visible rate, eventually crumbling into dust, just like Heartless' body, a typical sign of the life force being drained. Ley lines, in a sense, can be seen as the Earth's life force. Draining a ley line is equivalent to draining the Earth's life force. The Earth drying up and turning to sand is a symbol of this loss of life. The forest, which grew reliant on the ley line, was also affected, its life force drained. Having lost its core, its massive body was unable to resist and became a sacrifice to the ritual. But this still doesn't explain that man's objective. Luvia spread out several jewels, using her methods to probe the state of the ley line. As her attribute was earth, she was particularly skilled in such rituals. Confirmed. The ritual isn't offensive, it's simply extracting mana and sending it somewhere. Where? Shinji quickly asked, a strange feeling gnawing at him as if something big and unexpected was about to happen. Luvia glanced at him, her expression shifting momentarily before she answered, I don't know the exact location, but I can confirm it's to the east, quite far from here. I can feel a massive distortion underground. Distortion. The east. Shinji and Waver exchanged looks, both displaying horrified expressions as they thought of the worst, yet most likely, possibility, Japan, Fuyuki City. Heartless had already done this once before. By using the Mystic Eyes collection train and the encounter with the child of Einash to create a distortion, he connected it to Fuyuki, creating a false subspecies Holy Grail. Doing it again wouldn't be surprising. The reason is also not hard to guess. Heartless had lost his servant, had his limbs pierced by wooden stakes, was severely injured, and was surrounded by powerful enemies like Shinji and Lorelei, who he couldn't possibly fight off. His chances of escape were virtually zero. Even worse, Heartless had committed numerous crimes over the years for his research and interests, including the bizarre serial killing 7 years ago, which was just one of them. If he were handed over to the Department of Policies, the fate awaiting him would likely be 100 times more cruel than death. Rather than a fate worse than death, he might as well face death head-on. A qualified magus doesn't fear death, as long as it's meaningful. Therefore, Heartless chose to use his life as a price to exact revenge on the one who had caused his downfall, Matou Shinji. Generally, a last-ditch effort before death would manifest as direct harm or a curse, but Heartless gave up on that. He couldn't see through Shinji, let alone Arcuade, who knew if his efforts would be in vain. To ensure he could cause trouble for his enemies, he chose a roundabout approach. From Shinji and Waver's conversation, it wasn't hard to gather that the Holy Grail War was about to begin, and it was extremely important to both of them. Furthermore, Heartless had thoroughly investigated the Greater Holy Grail and could interfere with it to some extent. His course of action was obvious. Realizing this, Shinji immediately asked Arcuade for a phone and made a call. As soon as the line connected, before he could speak, an anxious female voice came through. Shinji, you called at just the right time. I was about to contact you. It was Justy's voice. Her usually calm demeanor was nowhere to be found in her tone. Shinji's heart sank. He quickly asked, is there a problem with it? You know. Does it have something to do with you? I'll explain what happened later. Tell me about it first. A massive amount of mana just surged into the ley line, causing significant disruption to it. We're still assessing the specific impact, but one thing is certain, with this mana infusion, it has been activated. In other words, the Holy Grail War has begun. P.S. Some people have asked why Red Archer is faker. The answer is simple, 2 reasons. First, Red Archer's noble phantasms are all projections, which means they're knockoffs. Second, in the Unlimited Blade Works route, in the anime, around episode 16, during the scene where Red Archer encounters Gilgamesh after messing with Rin's leg, Gilgamesh directly calls him a faker. This is the earliest appearance of the term faker. Along with this title comes an even more classic line, there's no rule that says fakes are inferior to the real thing, spoken by Shiro Amiya, but it's clear that Red Archer also believes this. This epitomizes the essence of the faker concept. Chapter 858, I'll be back soon. The operating mechanism of the Greater Grail when it is not activated is very simple. It draws a limited and controlled amount of magical energy from the ley lines, storing energy until it reaches the threshold required to activate the ritual known as the Holy Grail War. To put it simply, the Greater Grail is just charging up, and once fully charged, it activates. Originally, the Greater Grail was still a bit short of being fully charged, but heartless actions filled up the remaining gap, causing the system to activate. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the amount of magical energy that surged and exceeded what was needed, inevitably impacting the Greater Grail. This is also why Justice was so eager to contact Shinji. After waiting 10 years and nearing success, having something go wrong at the last moment would shake anyone's composure. Justice was already anxious, so it was no surprise that Shinji's face darkened the moment he stomped heavily on the ground. Even in death, you cause trouble. You won't let anyone have peace. I should have destroyed your body and soul without hesitation. Shinji wasn't careless, nor was he overconfident. Capturing Heartless alive instead of killing him was part of the original plan to probe Hishiri Adashino. Heartless and Kariya Ruriko were both protégés of Norwich, the founder of modern magecraft and its biggest benefactor. This family is famous in the magecraft world as the Daddy Longlegs family of the Clock Tower, who support talented young people for years without asking for anything in return, nor imposing any restrictions on those they support. Though many families criticize this tolerant, almost indulgent attitude as foolish, it also won the hearts of many young people. Countless talented individuals joined the Norwich family, with some even changing their surnames and becoming adopted members of the family. Heartless and Adashino are such individuals, and they are as close as siblings. Although it's unknown why they later left Norwich and went their separate ways, at least Adashino still harbors some feelings for Heartless. Adashino boarded the train after receiving news in advance, coming to find Heartless. She made several moves in this regard, such as stepping in to resolve the Trisha case while Waver was recuperating, and later assisting Waver in setting up the binding ritual for Heartless. On the surface, it seems like she did this to bring her estranged brother back to the Clock Tower, but no one knows her true intentions. This is why Shinji planned to use Heartless to test Adashino's true feelings. However, now not only has the plan failed, but Adashino might even hold a grudge because of it. Most importantly, this could affect Shinji's 10-year plan, so, understandably, he would react this way. One stomp wasn't enough to relieve his anger, so he continued stomping several more times. Human strength pushed to its limits and caused booming sounds in the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shinji, are you okay? On the other end of the phone, Justice heard the cursing and the noise, and asked with concern, her clear voice like a cool spring calming Shinji's anger considerably. I'm fine. That's good. This is just an accident, not a real failure, so there's no need to overthink it. Even if this fails, there will be next time, and the time after that. You're right. It's too early to call this a failure. The ritual starting ahead of schedule affects me and the other participants equally. Alright, I'll head back right away. Follow the plan on your end, focusing on securing our base and gathering intelligence. Don't rush into action. I understand. Also, try to get in touch with the old man and see how he reacts. The old man Shinji mentioned is, of course, the second magician, Kistur Zelrich Schweinorg. Got it. Be careful. You too. The call ended quickly. Shinji turned to Waver and asked, You heard everything. I'm heading back now. What about you? Waver smiled bitterly. Even if I wanted to leave, I can't right away. There's still so much to arrange. And Faker needs time to recover. I don't need your concern, the female warrior snorted, refusing the sentiment. I've said everything I need to say many times, so I won't repeat myself. Do as you see fit. Arcuade, let's go. Arcuade made a couple of oh sounds, then pointed to the nearby, battered Mystic Eyes collection train. What about that? Are we leaving it behind? I almost forgot, Shinji slapped his forehead. Things that come too easily are often taken for granted. Could I ask Miss Rosa Yen and the others to look after it for a while? I promise to visit and thank you properly once this is all over. I don't mind, answered the familiar imbued with Rosa Yen's will, but I can't guarantee its safety. The ley lines around here are already exhausted, so the train has no power and can't move. This is also the heart of the Magus territory. It won't be long before waves of Magus start arriving. In this regard, they are more vampire-like than us vampires. Clock Tower. Hearing Rosa Yen's blatant sarcasm, Lorelei raised an eyebrow and was about to speak. Shinji quickly caught onto her thoughts and sent a silent message. Calm down, she's stating facts. Even if you can control the Bartholomew, Trambilio won't listen to you. They will listen if you reveal your identity, and I vouch for you. Trambilio's people won't dare act rashly. So this was your real plan. Shinji rolled his eyes. My lady, the fire on my end is already burning hot enough. Can we not add fuel to it? Lorelei's mouth twitched slightly, using the wind to send her voice to Shinji's ear. This isn't adding fuel to the fire, it's the best solution. Do you have a better idea? I do. Shinji ended the telepathic conversation and spoke aloud. Arcuade, stay here and help me move the train to a safe place. You can provide magical energy for me, so you should be able to do the same for the train, right? I can, but I don't want to be separated from you. It took so much effort to suppress my impulse, and there are still many interesting things to do together, Arcuade pouted, like a child throwing a tantrum. Come on, help me out. This train is the foundation of our future travels around the world. If we lose it, we'll have to go back to switching between different modes of transportation like before. Don't you hate that hassle the most? Shinji tapped her smooth forehead. After spending 5 years with her, he had already maxed out his soothing skills. Chapter 859, Poor Quality. Sure enough, Arcuade's mood quickly shifted from being awkward to conflicted. On one hand, there was the present, and on the other, the future. Both were important. After some thought, the future seemed a bit more important. All right, I agree. But you have to promise me something too. What is it? Just say it. Not only do I want to travel the world, but I also want to watch all the latest movies I missed while sleeping. And we have to go to Disneyland, which we couldn't visit last time. Plus, in that online game we played before, I was killed, and I didn't get a chance to take revenge. As Arcuade went on and on, it seemed like she wanted to make up for all the time she spent sleeping. Shinji quickly interrupted her. Stop, are all of these a single request? This is already several things. I don't care. Just say you'll agree or not. Arcuade shook Shinji's hand back and forth, completely lacking the dignity a princess should have. Shinji rolled his eyes. Where did you even learn this way of acting cute? From TV dramas. The girlfriends in them always act like this with their boyfriends. At that moment, Shinji suddenly heard a faint crack sound, like something breaking. Turning his head, he saw that the noise came from the short whip in Lorelei's hand. At the same time, he noticed her face, which was filled with a low-pressure atmosphere that could turn into a storm at any moment. Suddenly, Shinji felt a chill in his heart. He forced a few awkward laughs, muttering, okay, sure, before using the excuse of time being tight to flee as quickly as possible. It wasn't until his figure disappeared into the night, which was gradually turning to a glassy hue, that Lorelei's expression slightly improved. She then looked up at Arcuade and asked. Can we drive now? Sure, everyone follow me. Huh, why is your weapon cracked? The next second, Lorelei's brow darkened again, and the already cracked short whip shattered completely, crushed in her grip. Oh, it broke. And yet, Arcuade continued to add fuel to the fire, further convincing Lorelei that her family's policy was correct. There's no such thing as a good vampire. However, since many notable figures from the clock tower were present, she refrained from losing her temper to maintain her image. She took a deep breath and silently chanted to herself, for his sake, I won't stoop to her level. Then, she coldly replied, yeah, it broke. Must have been poor quality. Hearing this, many people had strange expressions, and Waver almost burst out laughing. The Lord of the Clock Tower's first family, the Lord of the most prestigious household in the magecraft world, who wields more power than anyone else except for a few ancient beings whose whereabouts are unknown, uses a weapon that's poor quality. How could Bartholomew's reputation survive this? How could the Mages Association live this down? Lying shouldn't be this blatant. Of course, saying this out loud would get him killed by Lorelei. Even Grey's holy lance wouldn't protect him, because he knew why Lorelei was angry, and he also knew how terrifying a jealous woman could be, even if she was the renowned queen of the clock tower. Come to think of it, Waver was like Kenneth, both supported Shinji and Lorelei getting married. That guy was too much of a troublemaker, an ordinary woman wouldn't be able to handle him. But Waver kept this thought to himself because Shinji had too many women around him. Although none of them had the same status as Lorelei, none of them were easy to deal with either. As for himself, oh right, he had been enhanced once, so he was now stronger than many magus who didn't focus on physical prowess. Strictly speaking, he wasn't exactly weak. But compared to that group of powerful women, let's just say, comparing oneself to others can only bring despair. Women are indeed troublesome. Looking at the naturally oblivious Arcuade and the sulking Lorelei, Waver once again confirmed that this saying was the ultimate truth. The small undercurrents between the two women didn't affect the train's operation. The familiar, remotely controlled by Rosa Yen, led Arcuade into the driver's cabin, and the train soon restarted. Passengers outside began boarding one after another, signaling that this magical journey full of twists and turns was finally coming to an end. The last two passengers to board were Luvia and Calls. Behind them, Fiore, dressed in black, stood still and didn't step into the train. Sister. Calls turned back in confusion. I'm not going to London. I'll get off here. Fiore looked at her brother, a hint of reluctance in her clear eyes. Calls, study hard at the clock tower. Lord, no, Professor Velvet is an excellent teacher. Make sure to learn as much as you can from him. The lightning magecraft he teaches is very suitable for you. Then, she turned to Luvia. Please look after Calls for me. If he encounters any trouble, help him as much as you can. Don't worry, your little brother is my little brother too, Luvia responded cheerfully with a nod. Fiore smiled and teased, little brother. You're not even older than Calls. If anything, you're more like his younger sister. Luvia chuckled and snapped open her sky blue velvet fan with a sharp clap. Do you want me to call you big brother, Calls? To be fair, Luvia's smile was beautiful, and her demeanor was impeccable, but the invisible pressure she exuded made Calls break out in a cold sweat. He quickly shook his head, and no need, just Calls is fine, Miss Luvia. Humph, you can't even handle that. Useless. With another clap, Luvia closed her fan. Fiore, is this your brother? Besides his appearance, he's nothing like you. He's more like me than you think. Calls is usually more easygoing than I am, but when it comes down to it, he's even tougher than me. Fiore reached out and patted her brother's cheek, wiping away his sweat and straightening his slightly disheveled clothes. He was the one who quietly told me that no matter what decision I made, he would support me. When I ran away from home, he even covered for me. Oh. I wouldn't have guessed. Luvia's eyes sparkled with interest. Maybe he's more suited to inheriting the Forvege family than you are. Not maybe, definitely. Fiore's calm demeanor radiated confidence. Calls, on the other hand, looked troubled. Sister, you're overestimating me. If you never leave the family, you'll never know how big the world out there is, or how much greater your potential is than you think. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Sister. Calls hesitated for a moment before softly saying, you seem different from before. People change. Compared to this world, this universe, the Forvege family is really, really small. Fiore's eyelids fluttered as she spoke in a low, solemn tone that somehow exuded a sense of sacredness. Chapter 860, Fiore Anomaly. At this moment, Arcuade's voice came through the loudspeakers outside the train car. This train is about to depart. Passengers, please board as soon as possible. Please depart. I won't be getting on, Fiore called out. Then I'm closing the doors, Mystic Eye's collection train, onward. With the princess's energetic voice and the loud sound of the train whistle, the train slowly started moving. Goodbye, Calls. Goodbye, Luvia. I'll visit you if I get the chance, Fiore waved repeatedly from outside the train, and Luvia and Calls inside did the same. Goodbye, Fiore. Goodbye, sister. The surrounding area had turned into a desert, with nothing to obstruct the train's path. The train moved much faster than before, and soon, the siblings who had been waving goodbye could no longer see each other. Calls lowered his arm and said worriedly, will sister be okay all alone in a place like this? She'll be fine, Luvia replied, her attitude far more optimistic than Calls's. Fiore is strong. I know my sister is strong, but that was in the past, Calls sighed. Now she doesn't have her magic circuits. The fact that she can walk freely means she had her leg circuits removed. With that, she probably doesn't even have a tenth of her previous strength. I'm really worried. Removed her magic circuits. Luvia's expression changed. Calls was stunned, and then his face also changed as he asked in a trembling voice, you didn't know? I didn't know, Luvia shook her head. In the next moment, both of their expressions became strange. Calls had assumed that given Fiore's close relationship with Luvia, she would have known about the removal of Fiore's magic circuits, perhaps she had even helped arrange the surgery. Removing magic circuits is a highly difficult procedure that most magus simply can't perform. Considering the Forvege family's expectations for Fiore, it was unlikely they would have willingly crippled their strongest prodigy. But it turned out that Luvia was completely unaware of this. As someone who had supported and taken care of his sister since they were children, Calls was certain that Fiore and Luvia hadn't known each other before. The Forvege and Edelfelt families had no significant interactions, only a basic awareness of each other's existence, such as the fact that each had produced a genius heir and that Fiore had run away from home. From a rational magus perspective, the most likely reason why the future head of the Edelfelt family, who wielded significant influence in Finland, would be so close to a runaway like Fiore was that she recognized Fiore's potential. After all, before Fiore left home, she was somewhat famous in the clock tower, a genius who outshone her peers. However, the Edelfelt family didn't know that Fiore had already lost her talents. It was highly likely that Fiore had used some method to deceive the Edelfelt family. Calls's accidental revelation of this secret might lead to Edelfelt seeking revenge, which was why his face had paled and his voice had started to tremble. The second reason for his fear came from Luvia's earlier response. If she didn't know that Fiore's leg circuits had been removed but still said she was strong, that meant Fiore still possessed formidable strength despite being able to walk freely. Whether she had found a way for her magic circuits and leg functions to coexist, or whether she had encountered some other extraordinary event after removing the circuits, these were things Calls couldn't imagine, especially since the Forvege family had exhausted every possible method to heal Fiori legs, only to conclude that removing the circuits was the only solution. For Luvia, it was simpler. At first, she was surprised by the information Calls had revealed. The Fiori she knew didn't seem like someone who had lost at least half of her magic circuits. Then came the mention of a 10th. If Fiori now only had a 10th of her previous strength, just how terrifying had she been at her peak? The students of Lord Elmeloy's classroom were all intelligent. After their initial emotions subsided, they quickly grasped each other's thoughts. Luvia proposed, Calls, how about we exchange information? We each know things about your sister that the other wants to know. I have no reason to refuse, nor do I want to, Calls nodded, his curiosity growing stronger. Sister, what exactly happened during the time you were gone? Good. Who'll start? Luvia crossed her arms. Calls raised his hand slightly. Ladies first. Then I won't hold back. Why did she have her magic circuits removed? Because my sister's magic circuits had mutated. As long as the circuits were active, her leg function would be impaired, essentially paralyzing her lower body. Mutated. Luvia propped up one hand, resting her chin on it. Mutations can be either good or bad. If she could still be considered the heir of your family, it must have been a positive mutation. Yes. The reason my sister was called a genius was because of those mutated circuits. If those circuits were removed, her magical aptitude might be worse than mine, which is why I said what I did earlier. She gave up her crest and ran away from home to remove the mutated circuits. Yes, Calls didn't hide anything. My sister was very determined to walk on her legs. Even though there are many magical ways to compensate for the loss of leg function, she still wanted to stand on her own 2 feet. For a magus, that's an irrational obsession. But, those of us with fully functioning limbs will never understand how she feels, so I don't know how to judge it. That's the answer my sister would most want to hear. Now I understand why you two get along so well. At this point, Calls finally showed a slight sense of relief. Meeting you was my sister's good fortune. It was my good fortune too. I've always been lucky. It was easy to see from Luvia's smile that her relationship with Fiori was genuinely strong. One last question. You mentioned earlier that if your sister removed the circuits in her legs, she wouldn't be as strong as you in magecraft. But the Fiori I saw was much stronger than you. Can I assume she found a way to balance her magic circuits with her leg function? That's what I'd like to know as well, Miss Luvia. When did you meet my sister? About a year ago. When I met her, she was already the way she is now. Luvia not only answered but also provided the information Calls wanted to know. So, you didn't help her with the circuit removal? No. It seems the secret lies somewhere between her leaving home and meeting Luvia. Fiori, what exactly happened to you? As the two fell into silence, Fiori stopped in front of a forest drained of all life. She closed her eyes as if sensing something. This is the place, but it seems like there's a battle going on inside. Should I go in? Chapter 861, Chapter 861, the underlying currents behind the incident. Whether it's Britain or Ireland, both are island nations, isolated overseas. Interestingly, though, these countries are more closely connected to their forests than to the sea. The Druids, who would later become famous worldwide, are one of the most important legacies of Celtic culture, and their origins lie within the forests. Even today, both countries maintain vast forested areas. In the case of Britain, for example, out of its 244,100 square kilometers of land, including inland waters, there are 15 national forest parks, and lush vegetation can be found everywhere. The extensive greenery not only makes Britain's climate pleasant and its scenery beautiful, but it also provides natural hiding places for many things that thrive out of sight. There is such a forest located on the line connecting the Forest of Inash as the starting point and the Child of Inash as the endpoint, a forest that is dense and flourishing. Even in the late autumn to early winter season, it was still vibrant with greenery. No, it was vibrant with greenery until a few minutes ago. Now, all that green, along with the life of the earth, had vanished, leaving behind only dry and desolate shells. In the center of this forest, which had suddenly withered from its peak, stood 2 men, both dressed in black robes, with tall and imposing figures. Surprisingly, despite their Western stature, both men had Eastern features. The older one had shoulder-length hair and a twisted, hideous scar above his left eye. His face was solemn, his hands naturally hanging at his sides, exuding an overwhelming pressure that could suffocate anyone who merely glanced at him. The younger man had short, sharp hair and a rugged build. One hand was behind his back, and the other rested on a large tree beside him. Unlike the older man, he didn't emit a single trace of his presence, and his expression was far less stern. However, the constantly flickering magical waves around him and the complex patterns that entwined him conveyed an aura no less imposing than his companions. After an unknown amount of time passed, the younger man exhaled, tightening his grip on the tree before giving it a hard slap. In the next instant, his hand sank into the tree trunk, completely embedding itself. It's done. The magic has been sent to Fuyuki. Now, we'll see if the Greater Grail changes as Dr. Heartless predicted. And what about Dr. Heartless? The older man asked. His voice was so similar to the younger man's that if one weren't watching, one might think only one person was speaking. He's probably dead, the younger man replied, causing a trace of regret to appear on the older man's face. What a shame. Another one who had the potential to glimpse the abyss of the devil is gone, and the heart stolen by the Fae couldn't save his life. He brought it on himself, the younger man said indifferently. I warned him when the princess appeared, and told him to leave as quickly as possible. But what did he do? He thought himself safe because he had a servant and the unique nature of a changeling, and he ignored my warning. Before you say something like that, you should reflect on your actions. The older man's solemn face showed a hint of bitterness. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't trust your words completely either, at least not entirely. Hey, well, that's truly unfortunate. The one time I was telling the truth, and no one believed me. The younger man smiled while curling his lips into a sinister smile. The older man clearly understood his companion's terrible personality and didn't pursue the matter further, instead switching topics. Is the princess of the true ancestors really that terrifying? Even the servant and the changeling didn't have a chance to escape. She's indeed that terrifying. No, she's even more terrifying than you realize. You've transcended the limits of lifespan and seen a lot, but you've never lived through an era dominated by vampires. You don't know how powerful the one who ended their reign truly is. Compared to her, servants and changelings are as fragile as infants. So, that's why you want to obtain her power. Absolutely right. That's why I want her power, to become an eternal, immortal existence. Immortality, eternity, those concepts are meaningless. The younger man wasn't offended. That's just your perspective. Different people pursue different things. What you seek, the root, holds no meaning for me. But precisely because our pursuits differ, we can work together. Otherwise, one of us would have to fall into slumber. That's true. Let's go. There's no need to stay here any longer. Dr. Heartless is dead, and we didn't get the servant. Half of the plan failed. But the crucial half succeeded. The Greater Grail has absorbed an excess of magic, and the rules of the Holy Grail War will inevitably change. This way, you might even qualify to summon a servant. Hearing this speculation, the younger man's smile grew even more cheerful. We really should thank Heartless. If not for his final sacrifice, the effects wouldn't have been this good. This was your deliberate manipulation, wasn't it? From the moment Heartless chose not to leave, you foresaw this outcome. That's why you had me use a bounded field to conceal the true Crimson Fruit's presence, and then you released it at the critical moment to draw everyone's attention, giving you enough time to activate the technique that siphoned the ley line's magic. No, you're wrong this time. No matter what, I couldn't have pulled that off. If I could, Heartless wouldn't have died. Whether as a magical assistant or considering his servant's combat prowess, I didn't want him to die. But his death was inevitable, so we could only choose to make use of it. Don't forget, both of us have reasons we can't back down from, you for the root, and I for the princess. For this, the power of the Greater Grail is essential. The younger man spoke with resolute determination, his tone so firm that the older man's expression returned to its solemn state. Let me confirm one last time. Are you sure that the Greater Grail can lead to the root? And I'll answer you one last time. The father of this body was the overseer of this ritual and supervised it twice. The teacher of this body is a direct descendant of one of the ritual's creators. Compared to Heartless investigation, I trust their words more. Even if it can't, having a servant will make dealing with that woman much easier. You'd better not deceive me, Michael Roa Valdemjong. Otherwise, even if your soul is immortal, I'll find a way to make you sleep forever. I believe you have that ability. The only reason the princess hasn't discovered me since I awakened is because your bounded field has blocked the world's records. Before he could finish speaking, the short-haired man known as Roa suddenly dodged to the side. Almost simultaneously, several sharp objects glinting with cold light brushed past him, embedding themselves in a nearby withered tree. Immediately afterward, the tree exploded as if it had been filled with explosives, shattering along with the cold light, leaving only the intact hilt as a foothold. Through this hilt, Roa successfully identified the type of thrown weapon. Black keys. Someone from the church. The next second, a light ignited in the darkness, flames roaring to life. The fire illuminated a figure hiding in the shadows, a girl in a black nun's habit, with short sky-blue hair and eyes. The hatred and loathing on her face burned hotter than the flames in her hand. The girl bit down so hard that she drew blood, which seeped through clenched teeth as she spoke with a voice dripping with murderous intent. I've finally found you, Roa. Chapter 862, The Battle of Vengeance. Finally found you, Roa. In the darkness, the nun lifted her head. She used a cremation rite to set her black keys ablaze and then projected them with the iron armor effect. Suddenly, 6 fireballs appeared in the decaying forest, each one possessing destructive power comparable to an infantry grenade. However, this kind of attack was easily dodged by Roa. For the first time, his face showed an expression other than joy, surprise, as he looked at the nun's face. "Are you Elysia?" At the mention of that name, the nun's already terrifying expression twisted even more. "Elysia is dead. The one standing here is Seal, Seal of the Burial Agency." Even as she spoke, Seal didn't stop her attacks. Black keys continuously flew from her hands, each imbued with various attributes based on the iron armor effect, including the previously used cremation rite, the petrifying burial rite, and the desiccating wind burial rite. It was through such methods that Seal had annihilated nearly 100 dead apostles, earning her the fearful moniker Bao in the world of dead apostles. But Roa was not an ordinary dead apostle. He either dodged or precisely deflected each round of black keys with his hands, and he even had the leisure to talk. A baptismal name from when you joined the Holy Church. A way to sever ties with your past self. How stubbornly pointless. Do you think this will let you start over? No. It's not to start over, it's to exact revenge on you, Roa. Set. With a short chant, a shockwave like a lightning strike surged around Roa's body. The black keys that had missed or been deflected earlier seemed to be drawn by the lightning and came flying back. You added a tracking spell to the black keys. Clever, but... As he spoke, Roa stopped moving and swept his leg towards a nearby withered tree. With just one kick, the massive tree, which would have required 2 people to encircle, was severed near its base. The thick trunk toppled down, perfectly blocking the returning black keys. Such little tricks won't take me down. You should know that very well by now. Or has the burial agency fallen so low that it only resorts to petty tricks? How sad. If I had known, I would have set the standards even stricter back then. Oh, by the way, here's something interesting for you. Did you know that the burial agency you joined was founded by me 800 years ago? In other words, neither Elysia nor Seal can escape my influence. Isn't that ironic? Hard to accept, isn't it? The attack ceased, and the various magical attributes entwining Seal also quieted down. Darkness once again shrouded the forest. Seeing Seal in this state, Roa waved his hand dismissively, clearly disappointed. Can't take it any more? How dull. You talk of revenge, yet this is all the resolve you have. Pathetic. You'd be better off dead. This. What do you want to say? Say it if you must. I'll give you that much time, for the sake of you being my descendant. I've known about this for a long time. Her suppressed voice suddenly rose, and along with it, Seal's immense stored magical power. Of course, she knew. Having inherited all of Roa's memories, how could she not know? Even if she didn't want to revisit them, those vast memories from 17 reincarnations would sometimes reveal fragments, especially during moments of emotional instability. She had long since passed the phase of being unable to accept it, of hating herself, of wanting to die. Now, her heart harbored only one thought: kill Roa. I must kill him, using all the power at my disposal. 7 Release, 7th Holy Scripture, Original Sin Indictment. Magic surged, and holy light shone. The 7th Holy Scripture, based on the horn of a unicorn and inscribed with countless sacred words, was fully unleashed. The book's cover disintegrated and reformed into an outer shell, while the manifested sacred words scattered and swirled, coalescing into silver ammunition. As the impact cone formed, Seal pulled the trigger, firing her ultimate weapon, which she had prepared for years, a soul-piercing spike aimed at Roa. The spike was faster than the black keys, more powerful, and, most importantly, its reincarnation negation property was Roa's nemesis. A troublesome thing. The dead apostle who had reincarnated 18 times finally lost his smile and maximized the distance between himself and the spike, no longer dodging by the barest margin as before. Seeing this, Seal's spirits lifted. She advanced with the impact cone in hand, continuously pulling the trigger to launch more spikes. In terms of movement speed, there was no significant difference between Roa and Seal, but the available space for movement inevitably became restricted. The arrogance in Roa's eyes was replaced by a more sinister gleam. He reached into his sleeves with both hands, seemingly ready to retrieve something for a counterattack. However, before he could draw his hands out, a shadow loomed over the advancing Seal. It was the long-haired man. If he hadn't revealed Roa's full name, Seal wouldn't have emerged from her hiding place to launch her fierce assault on Roa. Yet, due to the earlier conversation, Seal had remained wary of this unknown figure. Someone who knew Roa's full name dared to threaten him openly, and could create a bounded field that even eluded Arcuade. This man was certainly not simple. However, being wary was one thing, whether she could defend against him was another matter entirely. Seal saw the man's movement trajectory and was prepared to dodge or even counterattack in time. But just as she was about to act, with more than 3 meters still separating them, the long-haired man suddenly spoke, uttering a verse that did not belong to any European language. Fugu. The moment she recognized the verse as originating from her mother's homeland, Japan, Seal realized her body was immobilized. Her fingers, arms, neck, legs, feet, her entire body was. No, it wasn't just her, even the surrounding air had frozen in place. It's a bounded field. In the instant she understood, Seal infused magic into the impact cone in her hand. Magic flowed through the metal gun barrel and into the spike at the front. The spike quickly reverted to book pages and with a flash of holy light, scattered. At the same time, Seal regained her ability to move, mysteries become nullified in the face of greater mysteries. The seventh holy scripture, a millennium-old mystery, was powerful enough to shatter any bounded field less than 1,000 years old upon contact. Unfortunately, in that brief period, the long-haired man had already closed the 3-meter gap like a ghost. His black coat billowed as he extended his fist, striking her in the abdomen. It was a blow strong enough to break a tree. Seal's body was sent flying, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Chapter 863, Chapter 863, the senpai must lose her head. Blood spurted from Seal's mouth, staining the white collar of her nun's habit, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Seal's body was resilient, but that didn't mean her internal organs were equally sturdy. The punch from the long-haired man wasn't just a regular strike, he concentrated his strength into one point, penetrating her body and then unleashing it internally, causing severe damage. Cough, cough. The gravely wounded girl coughed as she tried to support herself with the impact hammer and stand up. However, the man shadowing her caught up and struck her again, shattering bones this time. She couldn't even stand, only managing to lift her head with great effort to ask. Who are you? Araya Sauren, a magus. You could say I'm Roa's companion. His voice, like a divine decree, echoed heavily in the dark forest. Though she had never heard the name before, from this moment on, Seal remembered him, remembered this dangerous bounded field user. Roa, with his hands still tucked in his sleeves, approached. His face showed no gratitude, instead, he frowned and muttered, meddlesome. It's not meddling, it's a necessary judgment, Araya Sauren declared without even moving an eyebrow. I'm aware of your strength, but don't forget your current state. If the power you use exceeds the bounded field's limit, your actions will be recorded by the world, and that princess will become aware of your presence. Finishing her off doesn't require that much power. All I need is this. As Roa spoke, he drew his hand out from his sleeve, a dark gleam flashing in his grasp. And it's enough. As he finished speaking, Seal's head separated from her neck, and the blood, no longer held back, shot skyward under the pressure. Only then did the dark gleam in Roa's hand reveal itself, a dagger. It looked like an ordinary tactical knife, difficult to imagine how such a dagger could decapitate someone with a single stroke. Blood rained down from the sky, with a few drops landing on Roa's face. He extended his crimson tongue, licked them, and clicked his tongue in appreciation. Blood imbued with magic always tastes the best. I forgot to ask her how she survived. But it didn't matter, it wasn't anything important. You barely managed to survive and then rush to your death, how pitiful, Elysia. What about the body? Araya Sauren asked. Just leave it here, the Holy Church will come to collect her remains. And what about that conceptual weapon? Don't touch it either. Unless your bounded field can seal a millennium-grade holy scripture, no matter where you go, the Holy Church will be able to find you. As a former high-ranking member of the Holy Church and the founder of the burial agency, Roa was all too familiar with the Church's methods. A conceptual weapon of this level was equivalent to the highest precision tracking device. Aren't you afraid the Holy Church will use it against you again? There's nothing to fear. For a magus, the greatest threat comes from the unknown. Once something is understood, there's always a way to deal with it. Your last failure was largely due to the unknown. Araya thought for a moment, then nodded. Indeed. I didn't know that woman had so many troublesome people around her. I should have waited until I was better prepared. Exactly. At least half of the failures in the world stem from insufficient preparation. An ace like the seventh holy scripture should be used only when you're certain it can eliminate me, still not mature enough, my daughter. Daughter, this term wasn't incorrect. Seal was the most similar to Roa among his descendants, and since she had been possessed by Roa, she had inherited all his knowledge. In a sense, their relationship was closer than that of a true bloodline parent and child. What a shame, At that moment, the head that had fallen to the side suddenly flew up, reattaching itself to the severed neck. Simultaneously, the scattered blood began to flow back into the wound, even the blood that had already seeped into the ground. This is. Seeing such an unbelievable spectacle, even Roa and Araya, who had lived far longer than ordinary humans, were stunned. At the same time, Seal's lifeless eyes regained their light, and she immediately raised the impact hammer in her hands and pulled the trigger at the two men in front of her. In the nick of time, the instincts accumulated over their long lives saved the two. Their bodies moved faster than their thoughts, dodging the spikes by the narrowest of margins. As he recovered, Roa fixed his gaze on Seal, his eyes filled with both shock and confusion. He had decapitated her, so how had she recovered? But he also knew this wasn't the time to think. The priority was to deal with Seal, and afterward, there would be plenty of time to ponder and research. With this thought, Roa swung his dagger and charged at Seal. Araya moved as well, having made the same decision, his actions even faster than Roa's. Having witnessed Araya's formidable skills, Seal didn't dare to be careless. She switched to wielding the impact hammer with one hand and drew a black key with the other, rapidly launching it. At such close range, with the iron armor effect enhancing it, the scattered black keys were an attack that couldn't be dodged. The enemy didn't dodge, nor did he block. He simply uttered a heavy verse, Titan, and let the black keys pierce his body. With 3 black keys embedded in him, Araya's movements weren't hindered in the slightest. Instead, he became even swifter, closing the distance and extending his left hand. The palm, brimming with overwhelming force, seemed poised to crush Seal's head. The moment his fingertips touched her face, Seal reflexively arched her body backward, her legs launching a series of kicks. In the burial agency, she had undergone comprehensive training. Close combat was fundamental. Even faced with such fierce kicks, Araya remained unfazed. As the sound of her legs hitting his abdomen echoed, he unleashed his poised right hand. It was only then that she noticed there wasn't a single drop of blood where the black keys had struck. What kind of monster is this? What is his body made of? Seal cursed inwardly, using the recoil to retreat. He wasn't afraid of stabs or kicks, close combat was futile. However, Roa, who had been blocked by Araya's body, had already circled to cut off her retreat. As the dark gleam flashed once again, Seal lost her head a second time. Having learned from the earlier experience, Roa didn't stop. He continued swinging his dagger, severing Seal's limbs and tossing the 7th holy scripture, the weapon most threatening to him, far away. Only after doing all this did he put down the dagger and crouch beside the corpse to observe it closely. Let's see how you recover this time. P.S. Regarding Araya, Araya's immortality isn't due to his ideology but because of his origins stillness embodiment. The event in 1998 that supposedly killed him led to his slow revival through conceptual means, though it took a long time. There's a line in the novel Kara no Kyukai, which wasn't adapted in the anime, where Aozaki Tuko tells Arata, "We'll meet again in the next century, right?" Well, it's the next century now. With Roa, the ultimate survivor, assisting him, it's not surprising he's revived. By the way, many of the other characters voiced by Kodamine's VA are also quite tenacious. Chapter 864, A Common Enemy. Essentially, Magus are researchers at heart. They become obsessed with things they find interesting and will research them tirelessly, day and night. Roa was no different. As one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors designated by the Church, his greatest obsession was eternity. The extraordinary regenerative abilities of Seal fascinated him the most. Before long, the scene he had been waiting for unfolded, limbs reattached, blood flowed back. Roa reached out to stop the regeneration but found that no matter how he continued to sever the limbs or tried to absorb the blood like a vampire, it had no effect. The shattered limbs would regenerate in the next instant, and the blood he tried to consume would seep out from his body, ultimately returning to Seal, awakening her once again. The first words she heard upon waking were Roa's words of admiration. "This is truly remarkable regenerative power." "No, this isn't just regenerative power. You were indeed dead just now. No matter how powerful one's regenerative abilities are, they cannot activate after death. Let me thoroughly unravel the principle behind your resurrection." Seal was just about to gather strength when the dagger came down again. This time, Roa was prepared and left no room for resistance. What followed was an extremely cruel and bloody scene. In just a little over 10 minutes, Roa repeatedly destroyed Seal's body, only to watch her recover again and again. Slashing, striking, stabbing, magecraft. Dismemberment, trepanning, disembowelment, even direct dissection. No matter what method he used, no matter how her body was destroyed or even if she stopped breathing, the girl's body would return to its original state after a fixed period. At first, Seal struggled and resisted, but eventually, she gave up resistance and silently endured the pain over and over again until Roa concluded. Though it's hard to believe, once you've eliminated all the wrong answers, what's left must be the truth. The reason you can regenerate repeatedly isn't due to some mystical treasure, the power of another, or even your abilities. It's a phenomenon akin to time reversal, produced by the world itself to correct contradictions. This is a miracle that even true ancestors cannot achieve. Even if your body were utterly destroyed, leaving not a single piece of flesh or cell, you would still recover completely unscathed. Roa chuckled, his laughter grating as he gleefully drew his conclusion. What an absurd life you have. Compared to you, my infinite reincarnation and Araya's stillness origin seem insignificant. You are the real immortal, you are the true monster. Mon. Stir. The girl who had been trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth over and over again moved her lips. Louder, I can't hear you. I didn't damage your vocal cords or lungs this time, your speech should be functional, Roa urged impatiently. Monsters shouldn't exist in this world. They must die. Seal's lips suddenly curled into a smile, and her hands, like sharp swords, thrust toward Roa's heart and head. Roa was prepared, dodging backward and skillfully severing her arms. How boring. I thought there'd be something new, but it's just the same old. Watch out. Halfway through his sentence, Araya suddenly shouted. A powerful force struck Roa, sending him flying. Immediately after, a silver light tore through the night, shrieking as it pierced through the spot where Roa had been standing, blasting a large hole in Seal's chest. A chill ran down Roa's spine. He turned to see that the seventh holy scripture, which had been thrown far away earlier, had been picked up by someone, its barrel aimed directly at his heart. The silver light from earlier had been the tip fired from the scripture. It turned out that Seal had never given up. Her earlier surrender was to lull Roa into a false sense of security, and her sudden attack was meant to divert his attention. If Araya hadn't noticed something was off and pushed him, Roa would have been severely injured. So, there's another one. The vampire's face twisted in fury. The more one pursued eternity, the more one feared death. The brush with death and the feeling of being inches from it left Roa intensely displeased. However, the expression of the person opposite him was even more terrifying. The hatred and madness that radiated from them were almost inhuman, and even their voice took on a sinister tone. Kotami ne Kire. The nun, clutching a pile bunker, screamed as though she was using every ounce of her strength to vent her anger. I finally found you. You are. The mention of the name, combined with the intense hatred that rivaled Seal's, caused Roa to pause slightly. What? He is Kotomine Kirii. Seal's pupils contracted. As Karen drew Roa and Araya's attention, the world once again restored her body. Knowing that she stood northwest chance in close combat, Seal quickly retreated to regroup with her ally. Yes, no matter what he becomes, I can recognize him. At this moment, Roa, or rather Kotomine Kirii, noticed the nun's long silver hair and golden eyes, and the confusion on his face was replaced by joy. So, it's Karen. Yes, the man named Kotomine Kirii is indeed my current reincarnation. Heh, what a day this is, for both daughters to show up together. Today is the day you die. Karen handed the pile bunker back to Seal, and from her seemingly slender frame emanated a vast aura of darkness. I see. So that's why the so-called Saint Kotomine Kirii suddenly went mad. Seal tore off her shredded habit, revealing a body clad only in a tight-fitting suit, with blue crosses marked on her exposed shoulders. Roa, your crimes have increased by one more. I've long since stopped caring about the number of my sins, Roa shrugged indifferently. But I must correct one thing, Kotomine Kirii was never the saint you say he was. He was, like me, an incurable sadist. That's nonsense. Seal didn't believe him at all. When assessing Karen, she conducted a detailed investigation on Kotomine Kirii. If that man wasn't a saint, then no one in this world could be called a saint. Don't be so quick to deny it, Elijah. When did I leave your body? And when was Kotomine Kirii born? You have all my memories from before, so you should know my reincarnation pattern. If there wasn't a special reason, why would I choose him as my reincarnation? And he didn't disappoint me. After realizing his true nature, he actively merged with my soul. In 18 reincarnations, this was the first time something like that happened. Roa spread his arms, half closing his eyes as if savoring the memory. Chapter 865, Fierce Battle. Roa was always selective when choosing his reincarnation hosts, and no one understood this better than Seal. Before the unforeseen incident with Seal, Roa would typically choose children from noble and wealthy families as his reincarnation hosts. If they had special abilities or non-human bloodlines, all the better. The reason for choosing children was simple, their minds were not fully developed and were easier to take over than those of adults. The other criteria ensured that the host had the strength required, true power comes from both body and soul, and lacking in either would severely diminish one's capabilities. Even though Roa, with the power he gained from Arcuade, had elevated his soul to a higher dimension, if he reincarnated into an ordinary human, he wouldn't be able to exert more than 10% of his potential power. Although there was a lot of coincidence in my reincarnation into Kotomine Kirii, I still have to thank you, my daughter Elijah. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have deviated from my usual principles to try something new, and I wouldn't have encountered such an understanding and supportive person who helped to elevate my soul to an even higher dimension. Hearing Roa's words, Seal was visibly shaken. She knew he was an enemy, and his words couldn't be trusted, but the ironclad truth still weighed on her heart. Could it be my fault? Is this truly my sin? Seeing Seal in such turmoil, Roa's smile grew even more delighted. At that moment, Karen spoke up. Don't pay attention to his words, Lady Seal. No matter what he says, our task remains unchanged, destroy his body and soul. Her voice was cold and hollow, yet it dispelled the darkness clouding Seal's heart. That's right. No matter what led to all of this, it doesn't change the crimes committed by Roa and Makiri. The rest can be dealt with after they're defeated. Let's go, Karen. Seal's body surged with magical energy, lighting up the magical circuits that ran throughout her body. Yes, Lady Seal. Karen let the demonic aura engulf her, allowing herself to be completely tainted by the darkness. Despite being firmly locked onto by the two, Roa remained calm. He hooked his thumb around his dagger and curled the remaining 4 fingers. Good, good, now you're finally showing some spirit. Come on, my daughters. As soon as he finished speaking, Roa's body disappeared from where it stood, instantly crossing a distance of 5 meters. Seeing this, Karen quickly clenched her right hand in midair. The dark aura that covered her entire body coalesced into a whip over 10 meters long, which she lashed out with forcefully. At the same time, she warned Seal. Be careful, Dot. Seal nodded slightly, unfazed. The memories in her mind that didn't belong to her had long told her that this immortal vampire would absorb all the knowledge the reincarnated body had learned, adding it to his own. Another martial art was one of Makiri's specialties was no big deal. And she had already learned how to deal with martial arts experts like him during her hellish training under Narbarek. She was caught off guard by Araya Sauren earlier and didn't have time to use her techniques, but now she finally had the chance. The blue crosses on her shoulders lit up, and new pages appeared around Seal. Each page was a black key, and a rough count revealed more than 50 of them. Seal waved both hands in quick succession, and the black keys shot out like a barrage of crossbow bolts. This was the burial agency's secret technique, Black Key, Condemnation. The condemnation technique has 3 stages, the first sigil, the second sigil, and the third sigil, each faster and more numerous than the last. Roa had just evaded Karen's demonic aura when he found himself surrounded by a dense barrage of black keys. Due to their sheer number, wide coverage, and high density, Makiri's technique was greatly suppressed, making it difficult to execute. However, Makiri was an outstanding executor. After Roa awakened, his body gradually transformed into that of a vampire due to Roa's influence, becoming even more formidable. Although Seal's condemnation was powerful, it could only slow him down, it couldn't inflict significant damage. He either blocked and shattered the black keys with his dagger or made precise, muscle-controlling movements that seemed impossible to ordinary people, narrowly dodging the piercing barrage. In the brief intervals between waves, he even had the energy to catch 1 or 2 black keys and throw them back. After all, Makiri was also a master of using black keys. Despite the limited success of her condemnation, Seal didn't panic. Having a profound understanding of Roa's terrifying nature, she never expected to take him down so easily. As soon as the third sigil was released, Seal suddenly clenched her empty left hand. The black keys that Roa had dodged or knocked aside all sparked with flashes of lightning and exploded. The blades of the black keys were originally formed by condensed magical energy, and from the moment they were thrown, Seal had secretly set a technique that would cause the magical energy to explode all at once. The effect of a single black keys explosion was weak and negligible, but the combined explosion of over 50 black keys was formidable. This was another secret technique Seal had learned from the burial agency and one of its signature moves, Black Key, Burial. But it wasn't over yet. After the burial, Seal pressed her hand against the ground, unleashing an unprecedented surge of magical energy from her body, akin to a volcanic eruption. No, it wasn't just like a volcanic eruption, it was a real volcanic eruption. As soon as the magical energy left her body, it transformed into flames, melting the ground and creating a lava-like effect. This was one of Seal's hidden trump cards, the ultimate output of the funeral pyre ritual, a true grand magecraft. While Seal was going all out, Karen didn't stay idle either. She continuously unleashed her demonic power to complement her companion's attacks. Shortly after Seal left the land Winup, Miriam Solomon awakened the dormant Karen, sending her to support Seal and replenishing her demonic power. Therefore, Karen did not need to worry about overexerting herself, she could release her power without restraint to annihilate their common enemy, Roa, the current reincarnation, Makiri. Crimson flames, flowing lava, explosive magical light, and an overwhelming aura of darkness all converged upon Roa and the ground surrounding him. The power contained within was not only comparable to modern large-scale military weaponry in terms of destructive capability but also imbued with intense mystic energy. Even a dead apostle of the 27 Ancestors caliber would be gravely injured by such an attack. However, neither of the two who unleashed this powerful assault showed any signs of joy, because inflicting serious damage on the enemy had one crucial prerequisite: it had to hit him. An attack that misses causes no harm. At the center of the scene, where red, white, and black colors blended into a chaotic canvas, a strand of golden light suddenly burst forth. This gold was deeper than the gold favored by the church, yet it bore the same majesty. This golden light first dispelled the dark demonic power, then deflected the white light of the black key, burial, and finally carved out a clean area amidst the surrounding lava. The man who commanded this sanctuary was none other than the bounded field master who had saved Roa from danger multiple times, Araya Sauren. Chapter 866, Pleasure. A middle-aged man in a black coat, whose voice was similar to Roa's but deeper, stood with a golden light glowing from his palm. From beneath his feet, circular patterns extended outward. There were 6 rings in total, their design reminiscent of the orbits of planets. These rings overlapped and nested within each other, creating a sacred, three-dimensional impression, despite being flat images. The patterns seemed to symbolize the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Although 5 of the rings had already lost their luster, with the last one continuously rippling, these 6 rings were still able to block the combined attacks of Seal and Karen. Once the final ring stabilized, the master of the bounded field spoke. Fugu, Kongu, Dakatsu, Taiten, Chugyu, Uken. With each word he uttered, one of the rings would light up. Seeing this, Seal gritted her teeth and raised the 7th holy scripture, firing a spike imbued with ancient mysteries. Previously, she had destroyed Araya's bounded field using this exact technique. This time, however, this time, it didn't work. Just as the spike roared out, Araya lifted his other hand, intercepting it mid-flight and gripping the spike directly with his hand. What? Seal's eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined that her ultimate trump card, the 7th holy scripture, could be neutralized in such a way. Indeed, the ancient, nearly supersonic spike had been stopped by a mere hand, with only a superficial injury. The spike had merely punctured the man's palm, penetrating less than a centimeter into his flesh. What was even more shocking was that the blood flowing from the wound was not the usual red of human blood but gold, the same color as the rings. As the golden blood dripped onto the ground, the barrier master recited the final verse. Vajra of Buddhism. Araya Sauren. At that moment, Karen finally discerned the origin of Araya Sauren. The concept of the Rokudakyukai, an incredibly powerful bounded field, and the golden blood that differed from that of ordinary people, all of these were hallmarks of Buddhism. The bounded field is a Buddhist concept, and the term barrier also originates from Buddhism. The most powerful bounded field techniques recognized in the mystical world are Buddhist secrets. Furthermore, the golden blood is tied to an ancient Buddhist tradition, the relic body. It is said that when a Buddhist monk achieves a certain level of enlightenment, their body enters a miraculous state, indestructible and immortal, remaining in the world even after the soul departs. In this state, the monk's skin, muscles, and blood transform into gold, a process also referred to as attaining Buddhahood in the flesh or the Vajra body. Although Araya hadn't fully achieved the Vajra body, the golden blood indicated that he was on this path, a being on par with the saints of the church. Why would a Vajra of Buddhism protect a vampire? Karen demanded. Araya's already somber face grew even more pained. I am not a Vajra of Buddhism, I simply gained some insight between life and death. I'm not protecting Roa either, just taking what I need. He's not in a state fit for battle right now, and I don't enjoy fighting. I would ask you both to leave. Not a chance. That's impossible. Karen and Seal responded with surprising unanimity. That's a shame. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to die here. As he spoke, Araya lowered his hands, dispelling the bounded field. Despite this action, which signaled a cessation of defense, the oppressive force emanating from him only intensified. It was enough to make their throats quiver, almost causing them to vomit. Roa, I'll handle the girl named Seal. The other one is yours. All right. Roa agreed immediately. This was the ideal division of labor. Seal, with her 7th holy scripture designed to counter him and her immortality that surpassed his own, would indeed be difficult for him to handle right now. Karen, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Sharing a similar body type and a comparable method of acquiring power, their battle would come down to experience, a domain in which Roa excelled. Indeed, despite Karen's hard effort and desperation, even resorting to mutual destruction or perish-together tactics to kill Roa, she was still too inexperienced in the face of Roa's accumulated experience from 18 reincarnations. Before long, Roa, at the cost of one hand, dispersed her demonic power and pinned her to the ground. Gaining such power in just a few years is commendable, my daughter. But your use of it is still unrefined, and your mentality lacks maturity. You need to work on that. Just kill me. Pinned by Roa, Karen did not resist, she merely looked calmly at the man who was once her father. Otherwise, next time, I will kill you. It's unfortunate, but that's beyond your ability. Even if Miram Solomon, who gave you this power, came himself, he might stand a chance. Roa's tone was just as calm as Karen's, echoing Kodomine Kiriai's usual demeanor. Having just fought her, he had gauged Karen's abilities. While Miram was indeed formidable, no amount of demonic power infusion could overwhelm Roa, who was on the same level as the ancestors. Karen's expression remained unchanged as she spoke softly, I will ask Lord Miram. If Lord Miram isn't enough, I'll seek the help of the true ancestor princess. I'll do whatever it takes to kill you. You've given me a difficult problem, Makiri said, continuing to speak in a calm tone as if they were having a contest of endurance. While I'd like to say, go ahead and try, if they don't come for me, I'll go for them. But that has to wait until I finish my plan. I'm still not ready yet, so, tell me, should I kill you or not? Any potential threat should be eliminated before the plan is completed. Araya Sauron approached, dragging Seal's corpse behind him. Almost simultaneously with Karen's defeat, he had also killed Seal. Most of Seal's abilities were designed to counter vampires, making them ineffective against Araya, who was human. Coupled with the super-high defense of the 6 realms of existence in the Vidra body, as well as Araya's strength, which rivaled that of a servant, the outcome was inevitable. Sometimes, the concept of natural enemies can be terrifyingly absolute. If you can't do it, I'll do it. Can't do it. Roa burst into laughter as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. You dull fellow, you don't understand me at all. It's not that I can't do it, I'm just considering how to do it. How could I not savor the joy of familial slaughter? I missed out on the deaths of Claudia and Rhys. I can't afford to miss this one. Honestly, I'd love to let her go, let her come after me again and again, fail each time, lose all hope, and then kill her myself. That would be the ultimate pleasure. You're a hopeless lunatic. Seal, who had just resurrected, awoke to these words and immediately cursed. Thank you for the compliment. Roa's lips curled up on both sides, forming a smile that resembled a double-sided grin. At that moment, Roa's will and Makiri's aligned perfectly. This emotion was called pleasure. Chapter 867, The Passerby. Both Roa and Kirii Kodomine had long known they were not normal people, and neither had ever considered living a normal life. Incurable lunatics. They didn't care. As long as it could make their boring lives more enjoyable, what did it matter if they were insane? So, when Seal's curses reached their ears, they didn't take it as an insult but rather as praise. However, after their joyful laughter subsided, Roa seemed disappointed. On another note, Elysia, you look pathetic right now. Daddy feels very sad, why aren't you using my knowledge? Araya is indeed powerful as a human, but he's not someone you can't defeat. The magecraft buried within you is 10, even 100 times more powerful than mine or Araya's. If you put your mind to it, turning this generation into scorched earth would be a piece of cake. Ugh, shut up. Seal struggled to gather her magic, attempting to use some kind of spell, but Araya mercilessly shattered her effort with a single punch, breaking both her concentration and the gathering point of her magic. Such a crude application doesn't even count as a remnant of knowledge, Roa questioned, looking down at her. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to kill me? Do you think you can oppose me with just a flesh body, relying on the world's order to restore you? Or do you find using my power filthy? Seal remained silent, struggling, not saying a word, but from the pain on her face, Roa already knew the answer. Boring, truly boring. Wanting revenge but harboring such naive fantasies, there's no such easy thing in this world. If you truly desire revenge, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything and grasp any power you can to have a sliver of hope. On this point, Karen is far stronger than you. If only she had your power, how much more delightful it would be for me. Unfortunately, you won't have such a chance anymore. Araya, what do you intend to do? Araya answered firmly, kill those who can be killed. For those who can't, I'll seal them within my bounded field. Her immortality comes from the world's order, so I'll isolate that order. You indeed have that ability. But before that, let me conduct one last experiment, with this power obtained after 18 cycles of reincarnation, 18 cycles of life and death. With these eyes that can kill anything living, even gods. The vampire known as the Serpent of Akasha licked his lips, his eyes reflecting a mysterious, dreamlike glow. Heh, Mystic Eyes Auction, Mystic Train, what are Mystic Eyes of Mirage compared to my power? They're nothing. The Magi of the Clock Tower call them the highest-ranked rainbow-class Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. You can now sink into despair and slumber for eternity. In the widened pupils of Seal and Karen, Roa reversed his grip on the dagger, slashing toward a seemingly insignificant yet deadly spot. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them, clean, clear, and completely out of place on the battlefield. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Roa and Araya's expressions changed slightly, and almost simultaneously, they turned, launching attacks toward the source of the voice. Roa unleashed a lightning spell, the fastest of his offensive spells, while Araya compressed the air with his power. Since they had decided to leave no loose ends, they wouldn't spare any witnesses. It didn't matter who it was, whether they were passing by or had some ulterior motive, they had to die. However, what happened next shocked them. Both were seasoned superhuman fighters, and even in such a rush, they had precise control over their attacks. They knew exactly what kind of injury should result if they hit, how the attack would dissipate if they missed, and what would happen if it encountered an obstacle. They had calculated it all and were prepared for any outcome. But they had never expected their attacks to be completely disintegrated mid-flight. Yes, utterly disintegrated, reduced to their most basic magical components and dissipating into the air. In the 18 cycles of Roa's reincarnation and Araya's 2 centuries of life, they had never encountered anything like this. That was close. Why did you suddenly attack? I don't even know you. The clear voice rang out again, with a slight hint of lingering fear. Roa and Araya ignored the 2 girls on the ground, their expressions grave as they turned to face the unexpected guest who had neutralized their attacks in a way beyond their comprehension. It was a woman, cloaked in black like them, with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring her face. Who are you? Roa asked. A passing magus. I heard strange noises here, so I came to take a look. The woman spoke as she walked forward with a light step, her demeanor more suited to a stroll along the Champs-Élysées in Paris than a battlefield. If you're just passing by, then leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you, Roa said in a deep, ominous voice. It didn't before, but now it does. The woman continued walking without stopping. You intended to kill me with that attack just now, and now your magecraft is secretly aimed at my vital points. The moment I turn around, you'll strike from behind, won't you? A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We just went through a fierce battle, so we're a bit overly tense. Roa, ever the sly one, had been caught red-handed, but his face betrayed no change. No need to explain. We both know what's true. For some reason, the woman was certain her judgment was correct. You are my enemies. Sensing the coldness and killing intent in her voice, Roa and Araya exchanged glances, knowing that negotiations had failed. They didn't regret it, as they were confident in their abilities and had no intention of letting this mysterious female magus walk away. In the next instant, their black robes fluttered. Araya charged at the woman, clearly intending to overwhelm her in close combat, his specialty. Roa, meanwhile, turned his blade toward the fallen seal and Karen, intending to eliminate the threat from behind before dealing with the unknown enemy, in line with the unspoken understanding between him and Araya. Unfortunately, neither of their attacks succeeded. Araya's fists, capable of easily breaking large trees, were effortlessly blocked by the woman's slender hand, while Roa's blade was deflected by a flash of silver light, a mechanical arm that emerged from the sandy ground, with sharp, defined lines and a tension-filled design that was more a product of technology than mysticism. I won't let you harm those who can't defend themselves. Your opponent is me. The female magus raised her head, a powerful aura emanating from her not-so-tall frame. She was prepared to take on both of them at once. Chapter 868, The Real-Life Dr. Octopus. It seemed that the female magus's attitude had enraged Araya. With just a body's length between them, he let out a roar and launched a series of punches, his eyes wide open, resembling the wrathful guardian deities from Buddhist legends. With wrathful eyes, he slayed demons and monsters. Unfortunately, the female magus wasn't a demon, she was far more terrifying than one. No matter how much force Araya used or how many punches he threw, she blocked them all with ease. Each punch was precisely intercepted, with the most damaging parts of his fists always landing on the softest parts of her palms, as if she had foreseen his every move. While blocking Araya's punches, the female magus didn't forget about Roa on the other side. Iron arm of war, fire at will. With this command, the steel claw at the end of the mechanical arm blocking Roa's knife opened up, revealing a dark barrel that began firing energy blasts at a speed that rivaled a submachine gun. Roa didn't dare be careless. He pushed off with his feet, moving laterally faster than the mechanical arm, while simultaneously aiming a lightning spell at Karen. However, the female magus had anticipated this as well. Tin arm of protection, intercept. Another metallic arm emerged from the ground amidst a cloud of dust, intercepting the lightning before wrapping around Karen's body. Lead arm of roaring, capture. At the same time, a third metallic arm extended and grabbed Seal. All arms, return to base. Finally, all 3 mechanical arms began moving toward the female magus. Roa, of course, was not willing to let his prey escape. He unleashed magic with both hands and pursued them using the living step technique, rapidly advancing. But by this time, Seal had fully recovered, her body restored to peak condition. She unleashed a relentless barrage of earth, water, fire, and wind burial rites, using the overwhelming quantity and power of her magic to suppress Roa's spells. As for Kyrie Kodamine's prized living step, it was interrupted almost as soon as it began, by a 4th mechanical arm. No matter how sophisticated the footwork, it required a stable footing to be executed. With the ground unstable, even the most intricate steps couldn't be performed. The first spot where Roa chose to land had the 4th mechanical arm hidden beneath it. How could he continue the chase? He could only watch helplessly as Seal and Karen moved further and further away, eventually escaping his grasp. Realizing that his fists alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the female magus, Araya reverted to his old tactics. He chanted incantations, and circles began to extend outward from beneath his feet. Within the bounded field's range, everything would be affected by the concept of stillness, making this one of the most troublesome techniques in close combat. The simulated circles touched the female magus's body, and then they disintegrated. Araya's face twitched, and the hand controlling the bounded field trembled slightly. Just like before, Araya's normally unstoppable bounded field crumbled the moment it was supposed to take effect, without any warning whatsoever. Naturally, his strategy of using the bounded field to immobilize and kill the female magus fell apart as well. Even worse, during the time he was setting up the bounded field, those four strange mechanical arms had already circled back to Fiori's side, attaching themselves to her from behind. Only now did he and Roa get a clear look at the true nature of the mechanical arms hidden underground. They were part of a spider-like device, its body a backpack about half a person's height, while the spider's legs were the four mechanical arms that had given Roa so much trouble. Now, there are no more distractions. Standing on the ground with her feet planted firmly, two pairs of mechanical arms extending from her shoulders and waist, the female magus looked like a real-life Dr. Octopus. Although her face was obscured by a black veil, the determination in her eyes was still palpable. "You two, protect yourselves. I'm going in." The moment she made this declaration, the mechanical arms on her shoulders began firing energy blasts, while the two on her waist dug into the ground, helping her move forward. The woman's steps weren't fast, and her movements lacked any discernible technique, clearly indicating a lack of formal training in footwork. Compared to martial arts experts like Araya and Kirai Kotomine, who had honed their skills in martial arts, she was no match. But with the added assistance of the mechanical arms, the effect was completely different. No matter how stable one's lower body was, it couldn't be more stable than mechanical arms that could dig directly into the earth. No matter how fast one could run, they couldn't outrun the mechanical arms' thrusts. Even more terrifying was the female magus's predictive ability, which was incredibly accurate. Almost every step was within her expectations, and combined with the mechanical arms, which were far more agile than her body, she made Araya and Roa extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for a few minor, harmless mistakes she made, the two would have thought she possessed eyes on the same level as the mystic eyes of death perception, said to be capable of seeing the ultimate future and fate. It was precisely because of these minor mistakes that the two didn't choose to flee. They were confident in their ability to outlast her in a prolonged battle, where small mistakes would gradually accumulate into larger ones, eventually deciding the outcome. Just like now. Araya's body began to glow with golden light, using his incredibly tough physique, so strong that even the seventh holy scripture struggled to damage it, to overpower the four mechanical arms. Seizing this opportunity, Roa used his superhuman speed as a dead apostle to instantly appear behind the female magus, stabbing a knife toward her back. The female magus quickly turned, one hand reaching for Roa's arm and the other striking toward his abdomen. This was exactly what Roa had been waiting for. The female magus's response was correct, textbook even, this had been her consistent battle style. And precisely because of this, she had left herself vulnerable. After all, textbooks emphasize rigor and generality, seldom considering exceptional cases, and Roa possessed a special power that broke the rules, his eyes. He could see lines invisible to others, and by slicing along these lines, no matter how sturdy the part, it would be easily cut. His target wasn't her back at all but her arm. As long as his knife grazed the line, her arm would suffer irreversible damage, beyond the repair of ordinary healing magecraft. As for the hand striking toward his abdomen, Roa paid it no mind. With the regenerative abilities of a dead apostle, he would recover soon enough. He was willing to take a punch to sever her arm. "Your arm, I'll take it. Next, it'll be your life." The vampire grinned maliciously as he rotated the knife, slashing it swiftly toward her arm, leaving no room for her to dodge. However, just as the knife was about to touch the line on her arm, Roa's expression suddenly twisted in agony, as if he were in immense pain. He staggered, his grip on the knife faltering, and even his voice trembled with pain. "Ugh, could it be that you are?" P.S. Regarding Roa's mystic eyes, the official setting is that they were obtained through multiple cycles of life and death, but it's never said they can't be inherited. Chapter 869, The Saint. Time rewinds to the moment when the fist struck Roa's abdomen. Since it was a hastily thrown punch, the force wasn't strong, and Roa didn't feel anything unusual at first. However, the moment the force dissipated, a new pain emerged at the point where the hand contacted his abdomen. This pain didn't come from the impact but from something on another level. In an instant, Roa felt a burning sensation in his stomach, as if a fire was melting away his skin, muscles, and internal organs. His brain was screaming, warning him of impending death. Instinctively, he looked down to confirm that the pain wasn't an illusion. His abdomen was indeed melting, skin, muscles, and internal organs were disintegrating layer by layer from the outside in. This was something he couldn't understand. It wasn't magecraft. As a first-generation great magus, he didn't detect any signs of magical flow or spell construction. It wasn't like the ancient mystery such as the seventh holy scripture either, as he didn't sense the aura of old artifacts or phantasmal beings. What could it be, then? Despite not being able to sense anything on the surface, it was causing severe damage to his dead apostle body. Could it be? A long-buried memory resurfaced. Before his 18 reincarnations, 800 years ago, when he was still human, before he became a dead apostle and began his cycles of reincarnation. Back then, he was a member of the Holy Church, traveling far and wide to combat the increasingly rampant vampires. Eventually, they succeeded in establishing the Burial Agency, a force so fearsome that it became legendary. At the agency's inception, the Church provided all possible support, including the personal weapons of saints. Dead apostles touched by these holy relics suffered great damage. After all, if even the shroud of the saints, which had wrapped their corpses, could harm vampires, what damage could their weapons do? The wound back then was identical to what he was experiencing now. Dead apostles, deemed unclean, were purified by the power of the saints, melting and evaporating. Ugh, are you a saint of the Church? As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone froze, including Araya, Seal, and Karen, who were all born within the Church. Before they could speak, Roa continued to scream in agony, "No, it can't be. How could there still be a saint in the modern era? The existence of saints is not bound by time but by the human heart. Though I am not a saint, I choose to believe that saints exist even in this era." The female magus raised her hand toward the severely wounded Roa, seemingly intent on purifying him directly. In a flash, Araya's bear-like body shielded his suffering companion. "Even now, you still protect him." "He holds the key to my goal, he cannot die here," Araya replied, his expression as hard as stone. "Very well, then let us continue our battle." As the female magus spoke, the 4 mechanical arms on her back adjusted their positions, simultaneously aiming at Araya. Araya raised his hands expressionlessly, activating both his bounded field and Vajra body. A battle between a saint of the Church and a Vajra of Buddhism was about to erupt. At that moment, further away, Seal, who was both observing the fight and protecting Karen, suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Before she could finish, Roa, who had been shielded by Araya, pressed his hand to the ground. A thick white smoke rapidly spread from his hand, quickly enveloping an area of several dozen meters. The density of the smoke severely hampered visibility, and since dawn had not yet broken, even with magically enhanced vision, visibility was reduced to less than a meter. The female magus, momentarily caught off guard by this trick, snorted lightly and fired her mechanical arms in all directions. But Araya was no longer in his original position, clearly having planned his escape. The female magus maintained her firing stance, vigilantly scanning her surroundings, seemingly trying to detect her enemy's movements. Soon, she seemed to notice something. The 4 mechanical arms switched from firing mode to movement mode, carrying her swiftly toward a certain direction. The smoke parted as the rotating mechanical arms cut through it, revealing 3 figures, 1 tall and 2 short. The tall one was Araya, and the short ones were Seal and Karen. Seeing the female magus approach, Araya didn't linger and immediately retreated into the thick smoke. The female magus was about to give chase but hesitated, glancing back at the weakened Karen and Seal. One was still recovering from old injuries, and the other had taken Araya's attacks to protect the former. In the end, she sighed and gave up the pursuit. She knew the enemy's goal was to escape, and she knew they wanted to use Seal and Karen to distract her, but she couldn't bring herself to leave the 2 girls in danger. By the time the smoke cleared and visibility returned, Roa and Araya had vanished without a trace. After confirming that there was no one else around, the female magus disarmed her gear and asked the 2 girls, "Are you both all right?" "I'm fine, but Karen." Seal replied, touching her recently healed wound as she stood up from Karen's side, where she had been positioned to protect her. Karen had saved her earlier, and now it was her turn to protect Karen. Seal possessed the highest level of immortality in the world and wasn't afraid of injury, but Karen didn't have that same advantage. After being defeated by Roa, she had been in poor condition. Despite this, Karen gritted her teeth and stood up. "I'm fine as well. Thank you for saving us. Don't push yourself. Get on this, and I'll take you to a safe place," the female magus said as she lightly tapped the gear she had taken off. The connecting backpack extended outward, forming a small platform. "Thank you so much." Seal quickly placed Karen on the platform and bowed deeply to the female magus, who waved it off. "It's nothing, just a small effort. However, my current condition is a bit special, so I can't treat Miss Karen." "No problem, I can handle it myself." Even if the female magus had offered to treat Karen, Seal wouldn't have dared to accept. Karen's power came from the dead apostles, and if the female magus could purify Roa, she could undoubtedly purify Karen as well. Seal's treatment methods were very skilled. She had been Karen's first instructor after she joined the Burial Agency, and after numerous training sessions that left Karen injured, Seal had become adept at healing her. She could even treat Karen while conversing with the female magus. After a while, Seal finally asked the question she had been most eager to ask. "Are you not a saint from our church?" The female magus shook her head again. "I'm not a saint, just a wandering magus. My name is Seal. Could you tell me your name?" It's okay if you'd rather not. It's no trouble at all. Seeing Seal's nervous demeanor, the female magia smiled, removed her hat and veil, and revealed a face as clear and pure as her voice. My name is Fiori. Chapter 870, The Darkness Before Dawn. While Fiori, mysterious as ever, escorted Seal with the spider-shaped mobile platform carrying them smoothly along the way, Roa and Araya were not so fortunate. Araya, with his formidable physique, seemed to be on the path of something akin to indestructibility, making minor injuries negligible to him. Roa, however, was in a much worse state. Although he retreated in time, preserving most of his body, the purification of his abdomen, a soft area without skeletal protection and housing many vital organs, left him in severe pain. Roa was uncertain whether the woman, who seemed to be a saint, would pursue them. So he ran at full speed, enduring the pain all the while. Only the most resilient dead apostles could sustain such a feat. A weaker being would have died on the run, even if they had escaped Fiori purification. After sprinting nearly 10 kilometers, Roa found a secluded spot to stop. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily as he concentrated all his magic and life force on repairing his damaged body and organs. Being a powerful dead apostle ancestor, Roa's wounds quickly healed without any interference, and his missing organs slowly regenerated. I survived, he muttered, finally allowing himself to reflect on the battle. That cursed woman kept her powers hidden. If I had known, I would have let you handle her alone. My involvement only got in the way, Roa said, acknowledging the overwhelming advantage the saint-like qualities of the woman had over him. The mere touch of her power caused his body to start disintegrating. In contrast, Araya, a human, was unaffected despite having exchanged countless blows with Fiori. This was the best evidence of the difference. Araya, who had gained the power of the Vajra body from understanding his origin of stillness in the face of life and death, now possessed the strength to rival Fiori. Fiori's combat prowess mainly stemmed from her terrifyingly strong predictive abilities. Her magecraft and martial skills were not particularly outstanding, and even with the strange mystic code assisting her, Araya, focusing on close combat, might not lose. Araya nodded in agreement with Roa's assessment but added, "That's true, but it's not the main reason." "Oh." Roa responded with a hint of confusion, "What is the main reason, then? Haven't you realized it yet?" Araya sighed heavily. "That woman can nullify bounded field." Nullify bounded field? Could it be? Roa's face, which had been recovering, turned pale once again as he realized the worst possibility. "It's exactly what you think. The bounded field I placed on you, meant to sever your connection to the world, was also destroyed. Although the automatic repair spell quickly drew on your magic to reconstruct the bounded field, your presence was already recorded by the world during that brief moment. It's highly likely that the princess has already sensed your revival." "Not just likely, she certainly has," Roa corrected Araya. "You don't understand how obsessed she is with me. Part of her mind is always focused on locating me. The moment my information was recorded by the world, even for an instant, she would have sensed it. We can't stay here, we need to leave immediately." "Where to?" "Fuyuki City. That was the original plan, but now that my presence has been exposed, we've lost our stealth advantage. We are too isolated, and our chances of success are low." "So what's your plan?" "To find an old friend." "An old friend?" Araya's eyes flashed with curiosity. Roa was an extreme outcast in both the human and dead apostle worlds, rejected by both sides. Coupled with his twisted personality, Araya found it hard to believe that someone like Roa would have any friends. "Don't be fooled by my appearance. I do have like-minded companions," Roa explained with a smile, reading Araya's thoughts. "He grew into what he is today, partly thanks to me. He's now a member of the dead apostle ancestors, one of the 27 ancestors." "Who are you talking about?" "The 10th ancestor, NRVNQSR Chaos, a monster who, in some ways, has even greater immortality than the princess." "I see. He is indeed a powerful ally. We should leave immediately." "Wait, your left hand," Roa said, noticing something. Araya lifted his left hand and pulled back his sleeve. 3 faint red marks, resembling but more intricate than the seals used by the Tendai sect, had appeared on his wrist. He could vaguely sense the magic flowing within them. This is a command spell." "No, to be precise, it's a holy stigmata, the precursor to the command spell, and it's not the fake command spell created by Heartless but a genuine one," Roa explained, a look of extreme delight spreading across his face. This was the first thing all night that had genuinely pleased him. It worked. My design was correct. Combining the characteristics of imaginary numbers, the distortion of the ley lines, heartless privileges, and the knowledge I accumulated in my reincarnations, I finally broke the limits of the Holy Grail War. This time, the war will summon not just 7 servants, but at least 10, maybe even more. It was expected that someone like you, who harbors a strong wish and is close to the ritual node, would be chosen, but I didn't expect the marks to appear so quickly. It seems that the crimson fruit's presence has enhanced the ritual's effects. That brainless idiot isn't completely useless after all. I wonder how many other magi on the train have been chosen. They're also close to the nodes, making them easy targets for the Greater Grail's summoning. You have a strong wish too. Were you not chosen? Araya asked. Roa pulled back his sleeves, revealing nothing but the same patterns carved into them as seals. It seems I wasn't chosen. I knew it wouldn't work. Dead apostles are beings that deny humanity, while heroic spirits are protectors of humanity. Their natures fundamentally clash. To alleviate this conflict and grant a dead apostle the ability to summon a heroic spirit, the current ritual is still too flimsy. I'll have to research it further in the future. So you're not planning to participate in the Holy Grail War? I never said that. Not having a command spell or the ability to summon a heroic spirit doesn't mean I can't participate. The rules of the Holy Grail War don't prohibit stealing other people's command spells or servants. With more than 10 master-servant pairs, I'm sure there will be opportunities. Including me? Araya asked as he lowered his gaze and rolled down his sleeve. No, saying that would be too hurtful. Roa got up from the ground and walked over to Araya. Aren't we allies? You've saved me multiple times. No matter what, I wouldn't lay a hand on you. Trust me. Araya said nothing and started walking away. Don't walk so fast. Wait for me. I have a rather good suggestion regarding your summoned servant. The sky began to lighten with the first rays of dawn, but the fragile light failed to illuminate the two dark figures, who seemed to melt into the darkness before dawn. Like specters. Chapter 871, What will they choose? Roa's assessment of Arcuade was uncannily accurate, though how could it not be, after being hunted by her over a dozen times? These insights were hard-earned lessons, paid for in blood. Just as Roa predicted, Arcuade constantly keeps part of her mind connected to the world, allowing her to immediately sense when Roa awakens. So, the moment Fiori destroyed the bounded field Araya had placed on Roa, Arcuade, aboard the Mystic Eyes collection train, sensed his presence. At that moment, Arcuade erupted. Her crimson eyes turned gold, and a terrifying surge of power erupted from her. Since her vampiric urges had been fully drained by Shinji, her power was at an all-time high, and the energy she released in her emotional outburst was even more terrifying. All of that energy surged through the connection between her and the train, flooding its propulsion system in an instant. Anyone with basic knowledge of vehicles knows that to accelerate a car, you press the gas pedal, feeding more fuel to the engine. The Mystic Eyes collection train works similarly, except the fuel is Arcuade's power. As a result, the train, which had been cruising steadily, suddenly accelerated, jumping from a normal speed of 150 km per hour to nearly 300 km per hour, almost as fast as a high-speed train. Keep in mind that the train doesn't have seatbelts, and passengers can move freely within the carriages, playing cards, drinking tea, sleeping, gaming, chatting, or eating instant noodles. Well, maybe not the noodles, as that could get you in trouble, but the point is, there's a lot of freedom on the train. Because of this, the train's acceleration and deceleration are usually done with strict precision, making such a sudden speed boost a major taboo. Rodan, the conductor, and Leandra, who were in the cockpit, were relatively okay, just feeling a strong sense of acceleration. But the passengers in the back weren't so lucky. The sudden speed increase caused people to fall, slam into walls, spill tea all over themselves, and, well, those in the bathroom. Let's just say it was too horrific to describe, and you can imagine the rest. In short, the passenger carriages were in chaos. Before anyone could recover, the train suddenly decelerated, and the falling, slamming, spilling, and bathroom horrors repeated all over again. Even the most patient passengers couldn't take it anymore and rushed to the front of the train, led by none other than Lorelei Bartholomew, the queen of the clock tower. Already agitated by Shinji's departure and Arcuade's natural aloofness, her residual anger flared anew as she prepared to unleash her fury. But when she reached the cockpit, she saw the deputy manager, Rodan, and Leandra surrounding Arcuade, each taking turns to dissuade her. Princess, you can't leave now. If you leave, no one will be able to power this train. We're still in the area of depleted ley lines. However, Arcuade was not listening, coldly commanding, step aside. Don't block my way. Sensing the unrestrained killing intent emanating from Arcuade, Lorelei knew something was wrong and asked, what happened? Perhaps recognizing her connection to Shinji, Arcuade slightly restrained her killing intent. I sensed Roa's presence, not far from here. I'm going to kill him. The Serpent of Akasha. Lorelei frowned. As the leader of Bartholomew, a family dedicated to exterminating dead apostles, she was well aware of Roa's existence and his connection to Arcuade. If she said it was true, it certainly was. Where? I'll go with you. Even Bartholomew. Waver, who was lagging slightly behind, rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Olga Marie cautioned, "Lord Bartholomew, isn't this a bit rash?" Lorelei glanced at her coolly, exuding the natural authority of the clock tower's queen. "This is Britain, the heart of the clock tower. As a member of the clock tower and the head of the Department of Policies, I must protect this place and eliminate any threats." "I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder," Olga Marie muttered quietly, her spirit slightly dampened. "You should come along too. And anyone else, every member of the clock tower present here will join this operation to hunt down the Serpent of Akasha. The Department of Policies has the authority to mobilize the clock tower's mages in times of invasion. Isn't that right, Adashino?" "As you say, Lord." Adashino respectfully bowed to Lorelei. However. This is a decision from Bartholomew. If there are any objections, let the other lords take it up with me. For now, follow orders." Lorelei's overwhelming authority left the Magus with mixed reactions. Some, trusting Lorelei's judgment, immediately agreed, like Waver and Adashino. Others were less enthusiastic, feeling resentful, like the equally high-status and strong-willed Luvia and Olga Marie. Especially Olga Marie, who, coming from a lineage of lords and being the heir to the Department of Astromancy, was used to giving orders, not receiving them. Despite Lorelei being a lord herself, she was still just a few years older. However, Olga Marie knew she wasn't in a position to oppose Lorelei, at least not until she officially inherited her lordship. So, she begrudgingly agreed, planning to get even later. Having asserted her authority and silenced the room, Lorelei turned to Arcuade. "You don't mind having a few extra hands, do you?" "I don't, but..." Arcuade shook her head, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "I can't sense him anymore. It's happened a few times now, what could he be doing?" This wasn't the first time Arcuade had sensed Roa's presence, only for it to vanish shortly after as if swallowed by the void. Initially, she thought Roa had been unlucky and killed right after awakening, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Regardless of the reason, one fact remained: Lorelei's authoritative mobilization had been rendered moot before it even began. While this didn't have any significant impact, it did slightly undermine her queenly authority. It also reaffirmed one thing in her mind: she and this woman just didn't get along. That womanizer Shinji, that big womanizer. I'll make sure he pays for this. As she vented her frustration internally, she didn't notice the 3 faint red marks quietly appearing under her sleeve. Not just her, but among the Magus standing behind her, several others with strong desires and knowledge of the Holy Grail were also found similar red marks appearing on them. What will they choose? Chapter 872, An Unexpected Incident from the Start. A woman stood there. Her long hair, reaching the ground, was a deep purple but had an ominous aura, as if soaked in blood, shining with a strange, eerie glow. Her black bodysuit was quite revealing, covering only from her chest down to the tops of her thighs, while the rest was completed with long stockings and arm guards made of the same material. Her tall and voluptuous figure made it hard for anyone to avoid blushing and getting their heart racing. However, this isn't to say that the woman's outfit was inappropriate, quite the contrary, it perfectly complemented her figure. Although somewhat sensual, it exuded an eerie sanctity. She looked like a priestess from one of the dark legends of this country, soaked in blood. Evil and holy, a being full of contradictions. Now, this woman stood at the entrance of the Matou household, facing Shinji Matou, the eldest son. Just a minute ago, he had opened the door with his key, and this woman emerged from the darkness, like the very embodiment of it. With a thud, Shinji's suitcase dropped to the ground. He stared blankly at the woman for more than 50 seconds, unable to even utter the words he had said countless times before: "I'm home." The woman, too, stood there motionless, letting him stare at her for over 50 seconds without saying a word or showing any expression. Her eyes were obscured by a black blindfold, making it impossible to read her gaze, but judging by her reaction, it was likely just as emotionless. She was like a statue, cold, devoid of warmth, colder than a dead apostle, who had lost human warmth, and even less alive, making her seem less human. Shinji, still in the doorway, and the woman standing in the entryway remained in this silent, awkward standoff until another head of purple hair peeked out from the living room. "Ryder, is there a guest? Welcome back, brother." The one who called Shinji brother was, of course, his sister, Sakura Matou. Normally, upon seeing Shinji, she would rush over with eager steps, either grabbing his hand or hugging him. But today, she didn't do that. To be precise, she intended to, but after taking just one step, she stopped, her body shrinking back, and she lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, and then looking at the cold woman before him, Shinji immediately understood the situation. With a sigh, he picked up his suitcase, walked over to his sister, patted her head, and then entered the living room, sitting down on the sofa. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" "Well, I wanted to help you, so I summoned a servant before you got back." Sakura, pouting and fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, nervously explained the whole situation. Everything started when Heartless triggered a surge of mana that disrupted the ley lines in Fuyuki, causing the Holy Grail to prematurely activate. The Matou family had been preparing for this Holy Grail war for a long time, so it wasn't long before everyone in the household knew something was wrong with the Holy Grail. There was no need for Justice to give any special instructions, the family members naturally began their preparations. The ordinary people in the family, led by the head Matou Byakuya and his wife Elsa, went on vacation, organized tours, and made inspections, all to keep them away from the inevitable trouble in Fuyuki. The core members, meanwhile, started following the plan. Justice and Aozaki Tuko moved into Mount Enzu, where the Greater Grail was buried, to monitor it up close. Sakura, Fujino, Kiri, and others stayed home, adjusting their workshops and setting up the summoning rituals, preparing for the crucial heroic spirit summoning and the subsequent stages. As for Kiriya, well, he was excluded from these tasks. His only job was to take care of Aoi Tosaka and Rin Tosaka with all his heart. Since Rin started high school, he rarely stayed at the Matou household, spending most of his time at the Tosaka residence. It was said that the former playboy, Byakuya, had once secretly taken Kiriya out for a drink, asking if he had made it to home base. Kiriya didn't answer, but his emotional reaction suggested that even if he hadn't, he was close. After all, the long march that began in his youth was finally seeing some light. But let's set Kiriya's story aside and return to Sakura. Ever since Scathach left behind her legacy 10 years ago, Sakura had known the truth about the Holy Grail War and was determined to participate as a master. Initially, both Shinji and Justice were against it, but Sakura was unexpectedly determined. Considering they had no way to stop Sakura from participating, they proposed a rigorous standard of strength. If Sakura could meet it, she could join the war; if not, she would have to hide far away from their parents once the war began. Sakura achieved this, and at 13, 3 years ago, she became the third most powerful member of the family, after Shinji, the true powerhouse, and the enigmatic Tuko. Not even Justice, with her thousands of threads, or Kiri, who commanded puppets with double existence, or even Fujino, with her fully activated mystic eyes, could match her. With such formidable power, neither Shinji nor Justice could continue to object. Moreover, they needed allies, so they agreed. When they learned the Greater Grail was activating and the Holy Grail War was about to start, the girls held a secret meeting and unanimously decided to summon a servant before anyone else. Sakura chose to summon her mentor, Scathach, the heroic spirit Shinji had summoned in the last Holy Grail War. There were many reasons for choosing Scathach over Karna. For example, Sakura didn't know Karna well and wasn't sure how to interact with him, and she didn't want to summon a male servant. There was also a touch of girlish caution. Her Shursho was so beautiful and powerful, and her brother admired her so much that it felt dangerous to put them together. To this end, Sakura reopened the room where Scathach had stayed, which had been specially sealed for 10 years. She carved the summoning ritual into the room and surrounded the ritual with items Scathach had used most often: dishes, clothes, towels, and so on, strengthening the bond between them to the maximum. After completing all these preparations, Sakura began the summoning at the time when the darkness was fullest and mana most abundant. The ritual proceeded smoothly. Through the ritual connected to the ley lines, the mana linked to the Greater Grail successfully activated the heroic spirit summoning mechanism. Under the effect of the third magic, Heaven's Feel, the vessel for the class was created, the heroic spirit descended, and finally became a servant, appearing before Sakura. At this moment, Sakura was wearing her most elegant smile, adopting the posture most in line with Scathach's teachings, ready to welcome the mentor she hadn't seen in 10 years. However, when the brilliance and thunder that bridged fantasy and reality faded, and the woman who seemed to embody the night took form, she opened her mouth with an expressionless face and said, "Servant Rider, summoned as per your call. How meddlesome you are. If you wish to become a sacrifice, do as you please." Sakura's smile froze, her expression more exaggerated than Shinji's 50-second stare in the doorway. Chapter 873, What attitude should I take toward you? Matou Sakura, the future head of the Matou family, one of the 3 great families, with magical aptitude ranking among the top 100 in the current era and a shining star even within the Mages Association, was utterly devastated at this moment. She had been full of confidence, determined to be the first to complete the summoning of a servant and surprise her beloved brother. But she failed. There was no surprise, only shock. The servant summoning ritual had been a success, without a doubt, but the servant that appeared was not the one she had expected. It's not that a servant other than Scathach is bad. In fact, with Sakura's current abilities, she could immediately recognize the strength of this woman who appeared as a rider-class servant. But no matter how powerful, it couldn't fill the gap left by broken expectations, nor could it ease the awful feeling of disappointing her brother by messing up the plan. The more she thought about it, the lower Sakura's head sank, until she nearly buried her face in her ample chest. Yes, even in a different world line, Sakura's figure was still as impressive as ever, summed up in 4 words: childlike face, voluptuous body. By the way, Shinji always found it strange that, despite not undergoing the inhumane modifications of the original world line, Sakura still had such a great figure. Her elder sister, Rin Tosaka, wasn't flat-chested, but she was petite, and their mother, Aoi Tosaka, had a typical slender Eastern figure, far from voluptuous. So why did Sakura end up with such a great figure? Shinji would swear on the names of Scathack and Justice that Sakura's modifications were limited to hair and eye color, not a single strand of her body hair had been touched. Could it be that Sakura was just that lucky, inheriting her grandmother's genes from the Edelfelt line? Or was it the effect of a golden apple? Whatever the reason, it was a good thing, not a bad one. Shinji wasn't stupid enough to say anything about it, though. It was just something he pondered occasionally, for his amusement. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Sakura, still in her embarrassed posture with her face buried in her chest, repeated the same words in a voice that was about to break into tears. I am sorry, brother. Forget it. What's done is done. Apologies won't change anything. Do you know what went wrong with the summoning? There was no problem with the ritual, right? Given that his little princess, whom he had spoiled since childhood, had already apologized, what else could Shinji say? Sakura slightly raised her head and shook it gently. No, the ritual was fine. Teacher Justice has already checked it. I see. Then it's not your fault. Yes, if there was no problem with the ritual, then Sakura wasn't to blame. The plan had been devised by Shinji and Justice. Sakura was just following it, though she might have been a bit impulsive by not waiting until all variables were clear before summoning. But if anyone was to blame, it would be Shinji. If he had killed Heartless immediately, none of this would have happened. Wait, variables. Could it be a problem with the Greater Grail's summoning system? The summoning system isn't the issue either, Sister Justice said so. The voice that responded wasn't Sakura's, but that of a transparent white humanoid figure that emerged from the wall, passed through Shinji's body and spoke sweetly with its upper half in front of him and its lower half behind him. You're back, Shinji. Yeah, I'm back, Kiri. Shinji extended his hand, infused with spiritual particles, and playfully poked the forehead of the ghostly figure. This was a dual existence of Kiri, currently serving as a liaison between Ryudo Temple and the Matou family, conveying information that couldn't be sent through normal communication channels. If the summoning system isn't the issue, then there's no need to blame yourself, Sakura-chan. Excluding ritual errors and system problems, there's only one possibility left. The idea of using something from Servant as a catalyst was flawed from the start. Maybe the Servant can't represent the original person, or perhaps the fate wasn't strong enough. When I suggested this plan, even Justice mentioned that no one had tried this before, and there was no precedent for summoning a living being like Shirsho as a servant. The uncertainty was too high. Of course, Shinji still went ahead with it, without hesitation. Because he wanted to see her again. He wanted her to see his growth, he wanted to tell her that he had been working hard, striving to become strong, so that one day he could fulfill her wish. No, it wasn't just her wish, it was his wish as well. The admiration from his past life and the reverence of this life intertwined, and from the moment she chose to end her journey in this world with Artoria's sword, he had made up his mind. Hearing Shinji say this, Sakura's face finally brightened a little, and Kiri gleefully flew around Shinji. Hee, I knew Shinji wouldn't blame you. He spoils you so much, I'm jealous. I knew you were behind this, stirring the pot. With a casual flick, Shinji sent the ghostly girl flying into the wall while dousing her inexplicable excitement with a light hum. If he didn't do this, letting her get too excited would make it impossible to get anything done. She was the only girl in the house who could rival Arcuade in clinginess, and her energy was off the charts. Kiri stuck out her tongue and zipped into the wall, disappearing. Shinji and Sakura were used to this, while Ryder, standing behind Sakura, remained as motionless as a statue. Shinji left the sofa and walked up to Sakura, gently patting her head as he did when they were children, and softly said, "You've worked hard while I was away." "It wasn't hard at all, you're the one who's been working hard, brother." Sakura squinted her eyes, just like before, slightly tilting her head up to see her brother's face more clearly, and to let him see her more clearly. No, I haven't been working hard. You're the one working hard. No way, you've been working hard, brother. You've been working hard. You've been working hard. For a while, the two of them, like children who hadn't grown up, repeated the same words until they couldn't help but burst into laughter. It might have seemed silly, but this was their childhood, a symbol of the bond between siblings. Perhaps years, decades from now, they would repeat this scene and then smile at each other knowingly. This is what family is all about. At the end of this playful exchange, Shinji changed his head pat to a tap and carefully advised, "Next time, don't be so hasty. Especially when facing unexpected situations, you should be more cautious." Got it. Sakura nodded vigorously. "Oh, right, I haven't introduced you to my servant yet. This is Ryder, and her true name is..." Shinji raised his hand, interrupting his sister. "Medusa." "Ah. Brother, you already knew." Sakura exclaimed in surprise, and the previously statue-like female servant finally showed a hint of emotion. Yes, I knew, I've known for a long time. Shinji sighed deeply, his gaze at Medusa becoming more complex. To be honest, I don't know what kind of attitude I should take toward you. Chapter 874, An Apology. Shinji's strange attitude caused Sakura to be a little suspicious. Could her brother, a flirtatious guy, have been involved with another female servant? Brother, did something happen between you and Ryder? If my memory serves me right, I've never met Master's brother before, nor do I have any memory of him. Medusa, who had been silent since her appearance, finally spoke. Her voice was as cold and elegant as her appearance. Of course, you wouldn't have any memory of me. Nothing ever happened between us. But, don't you think I look a little familiar? Hearing Shinji's question, Medusa aimed her blindfold at the young man in front of her. Her blindfold, a noble phantasm similar to Mystic Eye's killer, sealed her infamous petrifying Mystic Eyes, but did not impair her normal vision. It does seem a little familiar. How about now? As Shinji spoke, he pushed back his bangs with one hand, casting a runic spell that turned his hair from blue to dark red. It's even more familiar now. There was a slight tremor in her voice. And what about with these? As he spoke, Shinji manifested the harp in his left hand and the shield of Athena in his right. This is... Medusa's cold and elegant demeanor finally shattered, as if an iceberg had turned into flames. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Brother, could there possibly be? Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief. She knew her brother had many noble phantasms and was aware of Medusa's legend, but she had never asked about the names of those noble phantasms and never thought to connect the two. Yes, it's exactly what you think. Shinji nodded with a bitter smile. The harp, the weapon that killed Medusa. The shield of Athena, the noble phantasm that blocks the petrifying Mystic Eyes. Later, the goddess Athena even embedded Medusa's head into the shield, so you see why I don't know how to face you. To be honest, he had never intended to summon Medusa as an ally. It wasn't a matter of her strength. Although her performance in Fate/Stay Night was subpar, Medusa was quite powerful. Her attributes, enhanced by her monstrous nature, were impressive, but the true terror was her highest-level petrifying Mystic Eyes, Cybele, which was a deadly surprise attack, capable of instantly killing someone with insufficient knowledge. It wasn't a matter of her personality either. On the contrary, Medusa could be considered one of the easiest servants to get along with. She had many endearing qualities. In Shinji's previous life, Medusa not only had a large fan base but many fan creators made doujin works about her. At her peak, she even held the title of Doujin Queen in the Type Moon fandom, a fact that was quite revealing. In short, Medusa was ideal as a servant, powerful, reliable, and very obedient. However, no matter how ideal a servant she might be, it was difficult for anyone to stay calm when confronted with the weapons that killed them, especially when those weapons were the bane of their existence. That was what worried Shinji. He knew that Medusa had long accepted her fate, but accepting her fate was one thing, having someone waving the tools of her demise in front of her was another matter entirely. Are you, Perseus? No, you're not him. Seeing the red hair she had seen in her final moments, the sickle that severed her head, and the shield adorned with her head, Medusa's voice became dry, her body unconsciously leaning forward. She quickly began shaking her head, completely losing the composure she had as the Gorgon who slaughtered countless warriors. Indeed, I am not him. But you could think of me as his successor. The Matou family's bloodline can be traced back to Perseus. Shinji was Shinji, he was not anyone else, nor did he want to become someone else. No matter what legacy or gifts he received from Perseus, that fact remained indisputable. When I was very young, I had an encounter with Perseus. He entrusted these noble phantasms to me, and I was able to glimpse a part of his life. He asked me to pass on an apology to two people if I ever had the chance. One of them was Acrisius, and the other was you. Here, Shinji lied. Perseus had left such a request, but the sentiment was genuine. If Perseus had the chance to meet these people again, he would undoubtedly apologize, and Shinji, who had connected with Perseus on a soul level, could confirm this. Acrisius, the king of Argos, was Perseus' grandfather, who died when Perseus accidentally hit him with a discus during a sporting event. Although a prophecy had foretold that Perseus would kill his grandfather even before he was born, leading Acrisius to exile his daughter and infant grandson, Perseus still felt sorrow over the incident. As for Medusa, when Perseus killed her, he didn't have many personal feelings. He just saw her as a monster that had devoured countless lives, a formidable enemy, a target he needed to defeat to save his mother. However, after learning about Medusa's past, his mindset changed. He didn't regret killing her, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of guilt. That's just the kind of person Perseus was. You could say he was honorable, or you could say he had a bleeding heart. Medusa clearly understood this, as her reaction showed. I see, that man did say such a thing. He was always a hero who acted out of goodwill. Though it's awkward, I bear no grudge or hatred towards him. I might even pity him, though that's not something I could say to his face. You pity him, but he likely felt the same way about you. Anyone with half a brain knows it wasn't your fault, it was Athena's unreasonable curse. That was Shinji's belief, and Sakura shared it as well. Exactly, exactly. When I read that legend, I thought it was unfair. Why should a goddess be allowed to curse someone like that? Thank you, Master, and you too, Master's brother. Medusa smiled, a faint but beautiful smile. Perhaps this was her true nature, not as a Gorgon monster, but as Medusa, the perfect idol. Matou Shinji. Just Shinji is fine. Shinji said, introducing himself. Medusa, no, Rider, and Sakura. Whatever my plans were in the past, or who I intended to summon, that's all in the past. Now, you two are master and servant, your comrades. I hope you can respect each other, understand each other, trust each other, and support each other. Don't let the shadows of the past affect how you treat each other now. All the prior explanations were just for this one request. Whether it was the inertia of the timeline or the fact that Sakura and Medusa were a perfect match, none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was their current master-servant relationship and the upcoming war. Understood, brother. Sakura agreed immediately, and Medusa nodded silently. Their similarly long purple hair swayed slightly, making them look almost like sisters. Rider, tell me about yourself. Is it true you have two sisters? And what about Perseus, was he as great as the legends say? I do have two sisters, and they were both very kind to me. As for Perseus, I'm not sure if he was that great, but in my eyes, he was a coward. A coward? Yes, he was trembling all over when he approached me. Huh. As her voice grew softer, Shinji's mood lightened considerably. Despite the unexpected events, this wasn't a bad start. Now it was time to think about his issues. Chapter 875, Going to School. Brother, aren't you ready yet? It's almost 6:40. On a chilly winter morning, Sakura's voice echoed through the large Matou household. I'm coming. I'll be in front of you in 3 seconds. As he spoke, there was a series of quick thuds from slippers hitting the floor, followed by a sliding sound as Shinji glided down the stairs. Just before he touched the decorative piece at the turn, he pushed off, hovering briefly in midair before landing steadily next to the shoe rack. He took his school bag from his sister. Sakura-chan, do we have to go to school? We absolutely must go, Sakura insisted with a firm nod. Your attendance this semester is already risky. If you keep skipping, you might get held back. If I get held back, I get held back. Then I could be in the same class as my dear sister and enjoy another year of the protagonist's school life buff in a Japanese high school, Shinji said nonchalantly. Brother, I'm being serious. I'm not joking, Sakura said, trying to look stern. Alright, let's be serious then. At school, I'm considered a genius and have certain privileges. As long as I rank in the top 3 in all subjects at the end of the term, I won't be held back even if I skip the whole year. This wasn't a lie, Shinji had negotiated this with the school since junior high, and it had never been an issue. But you didn't meet the requirement last time. That was a fluke, I forgot to prepare for the English exam. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I mean, I spend at least 3 months a year in England, can chat with Western journalists, and can even play the ukulele on a guitar. I'm fluent in both British and American English, yet I can't do well on a Japanese English test. Where's the justice in that? Indeed, Japanese English exams are notoriously difficult. If something goes wrong again, I'll just steal the exam answers beforehand. Yeah, that's what I'll do. So far, Shinji had never cheated on an exam, not even once. His scores were entirely based on his ability. Of course, it wasn't that he was a genius, but because he had an advantage. 10 years ago, the crystal left by Scathach contained all kinds of knowledge, providing Shinji with a solid foundation. After stepping into the realm of the third magic, his mental abilities, memory, and learning capacity greatly improved. Combined with memories from his past life and what he learned in the El Meloy classroom, dealing with Japanese high school exams was a piece of cake, except for Japanese English, which was second only to India's in difficulty. It was only because of this that Shinji even considered cheating. Brother. Sakura said unhappily, did you forget what you used to tell me when I was little? You said that a student's main job is to study. If you're not at home, I don't mind, but since you're back, you have to go to school, unless you were lying to me before. Absolutely not, Shinji quickly shook his head. He genuinely wanted his sister to go to school for her growth. I just think that with the Holy Grail War approaching, there's a lot to take care of. Can you tell me what exactly needs to be taken care of? Well, the Greater Grail. We have Justy-sensei and Tuko-san for that. Monitoring the stations, airports, and other major transport routes. Fujino-ne-san and Kiri-ne-san are on top of that. Handling emergency response plans. You've already prepared for that, haven't you? Then there's... what else? Sakura's delicate face broke into a smile, a satisfied yet slightly pressing expression. Nothing. Shinji honestly couldn't think of anything else. When he first realized the ritual was about to begin, he had been very anxious. But after returning home, he found that over the past few years, he had already completed all the necessary preparations. There wasn't anything left that required his attention. Even that baffling move by Heartless was a surprise to Shinji, but it was equally unexpected for everyone else. Even the Ainsburns, who had been monitoring the Greater Grail, would probably need about a week to make their way from their headquarters to Fuyuki. And as for the others, they were likely in the same situation. In other words, Shinji was currently in a state of having nothing to do. No wonder Sakura was pulling him to go to school, though he couldn't quite see the connection. Why do I have to go to school just because there's nothing to do? Could it be that the famous saying from anime was true? In Japan, no matter what major event occurs, as long as the world hasn't ended, the school is still open, and the students aren't dead, they have to go to school. Thinking about this, Shinji felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, leaving him feeling disheartened. Because I want to go to school with you, is that not okay? Sakura looked up, her eyes sparkling like amethyst, full of expectation. Shinji couldn't resist that look at all. He slung the school bag over his shoulder, poked Sakura lightly on the forehead, and whispered. You should have just said that from the start. Let's go. Let's head out. Sakura touched the spot where she had been poked, giggling with joy. Watching from the second floor, Makiri couldn't help but be speechless. Does she need to be that happy? She does. If it were me, I'd be just as happy, Fujino replied earnestly. Ah, it's because you're all like this that he keeps stringing you along, we should team up and give him the cold shoulder. Who was it who was so excited yesterday, fluttering around him, and then sneaking up at 3 a.m. trying to sneak into his room? Fujino glanced at Makiri with a half-smile, causing her momentum to falter immediately. Yes, it was me. So what? I'm not as young as you, barely in your 20s, and even younger than Sakura. I'm already in my late 20s. If I don't take action soon, I'll be old. Who knew I'd get caught by Ryder? So close yet so far. Honestly, do servants even need to sleep? Servants exist through magical energy. As long as the supply is sufficient, they don't need to eat or sleep. Medusa's voice came from the shadows in the hallway. It seemed she preferred staying in the dark rather than the light. Sorry, Kiri-san, I didn't know it was you last night. It's fine. I'm used to it by now. I always get caught in the end anyway. Since Kiri began her night raids, the times she successfully snuck into Shinji's bed could be counted on one hand, and those were only in the early days when no one was on guard. After she tried a few times, both Sakura and Fujino began setting up defenses to prevent her from sneaking in. I've come to realize that you're all so smart, and I'm just a fool. With that, Kiri slumped over the railing, looking dejected. Is Kiri-san all right? Medusa asked quietly. She had only been summoned recently and wasn't used to the Matou household's daily routine yet. She's fine, Fujino replied calmly. She's always like this, she'll be okay in a bit. Shouldn't we follow after them? No need. Although Shinji is clumsy, awful at handling relationships, and both greedy and cowardly, there's one thing no one doubts, he genuinely cares about us. He wouldn't risk our safety. If he says it's okay, then it's okay. It was this care that had tightly bound the girls' hearts, keeping them hopeful even in the face of uncertainty. Let's just let them have some time alone today. Chapter 876, The Archery Club and Ayako Mitsuzuri. In Japan, from elementary school onward, there are diverse and vibrant club activities. Joining a club isn't seen as a distraction, but rather as an integral part of school life. To ensure the quality of these clubs, schools allocate a budget each year to support their development. For students, participating in club activities is the norm, those who don't are considered outliers. Take Shikitano as an example, if it weren't for the anemia symptoms caused by his life force deficiency, he wouldn't be rushing home right after class. Club activities typically take place after school, but sports clubs with a competitive aspect often add a morning practice before school. Japanese schools start late and finish early, so extra time is set aside for these activities. Sakura and Shinji leave home early because of these club activities. As a ghost student at school, Shinji not only dislikes attending classes but is also unlikely to join any clubs. However, while Shinji doesn't participate, Sakura does. She's a member of one of the most famous clubs in Fuyuki and its surrounding areas, the Hamirahara Academy Archery Club. Archery is a popular sport in Japan, with many competitions, and the Hamirahara Academy Archery Club has an excellent track record, receiving significant attention from the school. Each year, many students apply to join the club, but only those with exceptional talent or a solid foundation in archery from a young age pass the tests and are admitted. For Sakura, who has been trained in martial arts since childhood and possesses far superior physical abilities. Passing the entrance test was child's play. Even without a background in archery, she quickly rose to the position of vice captain and is hailed as the club's rising star, earning the admiration and expectations of her fellow members. The morning practice for the archery club starts at 7, giving an hour before classes officially begin at 8. At this time, most students haven't arrived at school yet, so the campus is quite empty. The siblings don't mind this quietness. Sakura is used to such a campus, and Shinji, who seldom comes to school, doesn't care much either. Whether it's crowded or empty makes no difference to him. Moreover, having decided to accompany his sister, he has no intention of going anywhere else. While Sakura practices with the archery club, he simply follows her to the archery range to observe. As one of the school's flagship facilities, the archery range is professionally built with all the necessary archery equipment. From a middle school perspective, it might even seem excessive. It's said that the school principal is extremely fond of archery, which is why a significant amount of money was invested to build this professional venue. The club's excellent performance is also closely tied to its well-equipped training facilities. As soon as she enters the archery range, Sakura seems to change, transforming from the little sister who relies on her brother into the star of the club. She greets her seniors and peers, then starts arranging the equipment, organizing the venue, and assigning roles with the authority of a manager. Under her leadership, it takes less than 10 minutes for the archery club's morning practice to begin. Dressed in a traditional archery uniform, Sakura holds her bow in one hand and a white feathered arrow in the other, aiming at the target before shooting her first arrow of the day. There's no need to see the result, just from Sakura's taut posture and focused gaze, Shinji knows that this arrow is bound to hit the bullseye. And as expected, it did, without any suspense. This shot set a positive tone for today's practice, with the members taking turns at the shooting positions, arrow after arrow. Whenever someone achieved a good score, their companions would applaud. Naturally, Sakura, the vice-captain and second-in-command, received the most applause and had the best performance. Seeing his sister surrounded by peers, smiling so purely, Shinji casually sipped his tea, feeling content. Keeping her out of the clock tower and letting her attend a regular school in Fuyuki was the right decision. It might slightly delay her magical training, but that loss is insignificant compared to her healthy development. This is for the best. Such a cute sister, if she had grown up twisted, turning into one of those detestable mainstream magi, Shinji would never forgive himself. As the next round of practice began, Sakura hit the bullseye again, her 5th bullseye of the day, setting a new personal record. After putting down her bow, the girl flipped her purple hair, which she had tied into a ponytail to avoid interfering with her aim, and waved at Shinji, making a strange hand gesture by connecting her thumb and forefinger. This gesture was something only the siblings understood, a memory unique to their childhood. Back then, when Shinji had just started learning runes and chose to use a slingshot to maximize the power of rune stones, Sakura, who always followed her brother, also wanted to learn. So Shinji made her a slingshot as well, not a professional-grade composite slingshot, but a simple toy. Even so, Sakura enjoyed it immensely, practicing with her brother every day. Whenever she hit the target, she would wave at Shinji in this way. This girl. Shinji chuckled softly, his gaze filled with warmth. Well, isn't this the rumored genius student? A female voice came from behind him. Shinji turned to face the girl who had spoken, someone both unfamiliar and familiar. Unfamiliar because they had little interaction, only speaking a few times and knowing each other's names. Familiar because she reminded him of an old friend. Her short, ear-length hair, a face that combined both softness and strength and a carefree, unrestrained personality all made her seem like a version of Shiki Ryugi, except for her physique. While Shiki didn't have a figure much better than Rin Tosaka's, the girl before him could easily compete with Sakura in that regard. Oh, I don't deserve such praise. Speaking of rumors and fame, it seems like you have much more of both than I do, Ayako Mitsuzuri. Ayako Mitsuzuri was the girl's name. Before Shinji's reincarnation, she was famous as a little version of Shiki, and was even given the nickname one of Fuyuki's 4 guardians, with the title Nuclear Arrow. Though this nickname was more of a joke or meme, one thing was undeniable, excluding any magical qualities, Ayako Mitsuzuri was not inferior to Shiki Ryugi at all. Her appearance and figure needed no further comment, and like Shiki, Ayako was born into a warrior family, training in martial arts from a young age. She was skilled in all 18 forms of martial arts and had a saying, a beauty who doesn't learn martial arts is useless. Her skills were exceptional for an ordinary person, she could break 10 bricks with a single punch and was a modern-day heroine. Due to her outstanding appearance and straightforward personality, she was very popular at school. Her formidable strength also led many students to privately regard her as one of the most intimidating people at school. Just call me Mitsuzuri. The girl casually sat down next to Shinji. I'm here every day, but you're rarely here. If you were, you'd be more famous than me. So, what kind of wind blew you, who rarely comes to school, into our archery club today? Chapter 877, The Gathering of the 4 Guardians. What wind blew Shinji here? Of course, it was the gentle breeze called Little Sister. I came to keep Sakura company. I went to England for a few months recently, and she wasn't happy about it. To prevent any rift between us, I need to make up for it. Oh my, such a close sibling relationship, how enviable. Ayako Mitsuzuri laughed heartily and turned her gaze toward the archery range. Sakura is doing well, it might not be long before I have to step down as captain. You never know. I heard you joined the archery club because it was the one sport you weren't good at, so you came to learn. Yet soon after joining, you began to excel, quickly rising through the ranks to become one of the club's top archers. Everything Sakura is doing now, you've done before. Are you praising me or your sister? Both, I suppose, Shinji admitted frankly. The best way to talk to someone like Ayako was straightforward. But if you keep missing practice like today, that might not be the case. Ayako flipped her hair confidently. Sorry to disappoint you, but unlike you, I've never been late, left early, or missed a practice. Today was an exception because I had to negotiate something about club funds. Club funds. With the student council. In Japan, the student council holds significant authority, even able to influence school decisions to some extent, with managing club funds being just one of their responsibilities. Exactly. That despicable student council president is trying to cut our archery club's budget, it's outrageous. Ayako complained, clearly dissatisfied. I've decided to use every means at my disposal to completely bombard the president and stop his schemes. And the result? Shinji asked with a knowing smile as if he already guessed the outcome. Not good. Ayako's answer was unsurprising. Words like everything, complete, and schemes only revealed her lack of confidence. That guy is surprisingly stubborn, not even listening to Fujimura-sensei. They're probably still arguing about it. Speak of the devil. Just as she finished speaking, a powerful roar echoed from the archery hall entrance, like a tiger's roar, well, a tigress's. Issei Ryudu, are you not even listening to your teacher? Immediately followed by a steady male voice, answering calmly and respectfully. Whether I listen depends on whether it makes sense, Fujimura-sensei. If you only make demands without giving reasons, I'm in a difficult position. The number of school clubs has been increasing in recent years, and most have achieved certain accomplishments. As student council president, I must consider all of them, not just the archery club. You guide more than just the archery club, so you should also think about the others. That's reasonable, but cutting the archery club's budget is absolutely out of the question. Sigh. Anyone could hear the helplessness in the male voice, it was impossible to have a conversation. Well then, Mitsuzuri-san, why don't you say something? This is a top priority for the archery club. The door to the dojo was pulled open, and the two people speaking came into Shinji and Ayako's view. The woman was an old acquaintance of Shinji, someone he had known for 10 years. From her appearance to her style, she perfectly fits the image of a tigress. But this wasn't a metaphorical shrew, but rather the literal meaning, a woman, bold and imposing, with a predominantly yellow hair color and attire, easily reminiscent of a tiger. The key point was that the pronunciation of her name was very similar to tiger in English, hence the nickname Tiger of Fuyuki. Yes, this was none other than Taiga Fujimura, who had been pestering Kiritsugu for the past 10 years and was now almost a part of the Emiya household. She was currently an English teacher at Hamurahara Academy and an advisor to the archery club. The man was about Shinji's age and also a familiar face, though he hadn't known him as long as Taiga. His upright face paired with glasses on his nose gave an impression of meticulousness. Though his frame was thin, his clothes hinted at a well-toned physique, with solid footing and steady breathing. Like Ayako and Taiga, he was a martial artist. His name was Issei Ryudu, the son of the head priest at Ryudu Temple. Since the Greater Grail's altar was not far from the temple, Shinji had visited frequently over the past few years, occasionally donating offerings, and had become acquainted with the temple monks. Issei was now the student council president at Hamurahara Academy, more popular among the students than even Ayako. Seeing Shinji sitting in the dojo, both of them were momentarily taken aback. Shinji, what are you doing here? Matou, you came to school. Yo, good morning. It's been a while, Taiji, no, Fujimura-sensei, and Issei. As Shinji greeted them. What wind blew through today? The 4 guardians of Fuyuki have gathered. Yes, the 4 people gathered at the dojo entrance were the 4 guardians of Fuyuki, Ayako Mitsuzuri, Taiga Fujimura, Issei Ryudu, and Shinji Matou. Although the title couldn't be taken seriously, they still sparked Shinji's wild imagination, wild, not romantic. Perhaps this was a sign, the upcoming Holy Grail War would be unusual, and he might not have victory in the bag. Even if he did win, it might not guarantee Fuyuki's peace and stability. As he delved deeper into the path of mystery, he could faintly sense changes in fortune. This Holy Grail War had felt strange from the beginning, giving him much to ponder. After living in the city for over a decade, he had grown attached. Shinji didn't want the Holy Grail War to cause irreparable damage. He needed to summon Arcuate as soon as possible so that even if the conflict escalated, she could use Marble Phantasm to control it. In Nasu's writing, Taiga, Ayako, and Issei each contributed to Fuyuki in their own ways, while Shinji Matou was merely a destructive force, unworthy of being grouped with the other three. But now, things were different. He was no longer the twisted scum he once was. He would protect this city in his way and make this title truly fitting. By the time he snapped back to reality, the battle between the Guardians had resumed. This time, it wasn't a one-on-one between Taiga and Issei, but a joint attack by Ayako and Taiga. Chapter 878, The Battle of the Guardians. This was a peak confrontation between the Supreme Beings, a showdown between the Guardians. Each of the Nuclear Arrow, Planetary Watcher, and Antimatter Emperor Fist were the most powerful individuals in Fuyuki City, possessing powers beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. The Nuclear Arrow could cause proton-level disintegration with her arrows, leading to the death and disintegration of everything in its path, embodying the ultimate mastery of the microscopic. The Planetary Watcher harnessed the power of planets and stood among the stars. Each of her strikes carried the force of the stars, embodying the grandeur of the microscopic universe in her life. Their opponent, the Antimatter Emperor Fist, seemed unremarkable on the surface, but in reality, he wielded the mysterious force of antimatter, a power opposite to the universe in which people live. As vast as the universe is, so too is the strength of his antimatter power. The three Guardians clashed, shattering galaxies and stretching to the edges of the universe. Their every movement seemed to echo the creation of chaos, with boundless power surging, trampling the myriad paths of heaven underfoot. Alright, this was just a fantasy in Shinji's mind. Reality didn't turn out that way. Though all three possessed considerable martial skills, whether it was Taiga Fujimura's first sword, Ayako Mitsuzuri's 18 Naginata techniques, or Issei Ryudo's rigorously practiced karate, they were all capable of easily competing at national tournaments. However, these national tournaments were still within the bounds of normal human competition, limited by common sense. No matter how exaggerated, they could not produce the effects of primordial chaos or the shattering of galaxies. Such terrifying realms were beyond the reach of even ultimate ones or magicians. Besides, they hadn't yet reached the stage of physical combat. If they did, Issei would stand no chance against the other two. They were merely engaged in a war of words. As Shinji's imagination suggested, antimatter is equivalent to the positive universe, so Taiga and Ayako, limited by the universe, couldn't stand against him and were steadily losing ground. To put it simply, Ayako and Taiga were not skilled in debating and were completely outmatched by Issei. Before long, they were left speechless. Taiga was scratching her head, Ayako was gritting her teeth, and suddenly their eyes lit up as they turned toward the last member of the four Guardians, Magical Perseus Fist. Shinji, you should help us out. Yeah, Matou, even Sakura, the future captain and leader, would be troubled by the budget cuts. Issei was quick to counter, adjusting his glasses as he retorted, don't lump Matou in with you too. Someone who frequently goes abroad for advanced studies like him surely understands the importance of the bigger picture and can sympathize with my position. Shinji, who had been leisurely sipping tea, watching his sister practice archery while enjoying the show, nearly spat out his tea. Are you kidding me? You guys argue all you want, but why drag me into this? Do you consider me part of your group? Even if I am, what do I know? I hardly come to school more than a few times a year. Besides, even if the budget is cut and Sakura runs out of funds, I have plenty of money. I just made a fortune from auctioning the crimson fruit. It might be an exaggeration to say I could buy all of Fuyuki. I could easily donate a couple of years' worth of budget and let Sakura enjoy her high school life. But since the fire has been brought to my doorstep, I can't just say nothing. Just as he was considering how to phrase his response, the dojo door was pulled open once more, accompanied by yet another familiar voice. Arguing so early in the morning, what's going on? Classic twin tails fluttered in the wind, and her sapphire eyes shone brightly in the winter sun. Her striking appearance, combined with those beautiful eyes, gave off an impression as if she were a flower blooming on a high plateau. Tosaka. You're here, especially early today, Ayako greeted her straightforwardly. Tosaka was her surname, and her name was Rin, Sakura's biological sister, Shinji's childhood friend, and Ayako's close friend. Is that what's happening? Rin sighed softly, a weary look on her face that didn't match the morning. Good morning, Mitsuzuri, Fujimura-sensei, and President. Just a quick question, what time is it now? Isn't it 7:20? Tosaka, did you oversleep? Ayako waved her hand in front of Rin's face as if testing whether she was all right. Ayako was one of the few people who knew about Rin's difficulty in waking up in the morning, a habit that made it hard for her to get up. Of course, Shinji and Sakura were aware of it as well. The clocks in my house seem to be running an hour fast, and not just the alarm clock, even the wall clocks are ahead. Rin wore a troubled expression as she spoke words that would be hard for an ordinary person to understand. Only Shinji knew it had to do with a certain magecraft in the Tosaka household, one of the most precious relics left behind by Rin's father, Tokiomi. Perhaps realizing her slip of the tongue, Rin quickly waved it off and changed the topic. Don't worry about it, it's nothing important. By the way, isn't it time for your morning practice, Mitsuzuri? In Japanese archery, there is a specific uniform, and since Ayako was still in her school uniform, she naturally hadn't started her morning practice yet. As soon as this was brought up, Ayako began to complain immediately. No practice today, there's something more important, something that affects the future of our archery club. Listen to this, the student council president is planning to cut our club's budget for next year. Isn't that outrageous? Fujimura-sensei and I have been negotiating with him, but we can't get through. Is that the situation, President? Rin tilted her head and looked at Issei, her head tilting instantly into the perfect posture of a refined lady, accompanied by a polite smile. Those who knew her understood that this was her ultimate mode when dealing with others. Issei's expression changed slightly as if facing a formidable opponent. This has nothing to do with you, Tosaka. Mitsuzuri is my friend. Isn't it only natural to help out a friend? Tosaka. Ayako was deeply moved by Rin's response. You're right, Tosaka. We entrust you to negotiate with Ryudo. Taiga's attitude was even more decisive, perhaps due to her wild instincts sensing the caution in Issei, a wariness he never showed when dealing with her or Ayako. Now everything should be fine. Rin's smile grew even brighter, while Issei's face grew increasingly grim, muttering something under his breath that somewhat damaged his image as student council president, Red Evil. He had called Rin that ever since middle school. Fuyuki City wasn't very large, so it was easy for its residents to cross paths. Rin and Issei attended the same middle school. Issei was the president, and Rin was the vice president. Both were very capable and admired by the students. But Issei had never liked Rin because he saw through her true nature. It wasn't just her sly personality, part of it had to do with her being a magus. Although the monks of Ryudo Temple weren't connected to the mysteries of magecraft, living in such a spiritually rich land had made Issei sensitive to unusual factors. From the first time he saw Rin, he sensed something extraordinary about her, as if she exuded the aura of the demonic creatures from myth. From that moment, Rin became Issei's enemy, and because of his background, he dubbed her the foe of Buddha. Incidentally, Issei had two other foes of Buddha, both of whom were also in the dojo, Ayako Mitsuzuri and Shinji Matou. With two foes of Buddha against him, it was easy to imagine the pressure Issei felt. Seeing him unconsciously raise his hand in a gesture of chanting sutras and exorcism, Shinji couldn't help but burst into laughter. And it was this laughter that made Rin notice his presence. The elegant expression on her face vanished instantly, replaced by the same hostile look that mirrored Issei's. Chapter 879, Rin Tosaka's Declaration. Just as Issei Ryudo has his Buddha foe, Rin Tosaka also has a lifelong arch-nemesis. He took away her dearest sister, Sakura, and competed with her in everything, and she could never seem to beat him. Whether it's height, weight, arguments, academic exams, sports scores, or even physical fights, she hasn't won against him in any of these. Well, to be fair, she has won a few times, but she quickly realized that he was going easy on her. Such victories weren't what she wanted. As the head of the Tosaka family and the daughter of Tokiomi Tosaka, she carries her elegance and pride. She wants to defeat this strongest enemy with her strength. And now, this enemy stands before her, smiling and waving in greeting. Yo, Rin, good morning. Don't call me Rin. Please address me as Tosaka or Tosaka-san. For 11 years, ever since Sakura was adopted by the Matou family, every time Shinji called Rin by her first name, she would painstakingly correct him. Even though she knew he wouldn't listen and could predict what he'd say next, she persisted. You're so cold, Rin. Aren't we childhood friends? As expected, it was the same old response, either they've known each other for a long time, they share a sister, or they're childhood friends. She had already given her retort countless times. We've just known each other for a long time. Don't make it sound so intimate. Huh? Tosaka, you've known Matou for a long time. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Ayako Mitsuzuri asked curiously. Humph, it's just a fateful bond, Rin said, flipping her ponytail and avoiding looking at Shinji. The most important criterion for childhood friends is the length of time they've known each other. If Matou has known you longer than I have, then you're childhood friends. Whether you admit it or not, that's an unchangeable fact, Issei interjected. As Rin's long-standing, self-proclaimed, enemy and someone who reigns supreme among students, he immediately sensed the one-sided hostility between Rin and Shinji. Adhering to the ancient rule that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, he extended an olive branch to Shinji. Yeah, I think so too, Shinji said with feigned innocence. We've known each other since we were 6. If that doesn't make us childhood friends, what does? Issei and Shinji delivered a flawless combo, making Rin's expression grow more severe, even bordering on comical. Seeing her like this, Shinji knew she was on the verge of losing her temper. He quickly sent a mental message to her mind. Careful, careful, there are others here besides you and me. You wouldn't want to ruin the image you've worked so hard to maintain, would you? Rin's beautiful sapphire eyes suddenly cleared. Her tsundere, mischievous, lazy, and temperamental side only showed around those she was close to. In front of others, she always adhered to the Tosaka family's motto, always remain composed, always remain elegant, and her mother's traditional teachings. At school, Rin was always seen as the perfect lady living in a large Western-style mansion on the hill, the honor student of honor students. Beautiful, with excellent grades and extraordinary athletic abilities, she had no flaws. Her personality was rational and polite, never arrogant despite her beauty, an ideal woman, idolized by male students who would get excited just to exchange a few words with her. Issei and Shinji were exceptions. It's not hard to see that Rin greatly valued her outward image. So, with Shinji's reminder, she quickly regained her composure. However, she wasn't going to thank him for it. After all, it was Shinji's constant provocations that caused this in the first place. His tone, dripping with sarcasm, made it clear he wasn't kindly reminding her but mocking her for being two-faced. Rin cleared her throat and ignored Shinji to avoid losing her temper again. I'm not feeling my best today, so I apologize if I've been rude. Discussing this matter here might disrupt the archery club's morning practice. Let's move to the student council room, it's more suitable for negotiations. Ayako and Taiga looked toward the archery range nearby and saw a few members peeking around, so they didn't object. Let's do that. You're okay with that, right, student council president? Issei frowned, clearly not wanting to let this troublesome group into his territory. But the reason they gave left him no choice but to agree. All right. Hearing his response, Rin immediately turned to leave. She didn't want to stay a second longer because of Shinji's presence. But Shinji didn't let her go so easily, calling out in an irritatingly playful tone, leaving already. Don't you want to chat a bit more? I wanted to tell you about my experiences in England. The handle of Rin's bag crumpled in her grip as she tried to calm herself and stay composed. No, Mitsuzuri's issue is more important. I'm in no rush, Ayako mischievously nudged her friend's waist with her elbow. Anyway, the budget cuts won't take effect until next semester at the earliest, right, student council president? That's right, Issei nodded, clearly not eager to negotiate with Rin, especially without proper preparation. Rin was fuming. She turned around, firmly gripping Ayako's shoulder, and emphasized. Your issue is more important, right? Perhaps feeling the weight of Rin's intense gaze or the pressure on her shoulder that even a modern martial arts master like her couldn't withstand, Ayako quickly changed her tune. Yes, the archery club's matter is most important. Let's go, Fujimura-sensei, student council president. All right. Sure. At this point, Shinji spoke again. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Sakura before you go? She'd be happy to see you. No need. Unlike you, the genius who barely attends school, I can see her anytime. Rin turned her head and glared fiercely at Shinji, her eyes full of dissatisfaction on Sakura's behalf and a hint of playful retaliation. Shinji was unfazed. I'll be around for a while. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll be coming to school every day. Is that so? That's just wonderful, Rin replied, biting off each word at the end. After speaking, she lightly tugged at her left sleeve, revealing a fan-shaped, dark red mark made of two interlocking arcs. It wasn't a muscle like the famous punch that could kill a cow, but her command seal, a declaration as one of the participants in the Holy Grail War, a legacy of the Tosaka family as one of the three founding families. It was her challenge to Matou Shinji, let's settle this in the Holy Grail War. Shinji responded by tapping his left hand as if to say, all right, let's do this, Rin Tosaka. Chapter 880, Summoning Dilemma. Rin Tosaka has joined the battle. This was expected. Since the Holy Grail War system took shape and stabilized, the three founding families of Einsburn, Tosaka, and Matou have never missed a single war. Unlike the homunculus-based Einsburn family and the Matou family under the control of Zouken, the head of the Tosaka family always participates personally, without exception. This has become a duty and responsibility that the head of the Tosaka family must fulfill, and Rin naturally won't shy away from it. Although Rin's mother, Aoi, and Korea Matou, who have experienced one Holy Grail War, both hope Rin stays away from danger and grows up healthy, Rin refuses their wishes. Rin is inherently strong-willed and competitive, and has always had her own opinions. Back then, she sneaks out in the middle of the night during the Holy Grail War to save her friend Koton. Now, she is even less likely to be afraid. While this may sound a bit disrespectful to her uncle Korea, who has always treated her well, and Aoi, neither of them can influence Rin's decision. Even if she agrees on the surface, she would still carry out her will in secret. No one knows this better than Shinji, who has been at odds with her for 10 years. So when Rin revealed her command seals in front of him, he wasn't surprised at all. Similarly, Shinji's response of showing his left hand wouldn't surprise Rin either. Friends aren't the only ones who understand you well, enemies do too. Rin understands Shinji just as well as he understands her, and she is 100% certain that Shinji will participate in the war. This mutual display of command seals was their way of declaring war, reassuring each other that despite being enemies, they would face each other in a fair, straightforward battle rather than resort to underhanded tactics. From the moment the archery hall's door closed, Rin began considering how to defeat Shinji, and at the same time, Shinji started assessing Rin. First, Rin is much stronger than in the original timeline, and much stronger at that. In the original timeline, she lost her father at 7, and apart from the occasional guidance from the tax-evading priest Kirii Kotomine, she was mostly self-taught. Now, Tosaka Tokiomi didn't die in the Holy Grail War, he managed to survive for 5 more years. In those last 5 years, Tokiomi passed on everything he had learned to his daughter, and for anything she couldn't grasp immediately, he left a detailed study plan, paving a clear path for Rin to become a top-tier magus. Even more fortunate, after Tokiomi's death, the originator of the Tosaka family's lineage, the Grand Magus Zelrich, came to Fuyuki City. Impressed by Rin's talent, he occasionally guided her, showing her a broader and higher horizon in the world of magecraft. And because Justice kept a close watch, Zelrich couldn't treat Rin like his other disciples, ensuring this budding talent wouldn't wither prematurely. Rin has now inherited 5 generations of the Tosaka family's knowledge and learned a great deal from Zelrich about magecraft beyond what her family taught. To be frank, even if her 5 ancestors resurrected and attacked her together, they might not be able to defeat her now. Even Sakura, who has always worked hard, wouldn't dare claim she's stronger than her sister. However, Rin is still far from matching Shinji. No matter how strong Rin is, she remains within the limits of human potential, whereas Shinji's sights are set far beyond humanity, his opponents are servants and dead apostles. The problem is that the servant, Rin is likely to summon next should be Gilgamesh, using the fossilized skin of the ancient serpent that Tokiomi left behind as a catalyst. Gilgamesh is a servant who stands at the pinnacle of human history, whose noble phantasm gate of Babylon itself is a symbol of humanity's evolution and limitless possibilities. Once serious, under the rules of the Holy Grail War, no other servant would dare claim victory against him lightly. With Sakura having summoned Medusa, there are only 2 summoning slots left, any more might trigger the Greater Grail's emergency mechanism, turning the situation into a chaotic war among parallel worlds, which would be counterproductive. There are 2 catalysts secured, Artoria's scabbard and a fragment of Karna's chariot, both capable of contending with Gilgamesh. Artoria's catalyst is waiting for Kiritsugu to return from Africa, which might take a few more days due to travel difficulties. Shinji could summon Karna at any time, but something holds him back. It's not that Karna is a poor choice, on the contrary, he might be the best servant, loyal, incredibly powerful, and with a great personality. However, no matter how excellent the servant, Shinji can't help but feel that none could compare to Scathach. Is there no other way? No, it's not time to give up yet. 10 years ago, he managed to summon her, and now, he is sure he can find a way again. Although the ancient manuscript of the cattle raid of Kuli was destroyed in a surge of mana, it wasn't the only artifact connected to her. There's still time, and with Justice monitoring the Greater Grail, there's no risk of someone else taking the slot because of his hesitation. Sorry, Karna, you'll have to be the backup for now. Until then, I'll keep trying my best. But how exactly should he try? And in what direction? Besides, it's not just his decision, he has to seek Justice's opinion, whether as the owner of the Greater Grail, the initiator of the Grail Purification Plan, or his lover. Speaking of which, he is an unqualified boyfriend. It's bad enough that he's been running around everywhere, but even when he's back, he doesn't see her right away. Fortunately, Justice has a good temperament and doesn't mind, anyone else would have thrown a fit by now. Thinking of all the girls entangled with him, Shinji sighed. Unknowingly, he's taken the path of a scumbag and has no idea how to return to the right track. Ugh, being handsome and strong does allow you to get away with anything, how could his charm be so irresistible? Ahem, okay, let's temporarily ignore this narcissist. There's no need to ignore him. Shinji's narcissism is just a passing phase, he'll soon return to normal. This time, it happens faster because the class is about to start, and he needs to leave. Not just the archery hall, but the school as well. He agreed to go to school with Sakura, but that doesn't mean he'll attend classes seriously. With mentors like Scathach and Chiron, not to mention Waver, the star professor of the clock tower, even the instructors in the El Meloy classroom could out-teach any teacher at Hamurahara Academy. Attending classes here would only waste his time. Besides, Shinji doesn't even know the names of half his classmates, and going to class would only make things awkward, so it's better to skip. He plans to stop by the principal's office and chat with the teachers, then sneak off, pretending to study on his own and return at noon to have lunch with Sakura. Chapter 881, If you can't even protect the one you love, what kind of man are you? As a so-called genius student and a privileged individual at school, it wasn't surprising that he didn't attend classes. It was expected of a genius. After spending some time in the principal's office and chatting casually with the principal, Shinji left the school and headed to the altar located on Mount Enzu. Spending the first day at home with his family was acceptable, but not visiting his girlfriend on the second day was simply inexcusable. Shinji was already very familiar with the road to the altar. He casually hailed a taxi to the foot of the mountain. Walking along the path, about a third of the way up, he veered off the trail and entered the forest on the hillside. After passing through 2 bounded fields, he came to a naturally formed cave. This was the altar where the Greater Grail had been slumbering for over 200 years, and where Justice and Tuko were. As soon as he entered the cave, Matou, cloaked in the Hades cloak, appeared and bowed to Shinji. Shinji smiled and waved, signaling her to continue her vigilance. With her around, there was no need to worry about the safety of Tuko and Justice. Matou did not immediately return to her stealth state but instead hesitated and called out, "Master Shinji." Shinji stopped in his tracks. Miss Justice and Master. What about them? You'll understand when you go inside." Hearing this, Shinji quickened his pace and entered the cave. The entrance to the cave was extremely narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through. A slight misstep would cause one to brush against the rocky walls. However, after walking a short distance along the dark and narrow passage, the scenery suddenly changed. The narrow, cramped path opened up into a wide, spacious passage. The darkness that had swallowed up vision gradually receded in the eerie green glow. The light came from some kind of glowing moss, dotting the ground and walls, emitting an abnormal vitality. Yes, abnormal. The vitality was so intense that it overflowed, as if the air was celebrating the birth of life. This overwhelming vitality, transforming into visible streams of magical energy, was almost nauseating. Sensing this surge of life energy, Shinji knew that the Greater Grail had indeed been activated. The last time he was here, while the life energy was dense, it didn't have this near-divine level of fullness. Following the flow of magical energy upstream, Shinji walked along the path of green life. As his field of vision broadened, he saw it. This was no longer a cavern, but a desolate land, an underground space with a diameter exceeding 2 kilometers. This was the other world constructed by Nagato Tosaka, Zouken Matou, and the previous head of the Einsburn family. At the far end, there was a rock resembling a wall. This was both the beginning and the end of this war, a system that had been operating for 200 years. The light illuminating the wasteland was the magical energy leaking from there, from the massive rock housing the Greater Grail, nurturing the third magic. At its center, something was stirring. Despite the overwhelming life force it emitted, it gave off an ominous feeling. Though still dormant beneath the altar, it wouldn't be long before it materialized and appeared in the real world. Engramainu. Sensing this rare stir, Shinji let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he absorbed the dense magical energy in the air, using it to increase his speed. In less than a minute, he crossed the vast underground space and ascended the altar. At the heart of the altar, where the stirrings were strongest, orange and white figures stood facing each other. Aozaki Tuko spread her arms, blocking Justice. "No, you can't go. This thing is too dangerous." "It's okay. I came from here. This was once my body." Justice gently shook her head, grasping Tuko's arm. "Huh." Tuko, a typical mystic, rarely shared her secrets and seldom probed into others. Despite knowing Justice for so long, this was the first time she heard about Justice's origins. But after all, Tuko was Grand Magus, standing at the pinnacle of Magus, well-informed and resilient. Her surprise lasted only a brief moment before she regained her determination. "It's still a no. The force within that is filled with death and hatred. Maybe it was your body once, but it no longer belongs to you. If you go in now, you'll be polluted, maybe even consumed." "But." "No buts." Shinji appeared beside the two. "Did you forget how close you came to having your spirit origin collapse 10 years ago?" Shinji. Justice trembled. "You're just in time," Tuko said with a smile. "What happened? What made you think of doing something like this?" Shinji asked. Tuko replied, "This morning, the Greater Grail exhibited another abnormal fluctuation. We spent half the day analyzing it but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Justice got a little anxious and wanted to check it out herself." "Justice," Shinji's expression darkened, "did you forget what you told me before? You told me not to worry, that it was okay if we failed this time, there would be a next time, and the time after that. But what about you?" I was afraid something irreversible might happen to the Greater Grail, so. Also, I didn't want to fail." The more she spoke, the weaker Justice's voice became. Eventually, she released Tuko's arm and lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Shinji softened his tone. "I don't want to fail either, but I don't want to lose you even more. You're far more important to me than the Greater Grail. If the Greater Grail poses a threat to you, I'd rather destroy it, even if it means facing down the old man of jewels. Shinji. Justice murmured. Era, Tuko chuckled, why go to such lengths? I never want to feel the pain of losing someone I love again. That feeling is unbearable, ah. Shinji spoke without thinking, only realizing his slip after the words were out. Humph, you've said it now. I've suspected something was going on between you two for a while, Tuko teased. Tuko, please stop, Justice pleaded softly. But Tuko ignored her, continuing her mischievous grin. Lovers, huh? Lovers. So what if we're lovers? Can't I have someone I love? Is it wrong to want to protect the one I love? Since Tuko had exposed them, Shinji decided to throw caution to the wind and pulled Justice into his arms. Having grown up, the action no longer felt out of place. If I can't even protect the one I love, what kind of man am I? You can, of course you can, Tuko said, crossing her arms and pushing up her glasses with one hand. I just think you should share this sentiment with the girls around you. I wonder how they would feel. Shinji fell silent. Chapter 882, Are you obsessed with older women? What would the girls think? Sadness, disappointment, or even crying on the spot would be likely. Some might even turn yandere. However, those dramatic scenarios from his previous life, like sudden betrayals or becoming a tragic figure, were unlikely to happen. Shinji knew them well and understood they were good girls. Despite their tragic pasts, because of Shinji's timely intervention, neither Sakura, Fujino, nor Kiri went down a path of despair or distortion. While they may still have some minor issues, overall, they are sensible, emotionally stable girls. These girls might cry, slap Shinji in the face, or kick him, but they wouldn't truly hate him to the point of wanting to kill him. Shinji had never truly wronged them, he had only ever cared for them. Still, Shinji didn't want to see them hurt, nor did he want them to leave him. This included the woman in front of him, Aozaki Tuko. Heartless. Fickle. Hypocritical. Possessive. Machismo. Disgusting. Call it what you will, but this is how Shinji feels, and it's why he's remained silent until now. After a long silence, he finally spoke. 2. Before he could continue, Tuko had already guessed what he wanted to say. You know you can't keep this a secret forever, and keeping it hidden with Justice is irresponsible. I don't mind. I was the one who told Shinji not to say anything in the first place. I didn't want to upset Sakura and the others. Justice spoke. For her, an artificial being who had developed emotions during her time with the Matou family, Sakura, Fujino, and the others were just as important. So, are you planning to keep it a secret forever? Yes, I don't see anything wrong with that. Justice's response made Tuko cover her face and sigh. You're hopeless, both of you. You're both willing to sacrifice yourselves for each other, you're a pair of hopeless fools. Seeing that Tuko's attitude had softened, Shinji grew more confident and asked. And what about you, Tuko? Me. What does this have to do with me? Tuko turned her head away, avoiding Shinji's gaze. Really? Nothing at all. The more she dodged, the bolder Shinji became. It has nothing to do with me, I have nothing to do with you. You have nothing to do with me, but I have everything to do with you. Shinji reached out his other hand and wrapped it around Tuko's waist. I told you, once I caught you this time, I wouldn't let you go. No matter what it takes, I'll keep you by my side. Greedy little punk. Justice, aren't you going to say something? Tuko struggled a bit but realized Shinji wasn't letting go, so she stopped. She wasn't exactly physically strong, and there was no way she could overpower Shinji. I don't mind. Justice remained as gentle as before. As a homunculus from the Einsburn family, the more emotionally detached she seemed, the more she devoted herself once she fell in love. After experiencing that life and death event in a parallel world, all she wanted was for Shinji to be okay, nothing else mattered. Are you too crazy, or am I? Faced with this couple, Tuko felt her common sense crumbling. Maybe we're all crazy. Justice lifted her head, her red eyes quietly staring into Tuko's, making the latter uncharacteristically embarrassed. I've been called a lunatic more than once or twice. Going crazy with you two doesn't seem so bad. But, hey, Harem King, you're bold today. I have to be bold. Now that you know our secret, I can only rest easy if you become our accomplice. Shinji, with both women in his arms, felt especially content. When do you plan to make the other girls your accomplices too? Let's hold off on that for now. Shinji thought about it and chickened out. While it was easy to talk big, actually doing it was another matter entirely. His previous experiences in love were complicated by other factors, so when faced with pure, wholehearted affection, he found himself at a loss. Hold off, huh? You're always holding off. Tuko poked Shinji's forehead hard, and he defended himself. It's not all just holding off. I have you too, don't I? Toko grumbled, pretending to suddenly realize something. Oh, I get it, you just like older women and the older, the better. So what if I do? Is liking older women some crime? Shinji shot back, deciding to go all in. Not only do I like the two of you, but I also plan to summon another older servant. That's actually why I came here, to discuss it with you. The two older women under Shinji's embrace exchanged glances, feeling both exasperated and amused. This guy was something else. What happened next didn't require much elaboration. The so-called discussion was more of an announcement. Considering the status of the servant being summoned alongside Justice and Toko, it was clear how important they were. But Shinji wasn't ignoring the bigger picture. He was determined to give it his all. If he couldn't find a solution, he would summon Karna, the pinnacle of regular servants, as originally planned. Justice and Toko's job was to support him in their own way, backing up the men who had been supporting and protecting them in his way. After clarifying their positions, revising the battle plan, and reaffirming the principle of not allowing them to put themselves in danger, Shinji left the underground altar before noon to return to school and have lunch with Sakura. This time, he wouldn't leave until the end of the school day. Not because he had suddenly decided to enjoy his long-lost school life, but because he needed the afternoon to thoroughly investigate something, whether Soichiro Kuzuki and Shiro Amiya were actually at Hamurahara Academy. According to the plot of Fate/Stay Night, there were 10 masters in the Fifth Holy Grail War: Matou Shinji, Matou Sakura, Matou Zouken, Tosaka Rin, Kodomain Kirii, Iliasville von Einsburn, Beset Fraga Makiri, Atram Galliasta, Soichiro Kuzuki, and the protagonist, Shiro Amiya. Among them, Zouken was dead, Kirii was missing after going mad, Ilia was confirmed not to participate, Shinji, Sakura, Rin, and Atram were confirmed to participate, and Beset's participation was still undecided, but Shinji had already placed spies in the clock tower to immediately get word if Beset's involvement was confirmed. The only two uncertainties left were Soichiro Kuzuki and Shiro Amiya. Chapter 883, You're My Mommy. It's truly amazing how Hamurahara Academy is a place full of hidden talents. 5 out of the 10 masters all come from this school. Yes, 5. In addition to Shinji, Sakura, and Rin, the last 2 masters, Soichiro Kuzuki and Amiya Shiro, are also from Hamurahara Academy. The former is a teacher, while the latter is a student, and theoretically, both should be in Shinji's class, the second-year C class in the high school division. The reason I say theoretically is because, in reality, neither of these two is in Shinji's class, nor are they even listed in the school's records. To ensure that Justice's wishes were fulfilled, Shinji made meticulous preparations, and gathering information on potential masters was part of that. Enrolling at Hamurahara Academy, beyond the silly reason of proximity to the 3 main protagonists, was primarily to closely monitor these prospective masters. However, since Shinji's enrollment until now, he hasn't seen anyone who matches these 2 names. At the time, he was completely baffled. Amiya Shiro is understandable and not particularly surprising. That was the name Kiritsugu gave to a child he rescued and adopted from the fire at the final battleground of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Because of Shinji's interference, the location of the final battle changed, and the Great Fire in the new city never happened, so naturally, Kiritsugu never adopted an orphan and named him. That child, who should have been named Amiya Shiro, is likely still living an ordinary life with his biological parents, far removed from the world of the mystery. So it's not surprising that Amiya Shiro isn't attending this school, since Hamurahara Academy isn't the only high school in Fuyuki City. The problem lies with Soichiro Kuzuki. He was an assassin trained from childhood by a certain secret organization, who later escaped and came to Fuyuki City to live a quiet life as a teacher. Shinji's activities in Japan have been limited, both in time and place, so he shouldn't have interfered with Kuzuki's fate. But why didn't he come here? There are many possible reasons. Perhaps he was killed during a mission, failed to leave the organization, or was delayed by something. But whatever the reason, there is still a possibility that he might come to Fuyuki. The same goes for Amiya Shiro, who could transfer here. So, Shinji can't relax until the last moment. That's why he plans to do another sweep of the entire school to see if there's anyone who matches his memories. As he walked openly around the school, passing by each classroom, he garnered many admiring glances from the girls and envious, jealous looks from the boys, all while confirming that there were no young, stern-looking teachers or red-haired boys present. He also went to the faculty office, hypnotized the principal with a suggestion spell, and checked the list of all students and staff to ensure he hadn't missed anything. Only then did Shinji feel relieved. Although he doesn't know the exact reason, it seems unlikely that Amiya Shiro and Soichiro Kuzuki will participate in the war. The focus of the next stage should shift to monitoring and investigating the foreign masters. When Shinji came to this conclusion, it was already past 4 p.m. This was the most lively time at the school, as cultural classes had ended, and most students were beginning their club activities. Just like in the morning, Shinji visited the archery club, brewed a pot of tea, prepared some snacks, and leisurely watched the club members practice their archery. There's something to be said about how people who are focused have a particular charm, and archery, being one of the activities requiring the most focus, is no exception. The archery uniform, a traditional Japanese outfit, combined with the focused high school students in uniform, plus the added element of sweating, makes one's mind wander. I suddenly understand why so many people like watching archery. Oh. Why is that? These snacks are delicious. Where did you buy them? Someone sat down next to Shinji, naturally took a cup from the tea tray, poured herself some tea, and grabbed a snack to eat. They aren't bought, I made them when I had nothing better to do. Even though Shinji had already sensed that it was Ayako Mitsuzuri, he still felt a momentary sense of awe when he saw her in person. Unlike the morning, Ayako was now wearing an archery uniform. The white and black style, combined with her unique warrior-like aura, made a far stronger impression than when she was wearing her school uniform. Hey, who would have thought, you're not only good at studying but also in other areas. Ayako, in her straightforward manner, didn't mind Shinji's gaze, quickly finishing the snack in a few bites. My family's elders are all busy, I can't always let Sakura do all the cooking. Oh yeah, Sakura's cooking is great too. Both of you make others envious. Can't help it, born talented. Hearing Ayako's praise, Shinji smugly brushed his hair. It was at moments like these that he somewhat resembled his former self from the original timeline. You're late for your club activities again this afternoon. Was it because of the budget issue? Yeah, the student council president is unexpectedly stubborn. And then? Did you give up? No way. Ayako snorted, but debating isn't my strong suit, so I handed it over to Rin. She's the only one in the school who can face off with the president head-on. I trust she won't lose. Best of luck to you then, Shinji said, raising his teacup. We'll succeed, Ayako replied, clinking her cup against his and then downing it like it was alcohol. I've got to get on the field now. I didn't practice in the morning, and I was late this afternoon. I can't let the underclassmen surpass me so easily. But fate seemed to have other plans for Ayako. Just as she stood up, the door to the archery hall was pulled open. A pair of small hands wearing wool gloves and a little head wearing a leather hat peeked around the door. A little kid. Ayako was surprised. How could there be a child of about 4 or 5 years old in the archery hall? However, the next second, she pushed the question aside. No matter the reason, she couldn't just ignore the child now that she'd seen her. Little sister, how did you get here? Ayako asked as gently as she could, while carefully approaching the child. Perhaps Ayako's smile was full of warmth because the little girl was no longer as shy as before and stepped out from behind the door. Where's your mommy? Ayako asked again. Mommy. The little girl tilted her head. Yes, your mommy. Would you like me to take you to her? No need, the little girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. Mommy is right here. Mommy. But there's no one here who could be your mommy. Ayako looked around the archery hall and the sports field outside, but there were only students, no one who could be the little girl's mother. No, mommy is right here. Then can you tell me who your mommy is? The little girl seemed so certain that Ayako couldn't help but wonder if she had missed something. But what happened next was something Ayako couldn't have imagined. The little girl suddenly hugged Ayako's leg tightly and loudly declared. You're my mommy. Chapter 884, The Precocious Mana. Ayako was completely stunned, her entire body stiffened in shock. She was only 17 years old. Although Japan was quite liberal in terms of gender dynamics, and it was rare for women of her age to be inexperienced, Ayako was one of those rare exceptions. Despite being a striking beauty with a bold and straightforward personality, and impressive combat skills, she had never dated anyone, let alone had any further experiences. Now, she was suddenly thrust into the role of a mother, skipping all the steps in between. Even someone as carefree as her couldn't accept this. Awkwardly and with a forced laugh, she stammered, little sister, I am not your mom. No, you are my mom, the little girl insisted stubbornly. I'm not, Ayako was on the verge of tears. Unexpectedly, the little girl's reaction was even more exaggerated than her. While Ayako was about to cry, the little girl started shedding tears immediately. Mommy, do you not want me anymore? Gah. Ayako was genuinely at a loss for what to do. She couldn't bear to continue denying it when the girl was crying so heartbrokenly. But there was no way she could admit it either. She truly didn't know this little girl and had no idea why she was clinging to her leg and calling her mom. For the first time in her life, she was utterly at a loss. Seeing how upset the little girl was, Shinji felt a bit guilty and whispered, why not just go along with it? Ayako turned and glared at him fiercely. How can I? I was only a few years old when she was born, could I have had a child? 12 or 13, it's just barely possible, Shinji teased. Matou Shinji. Ayako's gaze became even more hostile. Not only was he not helping, but he was also making things worse. The little girl seemed to be scared by her intense reaction, and her crying grew louder and louder. "Mommy, mommy, please don't abandon me." Her voice was so piercing that it immediately cut through the archery club's dojo, passed through the walls, and reached the ears of all the archery club members who were diligently practicing. Everyone stopped what they were doing and followed the sound to investigate. And so, everyone saw the little girl clinging to their club president's leg, calling her Mom. In that instant, no one could remain calm. Not everyone had the presence of mind to think about the girl's age and the biological age of a mother. One of the simpler-minded members blurted out, "President, you have a daughter." Immediately after, Shinji heard the sound of many hearts breaking. As mentioned earlier, Ayako was a remarkable beauty. Naturally, she wasn't without admirers. At least half of the archery club members had feelings for her or admired her, regardless of gender. Suddenly learning that their goddess had a child was enough to leave them all unable to think straight. Equally heartbroken and stunned was Ayako herself. "You idiots, use your brains. This child isn't mine. No, I don't even have a child." Fortunately, this state of shock didn't last long. A voice, as soothing as a heavenly melody, saved the hearts and minds of the stunned students. "Mana." Although it was just 2 syllables, a single word, the little girl instantly stopped crying. The sorrow on her face and the tears in her eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a bright, beaming smile in the next moment. She also let go of Mitsuzuri's leg and ran toward the person who had spoken. Auntie Sakura. Normally, a 16-year-old girl being called Auntie would get angry, but Sakura wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled warmly and reached out to pick up the little girl. "It's you, Mana. It looks like you've grown a lot taller." "Auntie Sakura has grown taller too," Mana said, laughing happily as she wrapped her arms around Sakura's neck. This time, it was Shinji who was thrown off balance. He stared at Sakura and the little girl hugging her, dumbfounded. "Wait, you're Mana. Ryugi Mana." "Yes," Mana huffed, giving Shinji a contemptuous look. "You didn't recognize me at all, and you call yourself my future master. Well, you've changed a lot. The last time I saw you, you were only 2 years old, and your hair wasn't this long. I just didn't recognize you right away. Considering all the gifts I've brought you over the years, forgive me, okay?" As Shinji explained, he carefully studied Mana. Since he was often away, he hadn't seen Mana as much as Sakura, Fujino, or Kiri, and even less than the reclusive Justies. Compared to the last time he saw her, Mana's features had become more distinct, and she had begun to show traces of both her father, Makiya, and her mother, Shiki. Mana was the typical child who had inherited the best traits of both parents. She wasn't as cold as Shiki or as overly gentle as Makiya, instead, she struck a perfect balance between the two. Her appearance was also a blend of Shiki's sharpness and Makiya's restraint, leaving behind only an innocent and adorable face. Of course, she wasn't without her quirks. Both Makiya and Shiki were overtly mature in certain ways, and Mana, having inherited this trait, had also become very precocious, as evidenced by the way she had just played Ayako, and how she instantly shifted gears upon meeting Sakura, something no ordinary 4-year-old could pull off. But despite her precociousness, she was still a child at heart and easier to deal with for someone like Shinji, who had the benefit of his memories from another world. With the promise of gifts, Mana's haughty attitude quickly softened. "All right, I forgive you, future master. Forgiveness is a virtue, my future disciple." Shinji deliberately put on a serious expression, and master and disciple exchanged a smile, as if they had reached some sort of understanding. Then, Shinji turned to Ayako, whose eye was twitching with a not-so-pleasant expression. "This is a friend's child. She's a bit of a handful, so don't take it to heart, Mana, apologize." "Okay." In this aspect, Mana resembled her mother in that she was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. When it came time to apologize, she immediately got down from Sakura's arms, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and obediently said to Ayako, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Although Ayako was upset about being pranked, she wasn't so petty as to hold a grudge against a 4-year-old. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine, just don't pull this kind of prank again." "But why did you call me Mom in the first place?" "Because Auntie looks a lot like my mom. You two could be sisters." "Oh, how about I call you Little Mom from now on?" Mana blinked her big eyes, her face full of expectation. "Little Mom." Shinji couldn't hold back a laugh, once again earning a glare from Ayako. Sakura and the other club members couldn't help but smile as well. Finally, Ayako could no longer suppress her bubbling emotions. The stress of the budget issue, the conflict with the student council president, her rivalry with Rin, and Mana's prank all surged up together. She planted her hands on her hips and yelled loudly, "This is none of your business. Get back to practice, all of you. Today's target is 200 points, no leaving until you reach it. Anyone slacking off will have to do double." Chapter 885, Mana's master is very powerful. Under the fierce and intimidating expression of Ayako Mitsuzuri, coupled with the strict policies of the club president, the archery club finally got back on track. At least, on the surface, it appeared that way. Those who needed to shoot, shot, those responsible for organizing the equipment did so, and those tasked with changing the targets did just that. As for what the members were thinking, Mitsuzuri couldn't care less. However, Shinji noticed more than one person smirking behind her back, and despite glaring at them several times, he couldn't suppress his amusement. Mana's shout of "Mom" followed by "Little Mom" had too much impact. As expected of Shinji's most valued disciple. Given the previous commotion, the pair who had already earned Mitsuzuri's grudge avoided causing further trouble. They sat in the corridor opposite the entrance, snacking, watching the archery practice, and chatting. "Mana, what are you doing here? Where are your parents?" Dad was called back to the family home by Auntie Azaka, and Mom is handling some business nearby. I remembered Aunt Sakura saying she studied here, so I came over. By yourself? Yeah, by myself. Mana spoke casually, but Shinji was sweating nervously. Mana was only 4 years old and had come to an unfamiliar high school alone to find someone. He didn't know whether to praise her bravery or scold her recklessness. "Aren't your parents worried about you being alone?" "Nope, Mom dropped me off at the school gate and said she'd pick me up in half an hour." From beginning to end, there wasn't a hint of fear on Mana's face, as if she were just playing in her backyard. But Dad might get angry. He's always been the worrying type. "Your dad's reaction is the normal one," Shinji replied, too tired to even make a sarcastic remark. Mana's bold personality was inherited from her mother. After all, her mother, while still recovering from injuries, had single-handedly taken down Sauren Araya. By comparison, Mana wandering into a high school seemed like child's play, though, technically, she was just a child. That's why I like Dad so much. He's so easy to tease. Mana's innocent tone as she spoke those devilish words would surely have made Rhaenys proud. "Future Master, are you the same? You can try and find out." Shinji chuckled and patted Mana's little head. Though the gesture seemed friendly, it made Mana feel an inexplicable pressure, and she shrank back, murmuring. "Maybe not. It feels kind of scary." Finally feeling scared. "Not bad, not bad." Shinji was quite pleased with her response. Being bold is good, but it needs to be backed by reason and strength. A stray dog fighting a wolf is brave, fighting a bear is just foolish. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Future Master, Mana will be more careful in the future. Talking to smart people was always easier, and precocious Mana was undoubtedly one of them. Good. Since your mom doesn't control you and your dad can't, let me take up the responsibility as your master. I can't let my disciple go astray. But Future Master, you're just a future master, not my real master. Aren't you afraid I won't take you as my teacher? Facing Mana's probing, Shinji smiled and shook his head. Not afraid, because in all of Japan, or even the world, there's no one more suited to being your master than me. Mana replied childishly, "My master must be very powerful." "Don't worry, I'm strong enough. There aren't many people in this world stronger than me. Stronger than Mom. Stronger than your mom. Stronger than Uncle Shiki. Yep, stronger than your Uncle Shiki. Aunt Akiha. Same. If I weren't stronger, how could I be your master?" Shinji said as he lazily lay back on the ground. Although his words sounded boastful, Mana didn't doubt him. She had a natural ability to see through people's true nature, which was why she often acted beyond her years. But even if she believed him, she didn't want to admit defeat just yet. She felt that if she didn't put a dent in her future master's arrogance now, her future as an apprentice would be miserable. Mana's eyes darted around as she plotted how to knock Shinji down a peg. Just then, someone on the archery range caught her attention, her little mom, Ayako Mitsuzuri. Although she was just another member stepping up to shoot, Mana was completely captivated by her. And she wasn't the only one, the other members who weren't shooting were also watching her closely. Though everyone wore the same archery uniform and used the same bows, and their movements followed the same pattern, Ayako stood out. Mana didn't understand it yet, but what she was witnessing was the charm of someone who had devoted herself completely to archery, focusing her mind and body. For Ayako, the bow was no longer just a tool, it had become part of her, which made her presence so striking. Ayako took a deep breath, raised her hand, drew the bow, knocked the arrow, and released it, all in one fluid, natural motion. At that moment, she didn't seem like a high school student but a professional archer. This feeling had nothing to do with technique, mystery, power, or age, just pure, wholehearted focus and dedication. That's why Ayako, who had no prior archery experience, was stronger than many who had practiced since childhood. With such focus, success was inevitable. As the arrow left the bowstring, the result was already clear, the best shot of the day, even better than Sakura's morning record. Is Future Master better than Little Mom? After Ayako finished, Mana asked Shinji. That depends on what we're comparing. If it's pure archery, your little mom isn't better than me. For the first time, Shinji didn't give a direct answer. He thought for a moment before speaking. The unspoken implication was that if they were comparing focus, he might not measure up. This had always been his weak point. He thought it was impossible to have both skill and focus, yet here he was, witnessing something different in Ayako Mitsuzuri, a seemingly ordinary girl from a martial arts family, one who was truly proficient in everything she did. It made him question if he had been walking down the wrong path all along. Sighing, he once again missed Scat Hack. A teacher's role was to teach and guide, but in Scat Hack's case, she had handled the first two with her inheritance crystals. As for the third, not even her vast powers could help. No one knew what kind of dilemmas their disciples might face. Meanwhile, Mana had fallen silent, intently watching Ayako's archery. But that silence was only temporary. As the sky darkened and the club activities wrapped up, with members gradually leaving, only Ayako, who stayed to practice a bit more, and Sakura, who managed the equipment, remained. At that moment, Mana suddenly tugged Shinji towards Ayako. Little mom, why don't you compete with my future master?" Ayako, Shinji, and Sakura all froze in unison and blurted out. "Huh." Chapter 886, a reminder from Shiki Ryugi. "Huh." That single question came from all three of them at once, each wondering the same thing: what was this little girl up to now? Shinji and Sakura were more reserved in their response since they'd known Mana since she was still just an embryo, literally. They had known her for that long. But Ayako Mitsuzuri's voice was the loudest, as she was genuinely a little scared of the kid. Mana always had a trick up her sleeve, especially with that insistent little mom title she used for her. Wait, did she call her that again? "I've told you before, stop calling me little mom. You and my mom look so much alike. Why can't I just call you that?" Mana whined. "Otherwise, I'll have to call you Mitsuzuri Obasan." "Obasan?" Mitsuzuri's eyebrow twitched in irritation. "If it's between little mom and Obasan, I'd much rather you call me Obasan." But even Mitsuzuri's compromise was completely ignored, and Mana waved her hand dismissively, clearly impatient. "We'll talk about that later. First, you need to compete with my future master." "Compete? In what?" Sakura ruffled Mana's hair affectionately. Mana had become used to this kind of gesture, having been patted on the head by Shinji so many times in her life. "Archery," Mina said, pointing at the targets at the far end of the range. "My future master just said he's better at archery than you." "Oh, really? He said that?" Mitsuzuri's eyebrows raised, her competitive spirit flaring. "Yup. You're not going to deny it, are you, future master?" Mana grinned mischievously as if to say, "If you deny it, I'll lose respect for you and won't become your student." Shinji, who saw through Mana's little game, found himself both amused and a bit exasperated. "There's nothing to deny." "Wow, you just said that," Mitsuzuri muttered, laughing softly. "It's the truth," Shinji said, tapping Mana lightly on the forehead and nodding in acknowledgement. "Then let's compete." Since ancient times, literature has had no top, but in martial arts, there is Northwest second place. In literature, there's no ultimate best, which is why scholars often clash. In martial arts, there's always a number one, which is why warriors always strive to surpass one another. Mitsuzuri, being from a martial arts family, couldn't back down from a challenge from a peer. There's no need for that. Shinji, also a martial artist, didn't feel it was worth competing with Mitsuzuri. "Are you afraid?" Mitsuzuri teased, raising an eyebrow. "Think of it as me being afraid, sure." Shinji sighed. Upon hearing this, both Mitsuzuri and Mana looked disappointed. "I can't believe the famous genius of the school is just all talk," Mitsuzuri scoffed. Boasting, shame," Mana chimed in, making faces at him. "Brother." Sakura was about to speak when Shinji interrupted her. "Let them say whatever they want. I don't care." "Still talking big, huh? You've killed my mood for practice." "Well, I'll leave the cleanup to you, Sakura." Mitsuzuri, disappointed, put down her bow and headed toward the changing room. "Brother, why didn't you want to compete with Mitsuzuri-senpai?" Sakura asked softly. "Because there's no point. What's the use of beating an ordinary person like Mitsuzuri?" Shinji responded. "That's..." "Humph, still boasting." Mana crossed her arms, turning her head away. "You're just scared, future master. You're embarrassing. I don't want you as my master anymore." "Don't be so quick to decide, Mana. You'll know soon enough if I was boasting." As Shinji spoke, he picked up the bow Mitsuzuri had tossed aside, plucking the string lightly as he listened. Not bad. A little old, but a decent bow. Probably expensive, no wonder Issei doesn't like her. "Did you change your mind, future master? Are you going to compete with little mom now?" I'll go get her. Mana eagerly moved to call Mitsuzuri back, but Shinji stopped her. I already said there's no need for that. Just watch. One arrow is all it takes. With that, Shinji knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. Unlike Mitsuzuri and Sakura, who were fully immersed in their archery with precise form, Shinji's posture seemed casual, careless even. He didn't bother changing into an archery uniform or following the traditional steps. At first, Mina thought he wasn't serious at all. But when the arrow left the bow and hit the target, her opinion changed entirely. Shinji hadn't been boasting. His arrow didn't just hit the target, it split the arrow that Mitsuzuri had previously shot, right down the middle. Even with no knowledge of archery, Mina could see how difficult it was. Her future master was far more skilled than Little Mom. After shooting, Shinji imitated the famous Yusuf Daikek pose. Wow, amazing. Mana's mouth dropped open in awe. In contrast, Sakura had believed in her brother from the start. I knew it. My brother is the best. Shinji handed the bow back to Sakura and gently called out, Mana. Yes, future master. Mana's attitude shifted, her eyes shining with admiration. Do you want to learn? Yes, yes. I'll teach you everything, not just archery. But before we start, you need to remember something. You were born into the Ryugi family, which makes you special. There's no need to compare yourself to ordinary people. That'll only make you ordinary. No matter how fast a butterfly flies, it can never keep up with a bird. Your little mom is strong, yes, but she's an ordinary person. She's the butterfly, not the bird. It's as simple as that. Mana thought for a moment before nodding earnestly. Got it. I should aim to be like my mom, Uncle Shiki, or Aunt Akiha, not like my dad or little mom. Smart kid, Shinji said, pleased. Come on, let's go find your mom. Sakura, you. I'll finish up here and call you, Sakura said sweetly. I'll wait for your call. Shinji waved goodbye and, taking Mana's hand, left the archery range. Sakura, watching them leave, clenched her fists with determination. All right, I've got to do my best too. I can't make brother and sister Shiki wait too long. In reality, there was no need for Sakura to hurry, as Shinji's meeting with Shiki had already concluded before she left the archery range. As Shinji and Mana exited the school, a car from the Ryugi family pulled up. Shiki was in the back seat, as usual, dressed in her kimono, regardless of the season. Shinji handed Mana over to Shiki and greeted her, Shiki, long time no see. Are you free tonight? Why not come over to my place? No, I still have some things to take care of. I have to visit a few more cities tonight. In such a rush? It's a commission from Tokyo. The schedule's tight, so I can't delay. She was referring to the Japanese government's secretive agency, which often requested help from the Ryugi family, the oldest exorcist clan still in existence. A government job? Need any help? Shinji offered. There wasn't much that the Matou family couldn't handle in the area. No, this one's mostly an investigation. I can handle it, but there's something I wanted to warn you about. Since marrying Makiya and especially after Mana was born, Shiki's cold demeanor had softened considerably, showing more humanity. What is it? During my investigation, I noticed a rise in strange entities in this area. Their intentions are unclear, so you should be cautious. Strange entities? What kind? Shinji initially wasn't too concerned, after all, he was now one of the most powerful figures in the mystical world. Few local threats could cause him trouble. However, Shiki's next words made his face darken. Vampires. Chapter 887, Spreading a Wide Net. Vampires. In the mysterious world, they are a powerful force capable of standing on par with the Mages Association and the Holy Church. If they weren't so loosely organized, lacking a unified leader and cohesion, they would unquestionably be the most powerful faction in the secret world. Much like humans, vampires vary significantly in strength. The weaker ones could be easily destroyed by Shinji with a flick of his hand. But the stronger ones, even someone like Shinji today would have to handle with caution, especially now that Arcuade isn't by his side. Which kind are they dealing with this time? To be honest, Shinji hopes it's the weaker kind, but he can't deny that the odds favor the latter. The timing coincides with the start of the Holy Grail War, and the appearance of vampires around Fuyuki City seems too convenient to be a mere coincidence. Moreover, Shinji's reputation as a vampire hunter is well known. Over the years, he and Arcuade have killed many dead apostles. It's not impossible that some ancient creatures or powerful factions have marked him for revenge. While Lorelei Bartholomew's guards have dealt with many spies, there's always the chance that a few slip through, so preparing for the worst is necessary. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, the one person most likely to know more, Zelrich, has gone silent. Shinji realizes it's no coincidence, the old man is doing this on purpose. The more important the situation, the more he avoids getting involved, likely fearing his intervention might disrupt things unfavorably. It seems the old man is determined to uphold his role as a passive observer of parallel worlds, even disappearing when the Greater Grail activated prematurely. In the end, it all comes down to Shinji relying on himself. He had hoped to enjoy a final moment of peace before the storm, but it seems that wish is shattered. As Shinji stepped out of the limousine provided by the Ryugi family, he sighed deeply. While lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. "Sorry, I didn't notice." "I'm sorry." Both of them apologized simultaneously, their voices familiar to each other. Mitsuzuri. "Ah, Matou." Mitsuzuri Ayako flinched, almost jumping in surprise. Shinji quickly checked to see if he had accidentally hurt her with his strength. "Are you okay? Did I bump into you too hard?" "I was lost in thought and didn't watch where I was going." No, it's fine. I was lost in thought too. I'll be going now." With that, she hurried off, losing her usual confident composure. She doesn't seem fine at all. But whatever, if she says she's fine, I won't dwell on it. I've got more important things to think about. The distraction only lasted a moment. Shinji soon refocused on the vampire issue. Unbeknownst to him, Mitsuzuri had stopped after running a few steps. She turned around, gazing deeply at the young man walking away. Thoughts swirled in her mind. How did he do that? If he's so skilled at archery, why wouldn't he compete with me? I'm not such a fragile girl, I won't be easily crushed. Should I invite him to join the archery club? While Mitsuzuri was caught in her thoughts, she felt someone tug at the hem of her skirt, followed by a familiar, exasperating voice. "Little mom. I told you, don't call me." Her words were cut off by another, more mature voice from the roadside, belonging to a beautiful woman dressed in a kimono. "Mana's right. We do look a lot alike." "Ah, yes." Mitsuzuri stood frozen, staring at the woman whose face resembled a more mature version of the child's. "I'm Ryugi Shiki, Mana's mother." Mitsuzuri Ayako. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Meanwhile, Shinji, having reunited with Sakura, changed their original plan to go shopping and cook dinner at home. Instead, they hailed a taxi and headed to the Fuyuki City Police Department, where Fujino and Kiri worked in the Information Technology Department. This department had become one of the Matou family's biggest covert operations in years. Of course, they didn't take a straightforward approach like simply having the girls take police exams. That method was too low-level and unreliable. Instead, the Matou family took a more direct and lavish route: money. No, they didn't resort to bribery, which is illegal, risky, and doesn't hold up well. Matou's approach was more grandiose and aboveboard, one that the entire Fuyuki city government and even Hyogo prefecture couldn't oppose. Their method involved police-civilian cooperation via technological advancements. Using Shinji's foresight of future trends, they focused on the surveillance camera systems that would become widespread in the 21st century. The Matou family invested in relevant companies and suggested to the government to install the system, eventually securing a contract for half of Hyogo Prefecture's surveillance infrastructure. Under the guise of giving back to the community, they made Fuyuki one of the first cities to install surveillance cameras. Naturally, these advanced electronic systems often encounter technical issues, much like the occasional malfunction of traffic lights in Shinji's original world. To prevent these from becoming a problem for the government, they provided a dedicated maintenance team. Thus, Fujino and Kiri smoothly entered the police department and even secured an office with unrestricted access to all of Fuyuki's surveillance cameras. This access allowed them to monitor every major street in Fuyuki City. While alleyways were harder to cover due to technological and governmental limitations, this system still gave Shinji a significant advantage in overseeing the city's affairs. The system had two main purposes. First, to monitor spies sent by various factions and protect the Matou family. Second, to prepare for the upcoming Holy Grail War. Information is key in any conflict, and by controlling the city surveillance, they could quickly locate the masters and track their movements. Now, this system had another use: finding vampires. Once Shinji explained Shiki's warning to Fujino and Kiri, the two immediately got to work. After some time honing their skills, they swiftly switched between various camera feeds. While vampires might appear human, they have distinct characteristics, among them are their blood-red eyes. Even in Fuyuki, where foreigners aren't uncommon, such eyes would stand out. As the girls worked, Shinji kept busy as well. He checked with familiar officers to see if there had been any unusual cases recently, such as disappearances or bodies drained of blood. Soon, a vast net to catch vampires began to spread across Fuyuki City. Chapter 888, Fujino's Heart. Shinji and the other girls were all prepared. The moment they found any trace of a vampire, they would act immediately. This was Fuyuki, their home. No matter who the intruder was, if they dared to stir trouble here, they wouldn't let them off easily. This shared belief came from each of them having lost their home once before, which made them treasure this new home they had built together even more. However, despite the Matou family's readiness, there was no cooperation from the vampire side. No strange cases. The city is well protected. This was the response Shinji got from an officer in the police department's tech division. It wasn't just an offhand remark either, it was based on the latest statistics from the emergency call center. Thanks to the newly installed monitoring systems, both the crime and emergency call rates in Fuyuki had decreased, and the city's public safety was at an all-time high. Unusual cases weren't absent, but after investigation, they always turned out to be pranks or people scaring themselves. The serial killings or collective illusions of sea monsters from a decade ago had become mere legends, and now Fuyuki was peaceful. You could almost describe the city as thriving with joy. Upon hearing this, Shinji had mixed feelings. First, this peace was about to be shattered by the upcoming Holy Grail War. He hoped there wouldn't be another awful combination like Gillis Rice and Ryunosuke Kiryu. Both he and Kiritsugu would do their best to keep their explosive tendencies under control and minimize collateral damage. Second, where was the vampire? Shiki had mentioned a vampire sighting, which meant she must have found some clues. But why hadn't the police caught wind of anything? Unlike servants, vampires couldn't sustain themselves on magical energy alone, they needed to feed regularly by consuming blood. Anyone bitten by a vampire either died or became their servant, which inevitably affected the surroundings. Was this vampire particularly good at covering their tracks, avoiding police detection? Or perhaps their activity was outside Fuyuki? Whichever it was, Shinji would soon find out because night had fallen, and it was the time vampires usually became active. Using the excuse of bringing food for everyone, Shinji ordered a large batch of takeout, allowing him and Sakura to stay at the police station. While chatting with their workers and civil servants, they quietly kept an eye on the crowded screens displaying the city's surveillance footage. Around 9 p.m., Shinji finally spotted a suspicious figure on the constantly changing screens. A young woman, around 16 years old. She had black hair but red eyes. Though it was already a cold winter night, she wore only a thin dress and didn't show any signs of feeling cold, like shivering. More strangely, despite not being cold, she covered her face. A quick check of the camera's location revealed she was in Matou town, not far from Shinji's home. Shinji asked Sakura if she recognized the girl, and after confirming that she wasn't a local resident, his nerves tightened. Matou town was an old district with few new residents, and the area near the Matou residence was a wealthy neighborhood with only a few inhabitants. Even if they didn't know each other's names, they'd be familiar with each other's faces. This woman wasn't ordinary. Even if she wasn't a vampire, she was definitely involved with the mysterious world, and possibly targeting the Holy Grail Masters. After pinpointing the camera's location, Shinji made a decision. Sakura and Kiryu would stay behind and monitor the station, while he took Fujino, with her newly developed supervision, and Kiri's dual existence to investigate. To prevent the mysterious woman from getting away, Shinji used his magic bag to store Kiryu's second self and took Fujino with him, flying through the air. The close physical contact made Fujino blush, but she felt a deep sense of happiness. Normally quiet and reserved, she boldly wrapped her arms around Shinji's neck, pressing her chest tightly against his back. The closeness made her heart race, and she could even hear her heartbeat. Despite the cold night wind, Fujino didn't feel it. Instead, her face burned hot, and she barely registered anything Shinji was saying to her. Fujino was inexperienced in love. As a child, she had felt disconnected from the world due to her lack of pain and her family's rejection. It wasn't until Shinji entered her life, helping her regain her sense of pain and giving her a new home, that she felt alive for the first time. It was the first time she experienced warmth in her heart. From that moment, a young girl's heart began to fill with feelings for the boy who had entered her life. She watched him grow, mature, and work tirelessly for the home they shared. Over time, her emotions deepened. Even though she was now over 20 years old, Fujino rarely showed her feelings. Shinji was surrounded by other girls, and she felt that, compared to them, she didn't stand out. She didn't have the perfect looks of Arcuade, the noble background of Lorelei, the long history with him like Sakura, or the boldness of Kiryu to express her emotions openly. She was plain and ordinary, without any special traits. So, she never competed for his attention, choosing instead to quietly watch over him, the first and only person to truly touch her heart. Of course, she sometimes felt frustrated, jealous, and disappointed. Late at night, she had even considered changing herself to pursue him. But every time she saw him smile at her, the same way he had the day they first met, she gave up on that thought. Kiryu's sense of urgency was something Fujino didn't understand, nor did she want to. Perhaps when she reached that age, she would be just as bold. But for now, this was enough. Just watching him, living under the same roof as him, secretly liking him, occasionally imagining him noticing her, perhaps sharing a moment of closeness beyond simple politeness, like now. Going any further, no, she couldn't think about that. If she did, she might. Her entire body began to feel hot, her breath becoming shallow, and her eyes took on a hazy, dreamy look. Fujino, are you okay? Is the wind too strong? Are you uncomfortable? Shinji's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, and she quickly blushed, replying. No, I'm fine. Humph, don't mind her. She's enjoying being carried by you, Kiriai's second self complained as she emerged from the magic bag, grumbling. She's always so quiet, but inside she's thinking more than anyone. She's the most repressed in the whole family. Fujino didn't respond to her friend's teasing. Instead, she buried her face in Shinji's back, her mind swirling with her secret thoughts. P.S. Now that Shinji is of legal age, some girls are in heat. Chapter 889, The Strange Woman. Let me emphasize one thing again, the girls around Shinji are all good girls. Although they express their feelings differently and have different thoughts, they never hinder important matters. Whether it's Kiri, who is the most jealous and emotional, or Fujino, who has the richest inner life, once they enter work mode, they become extremely reliable. As soon as Fujino saw the strange girl appear in her field of vision, she immediately calmed down, activated her mystic eyes, and locked onto the target. Kirai, on the other hand, used her dual existence ability, taking advantage of the surrounding buildings for cover, and quietly approached. The woman, who had her head wrapped tightly but was lightly dressed, didn't seem to notice she was being watched. She continued to wander the night streets, her head slightly turning, her eyes shifting left and right, much like a vampire out hunting at night. Because the distance was too far, Shinji couldn't use magic to detect the woman's vital signs to determine whether she was human or not. However, based on his years of experience hunting vampires, he could almost be certain that this was indeed a dead apostle, and a novice one at that. But strange. The more he observed, the stranger Shinji felt. What's strange? Fujino asked softly. Everything. The way the woman moved, hiding her head and revealing her tail, clearly suggested she had just become a dead apostle not long ago. At this stage, a dead apostle's need for blood is at its peak, and their fragile sanity can hardly resist the strong instinctual urge. In such a state, how did she manage to feed without leaving any traces? You have to know that besides the police, Lorelei had also arranged for guards. A novice dead apostle like this is practically a walking target. Fujino asked again, could it be that she just arrived nearby and hasn't had a chance to feed yet? Shinji shook his head and said, no, look at her steps. There are very few pauses. A person who has just arrived in an unfamiliar environment wouldn't walk like this. She's definitely been here for a while. Maybe there's another dead apostle nearby, one with more experience, who's guiding her and cleaning up after her, just like how a veteran in a company would mentor a newcomer. Since we found her, she's already passed by 6 people, some male, some female, some young students, and some elderly. If she were truly a newly turned dead apostle driven by instinct, I don't think she'd do nothing. Kiri was completely right about Fujino being the one who thinks the most. Despite her limited experience dealing with dead apostles, she still made a judgment based on careful observation and analysis. This is the most likely answer right now. But we can't conclude just yet. The very existence of a dead apostle defies common sense, so anything can happen to them. Who knows, maybe this is an old dead apostle pretending to be young. Look at how Arcuade usually behaves. Would you think she's 800 years old? Of course, Arcuade isn't pretending, she's genuinely young, at least psychologically. So that's why you won't let Sister Kirai get too close. Exactly. Although Kiri's dual existence is special, she could still be discovered and even eliminated if she encounters a true monster. It's better to be cautious. Once Arcuade returns and this Holy Grail war ends, I'll take you all to see the real mystical world. Because of the blood impulse and preparation for the Holy Grail war, Shinji had chosen to take only Arcuade with him. Now that the blood impulse was no longer an issue and the Holy Grail war wouldn't last much longer, it was time to take his family to see the world's mysteries and splendor. Hearing this promise, Fujino smiled brightly and wrapped herself around Shinji like a beautiful snake. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Although she was used to watching him leave and waiting at home, deep down, she still wished to be the lucky princess who could accompany him. If they were going abroad, where should they go first? The UK, where he went most frequently. Her uncle and aunt said the scenery in the US was also nice. There were too many places she wanted to go, such a dilemma. Forget it, she wasn't good at making decisions anyway. She'd let him decide. As long as she was with him, anywhere would be fine. While Fujino was dreaming about the future, Kiri seemed to have discovered something and sent a message back through their mental resonance. Doesn't the environment around that woman seem familiar to you? It does seem a bit familiar, but I haven't flown at night in a while, so The modularity of modern buildings, combined with the fact that they were looking from the air at night, made it difficult to distinguish anything. Wait. At this moment, a decades-old traditional Japanese house reflected on his retina. Isn't that near the Emiya residence? That kind of traditional garden, there's only one nearby. How did she end up here? Could it be that she's targeting the Emiya residence? Shinji had casually mentioned it earlier, not taking it seriously, but the woman did it. She climbed up the wall of a neighboring house and just sat there, staring blankly at the Emiya residence's garden. What is she doing? Shinji was utterly baffled. Coming out on a winter night, walking several kilometers, just to look at the Emiya residence. Breaking common sense doesn't work like this. After a while, Ilya appeared in the garden, wearing a white dress and holding a staff adorned with a star emblem and a ruby, looking exactly like a magical girl from a popular series. Of course, this wasn't because Ilya had been influenced by Japanese otaku culture and developed an interest in cosplay, planning to become a cosplayer. The staff she held was a mystic code that came with the magic wand. Yes, a magic wand, not a mega staff or a magecraft staff, but a true magic wand, designed by Zelrich and co-created by Shinji, Matou and Justice. It's a unique mystic code infused with the second magic and the third magic. Remember when Shinji stepped into the threshold of the third magic and asked Ilya to help solve the issue of her soul's growth outpacing her body's growth? This was the result. By guiding out Ilya's excessive soul power for secondary use, it not only harmonized her soul and body but also served as training for her and as a powerful protective charm, a triple benefit. Because of this magic wand, Kiritsugu and Mia dared to leave the mother and daughter at home without worrying about them encountering danger. It's worth mentioning that Shinji and Justice only participated in the soul-related aspects of the project. The wand's appearance and the conceptual weapon it formed upon activation were personally designed and created by Zelrich, with no involvement from anyone else. Recalling the two similar types of wands in that work from his previous life, Fate/Kaliad Liner Prismalia, a bold hypothesis formed in Shinji's mind. Could it be that Zelrich's serious and dignified image was just an act, and in reality, he's a pervert who likes magical girls? P.S. I've wanted to say this for a long time, Zelrich is a pervert who likes to peek. He's probably no better than Merlin. Merlin can only peek at one world, while Zelrich can peek at all parallel worlds. How could a decent person awaken to such magic? Thinking about it this way, was there some hidden story behind his confrontation with Crimson Moon back then? Chapter 890, Darkness Under the Lamp. First of all, it's important to clarify that while the world Shinji resides in is an experimental world that integrates various special elements, for the sake of the plot, there are still many plots, that cannot be unified due to timeline conflicts. For example, the Holy Grail War in Romania and the elements from Fate/Kaliad Liner Prismalia. Although that world shares many similarities with Shinji's world, there are fundamental differences that cannot be reconciled. For instance, there is no Ainsburn family in that world, instead, there's the Ainsworth family, which is somewhat similar but not quite the same. Hidden in Fuyuki is not the Greater Grail, but someone akin to Child of God, Miyu Satsuki. The Ilya in that world also differs greatly from the one in this world, from her origins to her age. Although thanks to Zelrich's interests, both versions can transform into magical girls, the kaleidostic system that replaces heroic spirit summoning is something this world's Ilya cannot do. The staff she holds doesn't have that foul-mouthed simulated personality named Ruby, having one foul-mouthed personality in the form of Ad is enough. On the other hand, this world's Ilya doesn't need to bear the responsibilities of that other world. She doesn't need to come out at night to collect cards, nor does she need to fight the Ainsworth family. Her transformation now is merely to practice magic in a more spacious area, daytime is inconvenient, so she can only practice at night. She started off learning Ainsburn alchemy from Justice and her mother, followed by magical energy conversion and manipulation taught by Zelrich. Later, Shinji and Tuko taught her how to adjust her soul. Finally, the highlight was sparring in magecraft with her mother, Irisveal. No matter how many times Shinji watched their sparring, it always looked quite fascinating. The problem was, while Shinji found it engrossing, after all, the fact that the Emiya family had come this far was largely due to his involvement. Why was that strange woman watching so intently as well? Shinji was very familiar with the Emiya family's network, and this woman didn't match up with anyone he knew. If she were some long-lost relative, Kiritsugu's father and foster mother were both killed by his hand. Mia was a war orphan, and her only child still hadn't been found. Could it be that the woman before them was the child? If he remembered correctly, Mia's child, Sigma, was aware of his mother and Kiritsugu's relationship. In the original timeline, Sigma didn't come looking because Kiritsugu and Mia died early. But now that they hadn't died, and Sigma came looking, the black hair might match. However, Sigma was male, not female. Could this be a case of gender swapping due to a deviation in the timeline? Or maybe Sigma was a cross-dresser who liked wearing women's clothes and even padded his chest. Alright, that was just Shinji talking nonsense, the possibility was nearly zero. Those red eyes weren't something a normal human should have. If anything, it made more sense to say she was Kiritsugu and Irisveal's child rather than Mia's, considering the black hair and red eyes. Wait, red eyes. Besides vampires, there's another possibility, an Ainsburn homunculus. Given that it was currently a critical time for the activation of the Greater Grail, it wasn't unusual for the Einsburn family to send someone. If they discovered that the traitor Irisveal hadn't died 10 years ago, nor had Iliasveal, monitoring them wasn't out of the question. Although the standard for homunculi was silver hair, changing hair color is easy, and Einsburn homunculi do give off an inhuman vibe. Could it be that he was mistaken from the beginning? If he continued along this line of thought, no, there were too many possibilities. The more Shinji analyzed, the more confused his mind became. Eventually, he simply gave up on thinking. After all, they were already watching her. Whatever she was planning, she would eventually take action. All he needed to do was wait patiently. Patience was something Shinji didn't lack, and Fujino and Kiri had even more of it. If they didn't, they wouldn't have been willing to stay by Shinji's side for so long, waiting. The two of them, along with the ghost, Kiri in her intangible form, maintained a two-up, one-down formation, silently observing. They continued watching until the mother and daughter stopped their sparring and ran back inside, hand in hand. They continued watching until the woman finally climbed down from the wall and left without saying a word. Shinji and the others were left speechless. The three of them had stayed out all night, not returning home or sleeping, following her for so long, only for her to spend over an hour sitting on a wall, watching a magic show and enjoying the night breeze. For a moment, Shinji even considered capturing her directly to save the trouble. But it was just a thought. They had followed her for this long, they didn't mind following her a little longer. At worst, he could sleep on the school rooftop tomorrow. Japanese high school students do that all the time. Unlike when she arrived, with her eyes wandering, the woman's gaze was now focused and straight ahead as she left. Her movements were also much quicker than when she first came. The gradually increasing speed of her movement further confirmed that this woman wasn't an ordinary person. But that was all, her speed wasn't enough to shake off Shinji and the others. On the contrary, Shinji hoped she would move faster. The sooner she returned to her hideout, the sooner they could finish. This time, the woman didn't disappoint them. She did return to her hideout, an apartment building just 2 streets away from the Matou family's mansion. I didn't expect it to be so close. Did Lorelei's people overlook the concept of darkness under the lamp? Or is there some hidden agenda? While pondering this, Shinji descended from the air, first placing Fujino in a corner to keep watch, then sneaking onto the woman's balcony with Kiri. Just before landing, Shinji felt a tingle in his feet, as if he had been shocked by a weak electric current, a spontaneous reaction from his magic circuit sensing a foreign magical presence. A bounded field. Shinji was more pleased than surprised. The presence of a bounded field indicated that he hadn't found the wrong place, and it also confirmed that Kiri's analysis was correct. There were indeed other people behind this strange woman, and they were quite skilled. Over the years, Shinji had studied Araya's bounded field techniques extensively, enough to be considered a half-decent bounded field master himself. The fact that he only sensed the bounded field upon landing meant that the bounded field was of a considerable level of proficiency. Judging by the nature of the magical energy emanating from the bounded field, its purpose was to detect living beings, effective against living entities but not against non-living ones. Realizing this, Shinji immediately modified his plan. He projected a portion of his spirit into Kiri's dual existence to investigate inside while he retraced his steps to reunite with Fujino. Upon landing next to Fujino, he heard 2 unfamiliar voices. Back already? Yeah. Chapter 891, The Two Strange Women. The voice asking the question was low and masculine in tone, but it was still clearly a female voice. The response was soft and delicate, with a touch of girlish tenderness. Without a doubt, this was the voice of the woman Shinji and the others had been following earlier. The former voice likely belonged to the experienced individual who was covering for her, and the apartment's bounded field was probably her handiwork. The 2 mysterious women inside the room were unaware that someone was eavesdropping and continued their conversation. Did you go there again? Yes. I knew it. You came back later today than yesterday. Did that boy return? No. The delicate voice carried a hint of disappointment. I just wanted to see more of his home and the city he lives in. You're so adorably foolish. The low voice sighed. But you know, right? We're no longer human. We can't interact with him as we did before. Yes, I know. The delicate voice took on a forlorn tone. I just want to quietly catch a glimpse of him like this. I won't let him know of my existence. Your attitude leaves me speechless. How did I not realize before that Brat had such a strong charm? Not only did he marry such a beautiful wife, but he also had a foolish woman like you willing to sacrifice for him. I've heard he might have other women too. Is this the same cold and ruthless Brat I once knew? No, that's just a facade. His heart isn't like that. How can you be so humorless? Living like this must be exhausting. I kind of understand that Brat's mindset, cold on the outside, but deep down, he's a naive idealist. I always thought he'd drown in his ideals, but surprisingly, he got married and even had a beautiful daughter. Speaking of which, his wife and daughter aren't all that different from us. Maybe the gap between us isn't as wide as we think. Perhaps. He might not reject us, but it's impossible to go back to how things were. No human could tolerate being looked at as food by us, and I can't stand looking at him that way either. There you go again. I was just talking. Even if we disregard the gap between humans and vampires, that person won't allow us to mess things up. This city isn't simple, several places give me a sense of danger, and even hiding inside the bounded field doesn't stop me from feeling watched. If our issues caused that person's plan to fail, we'd be ungrateful for the second chance at life they've given us. I know. The delicate voice grew weaker. As long as you know. The low voice softened. It's about time to feed. I'll go get the blood bags. Even though you said what you did, the fact that you refuse to drink directly from humans and rely on blood bags shows you still have a shred of hope, doesn't it? Aren't you the same? He's the only family we have left. Yes, he is. The room fell silent once more. Kiri, in her intangible form, quietly exited the room and rejoined her companions. Hey, Shinji, what should we do next? Should we capture them? Kiri asked. Why, do you want to capture them? Shinji countered. He had just communicated with Kiri through his mental power, instructing her to leave. No. Kiri shook her head. They don't seem like the kind of vampires who see humans as food or inferior beings. Just like there are good and bad humans, the same goes for vampires. Although they are few, there are indeed some vampires who choose to live in the shadows of humanity and coexist peacefully. The most distinguishing feature of this group is that they don't drink blood directly or create familiars. They satisfy their need for blood through blood packs, hospitals, or blood donation centers. When encountering such harmless vampires, most magi or executors from the church turn a blind eye, except for those extreme individuals who advocate for the extermination of all vampires. So that's why you're not capturing them? Kiri asked after hearing Shinji's explanation. That's just a secondary reason. The primary reason is that these two women are likely connected to Kiritsugu Amiya, and their relationship might be significant. Since Kiritsugu hasn't returned yet, it's not wise for me to act rashly. This was Shinji's greatest concern. Over the years, his cooperation with Kiritsugu had been smooth, and he needed to continue this partnership in the upcoming Holy Grail War. Although he was curious about the identity of the master the two women mentioned and what they planned to do in Fuyuki, Shinji decided to hold back for now. He didn't want to risk damaging his relationship with Kiritsugu and potentially affecting the outcome of the Holy Grail War. Shinji was also extremely curious about the identities of the two women. Based on his knowledge of Kiritsugu, all his relatives, except those living at the Amiya residence, were dead. Among those who had died, there was indeed someone who had turned into a vampire, but only one, not two. That person's name was Shirley, a girl from a small island in the Philippines, who was Kiritsugu's childhood friend and first love. She became a ghoul, the stage before becoming a dead apostle, after secretly drinking an incomplete potion made by Kiritsugu's father. This incident attracted the attention of the church's executors and the Mages Association enforcers, leading to the island being engulfed in flames. None of the island's residents survived, except for Kiritsugu, who was taken away by his foster mother. As a side note, the leader of the enforcers at that time was Cornelius Alba, who later assisted Sauren Araya in Misaki Town in 1998 and dared to call Tuko Aozaki, Dirty Red, breaking taboos. He was beaten up by Tuko, had his arm twisted off by Fujino, severely injured by Sakura, and finally had his head blown off by Kiritsugu, thus avenging his childhood grudge. Shinji didn't believe that Shirley, a mere ghoul, could have escaped the slaughter by the enforcers and executors. Even if she had, it wouldn't explain the identity of the other woman. It seemed he would have to wait until Kiritsugu returned to get the answers. Shinji's understanding of Kiritsugu was ultimately based on the few plot points from his previous life, which were insufficient to cover the entirety of Kiritsugu's past. Perhaps something else had happened during a time Shinji wasn't aware of. After all, Kiritsugu's luck with women wasn't much worse than Shinji's. Before leaving, Kiri asked again, "Are we just going to leave them alone?" "Of course not." Shinji shook his head. "Out of respect for Kiritsugu, I can refrain from capturing them for now, but that doesn't mean I'll let them roam the city freely. Who should we assign to monitor them?" "I'll do it. My eyes are well suited for this kind of work," Fujino volunteered. "No, if you do that, the pressure on Kiri to monitor the control center alone would be too great. Let me think." "Got it, would you mind helping out?" Shinji, who had been deep in thought with his arms crossed, suddenly looked up and smiled slightly at a nearby utility pole, where a faint trace of a vibrant purple was barely visible. Chapter 892, Hold Your Head High, Medusa. Purple is a magical color, it can be serene, cold, melancholic, or even seductive. However, most shades of purple can only convey one or two of these moods. Only the purple before Shinji could perfectly blend three different styles, creating a powerful impact. The owner of this color was none other than the new member of the Matou family, the servant summoned by Matou Sakura, rider, Medusa. The female servant, who had been discovered, moved along the shadows to approach Shinji and the others. Shinji smiled and asked, "Did Sakura send you?" "Yes." Medusa nodded slightly, adhering to her usual principle of speaking as little as possible. "She's home by now, right?" "Yes." "I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Please, tell me what you need, Shinji-sama." "Keep an eye on that house over there, the one with the bounded field set up. If they make any suspicious moves, inform Sakura." "But what about my master?" Medusa didn't immediately agree, appearing somewhat hesitant. It was precisely this hesitation that made Shinji smile in satisfaction. It seemed that Sakura and Medusa were getting along very well. Medusa was already starting to think of Sakura, prioritizing her even above Shinji, who was the successor of Perseus. This was the ideal relationship between a master and a servant. "You don't need to worry about Sakura. I'm here. Even if something unexpected happens, you can be summoned by Sakura using a command spell. I'll replenish the command spells she uses, so don't worry. I still have 6 command spells left over from the previous Holy Grail War, more than enough to use." As Shinji spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, removed the sheath of his divine gunblade, and revealed the red marks on his arm. "If you're still concerned, you can confirm with Sakura through your master-servant bond." "No need." Medusa shook her head. "You've thought this through very carefully, Shinji-sama. I have no reason to refuse. Don't call me Sama, and don't refer to Sakura as master. I'm sure Sakura has already told you that." Shinji corrected her. "Sakura, she did, but I forgot to change my habits. Don't forget next time. We're not your 2 elder sisters, we don't have so many rules, and we won't bully you, so there's no need to be overly respectful." "Sisters?" Medusa was momentarily lost in thought. "Shinji-sama. You forgot again. Shinji, you know about my 2 elder sisters. For some special reasons, I know more about you 3 sisters than my ancestor, Perseus. To be honest, from my perspective, it's really hard to understand the way you interact with Stheno and Euryale. If it weren't for the choice they made in the end, I would have thought that your relationship with them was poor. Phorkys had 3 daughters, the eldest, Stheno, the second, Euryale, and the youngest, Medusa. Due to angering Athena, Medusa was exiled to the desolate island near the island of the Golden Apples. Her 2 elder sisters, out of concern for their younger sister, voluntarily chose to be exiled alongside Medusa, living together on the desolate island. Due to Athena's trickery and curse, the 3 sisters were slandered as terrifying monsters, and the name Gorgon, meaning dreadful ones, began to spread widely, attracting numerous heroes to challenge them. Among the 3 sisters, Stheno and Euryale were not skilled in combat. Medusa, to protect her sisters, continuously killed the heroes who came to slay them. In the end, she went mad and even killed the 2 sisters she was supposed to protect, becoming a truly terrifying monster. However, even at the moment of their deaths, her sisters did not regret their choice. "Even so, I still find it hard to accept the way your 2 sisters treated you. I'm an older brother myself, and having a little sister means she's someone to be cherished, not bullied. My elder sisters were training me in their way because, unlike them, I'm not perfect," Medusa explained. Stheno and Euryale were manifestations of male ideals, ideal idols, whose forms were fixed, they neither grew nor aged. Medusa, on the other hand, was different, she grew over time. In compensation, she gained powerful mystic eyes of petrification and exceptional mobility. Due to the difference in their physical forms, Medusa was often bullied by her 2 sisters, who made her do things like wash their clothes or even drink her blood. It was very much like the story of Cinderella and her stepsisters. Perhaps in Medusa's view, being bullied by her sisters was a natural thing, but from Shinji's perspective as a modern person. Perfect, huh? Perfection. Not long ago, I discussed with someone about what aesthetics truly are. One of the core ideas is that aesthetics are trends, they change over time. In your era, what was considered perfect might have been like your sisters. It seems that for thousands of years, human history has been dominated by lolicon tendencies. But over the past 100 years, the standards have changed. While the lowly type like your sisters may not be outdated, the current societal mainstream is more inclined towards your type. If you don't believe me, you can have Sakura show you some fashion magazines. The photos of the models should explain everything. By the way, I prefer your kind of figure, so there's no need to feel inferior. Really. Medusa's tall and voluptuous body trembled violently, fully revealing her inner turmoil. Whether it was during her life or after her death, she had never received such praise. "Of course, I swear by the name of my ancestor, Perseus," Shinji answered without hesitation. "The next time you see your 2 sisters, you can hold your head high and tell them that you're beautiful, that you're no worse than they are. If they dare to mock or bully you, just come to me, and I'll deal with them. I can take on 10 of them if they're like Stheno and Euryale." Medusa was amused by Shinji's exaggerated words, a smile curling her lips. In that case, I would have to side with my sisters. Sisterly love, huh? Shinji wasn't surprised. That's fine. Then let's have another mythical showdown, the reborn three sisters against the successor of Perseus. This time, there won't be so many external influences, and there won't need to be a fight to the death. Alright, if there's such an opportunity. Medusa nodded with a smile. Then we'll be off. Oh, by the way, although wearing an eye patch doesn't hinder your actions, it might slightly affect your surveillance. Let me modify it for you. As Shinji spoke, he extended his finger and touched the center of her eye patch. With a flash of blue particles, the eye patch that had been tightly covering the upper half of her face disappeared, replaced by a pair of glasses with purple frames. Behind the glasses, Medusa's beautiful purple eyes elevated her entire aura. This looks much better. This is how Arwani-san should look. Chapter 893, Chapter 893, you finally come to meet your death. Arwani-san. Are you calling me that? The newly coined nickname piqued Medusa's curiosity. Shinji's eyelid twitched as he mentally cursed himself. He had accidentally used a familiar nickname from his past life's online slang. Fortunately, his quick thinking allowed him to come up with an explanation. Yes, that's right. Using just the class name feels distant, and it can't be used exclusively to refer to you. After all, I've encountered other writers before. Using your true name would expose your identity, so this is a compromise. Writer sister, shortened to R-Sis, how about that? It's a pretty good name, isn't it? Sister. Sister. With her eye patch now gone, Medusa's expressions were much more visible. I've never been an older sister before, so I'm not sure if I can do it well. You can do it. Even Sakura sees you as a sister. The surveillance is only at night, so during the day, find some time to let Sakura pick out some casual clothes for you. Just imagine, walking down the street, your head turning rate would be 300%. Then you'll realize just how attractive you are. So, it's settled. We'll discuss the details over breakfast tomorrow. Look forward to it. With that, Shinji waved his hand and left with Fujino and Kiri. The reason Shinji treated Medusa this way wasn't because he had any inappropriate intentions toward her. Although back in the day, R-Sis's Dojinshi had been quite useful, helping him through many sleepless nights, seeing her in person with that slightly melancholic, cold beauty made those thoughts vanish. Instead, he just wanted her to live a happier life and enjoy this era more. This was a wish born from a good heart. But this mindset was known only to Shinji. The others weren't aware, and naturally, Kiri misunderstood. R-Sis, you're calling her so affectionately, even though you already have me. Tell me, don't you have any intentions toward her? What are you talking about? Shinji found this amusing. We've only just met, how could I have any intentions toward her? Who knows? She's beautiful and has a great figure. You might have some inappropriate thoughts. Kiri huffed, her tone full of tsundere jealousy. How so? This is how you see me? I'm heartbroken. Shinji exaggeratedly sighed, adopting the demeanor of a melancholic prince. However, having known each other for years and understanding each other well, Kiri wasn't fooled. Yeah, I'm just not attractive because of my figure, so you don't like me. The women living in the Matou household were all well endowed, with Kiri being the only exception. Possibly due to her childhood illness and long hospital stays, she spent her entire adolescence bedridden, missing out on proper development. When she first left the hospital, she was so thin she looked like she could be blown away by the wind. Although she had improved significantly over the years, she was still the most slender and delicate of the family. Why are we suddenly talking about this? Shinji was exasperated by Kiri's train of thought. Your figure isn't bad at all. Plenty of girls would be envious of your waist. And, seriously, I have no intentions toward R-Sis. Even if I did, it would only be to help her break free from the chains of her past and enjoy her second life. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. I believe you. Fujino, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up. Kiri's expression froze, and she glared at Fujino. Fujino, you sneaked up on me again. Just wait, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. You're in your intangible form right now, you can't tear anything. Fujino quietly reminded her. Just you wait. At this point, even with the servants hearing, Medusa could no longer hear what the distant group was saying. Medusa watched the three of them leave and then reached out to gently touch the purple glasses on her nose. A second life, huh? It isn't bad. Sakura had sent Medusa to find Shinji, not out of concern but because she knew her brother's strength better than anyone. To her, her brother was the epitome of power. Aside from monsters like Zelrich, who had been famous for over 1,000 years, or their legendary mentor, Queen Scathach, no one was stronger than her brother. Even Lorelei, who was considered the pinnacle of modern magi, couldn't compare. The reason she called Shinji back had to do with something more important. Just a few minutes ago, the Matou family staff stationed near Fuyuki Airport reported that a private luxury jet had landed, the first in a long time. The jet was said to belong to a super-rich magnate from the Middle East. Sakura knew that one of the participants in this Holy Grail war was a wealthy oil tycoon from the Middle East. It was highly likely that this was him. Shinji's reaction upon hearing the report confirmed Sakura's judgment. No need to think about it. It's that flashy guy Atram. His biggest hobby is, well, wasting money, throwing it around wherever he goes, afraid that people don't know he exists, or that they don't know he's rich. Even though he's supposedly holding back a bit for the Holy Grail war, old habits die hard. Sigh, he doesn't realize that the more flamboyant you are in the Holy Grail war, the quicker you die. As he spoke, Shinji's smile was one of pure delight. Before receiving this news, he had been a bit worried that the heavy blows dealt to Atram during the Iselma incident might have prompted him to change his strategy. But now, seeing Atram's ostentatious arrival, Shinji was completely reassured. This guy hadn't changed at all. If he doesn't die, who will? Brother, I think we should still be cautious. This could be a disguise, Sakura said cautiously, unaware of the details. Shinji's smile didn't falter as he nodded. While I doubt it, it's always better to be cautious. The principle of underestimating the enemy strategically while taking them seriously tactically never goes out of style. You're a master now, how about using this guy as a practice target? Sakura thought for a moment and then shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. At this stage, we should remain restrained, not actively provoke fights or expose ourselves. Instead, we should use our advantage in information to gather intel on the other masters and servants. You've always said that battles between magi are battles of information. Go on, be more specific. I've already sent our people to investigate the identities of the welcoming party and the license plates of their vehicles. Once we have that information, we can trace it back to their base. That way, we'll have the initiative, and whether we decide to test them ourselves, lure other masters and servants to test them, or even launch a direct attack, the choice will be ours. And if it turns out that you're right, and the luxury jet is just a facade, then what? That would be a bit trickier. Mr. Atram only decided to participate in the Holy Grail War recently, and since he's an oil tycoon, his hiding place is unlikely to be in an ordinary residential area or a small hotel. In that case, we could investigate recent hotel check-ins or large real estate transactions under the guise of the police that should help us pinpoint the target. Not bad. It seems you've thought this through. Shinji was very pleased with Sakura's performance. Even if he had handled it himself, he might not have done it better. Leave everything related to Atram to you. As long as it doesn't interfere with their respective duties, everyone at home, including me, will follow your lead. Go ahead and do what you need to. Yes, brother, Sakura responded with an unusually bright tone. Chapter 894, Atram and Medea. What is a nouveau riche? A nouveau riche is someone who has acquired considerable wealth in a short period, often used to describe someone whose cultural and moral standards haven't kept pace with their newfound wealth. Unlike aristocrats and established families, the term carries a derogatory connotation. A similar term is upstart, but unlike the clear derogatory tone of nouveau riche, this term is more neutral and sometimes even carries a hint of praise. Atram and his family, the Galliasta, defined themselves this way. They considered themselves the new elite of both the financial and magical worlds, people who were in tune with the times and destined to replace those old, decaying families and lead the new era. In Atram's eyes, those who clung to their history and glory, and used these to set barriers and look down on others, were laughable. They were bound to be swept away by the tides of time. Just look at the world's leading powers. How many years of history does the world's only superpower, the United States, have? And yet, it has become the world's dominant force. In contrast, what influence remains of the British Empire, which once ruled the world and was known as the empire on which the sun never sets? I will become the United States of the magical and financial worlds, while those so-called noble families will decline just like Britain. Atram had never doubted himself, even after suffering a setback during the Iselma incident, where he was thoroughly humiliated by a group of young people. The young people from the El Meloy classroom were also considered upstart. Like Atram, Waver had no prominent background or long history, rising from an insignificant student to his current status. In comparison, Atram had far better resources and talent. If Waver could achieve greatness, why couldn't he? That's why Atram had come to Fuyuki City, the place where a lord and a crownless lord had once struggled. He intended to start here, achieve enough merit, and return to the clock tower in glory, reclaiming the face he had lost. To this end, he invested an astronomical amount of money and made thorough preparations. He spared no expense in obtaining a top-tier catalyst, the Golden Fleece, to summon his servant. He even bought an entire commercial building in Fuyuki's new city district to set up his workshop. After the workshop was initially completed, he gradually brought his subordinates and equipment into the workshop, ready to act. Shinji was not wrong when he said Atram had restrained himself. Indeed, Atram had toned it down a bit, opting to keep a low profile after arriving in Fuyuki by private jet. If it had been any other place, he would have not only flown in by private jet but also arranged a grand motorcade comparable to a head of state's entourage. Everything was for the sake of winning the Holy Grail War. Everything was to show the clock tower his power. From beginning to end, he never entertained the thought of failure. After all, this was just a small ritual. How many strong opponents could it attract? Waver Velvet lost because he was weak back then. Lord El Meloy's disappearance was part of some other scheme. Just look at how the El Meloy faction is thriving now, almost on par with the three great families. But Adam Galliasta was different. He wasn't scheming anything, and he was strong enough. Aside from another person sent by the clock tower, he didn't consider anyone else his rival. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was to summon a servant and secure his ticket to the war. Proclaim. On the night of his arrival in Fuyuki City, Atram, feeling no sleepiness, stood before the summoning circle drawn with various precious materials, pressing his hand against his command seals while loudly chanting the incantation obtained from the association. In an instant, thunder and lightning flashed as unimaginable amounts of magical energy pierced through the boundary between worlds, bringing a manifestation of myth and legend from a distant realm to the present. Servant Caster, Medea. Pleased to meet you, Master. Seeing the woman standing in the center of the summoning circle, her face hidden beneath a cloak, and hearing her speak her true name in such a pleasant voice, Atram clenched his fists in excitement. It succeeded. The summoning was successful. I've obtained the strongest trump card. Victory is within my grasp. However, this good mood didn't last long before it was utterly destroyed by a series of crushing blows. First, his initial objective was not met. Although Medea was a hero associated with dragons, due to the limitations of her era and the burning of the Golden Fleece catalyst, she couldn't display her ability to command dragons. Second was Medea's attitude. Like Cainith 10 years ago, Atram viewed servants as little more than familiars. So what if they were heroes? They were just strong beings with their own will, but ultimately, they still had to rely on the master's magical energy. But once he summoned a servant and witnessed their power, he realized how wrong he was, terribly wrong. Before Medea even made a move, Atram had condescendingly declared that as a magus, he was ready to suppress all other masters. He had eagerly shown Medea the Galliasta family's secret arts, which was also why he had purchased a building in Fuyuki City and built a workshop there. It was an ancient form of magecraft that generated mana at the cost of life itself, using the lesser source, the life force inherent in living beings, as the sacrifice. By sacrificing living beings, the lesser source could be extracted and refined into magical energy crystals for his use. As long as there were enough sacrifices, he could obtain an endless supply of magical energy. To this end, Atram had purchased a large number of living sacrifices through his family's human trafficking network. After all, in the war-torn Middle East, no one cared if a few people went missing. This was his trump card for victory. What he didn't expect was that his greatest reliance, the source of his confidence, would be utterly dismissed by his servant. Using life to create crystals of this level is the work of a third-rate magus. With these words, Medea casually waved her hand over Atram's carefully designed and proudly modernized altar, producing a magical energy crystal dozens of times more potent than what 6 living sacrifices could generate, purer and more effective. What did you do? Atram could hardly believe his eyes, crying out in disbelief. How did you produce mana out of thin air in an empty furnace? Out of nothing. For modern magus like you, there truly is nothing to see. The techniques for generating magical energy are on a different level, no, a different dimension entirely. Medea's tone was calm, like plain water, but to Atram, it was grating. It was a complete negation of his life and efforts. He struggled, questioning her. Then what about the incantations? I designed this workshop specifically to reduce the time needed for incantations. I don't need incantations. For me, magecraft is nothing more than issuing a command. Her tone remained flat, but the more it stayed that way, the worse Atram felt. Chapter 895, I just want to return to my hometown. What does a nouveau riche fear the most? Being left with nothing. No, because their wealth was acquired swiftly, they don't value it as much. Otherwise, we wouldn't see so many nouveau riche throwing their money around. What they fear the most is that their efforts and accomplishments won't be recognized. The lower their previous status, the more they crave to become the center of attention after getting rich, and the more they long for acknowledgement. Thus, what Medea shattered wasn't just Atram's trump card and confidence. She destroyed his entire life, his entire career as a magus, and all the effort he put in since his youth to defeat his competitors and ascend to the head of his family. To put it simply, Medea denied the very person that Atram was, denied the entire Galliasta family. This filled Atram with rage, uncontrollable rage. After the rage came fear, fear based on the vast difference in power between the two of them. All that effort, all the time spent preparing, all the money spent, only for her to accomplish it with a simple wave of her hand. The absolute disparity inflicted an unprecedented blow to his fragile self-esteem and confidence. It was worse than when he was humiliated by the students of the El Meloy classroom, worse than when Tuko Aozaki ignored him, worse than the cold reception he received at the clock tower. But that powerful witch remained oblivious to his feelings, still speaking in her calm tone. Although I've done something excessive, I must ask you to stop using this workshop. Abusing lives is a poor choice. As a magus, you cannot ignore an imbalance in resources. Each word she spoke was another strike against Atram, fueling his anger and fear. The gap between them was so vast that no matter what he tried, he couldn't bridge it. Indeed, they had formed a master-servant contract, but no matter how binding a contract is, it must be built on power. The gap between the master and servant was so great that it was impossible to guarantee the servant wouldn't develop undesirable thoughts. Especially since his servant was Medea, a witch notorious for betrayal and ruthlessness. She had betrayed her family twice and killed her brother, her husband's father, and even her children. One more betrayal, one more murder wouldn't matter. After all, her noble phantasm as a heroic spirit was forged from these very deeds. At this point, Atram no longer felt proud of summoning Medea. Instead, he regretted it. Of all the possible summons, why had he insisted on a dragon and ended up with such a terrifying witch? If she were to betray him, wait, he still had command spells, the power of absolute orders. As long as he used one, no matter how terrifying the witch, she would have to obey. Under the dual pressure of fear and rage, Atram made a decision. He smiled but quietly channeled magic into his hand. No, it's me who truly doesn't understand servants. By my command spell, I order you, you are forbidden from using your noble phantasm against me. When he saw the shocked expression on Medea's face, Atram felt immense satisfaction. If the witch who betrayed me were to ambush me, I wouldn't stand a chance. But that wasn't enough to soothe his anger. He punched Medea in the face, just as he had done to weaker opponents in the past. Medea fell to the ground in silence, without any resistance, like a lifeless doll. Yes, this was how it should be. I am the master, and you are the servant. The roles must be clear, and potential threats must be eliminated. Of course, he knew that by doing this, he had completely torn any trust between him and his servant. Only 2 command spells remained, which wasn't enough to suppress such a terrifying witch. If she found a loophole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Medea wasn't the type to repay kindness with kindness. Just recently, he had boasted to his associates about how Medea had burned down her rival's castle with the witch's fire. If that fire were turned on him, no, this woman couldn't be allowed to live. Even if it meant losing his servant from the start, he couldn't leave such a threat alive. Winning wasn't as important as his own life. Atram quickly began thinking like a magus and a businessman, searching for a way to eliminate the threat while securing the maximum benefit. And soon, he found it, by using his greatest competitor, another master sent by the clock tower. He had been wary of the other master, and surely the other master was wary of him too. If he could use this opportunity to eliminate his biggest rival, the other side would surely be happy to help, perhaps even willing to pay a price if he showed enough sincerity, like through a binding contract. Although he didn't know the identity of the other participant, Atram had already figured out how to find them, through the church. The priest there was responsible for overseeing the Holy Grail War, and any magus from the clock tower would have to register there. Speaking of which, he still hadn't registered after summoning Medea. It was time to take care of that. Having made up his mind, Atram acted quickly. Because of the drama with Medea, the long night had come to an end. Daytime was a default safe period, so Atram didn't worry about his safety as he headed alone to the church to register. Although the overseer seemed like a novice, which made Atram a bit uneasy, the negotiations went smoothly, and the other side promised to deliver the message soon. Atram's mood improved considerably. Finally, I can rid myself of that terrifying woman. Now I just need to see if I can acquire another servant. However, when he returned, he found that his base was gone. His loyal subordinates were scattered across the ground, and his proud workshop was engulfed in flames. The pale blue fire, the woman who set the fire was calmly standing in the heart of the workshop, watching him. What's going on? Atram demanded furiously. I took the liberty of dismantling the workshop, Medea replied calmly. As for your stronghold, I can take you to a more suitable location. Dismantled? What about the remaining sacrifices? There should have been about 50 left. They were unnecessary, so I released them. Atram let out an odd chuckle. So, where is this more suitable location? The center of the ritual, where the Great Grail slumbers. It's a natural fortress that's difficult for servants to approach. While Atram was out, Medea hadn't been idle. From now on, if you follow my orders, I'll take you there, master. Follow your orders. You expect me to follow the commands of my servant? That's not happening. Atram's long-suppressed rage finally erupted. At that moment, he made his decision. He no longer cared about maximizing benefits or considering other options, he would eliminate this threat first. He raised his right hand and channeled magic into it, just as he had done before. This is the end for us, Medea. By my command spell, I order you, commit suicide, caster. According to his expectations, this hateful witch should now be forced to end her life, whether through magic or by a blade. But nothing happened. Medea remained standing, a mocking smile on her face. What's going on? Atram panicked. One command spell wasn't enough. By my command spell, I order you again, commit suicide, caster. The last of his command spells vanished, but the outcome remained unchanged. Medea still didn't move, and instead, her laughter grew louder. It was the first time since her summoning that she had laughed so heartily, her laughter dripping with mockery. You foolish master. Have you forgotten what my noble phantasm is? Rule breaker. Atram suddenly recalled the information that had surfaced during the summoning ritual. Rule breaker was Medea's noble phantasm, a manifestation of her life, capable of breaking all contracts. It was the very thing he feared the most. But it should have been restricted by the command spell. Yes, it cannot be used against you. So, I used it on myself to sever our contract. Upon hearing this, Atram's face turned pale. It was only then that Atram noticed the blood stain on Medea's chest, likely the mark left by the noble phantasm when it pierced her body. The reason he hadn't noticed earlier was probably because Medea had used some kind of spell to conceal it. With her abilities, hiding something from him was all too easy. No, it can't be. To a servant, this is the same as suicide. Without a contract, you won't even be able to maintain your physical form. Atram's words were filled with despair, but Medea remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the fate of her second life. Yes, but so what? It has nothing to do with you, who will soon die here. As she finished speaking, the scenery around them shifted. The burning workshop transformed into a dark labyrinth, its walls adorned with Greek-style murals, images of women holding blood-stained blades, creating an ominous atmosphere. Atram ran frantically, shouting in panic. I can't end like this. I can't die here. The Holy Grail War hasn't even started, and I haven't even fought yet. He was terrified, resentful, and furious. But no matter what he did, there was no escaping his fate. Exhausted and broken, he could do nothing but flee. Finally, Medea's voice rang out, delivering the final judgment. Yes, for someone like you, who had already decided the outcome from the very start, this is the most fitting end. You treacherous witch. Atram's last words were full of despair and curses. Then, he saw flames engulf his body, true witch's fire, the same flames that had turned many before him to ash. And now, there was one more added to their number, Atram Galliasta. Witch, always a witch, everyone calls me a witch. Medea muttered under her breath as she walked. She walked through the sea of flames, past the corpses, out of the building, and into the night. She didn't know where she was going, nor how long she could last. She simply followed her instincts, walking forward until her magical energy was nearly exhausted, and she collapsed onto the ground. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's the same. Cast out, used, scorned as a traitor. All I wanted was. It was now a dark, moonlit night. She reached out her hand toward the sky, as if trying to grasp something. To return to my hometown. Her consciousness slowly faded. This body, now without support, seemed to have reached its limit. It was about to disappear. After just one night in this world, she was already leaving. It was so frustrating. Just before her eyes closed, she heard a faint sigh. Chapter 896, Chapter 896, Why did you bring back another one? In the Matou mansion that night, Makiri's voice was particularly piercing. You, how did you go out and bring back another woman? The reason for her outburst was the woman in Sakura's arms, a woman wrapped tightly in a cloak and robes that didn't belong to the modern era, yet still radiated an aura of magic. Shinji, it's you again, isn't it? What do you mean, again? Shinji, the accused, felt a headache coming on. When have I ever brought anyone else back? With a swift movement, Makiri pointed to herself and then to the girl beside her, Fujino. We were both picked up by you. You found Fujino at one of those parties you attended, and me when you were out roaming at night. And Arcuade, she said you brought her back too. You, heartless playboy. Already have all of you. Shinji interrupted, cutting off her rant before she could finish. He was all too familiar with this routine. Makiri, you've got it all wrong this time. It wasn't me who brought her back, it was Sakura. I was busy dealing with trafficked women and children at the time. Sakura. That caught Makiri's attention. Trafficked women and children. That caught Fujino's attention. What happened? This was the question they both asked in unison. Well, here's what happened. Last night, we got word that someone who looked like Atrum had arrived in town. So this morning, Sakura, Medusa, and I went to investigate. Atrum's plane had drawn attention, but his entry into the city was far more understated. No grand reception, no luxurious vehicle, just a few people slipping quietly into Fuyuki in the dead of night. The contrast was so stark that the Matou family staff at the airport hadn't even noted down his license plates. Fortunately, the Matou family had deep roots in Fuyuki City and well-established connections. It didn't take long to track down the location through real estate records, a commercial building in the Shinto district, which had recently undergone a change in ownership and some renovations. No groups had moved in except for the company listed on the property deed. All signs pointed to this being Atrum's base of operations. After confirming the location, the three of them drove over. Indeed, daytime is generally a safe period during the Holy Grail War, as fighting during the day is an unwritten rule. But that doesn't mean other activities are off limits. Daytime offers a good opportunity for reconnaissance since masters and servants tend to let their guard down a bit, thanks to the implicit understanding that northwest battles will take place. By the way, Medusa was the one driving. It might be due to her rider class, but Medusa had taken a keen interest in all kinds of vehicles. Even though it had only been a few days since she was summoned, she had already tried out bicycles, motorcycles, cars, and other modes of transport. She thoroughly enjoyed driving modern vehicles. So, while both Shinji and Sakura could drive, whenever Medusa was around, the job of driving naturally fell to her. Thanks to her A+ level riding skill, her driving ability was far superior to that of any professional race car driver, the ultimate chauffeur. What? You're asking about a driver's license? Ahaha, of course, she doesn't have one. Not only does Medusa lack a license, but neither Shinji nor Sakura have one either. The legal driving age in Japan is 18, and neither of them meets that requirement. They've been driving without a license all this time. As for Medusa's, Sakura bought her one just recently, so technically, that issue is solved. Don't ask Shinji how he knows this, it's simple. Right across from the police station is a shopping mall. While Shinji was doing some research at the station, Sakura was out shopping for Medusa, using his card, a card loaded with 9 digits worth of dollars. The money came from auctioning off the rights to enhance the Crimson Fruit, so what's a little unlicensed driving in comparison? As luck would have it, just as they were circling the building to observe the surroundings, a group of strange people came running out of the building. Despite it being winter, they were all dressed in matching white short-sleeved shirts and shorts. There were dozens of them, mostly women and children. While Sakura and Medusa were merely puzzled by the sight, Shinji's face turned pale. He recalled a certain piece of information about the Galliasta family. This nouveau riche family practiced sacrificial magecraft, using lives as offerings. In the previous timeline, there had only been a few brief mentions of the family, and when Shinji had encountered Atrum in Iselma, he'd been using the original battery spell bought from elsewhere, which had caused Shinji to forget the true nature of the Galliasta family's magecraft. If he had remembered earlier, he might not have been so calm. He would have considered other ways to deal with Atrum, perhaps even wiping out the entire family at the root. Shinji didn't oppose sacrificial magecraft in principle, as long as the life being sacrificed was his own or that of livestock he owned. But using the lives of others, this crossed a line for him. Such an atrocity was even worse than what Ryunosuke Uriya had done. How many people had that psychopath killed? And how many more had this family sacrificed? However, Shinji was no longer the person he was when he first crossed into this world. After experiencing so much, after witnessing the darkest depths of the magical world, his mindset had changed. His bottom line remained, but he no longer dwelled on events that had already transpired. After a brief moment of reflection, he quickly adjusted his focus to cleaning up the aftermath, a responsibility of any Magus family. In the original timeline, the church would have likely handled the situation. Kirii Kodomine, an expert in such matters, would have taken care of it. But now, Kirii had become a heretic, and the priests stationed in Fuyuki over the past decade were rather ordinary. Shinji had no expectations for them and was even too lazy to register with the church. Instead, he directly called the Matou family's charitable foundation to handle the undocumented people. This was a method Shinji had learned in London. Many ancient Magus families had set up such organizations to clean up the negative effects of magcraft. With the Holy Grail War looming, Shinji had suggested that his father establish a similar foundation. Given the Matou father and son's personalities, they wouldn't do something half-heartedly. Since they had decided to create the foundation, they did it right. They hired professionals and allocated a significant portion of the group's profits to it every year. They even put Kiriya Matou, the one remaining decent member of the Matou family, in charge. While one might question the integrity of other charitable organizations, the Matou family's foundation was truly dedicated to charity. Shinji was more than confident in leaving these unfortunate women and children in their care. Of course, the handover and briefing took some time. While that was happening, Sakura and Medusa quietly infiltrated the workshop. Both master and servant were smart enough to realize that something had gone wrong inside the building when they saw all those people running out. There couldn't have been a better time to investigate. The infiltration went smoothly. The building was eerily empty, but this only made the two of them more cautious. As they reached the upper floors, they encountered Atrum, who had just returned. But within minutes, the first master, aside from Sakura, was dead. His servant, the now masterless caster, walked out of the building alone, dazed. Out of caution, master and servant followed at a distance. They continued until they heard Caster's final wish, and it was this wish that moved the usually cold-hearted Medusa. Up until that moment, she had been stopping Sakura from approaching, citing safety concerns, and her soft sigh had been born from this emotional conflict. Chapter 897, The Sweet Treat Offensive. Shinji wasn't surprised that Sakura made such a choice. Due to his intervention, she never experienced the dark and unbearable events of her past. Her family's education had been healthy and positive. Although the harshness of the magical world prevented her from being completely pure, her worldview was still relatively upright. The so-called dark Sakura or blackened Sakura could only possibly emerge if someone killed Shinji right in front of her. With this version of Sakura, she wouldn't ignore someone on the verge of death, even if that person was a servant or a potential enemy. Shinji himself also didn't want Caster to perish just like that. Though she was a witch who had committed many dark and cruel deeds, those actions were due to the influence of the Eros arrow. Her true nature wasn't evil, and the fact that she destroyed the workshop and freed the trafficked women and children was proof of that. Moreover, this time, Fuyuki no longer had Kazuki Sutra, the men who had both redeemed her and had been redeemed by her. Somebody had to do something for her now. Compared to his overthinking, Sakura's simple and kind nature made her the better candidate to save Caster. That's why Shinji took on the responsibility of cleaning up the aftermath, assigning the task of reconnaissance and tracking to Sakura, along with the final choice. Whatever decision she made, he was prepared to accept it. And Sakura didn't disappoint him. In the end, she brought back Medea, the pitiful woman, carrying her home, and the four of them returned to the Matou mansion together. This led to the scene where Kiri opened the door and, misunderstanding the situation, questioned them. After Sakura's explanation, both Fujino and Kiri were even more bewildered. Going out and bringing back a woman was already surprising enough, but to bring back a servant. That was almost too much of a coincidence. Whether it's a coincidence or not, Sakura has brought her back. We can't just toss her out now. Don't just stand around, let's focus on saving her. At Shinji's words, everyone sprang into action. Despite their confusion, they had saved her, and so they were committed to seeing it through. As for how to deal with this mysterious servant, they would decide after she regained consciousness and they could gauge her attitude. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of magical energy in the Matou household, or maybe Sakura's healing rune was exceptionally effective, but within a few minutes of lying in bed, Caster woke up. Ugh, I'm not dead yet. Where is this? Her initial reaction was normal, but when she saw the tall woman standing by the bedside, her expression changed instantly, and her hand instinctively reached out from under the blanket. A servant. As she made this motion, magical energy in the room began converging toward her fingertips at an alarming speed. Although she had lost her master and could disappear at any moment, as long as she still existed and could move, she could cast spells. As she had said, magic for her was as easy as giving a command, it didn't even require her magical energy. Her reaction was quick, but Medusa's was no slower. Medusa's task was to keep an eye on Caster to prevent any accidents, and now that an accident had occurred, she didn't hesitate. She clenched her fist and swung it toward Caster. Though Medusa was no longer in her monstrous form, she still retained some of her monstrous traits. One of those traits was her immense strength. Her natural physical strength was already rated at A, and on top of that, she possessed a skill called monstrous strength, which allowed her to temporarily boost her power even further. Although she wasn't going all out, the force behind her punch was terrifying. It could easily severely injure the weakened Caster, and it wasn't impossible that it could kill her outright. Fortunately, Sakura, who was also on guard, stopped the battle between the two servants in time. The magical energy Caster had gathered was dispersed by a stronger force before it could be converted into a destructive spell. Meanwhile, Sakura skillfully redirected Medusa's punch, guiding it away before it could land. Rider, calm down. Caster, please don't panic. We mean you no harm. Exactly. If we meant you harm, we wouldn't have saved you in the first place. We could have just left you when you were unconscious, or worse, killed you, Kiri chimed in while tidying up some items nearby. Sakura continued, we don't know what happened to you, but if you're willing, could you tell us? Oh, you're awake. Would you like something to eat? Shinji appeared at the door at just the right moment, holding a tray of food. The tea is also ready, Fujino said, following behind Shinji with a tea tray in hand. Oh, it smells so good. I'll have a cup, extra sugar and milk. Kiri darted over to Fujino's side. Is it just me, or is Kiri adding more and more sugar? Shinji whispered to Fujino as he watched Kiri drop sugar cubes into her tea one after another. It's not just you. She's adding more, Fujino whispered back. Be careful eating so many sweets at night, you might gain weight, Shinji warned. Humph, I wish I could gain weight. No matter how much I eat, I never do, Kiri said with a pout, uttering words that would make at least 70% of the world's women jealous. She then casually grabbed a piece of chocolate from Shinji's tray, and after a moment, took another. Slow down, save some for Castor. Shinji quickly walked over to the bed and offered Castor one of the plates. Would you like some? Although servants don't need to eat, you've lost your source of magical energy. Eating something might help you recover a bit, and it'll lift your spirits. I've always believed that good food can improve one's mood. This. Castor hesitated, instinctively raising her hand and moving slightly near her shoulders. The motion immediately put Medusa on alert, though nothing happened. Your cloak is over there. We had to remove it to treat you, Shinji explained. Knowing her well, Shinji understood that she was trying to put on her hood to hide her face, a face that, despite its magical aura, looked more like that of a simple housewife. It was said that ever since Jason had hurt her, she had become more and more inclined to hide her face. Don't worry, my sister Sakura was the one who treated you. Beside her is her servant, Ryder. That's Kiri over there, who made the bed you're sleeping in. And that's Fujino, who made the tea. I'm Shinji Matou. I made the snacks, want to try them? Perhaps moved by the honesty of this group of young men and women, Castor stopped hesitating, picked up a piece of chocolate, and placed it between her slightly purple lips. A few seconds later, she murmured, delicious. If you like it, have more. There's also tea, would you prefer black tea or milk tea? I recommend the milk tea, it's more energizing. All right. Fujino. On it. And so, under the sweet treat offensive launched by Shinji and the others, Castor gradually let down her guard. By the time Fujino poured her a second cup of tea, Castor finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Why did you save me? P.S. In Fate/Stay Night, Sakura's Rider has a strength rating of B. In this timeline, due to Sakura's increased magical power, Rider's stats have been further enhanced. Chapter 898, The Betrayed Witch. Why save me? If the Matou family were ordinary people, unconnected to the world of magecraft, Castor wouldn't have found it strange. But the Matou family wasn't ordinary. Not only were they involved in the Holy Grail War, but they had also already summoned a servant. That made things quite odd. The theme of the Holy Grail War was battle to the death. While masters had various ways to protect themselves, such as severing their contracts or using up their command seals, or even seeking refuge with the church, for servants who weren't allied with them, the only outcome was death. Although there's no rule in the Holy Grail War that a master can only form a contract with one servant, it's rare for a master to simultaneously have two servants. There are two key reasons. Magical energy supply. Maintaining a servant's existence consumes a huge amount of magical energy. Ordinary magi often struggle to support even one servant, with exceptions like Artoria, who has her mana regeneration. Even top-tier magi would find it extremely difficult to sustain two servants unless they used extreme methods like sacrificing lives or devouring souls. The final wish, in the end, the Holy Grail can only grant the wish of one master-servant pair. If a master has two servants, how would they choose in the end? From Castor's perspective, it would have been far more convenient, and normal, for them to kill her while she was weak. Shinji understood this logic well, so he turned to Sakura, who was tidying up the dishes and asked her. Sakura, why did you decide to save her? When I saw her lying there all alone, I just couldn't help it. Sakura instinctively lowered her head and answered in a soft voice. Couldn't help it. Are you? Castor's eyes flashed with a strange expression, which quickly turned to anger. Are you pitying me? I. Sakura's shoulders shrank, unsure how to respond. Yes, we are pitying you. Since Sakura didn't answer, someone else did, her servant, Medusa. Ryder, don't say that. No, I'm going to say it. Sakura tried to stop her, but Medusa wouldn't listen. Even though they hadn't been together long, the bond between Medusa and Sakura had already grown very strong. Medusa constantly protected Sakura, proving they were a perfect pair summoned by their compatibility. You lost your master, you're injured, your magical energy is depleted, and you could barely walk, making all those pitiful sounds along the way. How could anyone not pity you? You heard everything. Castor recalled what she had said, and her long ears twitched. Her ears were the only physical feature that set her apart from modern humans, resembling the long ears of elves from fantasy novels. Yes, we heard everything. Every single word. Ugh. Castor's demeanor immediately deflated. Everyone calls me a witch, and in the end, this is what I've become. I just wanted. That's enough, stop talking. This time, it was Castor who panicked. Pouring out her heart right before death was one thing, but having it repeated to her later was another matter entirely. To return home. But Medusa wasn't finished. Enough. I said stop talking. Castor, now embarrassed and angry, lashed out, you don't know anything. How would we know if you don't tell us? If I told you I killed my own master with my own hands, and that I was injured while trying to sever our contract, would you still pity me? Castor's outburst left Medusa silent. Sakura, Fujino, and Kiri were all shocked. According to the monitoring system, Atram had only summoned his servant less than a day ago, and now she had already killed him. Only Shinji, who knew Castor's background, remained calm. There's always a reason for killing someone, and you don't look like the type of person who kills for fun. You're wrong. People have always called me a madwoman, a witch known for betrayal. I don't need a reason to betray anyone. Castor's voice was sharp, shattering the previously calm and pure impression she had given. A witch of betrayal. I see now. You must be the princess of Colchis. Combining the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail with certain traits Castor displayed, Medusa deduced her identity. Colchis was a kingdom from Greek mythology, famous for the Argonauts who sought the golden fleece there. The princess of Colchis was none other than Medea, the wife of Jason, the witch who betrayed both her family and her husband. Do you regret saving me now? Medea asked coldly. Before Medusa could answer, the room filled with laughter, Shinji's laughter. What's so funny? Medea clutched the blanket tightly. I'm laughing because of your master, Atram Galiasta. You knew him. I knew him, but not well. Sakura mentioned that his workshop caught fire in the end. Was that your doing? Yes, I'm the one who set it ablaze. I even burned him to death. That man used to boast back in England that one of his spells was as powerful as the flames you used to burn your rivals to death in life. And now, he's dead by those very same flames. Isn't that funny? But aside from Shinji, no one else in the room laughed. Medea wasn't in the mood, and the others couldn't find it funny. Shinji rubbed his nose, feeling a little awkward. If your master had been someone else, I might have regretted saving you. But Atram got what he deserved. That guy had a rotten mindset. He was arrogant, but at the same time deeply insecure. Specifically, he couldn't stand anyone being stronger than him. Seeing someone like you, a magus from the age of gods, probably made him lose his mind. I bet he did some pretty awful things to you. You say betrayal is in your nature, but you have your wish you want to fulfill, and you know what happens if you lose your master. I don't think your so-called nature of betrayal is more important than your wish. Medea remained silent. And what about those women and children? If you were truly a madwoman, why did you let them go? You had no connection to them, right? The answer is obvious, you're not as bad as you claim. We don't regret saving someone who saved so many lives. Does that answer satisfy you? Shinji smiled at Medea, but she kept her head down, staring at her hands, avoiding his gaze. What do you plan to do with me? Let you go. That's impossible. The only reason you can stay in the world without disappearing is because of the workshop's effects. If you leave here, you'll vanish soon after due to the lack of a proper anchor. Even if you found another anchor and a source of magical energy in time, I don't want another competitor for the Holy Grail. So, I have a proposal, why not join us and lend us a hand? P.S. The issue of magical energy consumption is well illustrated in the Unlimited Blade Works anime. Rin could barely manage to support both Saber and Shiro's reality marble, and Shiro himself had 27 magic circuits to supply energy. This shows just how massive the consumption is. Chapter 899, the Greek team hurting each other. Join us and lend us a hand. This is what Shinji said. Medea raised her head and stared blankly at the young man standing beside the bed. Her eyes, a color between blue and purple, flickered with disbelief. What did he just say? Did I mishear? Was he inviting me? After knowing my true name, inviting the betrayer witch, Medea. Are you sure you want me to join you? Yes, this is the best option for now, Shinji nodded. Aren't you worried? Medea continued to question. Worried about what? Worried that I might betray you again. I am the witch of betrayal. My whole life has been filled with betrayal, both in life and in death. I've already said that no one is born a betrayer. Every betrayal has its reasons. Let's not talk about what happened during your life, a large part of that was due to the arrow of Eros. While I'll admit that some of your actions were indeed excessive, there's no point in placing all the blame solely on you. As for Atram, anyone with a shred of decency would be upset by him, so killing him is no big deal. If you had obeyed him completely, I'd think less of you. As he spoke, Shinji turned to the group of women standing behind him. You all don't have any objections, right? Well, if my brother says so. No objections. I can somewhat understand Miss Medea's feelings. Sakura, Fujino, and Kiri each gave different responses, but their meaning was the same. The only one left was Medusa, who had been openly wary of Medea from the start. If there's no way to restrain her, I don't agree with her joining us. This woman is too dangerous. What do you suggest? Medusa's previously relaxed expression turned cold again. It wasn't just Medusa who was wary of Medea, Medea was also cautious of Medusa. Shinji, you mentioned last night that you had spare command seals. I hope you use them to bind her, Medusa proposed resolutely. There's no need. Shinji shook his head. Shinji. Medusa, unusually flustered, raised her voice. Shinji sighed, Rider, I appreciate your concern, but it's unnecessary. In my opinion, you should be the one who understands Medea the most. Why? Because you've had similar experiences. You both should have had happy lives, but because of those tyrannical gods of Olympus, your lives became tragic. I think it's precisely because of your experience that Sakura, Fujino, and Kiri are willing to accept Medea. The three women nodded in agreement. Medea's reputation was terrible, but how was Medusa any better? After all, they were both infamous femme fatale, though this point should probably be scratched out. But it's not the same, Medusa insisted stubbornly. That which knows men all too well. Shinji, you're worried she'll charm me. Shinji chuckled. You, of all people, should know how that feels. When you and Sakura went shopping for clothes today, didn't you notice your charm? Ah. Medusa tilted her head, a blank expression crossing her beautiful face. You didn't notice. Shinji slapped his forehead. I can't tell if you're just dense or if your two sisters left you with some deep psychological scars. Sakura, you tell her. Rider, all the men in the mall were staring at you today, Sakura quietly told her servant. I was even a little jealous. Medusa suddenly let out a string of surprised exclamations, causing everyone to stifle their laughter. Stheno and Euryale, you two are truly guilty of so much. On the other side, Medea had grown curious about Medusa's identity. She is. Can I tell her? Shinji looked at Sakura, blinking. Sakura glanced at Medusa, then at Shinji, and gave a slight nod. With permission granted, Shinji spoke, like you, she's also from Greece. Her name might sound familiar, Medusa. Seems like the Holy Grail has a fondness for Greek heroes, having summoned 2 of them. Medea didn't even listen to the last part. She was fixated on Medusa's face and the eyes hidden behind her glasses. Medusa. The Gorgon monster. Medusa immediately flared up. What did you just say, witch? Medea wasn't backing down. What? Did I say something wrong? Are you not the Gorgon monster? The tension between the two escalated quickly, prompting Shinji to stand between them, blocking their line of sight. Enough, both of you. You're both infamous because of the gods' curses, so why hurt each other? From now on, the terms betrayer witch, Gorgon monster, and any related phrases are banned. Whoever says them, won't get any food and will be responsible for all the household chores. Honestly, this punishment didn't carry much weight. Servants didn't need to eat, and Medusa, having been bullied by her 2 sisters since childhood, was quite skilled in all household tasks, cooking, cleaning, laundry, you name it. Medea wasn't as adept, but she was a magus from the age of gods, so she could easily handle chores with a few spells. However, neither of them continued to hurt each other. They both knew that the names they called each other were deeply painful, forbidden topics that should never be touched. Tempers had flared, but now that they had calmed down, they wouldn't cross those lines again. I understand. I won't say it again. Good. Shinji nodded in satisfaction. Now, let me ask once more. Medea, will you join us? I've heard your wish, and you don't need the Holy Grail to fulfill it. A simple trip abroad could resolve it. Once this Holy Grail war is over, win or lose, we'll send you home. If you have any other conditions, feel free to mention them. We're not like that idiot Atrum, who treated servants as slaves. Everything can be negotiated. Think of it as a business contract. You help us, and we'll pay you in return. Medea hesitantly asked, and the Holy Grail? That's a bit more complicated. I'll explain in detail once you officially join us. For now, I can tell you it's not quite what you think, and it's not worth fighting over. Though Shinji's explanation was vague, his straightforward attitude was something Medea valued highly. I understand. One last question, who will be my master? Who do you want it to be? You. Without hesitation, Medea pointed at Shinji. As expected, you're up to no good, Medusa quickly objected, I refuse. This is the most suitable choice, Medea explained calmly. Only Miss Sakura and Mr. Shinji are magi. Miss Sakura is already contracted with you, and making another contract would be too much of a burden on her. The other two ladies are not magi, so contracting with them would drain their life force. Mr. Shinji has spare command seals, which can be used to form a contract. This. Chapter 900, Medea joins. Although Medusa was also born in Greece and was active even earlier, she wasn't a magus. In this regard, she couldn't compare to Medea and quickly found herself at a disadvantage. She looked to Shinji for help, and Shinji scratched his head, saying, "Your idea is good, but sorry, I refuse." "Why?" "It's simple. I'm a prospective master who can summon another servant, so I can't form a contract with you right now. As for the issue of magical energy supply, Medea, someone once told me that purely in terms of magical expertise, you stand at the pinnacle of magical history. Even without using extreme methods, you should have ways to replenish your magic. If I don't use those methods, the efficiency of replenishing magical energy is low. One battle is fine, but any more than that." Shinji waved his hand. "It's fine. Your combat role is already more supportive. In general, well, this situation doesn't seem ordinary, so it's better to play it safe. You'll form a contract with Sakura. She'll prioritize supplying your magical energy, and I have a solution for Ryder." "What solution?" Medusa asked curiously. "This." Shinji drew his finger across his other hand, flicking a liquid-like substance toward Medusa's lips. Instinctively, Medusa stuck out her tongue and licked it. In the next second, her expression changed. This is my blood. Not bad, right?" Indeed, Shinji's solution was to provide Medusa with magical energy through his blood. Broadly speaking, Medusa could be classified as a type of vampire. However, compared to true ancestors or dead apostles, Medusa was an even older existence and wouldn't create subordinates or thralls by drinking blood. Her classification as a vampire was solely because, for her and her two sisters, blood was the most potent source of energy. They could extract the greatest amount of power from it. One of Medusa's noble phantasms, Blood Fort Andromeda, directly reflected this trait. However, the energy contained in ordinary human blood was limited. Even if she drained someone completely, she wouldn't gain much magical energy. But Shinji was different, he was a magus, and his blood was far more potent than that of an ordinary person. Additionally, his body had been strengthened through various means from a young age, and he had recently consumed part of the true ancestor's blood and the essence of the crimson fruit. To Medusa, his blood was the perfect supplement. Based on the analysis of the blood she had just ingested, only a few drops of Shinji's blood per day would be enough to sustain her existence. For combat, she would need more, but it wouldn't have a significant impact on Shinji's body. This was a method of magical supply unique to Shinji and Medusa, although Steno and Euryale could also use it. Medusa's gaze towards Shinji instantly changed, like a horny one-san eyeing Shotokan. Shinji shuddered involuntarily and quickly changed the subject. "Does anyone else have any objections? If not, then it's settled. Sakura, form the contract." "Okay." Having already formed one contract before, Sakura skillfully raised her left hand, which bore the command seals, and began chanting. "Your body shall be under my command, and my fate shall be entrusted to your sword." As invisible magical energy flowed, creating a swirling current, a new contract was established. With a new source of magical energy and an anchor in the physical world, Medea's recovery was visible to the naked eye. The magical aura unique to witches became even more intense. When she got off the bed and donned her cloak, a combination of a cape and robe, she spoke with unprecedented confidence to everyone. "Master, and Mr. Shinji, rejoice. You've made the wisest choice. I now hold the key to victory in this Holy Grail war and have found the best location to establish a base. I'll take you there right away." What she didn't expect was that the group's reaction was much more casual than she had anticipated. Her master and the other two girls were somewhat curious, but Medusa remained expressionless, while Shinji looked as if he had expected this all along. "You're talking about Mount Inzo, right? The mountain in that direction. You knew." This time, it was Medea's turn to be surprised. She had used considerable effort to come to this conclusion. "Of course, I know. We've lived in this area for over 10 years. How could I not know where the best ley lines are or where the center of magical rituals is? As you said, the terrain there is excellent, with a powerful bounded field that restricts the movement of spirits, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. The underground magical energy is also ideal for a magus like you. It's certainly the best choice for a base." Here, Shinji deliberately paused and pointed at the ground beneath his feet. "That is, if you ignore the workshop you're standing on right now." "Huh." Medea was even more astonished after hearing Shinji's words. He wasn't like Atram, who was ignorant. He clearly understood the advantages of Mount Enzu, so why was he saying this? It wasn't that Medea was being arrogant, but modern magecraft couldn't compare to the magecraft of the Age of Gods in terms of level or scale. What was considered advanced modern magecraft seemed like children's toys to her. Could this workshop be that impressive? Seeing her confusion, Shinji smiled smugly. Well, I didn't expect the famous Medea to make a misjudgment. Sakura, showcaster around the workshop. Kiri, Fujino, clean up, and I'll go wash the dishes. Ryder. I'm going with her. Medusa, her face cold, pointed at Medea. I still don't fully trust her. I won't give her any chances. Humph, suit yourself. Medea turned her head, put on her hood, and walked ahead. Medusa followed closely behind, maintaining a standard 3-step distance. Why can't you Greek representatives just get along? Shinji sighed. Both Greek representatives snorted coldly at the same time, their hostility undeniable. Shinji shrugged and said no more. After the two left the room, he followed behind them. Medusa, you don't need to worry. Even if Medea has second thoughts, I have countermeasures. She may seem crazy, but she also has things she fears. For example, her aunt, and half-mentor, the great witch Circe. As an apprentice, Medea had endured quite a bit of torment from Circe. Even if that doesn't work, I have another trump card, a natural counter to manipulative personalities. Medea Milf may be devious, but her younger self, Medea Lily, was pure and innocent, rivaling even Arcuade in naivety. With a command seal and a bit of magic to alter her spirit origin, betrayal. Not a chance. Of course, these thoughts remained in Shinji's mind. He wasn't a fool who would reveal all his cards. He had long planned for contingencies, both for Medusa and Medea. Now that most of the pieces were in place, all that was left was to wait for the other masters to make their moves. And from this moment on, the Fifth Holy Grail War finally began to feel like a real war. Chapter 901, Rin Tosaka. Rin, one day the Holy Grail will appear. Obtaining it is the duty of the Tosaka family. More importantly, if you want to be a magus, that is an unavoidable path. Those were the words she heard 10 years ago. The man who spoke was tall, with sharp features. He always dressed impeccably, never smiled, and seemed as though he had stepped out of a classical painting. That man stroked her head, or rather, in hindsight, it wasn't stroking at all, but more like awkwardly patting. It was the first time he had shown her affection in such a manner, treating his daughter like that. Then, that man, her father, turned and walked away with a resolute, heavy expression that her younger self couldn't understand. He had already prepared himself never to return, standing on the battlefield of an intermittent war, ready to kill and be killed. At that time, she had fought back her tears, watching her father go off to battle, and then silently prayed with her mother that he would come back alive. In the end, her father returned, as they had hoped, but not as a victor. He had lost many things in defeat. Outwardly, he didn't seem much different from before. He was still tall, still left a deep impression, still serious and composed, with elegant manners. But as his daughter, she knew that something inside him had died. His pride, his life as a magus, everything he stood for had been lost in that war. Worse, that spiritual death continued to spread outward. She and her mother tried their best. Her mother sought out the best doctors and experts throughout the country, while she threw herself into her studies, hoping that one day she would be capable of healing him. However, their efforts could not prevent her father's gradual decline. 5 years ago, one day, his life came to an end. On his deathbed, he held her hand and said to her, "From now on, the Tosaka family will be in your hands. You must protect your mother and fulfill the dreams I and our ancestors couldn't achieve. It's a little early, but I believe in you." The unfulfilled dream of the Tosaka family was singular, to obtain the Holy Grail. This was her father's last obsession as a magus and the greatest regret of his life. After losing his abilities as a magus, he had placed all his hopes in her. She had long since decided to inherit her father's will, the will of the person she admired the most. For the past 5 years, or rather, for the 10 years since her father's defeat, she had only one goal. The preparations for battle had long been made, both physically and mentally. Though she had never killed anyone, when the time came, she wouldn't hesitate, even if her hands would never be clean again, even if she would be killed in turn. She knew this would hurt her mother, but even if her mother lost her, she still had her younger sister, Sakura, and Uncle Kariya. That man, though not as capable as her father in many respects, cared for her mother even more deeply. With him around, she had no worries. As for her father, the father who had passed away filled with regret, he had left nothing behind except for this daughter who had inherited his magecraft and will. She wasn't willing to accept that. She, Rin Tosaka, would restore her father's honor. She would prove that Tosaka Tokiomi's daughter was the best. Tonight, she would stake her life, her father's legacy, and their family's honor. She opened the ancient magic box passed down from her ancestors, crafted by her masterful father, for one final check before the battle. The gemstones left by her master. The magic wand her father had left behind. The mystic codes she had made herself. the gemstone liquid she had prepared for today. And the trump card she had spent 5 years preparing, a weapon that would shock the world. In addition to these priceless treasures, the most valuable thing in the magic box, worth half of the Tosaka family's fortune, was a seemingly ordinary stone, its surface covered in fine patterns resembling the scales of some creature. Her father had told her it was the fossil of the first serpent's shed skin, and that it could summon the strongest heroic spirit in human history. Back then, her younger self had asked, if you had the strongest servant, why did you still lose? Her father sighed and replied, he hadn't been there when that servant was defeated, so he didn't know the exact details, but he speculated that there were 2 reasons. First, that man was too proud. If he didn't encounter someone he acknowledged, he wouldn't fight seriously, even if it meant losing. Second, though the heroic spirit was the strongest, the class wasn't. If that man had manifested in the saber class, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Rin had always remembered her father's words. This time, she would summon the strongest heroic spirit in the strongest class, obtain the Holy Grail, and claim victory. The deep night. The clock's hands were approaching 2 a.m. For Rin, this was the time when her magical wavelength peaked. At its highest point, exactly at 2 a.m. The strongest class had to be summoned at the best possible moment, that was only natural. Within the limits of her ability, this was her first and final chance. She couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. After a brief nap to adjust her condition to its peak, she took the items from the box, her heart a mix of nervousness and excitement, and headed to the basement. That was the workshop her father had left her. It was where he had summoned the strongest heroic spirit 10 years ago. Now, it was her turn. Walking through the corridor. Descending the stairs. At that moment, the lights in the stairwell suddenly turned on. In the living room not far away, 2 people stood. A man and a woman, both looking at her with complicated expressions. Mother, Uncle Korea, Rin greeted them with a smile. Why are you still awake so late? Rin, do you have to do this? Her mother, Tosaka Aoi, asked with teary eyes. Yes, mother, please forgive me. Rin bit her lip, but her resolve didn't waver. She knew her mother was the one who had suffered the most. Her father had died because of the Holy Grail War, and now her daughter had made the same choice. She hadn't told her mother about the command seals, but they had found out anyway. Rin, the man who had taken care of her since she was a child, and who might one day become her stepfather, Matou Korea, spoke up. Though it may not be my place to say this, I must remind you, the Holy Grail War is extremely dangerous. Anything can happen. Don't say it, Uncle Korea, Rin interrupted, shaking her head. I already know about the Matou family's preparations, and I'm ready too. In any case, the Holy Grail War is dangerous, and anything can happen. It's not too late to change your mind. I won't regret this. It's the duty of the Tosaka family. Rin shook her head once more. Her heavy yet determined expression was exactly like her father's all those years ago. Chapter 902, The King's Radiance. Tomorrow morning, you should head to Tokyo and meet up with Uncle Byakuya and Aunt Elsa. Staying away from here is the safest choice. After saying this, Rin Tosaka headed toward the basement, the workshop that carried the Tosaka family's legacy of kings and honor. Wait, Rin, her mother, Aoi, spoke up. I'm coming with you. Mother. We will leave, but at least tonight, let me stay by your side, as a mother. 10 years ago, I missed it, and I don't want to have any more regrets. Although Aoi maintained her usual grace as a Yamato Nadeshiko, Rin, who had lived with her for 17 years, knew her mother had made up her mind, her resolve was as strong as Rin's. I understand. Uncle Korea, you should come too. You participated in the last Holy Grail War, so your presence would give me peace of mind. All right, Korea agreed, gritting his teeth and uttering just one word. Everything was just like 10 years ago, the ancient workshop, the head of the Tosaka family, and 2 spectators. The twin-tailed girl in a red coat poured the gemstone solution onto the floor, tracing a small-scale summoning circle. Wipe away the retreat, carve the 4 retreating formations to surround the summoning circle. Good. Having practiced using substitutes many times, the summoning circle was successfully drawn. Next, all that remained was to place the catalyst on the altar, activate the ritual with her magic, and connect to the Greater Grail to summon the strongest servant. Rin stood at the edge of the magic circle, raised the hand with the engraved command spells, and began to chant. Each line of the incantation held its meaning. Silver and iron. The foundation of stone and the Archduke of contracts. This was the binding verse, the bond between the master and servant. The master of my lineage, Schweinorg. This was a verse unique to the Tosaka family, honoring their lineage and the witness of the Greater Grail, the great second magician. Of course, it was just a way to boast about their prestigious background, but in magecraft, such things held power, as modern magecraft is the accumulation of history and time. Let the wind arise and block the 4 walls, sealing the 4 gates. From the crown, make manifest. Wander at the three-forked road to the kingdom. This part activated the summoning circle, connecting to the Greater Grail's summoning system, with the crown and the forked road representing the past and future. Proclamation. Thy body shall be under my command, my fate shall rest upon thy sword. Obey the summons of the Holy Grail. Should you submit to this will and reason, answer me. Swear an oath. I shall be all the good in the world. I shall defeat all evil in the world. Come forth, protector of the balance, enwrapped in the three great words of power from the wheel of restraint. This part was the true summoning incantation, connecting to the throne of heroes, a timeless existence, and calling forth a heroic spirit from there into the present world. As a heroic spirit responded to the summons and descended from the throne of heroes, the summoning circle glowed with blinding light. Lightning-filled streams of magic surged, stirring the atmosphere. Aoi, a mere human, almost stumbled, but Korea shielded her from the fierce wind and light. Amid the intense wind and the blinding sea of light, a golden figure emerged. The figure was so regal and majestic that everyone in the workshop was momentarily stunned, staring in awe. Is this the strongest? Rin muttered. Undoubtedly. This king is the strongest. A hint of displeasure appeared on the heroic spirit's face, but as he had been summoned, he had duties to fulfill. Answer me. Are you the magus who dared to commit the sin of summoning this king to witness his radiance? With golden hair and clad in golden armor, the servant, luxurious to the extreme, spoke with a condescending expression, looking down at Rin and everyone else in the room. A surge of frustration rose in Rin's chest. She could sense the absolute power of the servant before her, but the stinging pain from her hand reminded her that this was her summoned servant. How could he act so arrogant? Luckily, she recalled her father's teachings, the Tosaka family's creed: always remain composed, always remain elegant. So, with a soft cough, she showed the command spells on her hand and declared. That's right. I'm the magus who summoned you. I am your master. Master. A cold glint flashed in the golden servant's eyes. Mind your words, mongrel. The entire world is my garden. The only thing you mongrels can do is kneel and gaze upon me. Kneel now, and this king will pardon your offense. Rin's forehead veins throbbed in anger. She had planned to treat this servant well, following her father's advice, but this guy was infuriating, pushing her patience to its limit with just a few words. Oh, so you're such a great king. Then why did you lose so miserably 10 years ago? My father said you were proud, but I think it's just arrogance, Rin retorted, her voice trembling with anger. 10 years ago? Your father. The golden servant raised an eyebrow slightly. This king descended in this era before. Your father had the honor of witnessing this king's glory. Yeah, but you probably don't have that memory. Servants don't retain memories of previous summonings. So, I guess you're not as amazing as you think. Rin shrugged. Mongrels will always be mongrels, never understanding the greatness of a king. I'll make an exception and let you, an ignorant magus, witness the king's power. Space distorted, and an object radiating golden light appeared in the servant's hand. Holding it before him was a flawless sculpture. He stood still for a moment, then sighed and returned it to the warped space. I see. Such a thing happened. Tokiomi Tosaka. You call him father, so you're his daughter, Rin Tosaka. He mentioned his daughter. Yes, wait, you remember. Rin was stunned, momentarily forgetting her anger. The king's power is beyond a child's comprehension. You are Tokiomi's daughter. In honor of him, I forgive your rudeness. Tokiomi served this king as a loyal subject, and I will respond as a king. Having regained memories of the previous Holy Grail War, the golden servant's attitude softened. Humph, I'm not a child, Rin snapped, flipping her twin tails. Saying that proves you are a child. Though the golden servant remained condescending, his gaze now carried a hint of elder-like guidance and forgiveness. Tokiomi's daughter, if you wish to borrow this king's power, remember this: children should act like children. Until you understand the world's truths, let your eyes be dazzled only by the radiance of King Gilgamesh. P.S. Gilgamesh sure dotes on humans. In Fate/Strange Fake, he's affectionate toward Tyne, and in Fate/Grand Order's 7th chapter, there's a scene where he tells a high priest to pick out a gift for one of his servants' children and seems to show concern for their education. Perhaps that's why Nasu paired Gilgamesh and Rin, they have good chemistry. PS2, Ilia doesn't count. She's a homunculus with Holy Grail properties, not in Gilgamesh's preferred category. Chapter 903, Chapter 903, Korea's Dilemma. Those familiar with the heroic King Gilgamesh knew that such an attitude was already a great mercy. Even Tosaka Tokiomi, his previous master, had to be cautious around him. A slight displeasure would result in harsh reprimands. There was no way he would allow Rin to mock him openly without showing any anger. Yet, Rin showed no appreciation for this. Instead, she looked at him as if he were an idiot. Shining for you. You're insufferable, you narcissist. There's no helping it. Rather than feeling ashamed by Rin's mockery, Gilgamesh was proud. In my presence, everything in this world appears dim. Oh. I seem to recall you had a close friend. Did he appear dim in front of you too? Enkidu was my dearest friend, akin to myself. In Uruk, even children know this truth. However, for today's worthless mortals, I have little hope. Right, you're always right. Now, in the past, in the future, always right. Rin's words echoed a line from a 1970s foreign film. The original quote was, Mussolini, always right, now right, in the future right, always right. Gilgamesh, unaware of the reference, took Rin's tone as praise, despite sensing something was off. You understand well. Witnessing the king's radiance is the greatest joy this world has to offer. Gaze upon me to your heart's content. I permit it, even until the end of the world. No way. He's hopeless, Rin said, almost at the end of her patience. Enough of this idle talk. You summoned me, not Tokiomi. That means he is no longer with us, correct? Yes. Mentioning her father caused a distinct sadness to cross Rin's face. When did he die? How did it happen? 5 years ago. He got sick. After the last Holy Grail War, his health declined. He grew weaker and weaker. My mother and I tried everything, but we couldn't find the cause or cure. I see. Though he was not the most capable of servants, allow me to offer my condolences. Gilgamesh closed his eyes in silence for about a minute. Since I didn't see the war through to the end, I don't know what caused his illness. However, if it was related to the Holy Grail War, then I, as the king, bear some responsibility. That woman over there, is she your mother? I remember seeing her photo on Tokiomi's desk. Aoi Tosaka, Aoi responded with a formal Japanese bow. Excellent. Tokiomi's wife should indeed carry herself with such dignity. Gilgamesh nodded in approval. From now on, I will protect you and your daughter. In the name of the heroic King Gilgamesh, no one will harm you. Thank you, my king. Aoi bowed again. Rin, however, rolled her eyes in displeasure. King? This is just what a servant is supposed to do. No need for thanks. Gilgamesh ignored Rin's comment, turning his gaze toward him and standing in the corner of the room. Isn't this the master of that mad dog? Do you dare to show yourself here? You have quite the nerve. The cold, murderous aura from Gilgamesh engulfed Kariya, causing him physical pain. But despite the agony, Kariya refused to yield, standing tall and meeting the king's gaze. It's been a while, heroic king of Babylon. At that moment, memories of the most exhilarating battle of his life flooded Kariya's mind, reminding him of the knight who had shared in his suffering. And where is that mad dog? Not here, I see. So, you're not standing before me as a master. Who gave you the courage to look at me with such defiance? A mongrel should know its place. The moment the word mongrel left Gilgamesh's mouth, Kariya felt as if his body had been hit by a violent force, causing blood to seep from his nose and mouth. Yet, he remained standing tall, refusing to bow. He represented not just himself, but the knight, Lancelot, who had fought for him. Kariya. Uncle Kariya. Aoi and Rin both cried out in unison, their concern obvious. This reaction caught Gilgamesh's attention. Your reactions, interesting, quite interesting. This man was one of the masters in the previous Holy Grail War, and Tokiomi's enemy. I died at the hands of his servant. Knowing this, you still defend him. We've known about this for a long time. Rin stepped between Gilgamesh and Kariya. Neither father nor Uncle Kariya hid the truth from us. Father entrusted my mother and me to Uncle Kariya before he passed. Oh. Tokiomi made such a decision. It seems that stiff brain of his finally gained some flexibility, Gilgamesh remarked with slight surprise, quickly shifting to a smile. Very well. Since Tokiomi himself didn't mind, I won't interfere. I'll spare you for now. Just make sure you fulfill your duty to care for them and don't overstep your bounds. That strategy you used against me wasn't your doing, and Lancelot certainly didn't think it up either. Someone else was behind it. Kariya opened his mouth slightly, but before he could speak, Gilgamesh continued. There's no need to answer. I already know. Is that person still here? Will they show up this time? Kariya didn't move his lips this time, wearing a mask of stoicism, though it did little to hide anything from Gilgamesh. Good. It seems this Holy Grail War won't be boring after all. Tell that hidden fool, whatever tricks they want to play, let them. No matter what they try, I will crush them and emerge victorious. The heroic king's words carried undeniable authority, and his pride shone so brightly that for a moment, Kariya almost doubted his victory from 10 years ago, as if it were a dream. Could his nephew defeat such a powerful being? 10 years ago, neither Tokiomi nor Gilgamesh had taken Kariya and Lancelot seriously, which gave him a slim chance of victory. Even so, the result was mutual destruction. Now, he had prepared himself, but if Shinji used the same tactics as before, there would be no chance of winning. No, he had to warn Shinji immediately. But, could this be Gilgamesh's trap? Was he waiting for me to act? And what about Aoi and Rin? How would they see me if I did this? Damn it, what should I do? At that moment, Korea fully understood the weight of the word strongest. It was a pressure he hadn't felt 10 years ago. The subtle shifts in Korea's expression didn't escape Gilgamesh's notice. The heroic king's crimson eyes gleamed with amusement, intrigued by the man's torment. Chapter 904, Their Own Decisions. The Clock Tower. That word is usually understood as a tourist attraction in London. However, for Magi, it holds a completely different meaning. It is both the heart of the Mages Association, which oversees a large number of Magi, and the highest institution aimed at training young Magi. In particular, the ancient building that serves as its landmark is a holy site in the minds of the Magi. Securing a place in such a location is a dream for countless Magi. On the upper levels of this sacred site, at the position corresponding to the 4 mark on the ancient clock, a man and a woman in the prime of their lives stood by the window, silently observing the plaza below. Neither of them spoke. It wasn't until a sharp red-haired woman in a suit, carrying a handbag, passed by the plaza in front of the clock tower that the men sighed softly. There's still time to regret it. You can stop her now. And what good would that do? The woman smiled as she asked. You know the answer. The men looked at her helplessly. Of course, it would be to go to Fuyuki in her place. The holy relic is still in my study, you can take it anytime. Once you're in Fuyuki, go directly to Shinji. As long as you don't interfere with his plans, he'll cooperate with you. I'm sure he has a way to keep a servant permanently in this world. Not even a bit jealous. The smile on the woman's lips deepened, and her tone grew teasing. After all, I am your wife. Jealous, of course. The man's voice turned low, filled with a mix of resentment, melancholy, yet unwavering resolve. But after surviving that near-fatal experience, I came to understand many things. Now, I only want to fulfill your wish. My former wish, not the present one. The woman shook her head, her features softening further. You came to understand many things, and so did I. Every woman dreams in her youth, of a prince on a white horse, of a handsome knight. But that was just a dream. Eventually, we all wake up, and when we do, we often find our younger selves laughable. While I don't regret having such dreams, I won't chase after them again. You can still pursue them. And what meaning would that have? It's nothing more than a shadow of the past. I value the present more than the past, more than anyone from the past. I value the people in front of me in our home. Sola, you've changed a lot. Kenneth smiled, like warm sunlight in winter. The once sharp edge, the pride, the arrogance that once knew no bounds, had all been tempered by time into something more refined, like a priceless sword now sheathed. So have you, Kenneth. Sola, with her graceful demeanor, exuded an elegance that had matured over the years. There are many beautiful women in the world, but as time passes, that beauty inevitably fades, and they become just another face in the crowd. Sola had once been such a woman, but after a series of events, she had grown. She was no longer just a pretty face. Even if her looks were to fade, her elegance and the life experiences she had accumulated over the years would still make her a refined peony in full bloom. And so, this man and woman had risen to an unshakable position, shining brighter than ever. But, if you decide to go, I'll go to the battlefield with you. You must still feel some bitterness about how badly you lost 10 years ago. Some people even use that to attack you, calling it the only blemish on your record. In response to his wife's slightly provocative words, Kenneth waved his hand dismissively. Let them say what they will. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. As for bitterness, yes, there's some. But it also made me face reality. I'd rather stay quietly in my workshop doing research. Fighting isn't for me. Besides, if both of us go, who will look after Waver? He hasn't said anything, but I know deep down, he wants to go. Even if he does go, this time, I won't be the main player in the war. That's Shinji's stronghold, after all. You can imagine how much preparation he's made. But. At this point, Kenneth glanced down, but the woman in the suit they had been watching had already disappeared. If I can see through all this, Bartholomew surely can too. So why send her to Fuyuki? She's the most outstanding executor, a rare talent. If she dies in Fuyuki, the pressure on Bartholomew will be immense. Maybe she's there to assist Shinji. Sola suggested. Kenneth shook his head. Unlikely. The executor's position is too sensitive. Why not send someone from the brigade squad? If you're so curious, you could just ask directly. You're right. I'll contact Lord Bartholomew. As he spoke, Kenneth picked up a direct line communication device on his desk. This is Elmeloy. I need to speak with Lord Bartholomew. What? She's not there. Where did she go? When will she be back? All right, got it. Let me know as soon as she's back. Not there at this time. Sola's voice rose in surprise. She knew how many things had happened recently. The Inash, the Mystic Eye Collection train, Heartless, the serial murders from 7 years ago, not a single one of them was a small matter. All of these required her attention. It didn't make sense for her to leave at this moment. They said something about strange movements in the Dead Apostle circles, and that she took the brigade squad to investigate. That was the explanation the Department of Policies gave Kenneth, and it seemed reasonable to Sola. Many of the recent incidents have had some connection to Dead Apostles. It's normal for Lord Bartholomew to act like this. But I still feel like something's off. Maybe I should. Knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the office door interrupted him. Kenneth straightened his jacket and sat back at his desk before responding, "Come in." "Excuse me." Entering the room was a young girl in a blue dress. "Eatfelt, is it? What brings you here?" Kenneth recognized her, Lovia Zarita Eatfelt, a newly enrolled student in the Department of Mineralogy, and someone highly regarded by many. "My family has an urgent matter, so I've come to request a leave of absence." Lovia handed him the leave form. "I understand. You may go. Make up the lessons when you return." Such things were common at the clock tower, and Kenneth had no reason to deny the request. "Thank you." Lovia nodded politely and left the room. Now, let's return to the previous topic. Ring, ring. The phone rang again, and the caller ID showed Waver Velvet. "You've decided." "I knew you would. Go ahead. Don't worry about things here. Sola and I will secretly send people to assist Rhaenys. After all, it is the Elmeloy classroom." The conversation ended quickly. Neither Waver nor Kenneth were the type to waste time. Once the call was done, Kenneth put down the phone and was about to continue discussing Lorelei. However, fate seemed to be toying with him. Just as his hand left the desk, the phone rang again. This time, the caller's identity was even higher than Waver's, Maris Berry Animosphere, head of the Department of Astromancy, one of the 12 Lords of the Clock Tower. At that moment, Kenneth could only think one thing: what is going on? One after another. P.S. Kenneth no longer rejects technology. He's gotten quite adept at using all sorts of high-tech gadgets. Chapter 905, Chapter 905, Waver's Miserable Life. Waver hasn't been doing well lately. Despite gaining the enhancement from the Crimson Fruit, which greatly improved his physical strength, stamina, and overall fitness, 2 new wrinkles had appeared at the corners of his eyes. There were many reasons for this misfortune. One was subjective: should he participate in the 5th Holy Grail War in Fuyuki? This question had plagued Waver for quite some time. However, during the return trip on the Mystic Eye Collection train, a particular event prompted him to make a decision. The command seal had appeared again, in the same place as 10 years ago, with the same pattern, as if it were fate. Although Waver suspected that there was more to this, likely connected to Heartless' final sacrifice, he still decided to participate in the war. The Heartless incident had started because he hadn't safeguarded Iskandar's relic properly. If he hadn't allowed Heartless to steal the relic, perhaps this series of events wouldn't have happened, and the Holy Grail wouldn't have malfunctioned. Moreover, whether by coincidence or design, the fact that the Holy Grail had chosen him was undeniable, and everyone around him supported him. Continuing to run away would be unreasonable. After returning to the clock tower, Waver began adjusting his work, freeing up half a month to a month for vacation. Unlike Kenneth's grand and public departure for Fuyuki back then, Waver acted very discreetly, handing things over only to trustworthy people like Rhaenys. At this point, the 2 spots for the clock tower had already been decided, and the outside world did not know about Waver's second journey to Fuyuki. But only the outside world. Those who surrounded Waver every day knew, and even those who didn't, once they saw the new faker, realized it. This caused Waver his greatest frustration. Few of the people around Waver were normal, most were troublemakers, always causing chaos even when there was none. So when something was happening, it only got worse. The Mystic Eye Collection train incident only allowed Waver a couple of peaceful days because of Flat's return home and Svin's promotion ceremony. Now that the ceremony was over and Flat's business back home was settled, Waver's headaches resumed. It had barely been 5 minutes since Gray posted a new class schedule when Flat burst into his office, exclaiming, "Professor, are you going to that Holy Grail War? I want to go too. It sounds super cool, and I want to see it." Svin rushed in next, sniffing around like a husky and shouting, "Gray, my fair lady, you smell like hyacinth swaying in the wind today. Are you going out with the professor? Take me with you." Though immediately subdued by Faker, who showed no courtesy to Waver but was kind to Grey, never troubling her and often offering guidance on combat and magecraft. Sven's intentions were clear. Waver's headache instantly doubled, and Grey quickly asked Faker to silence and restrain them before tossing them out. But Waver's condition didn't improve because he knew those two wouldn't give up and would find a way to follow. He sincerely didn't want his students involved in this mess. Flat and Sven were exceptional among students, but in the greater world of magecraft, they were still too immature. While they might be capable as masters, their mental states were far too lacking. Waver didn't want them to follow in Kenneth and his footsteps. There was no guarantee another Kiritsugu Amiya wouldn't appear this time, and there was no guarantee they'd have a chance to rise again as Kenneth did. Sure, Waver had Shinji as an ally, powerful and reliable. But Shinji hadn't shared his plans with Waver, clearly intending to keep some distance. At best, they wouldn't turn on each other. Under these circumstances, Waver couldn't guarantee his students' safety. Thus, he had to devise a flawless plan to keep them at the clock tower. To this end, Waver made thorough preparations. He scheduled crucial classes that couldn't be missed, or they'd fail to graduate. He also asked Kenneth's faction to block their travel channels, and enlisted one of his normal students, Calls, to monitor them and report any issues to Rhaenys. Waver believed his plan was perfect. Flat and Sven did behave for the next few days. But on the night of departure, as Waver, disguised and accompanied by Grey, was about to board the plane, three similarly disguised figures blocked their way. Waver was stunned. How could anyone fail to recognize them, his most problematic students, Flat, Sven, and, to his surprise, Calls? Waver's heart sank. How were they here? How did they know he was leaving tonight? And Calls, he was supposed to keep them in line, not join forces with them. Glancing at the time and the triumphant smiles on Flat and Sven's faces, with Calls looking awkward, Waver gritted his teeth and resorted to his final measure, Faker's gold and silver mystic eyes. Did they think just because they were in an airport, he couldn't do anything? Don't underestimate your teacher, my troublesome students. Faker didn't hesitate, she didn't want to take immature kids to the battlefield either. Just as she was about to activate her mystic eyes to issue a forced command, a woman emerged from the VIP lounge and said to Waver, "I brought them here." Despite being bundled up in a coat, scarf, and hat, Waver instantly recognized the voice, a woman he didn't want to cross. It was the Queen of the Clock Tower, Lorelei Bartholomew. Lord Bartholomew, what is the meaning of this? Waver was on the verge of losing it, but her status meant he couldn't treat her like his students. "I'm also going to Fuyuki. I've hired them as my assistants," Lorelei said calmly, as though she were going on a vacation. "I didn't force them, they volunteered." Lord. They had known each other long enough to understand each other's personalities. Empty formalities were pointless. What Waver wanted to know was why she had secretly returned from monitoring the vampires and, knowing he didn't want his students involved, still hired them. Hearing the hostility in his voice, Lorelei sighed, removing half her glove to reveal a faint trace of red. "I was chosen as well." Chapter 906, A Bunch of Fools. When Waver saw the command seals on Lorelei's hand, he was momentarily surprised, but after regaining his composure, he shook his head and said, "That's not a valid reason. The command seals are just a ticket, you don't have to use them. You know how dangerous going to Fuyuki is." Instead of answering, Lorelei asked back, "And what about you? Why are you going? There are just as many people who'd like to see you dead so they can carve up the El Meloy classroom as there are those who wish for my demise. I have a reason I can't avoid. There are things I need to prove and something I must tell someone, things that are more important than my own life." Compared to his previous emotions, shock, disbelief, and agitation, War wasn't Viao extremely calm. But this calmness only highlighted his steely resolve. To outsiders, this persistence might seem foolish or laughable, but Waver had no regrets at all. Standing behind him in spirit form, Faker was momentarily lost in thought. For a brief second, she saw the shadow of another man in him, the king who had launched an expedition even though he knew the ocean at the end of the world didn't exist, and the fool who had refused to sever the bond with his subjects even after his empire was destroyed. "A bunch of fools," she mouthed silently, her lips moving without sound. Waver, unaware of her thoughts, pressed further, "Do you have something like that?" "Of course," Lorelei nodded without hesitation. "But this isn't the place to discuss it. Follow me." "But the boarding time?" "Don't worry, I've arranged a private jet in advance. It's faster, more discreet, and safer." Waver's eye twitched involuntarily as he once again felt the gulf between them. Although both were heads of departments within the clock tower, his modern magecraft division was still relatively new and lacked the heritage of the older families. While he had to take out loans just to renovate his classroom, Lorelei could casually arrange a private jet that had somehow been cleared for departure from London's Heathrow Airport. From the outside, the Bartholomew private jet didn't look particularly special, just like a normal passenger plane. But inside, it was a different story. The plane had all the usual amenities for the wealthy, a lounge, office, private bedroom, and even an activity room. But what truly set it apart was the central area of the plane, which housed a small workshop powered by the child of Inash as its core. On top of that, the plane had both magical and physical defenses. If someone told you it was a flying fortress, you'd believe them. In the heavily fortified workshop, Lorelei finally explained why she was going to Fuyuki. The reason for the Dead Apostle unrest has been discovered. Recently, Ordenross convened a meeting of the Dead Apostles. We don't know the details, but it's confirmed that some of them have entered Japan. According to reports, there's a strong possibility that one of the ancestors is among them. An ancestor? Are you sure? Waver furrowed his brow reflexively. Though there haven't been any direct witnesses, the traces left at the scene suggest it's highly likely. The identity of the ancestor? Uncertain, but feathers resembling those of a bird were found at the site. Do you think it's Ordenross? I can't be sure, but with such a possibility, the Bartholomewoi can't sit idle. This is our mission and duty. The Bartholomewoi family's obsession with the so-called king of the Dead Apostles had lasted as long as the history of the clock tower itself. It was likely this very obsession that had made the Bartholomewoi so powerful. In many ways, modern magecraft was a product of such obsessions. Professor Velvet, your deductive reasoning and analytical abilities are unmatched in the clock tower. I need your help to figure out the Dead Apostles' motives and locate them. And that's why you brought them along. Waver still frowned. He respected Lorelei's dedication and her decisions, but that didn't mean he accepted her dragging his students into this. Once his students graduated, what they did was their own choice. But as long as they were in his classroom, Waver was responsible for them. That was his bottom line. No, you misunderstand. They came to me with the contract. Originally, I only intended to use them to keep tabs on your whereabouts. I've heard much about the twin jewels of the El Meloy classroom. If they're willing, I'd love to have them join the Department of Policies after they graduate. Wow, I'm that famous, huh? You flatter me, Lord. Upon hearing Lorelei's praise, the two blonde students grinned brightly in unison. Waver's face, on the other hand, darkened. He knew she wasn't lying, those two definitely would do something like this. The prestige of the Department of Policies might intimidate others, but it didn't scare these two troublemakers. But why was Calls involved? Sensing his teacher's gaze, Calls offered a wry smile. I was just asking Flat about his primary battery application at the time, plus, you did tell me to keep an eye on them. I told you to watch them, not join them in their antics. Professor, I think I could be helpful at a critical moment. Let's hope you're right. Now go to bed. You too. Waver waved them off, but Flat and Svin immediately panicked. No, Professor. Don't kick us out. We've already signed contracts with Lord Bartholomewoi. I can cancel those contracts, right? Waver looked directly at Lorelei. That's fine, but I don't see why you wouldn't want to bring them along. Lord. Don't worry, Professor Velvet. Hear me out first. The most important reason is, do you think they won't find a way to follow you if you leave them behind? If they want to go, they'll find a way. It was a perfectly logical statement from the head of the Department of Policies, hitting Waver's biggest concern right on the mark. Forget about Calls, would Flat and Svin listen? Anyone with common sense could see the answer was no. If these two problem students were capable of obedience, they wouldn't have shown up here tonight. And Waver knew they were determined to go to Japan. His previous arrangements might not be enough to stop them, especially considering Flat's talent for finding loopholes. That talent alone surpassed the rest of the class combined. Add Svin's beast-like instincts and physical prowess. The second reason is that their skills will be useful. One is an expert at eavesdropping, and the other has an extraordinary sense of smell. At this point, both Waver and Gray looked away, unable to bear the thought. These students' reputations were built on their teachers' painful experiences. Chapter 907, A Man of Deep Sins. Lorelei didn't pay attention to their expressions and continued her assessment. During my negotiations with Calls, his calmness and wit complemented the impulsive personalities of Svin and Flat. Together, they make a rather effective team. As for their mindset, you don't need to worry, their opponents aren't human but monsters lurking in the shadows of humanity. Dealing with these creatures won't be a psychological burden. Wow, monsters. Sounds exciting. Flat whistled. Leave them to me. I'll tear them all apart. Svin unconsciously licked his claws. You too. Vampires aren't as easy to deal with as you think, Call sighed, his demeanor becoming more and more like his teacher's. When he first joined the class, he admired these brilliant seniors. Now, all that remained was a deep sense of helplessness. The trip on the Mystic Eyes collection train showed him how vast the world was and how small he was in comparison. The only reason he came along was to prevent these two from provoking something terrifying in a moment of recklessness. The ones you've encountered are special cases. Most vampires are quite easy to deal with. Their weaknesses are obvious, and with your learning abilities, you'll soon master how to defeat them, Lorelei explained, noticing Call's concerns. The special cases, as well as those on the level of the dead apostles, will be handled by me and my servants. Defeating monsters is the duty of heroes. This was Lorelei's true reason for heading to Fuyuki. The Queen of the Clock Tower was proud and confident, but her pride and confidence weren't blind. She had a clear understanding of her abilities. With proper preparation and the right equipment, she feared no dead apostle of the 27 ancestors and could even potentially win in a one-on-one battle. However, that was the limit of what she could achieve. Defeating more would only be possible if her enemies collectively lost their wits. The issue was that most dead apostles of the 27 ancestors had vast networks of subordinates and were rarely alone. Trying to defeat one on her own was a fool's errand. To counter these vast forces, she formed the brigade. Her current fame wasn't just due to her achievements but also the efforts of her brigade and nearly 2,000 years of Bartholomew accumulation. This method had its drawbacks. More people meant a bigger target, making it easier to be detected and infiltrated. With her current status, the moment she began mobilizing her forces, half of the mystic world would know, and the dead apostles would react accordingly, either rallying their forces to confront her or going into hiding. The Japanese government wouldn't sit idly by either. Conducting operations on their soil. They could tolerate small-scale skirmishes, but a large-scale war would not be allowed. Otherwise, they might resort to extreme measures. In the end, the result would be the death of some expendable forces and both sides withdrawing. That was not what Lorelei wanted. She and the entire Bartholomew family sought the complete eradication of vampires, especially their family's nemesis, the White Wing Lord. She didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. At other times, even if she knew where they were, there might not have been much she could do. The dead apostles of the 27 ancestors were ancient beings, some hundreds or even thousands of years old, and exceedingly cautious. Even if she had joined forces with someone like Shinji, eliminating them wouldn't be guaranteed, as per the mystic world's rule of 3 kill 1, meaning it takes 3 beings of the same level working together to truly eliminate someone if they're determined to escape. But this time was different. Lorelei now had a new option: servants, powerful heroes from history who descend to the present from the throne of heroes. Even without their full combat capabilities, just one unnamed servant had been able to block her. Who knows what kinds of feats those legendary heroes, who had once been invincible in their eras, could achieve. Of course, she knew she couldn't rely solely on herself and her servants. That's why she approached Waver. Not only for his analytical and deductive abilities but also for the servants that surrounded him. The contributions of these new age individuals were worth expecting. Plus, her relationship with Waver was not close enough for anyone to suspect she was using him as cover. This provided the necessary security. Waver, who had once been in a similar situation, referred to the Garden of Sinners arc where Lorelei followed him secretly, thinking Shinji was dead, quickly deduced her intentions. He sighed deeply and lit a cigarette. Why does this feel more troublesome than the last Holy Grail War? Sorry. Lorelei, in a rare display, adopted a humble posture. It's fine. I've already gotten used to being dragged into various troubles. This isn't particularly special. Waver took a deep puff. Some people complain when faced with problems, while others actively seek solutions. That's the difference between failures and successes. Waver belonged to the latter. At this moment, he wasn't troubled by his problem students anymore. Instead, he was focused on analyzing the situation. There are 4 masters: you, me, Gray, and Shinji. Both you and Shinji are almost on par with servants. Gray, Svin, and Flat together count as 1, and we have that true ancestor princess. Even if the vampires claim the remaining 4 master slots, we won't lose. No way all 4 of them are dead apostles. Shinji isn't coming. What? No Shinji. You. Lorelei's sudden comment made Waver drop his cigarette. Luckily, he still had enough sense not to reveal Shinji's true identity. You guys leave. I need to talk with Lady Bartholomew alone. Gray calls, Svin, keep an eye on Flat. If he dares eavesdrop, his semester credits are going to 0. Amidst Flat's loud complaints, the group, including Faker, left the workshop, leaving only Waver and Lorelei. Waver finally asked without reservation. What are you thinking? I don't want him to know I've come to Fuyuki. And I don't want to rely on that vampire's power. Lorelei lowered her eyes, avoiding Waver's gaze. Lady, this is not the time to be acting on emotions. I know, I understand, but at least until things reach that point, I don't want him to know. You're being. Waver wanted to persuade her further, but when he saw her biting her lip, looking completely unlike the regal queen she usually was, all his words turned into a sigh. No matter how high one stands, once they fall in love, they stop being themselves. If she didn't have feelings for Shinji, why would she always silently clean up after him? If she didn't love him, why would Lord Bartholomew, with their strict ways, tolerate him using their resources while staying distant? If she didn't care about him, why would she be so concerned about the women around him? Shinji, you truly are a man of deep sins. Chapter 908, Chapter 908, A Friendly Match. Lorelei's strange behavior naturally sparked Shinji's curiosity. Since returning to Japan, he had been unable to contact Lorelei directly. His calls went unanswered, and other methods of communication only brought the response that she was currently unavailable and that reports would be given once she returned. At first, Shinji wasn't too concerned. Lorelei had always been busy, and with all the recent troubles, it made sense that she didn't have time for him. He figured she would get back to him once things calmed down, and in the meantime, he needed to focus on preparing for the Holy Grail War. But when word came from Kenneth that the Department of Policies had decided on the final master for the war, a certain executor from the Sealing Designation Enforcers, the Secret Judgment Division, Carillon Observatory, named Bazette, Shinji began to sense something was off. Bazette Fraga Makiri was Irish, from a mysterious lineage of sorcery trait gods holder. At 15, she defied her family's traditions and joined the Mages Association, and a year later, she was tasked with capturing Magus designated for sealing as an executor. She was a combat-oriented specialist with the title of human weapon. Even Lorelei, if caught unprepared, could be taken down by her. In the original timeline, Bazette was one of the 7 masters, which wouldn't have been unusual. But things were not normal now. Bazette had joined the Holy Grail War due to an invitation from Makiri, with whom she had a decent relationship through work. However, in this timeline, Makiri's path had changed dramatically. He had become an outcast, wanted by the Holy Church as a heretic. Could he still have formed the same connection with Bazette? Would she still trust him? If so, it meant that Kodomine was also eyeing the Holy Grail War, and if he had managed to win Bazette's trust even after becoming a heretic, he could be far more dangerous than before. If not, why was Bazette here? Was it under the orders of the Sealing Designation, or someone else? And did Lorelei know about it? Whatever the reason, Bazette was someone who needed to be closely watched. Calculating the timing of Bazette's departure from Britain, Shinji activated the Matou family's network. As one of the most influential families in Fuyuki City, the Matou family's power was formidable. Not only were their cameras scattered across the city but even local gangs were ordered to look for a foreign woman with deep red hair and a penchant for wearing men's suits. As soon as Bazette stepped out of Shinto Station, Shinji received word. "See sister, I'll leave it to you," Shinji said to Medea, who stood nearby. See sister was a nickname Medea had insisted on, stating that it wouldn't be fair for Shinji to call Medusa our sister and not give her a similar title. Shinji had agreed, but when he tried to say it, he realized it didn't sound quite right. Unlike Medusa's casual our sister nickname, Medea's abbreviated nickname, C-MILF, would have sounded off if said out loud. Given her current form, he couldn't call her Lily-chan, which was reserved for a more youthful version of Medea, so he settled for the awkward C-sister. It had felt strange at first, but he quickly got used to it. "No problem, little brother," Medea replied. Since Shinji had called her sister, she had started calling him little brother. The nickname made Shinji feel uneasy. One of Medea's most infamous actions in her legend was killing her brother, so being called little brother by her sent chills down his spine. It was as if he might be backstabbed at any moment. Worse yet, this was a thought he could never voice aloud. After all, he had just vowed to not judge others based on their pasts. If he mentioned this now, what would Medea think? While Shinji internally berated himself, Medea had already started her magecraft. She held her hands over a crystal ball, and with a flash of purple magic, an image of Shinto Station appeared within. It was Medea's specialty, high-level scrying magic known as clairvoyance. As long as she had enough mana, she could observe any part of the city without leaving the room. This was one of the reasons Shinji had enlisted her help. With her, his surveillance network would be flawless. Fujino and Kiri no longer needed to keep watch at the police station, Medea's magecraft could handle it all. As the image in the crystal ball sharpened, the target appeared clearly in the center. A suit, deep red hair, calm breathing, and a steady posture. Yeah, that's her. She's walking openly through the streets without any disguise. People like that are either fools or extremely confident in their strength, Medea commented, stabilizing the spell before releasing her hands from the crystal ball. Probably a bit of both. I've heard many times that she's simple-minded, but her strength is real. She's one of the few modern magi who can face a servant head-on. Face a servant head-on. Medea pulled her hood lower, her voice taking on a dangerous edge. Curiosity is fine, but don't provoke her further. Why? Medea seemed dissatisfied with Shinji's caution, as she had been thinking about how best to showcase her power. First, she's not a master yet. She hasn't summoned her servant, so provoking her now is unnecessary. Second, she's a real combat expert, with no weaknesses in either martial arts or magecraft. She also comes from a family that inherited mysteries from the Age of Gods, and she's said to have a relic left by a deity that can counter noble phantasms and high-level magecraft. She's the worst possible type for you to face. Instead of convincing her, Shinji's explanation only seemed to fuel Medea's pride. After all, she was a magus trained by the goddess Hecate, and the difference between her and modern magi was like night and day. Shinji, you're underestimating me. You won't believe it if I just tell you, so let's prove it. It's not underestimating, it's just reality. Shinji's calm gaze met her fierce one. How about this? You can pick me, Sakura, Fujino, or Kiri. Let's have a friendly match, and you'll see for yourself. Chapter 909, Chapter 909, Waking Up Medea. Defeated. 10 minutes later, in the underground training hall of the Matou family, Medea looked dejectedly at the blade resting on her neck. If you're not convinced, you can choose another opponent, Shinji said cheerfully, retracting the divine gunblade back into his sleeve. 10 minutes earlier, Medea had finally accepted Shinji's suggestion to pick a family member for a friendly match. Unsurprisingly, she chose Shinji. Although they hadn't known each other for long, the observant Medea had already figured out that Shinji was the core of the family, the one with the real decision-making power, and the strongest in terms of ability. If she could beat him, her status in the family would rise significantly. That led to the scene at the start of this chapter. For context, Shinji had been in the living room when he took a call, and Medea had cast her clairvoyant spell there as well. It took them 5 minutes to move from the living room to the underground training hall, and the actual duel lasted just 5 minutes. Here's how it unfolded. Standing 10 meters apart, Shinji activated his runes, to which Medea critiqued, commenting that although Shinji's magecraft was decent, it was still far inferior to hers. She then showed off, casting a barrage of spells, and filling the space between them with extravagant magical displays. Just when she thought victory was hers and was about to declare it, Shinji suddenly dashed out from the magical light with incredible speed, placing a blade against her neck and turning the tables. Medea's confident smile froze, and she had no choice but to admit defeat. However, admitting defeat and accepting it are two different things. Wah. You, a magus, used a blade. To Medea, battles between magus should be elegant, purely contests of magecraft. Charging in with a sword was simply barbaric. Sorry, but self-defense is a must-learn for modern magus. What I did, she could do too, and if you tried testing her, you'd probably be dead by now. Shinji chuckled. This was Medea's greatest weakness. While her magical prowess was unmatched throughout human history, her hand-to-hand combat skills were practically non-existent. Even ordinary people with martial training, like Mitsuzuri or Issei, could easily defeat her in close combat. I know you're not convinced. Fine, you can pick another opponent and have another friendly match. Medea agreed. Her pride wasn't the issue. During her lifetime, she'd sailed with the Argonauts and encountered many heroes stronger than her. She wasn't overly arrogant. But she hated being looked down on and especially didn't want to be ridiculed by that annoying Medusa. From the moment she laid eyes on Medusa, Medea felt they were incompatible, opposites in character. Her next choice of opponent was Fujino. The reason was simple, Shinji was off-limits, and the training hall space was too small for a proper fight with a hand-to-hand combat expert. Sakura was the master, and Medea had already killed one master before. Fighting another would have too many negative consequences. Of the remaining two, although Kiri was slender, she was always full of energy, clearly someone who trained regularly. Fujino, on the other hand, had fair skin, a gentle personality, and a similar temperament to Medea's. If it weren't for her lack of magical abilities, Fujino would have made an ideal master for Medea. To secure her reputation, Medea chose what appeared to be the easiest target, but little did she know, appearances can be deceiving. Medea's judgment was flawed, and she picked the worst possible opponent. This second friendly match was even shorter than the first. From the moment Shinji called for it to begin, to the end, only 3 seconds passed. Yes, you read that right. Begin. Fujino glared, end. Exactly 3 seconds. It was so brief that Medea didn't even have a chance to cast a single spell. Just as she gathered magic, the air around her head exploded with a force that left her trembling. With her keen insight, Medea knew immediately what would have happened if that distortion had targeted her head directly. Convinced now? Shinji chuckled. I know that if there were a second round, you'd win. Once you're prepared, you can become nearly invincible. But battles don't have second chances, sometimes one move is all it takes to decide life and death. Modern magecraft may be far inferior to the mysteries of the Age of Gods, but in terms of unexpected methods, modern magus has the edge. Don't underestimate them just because of someone like Atrum. You can look down on their magecraft, but never lower your guard in battle. This was the lesson Shinji wanted to impart to Medea, and it was also her downfall in the original timeline. Medea is a deeply conflicted woman. When dealing with servants, she is cautious, securing her stronghold and acting discreetly. But when facing modern magus, she assumes a condescending posture. All the masters known so far, except for the deceased Atrum, are far from weak. If Medea continued with her current attitude, it wouldn't be long before she was killed. And that wasn't something Shinji wanted. He needed to wake her up. From Medea's response, it seemed the method was effective, maybe a little too effective. Her defeated, disheartened expression looked just like it had when she left Atrum's workshop days before, as if she was about to hang a sign around her neck reading, "I'm a useless magus. I'm so incompetent." Watching her left Shinji with a headache, unsure of how to comfort her. He ended up sitting there awkwardly with Fujino, both staring at each other in silence until Kiri came to pass along a message. Bazette had summoned her servant. Once again, Bazette proved how simple-minded and straightforward she was. Even someone like Atrum knew to enter Fuyuki discreetly, establish a workshop, and make thorough preparations before summoning. But Bazette. She went straight to the seaside park nearby, found a suitable spiritual land, and casually performed the summoning ritual, cutting her wrist for blood to draw the summoning circle. As for the catalyst, it wasn't some rare relic like golden fleece fragments, fossilized skin of the oldest snake, or scabbard of a holy sword, but the rune-engraved earrings she took off, decent magic items, sure, but hardly valuable as a relic. There are countless heroes associated with runes, both strong and weak, so summoning in this manner was essentially like gambling. This is it. Let's see what I get. Bazette tightly gripped the command seals, as if clutching her future. Chapter 910, Chapter 910, Gotcha. Gotcha, a core mechanic in many games before Shinji's transmigration, a truly magical system. It can make someone feel elated, soaring to the clouds, or plummet into despair, where the entire world turns gray. From this, a series of terms have emerged, such as seal clubbing, wailing, salt mining, gotcha ritual, and so on. Of course, no matter how mystical it sounds, in the end, it's all just a probability issue in games. If you want something, just throw enough money at it to buy St. Quartz, and you'll eventually draw what you want. However, in the world after his transmigration, this method doesn't work. There's no St. Quartz to reverse fate here. Everyone only has one chance to summon. Aside from guaranteed catalysts or narrowing the scope, everything else is left to fate. Here, the phrase, "ritual won't save you," and "whale spending won't change your fate," isn't just an empty saying. Shinji had prepared extensively, thinking there'd be no problem, but when his sister Sakura went to draw, she couldn't summon Scathack that she wanted. Now, it's Bazette's turn. Pay attention, she's pulling the card, and she hit the jackpot. She drew a man with a wild aura, dressed in a tight blue outfit, sporting a blue ponytail. This outfit, this look, Shinji couldn't be more familiar with it. Easy single pull. She drew the famous hero from Celtic mythology, Siu Chulian, the Child of Light. The phrase, "one pull to the soul," wasn't used wrongly. Firstly, Bazette's idol has always been Siu Chulian. She's admired him since she was a child. To summon the servant she wanted most, how could this not be an easy single pull? Secondly, don't equate a servant's star rating with their strength. Siu Chulian is a top-tier servant, stronger than many 5-star ones. The above was just Shinji's internal monologue while watching Bazette's summoning ritual, with a fair amount of nonsense mixed in. Don't take it too seriously. In the Holy Grail War, no summoning result is truly random, it's always inevitable. Bazette's ability to summon Siu Chulian is indeed related to her lineage, but it's not because of pure luck. It's because of her heritage. Her family is even older than Gray's. While Gray's ancestor, King Arthur, was active during the Age of Fairies, Bazette's ancestors, the Red Branch Knights, were active during the Age of Gods, the same Red Branch Knights that Siu Chulian belonged to. The bloodline connection, along with the narrowing effect of the rune earrings, reduced the possible outcomes of the summoning. The rest was down to spiritual compatibility. Bazette, who had admired Siu Chulian and worked hard to follow in his footsteps, was naturally a perfect match. When Shinji received a call from Kaneth, he already knew this would be the result. He was more certain of it than he was when Tokiomi summoned Gilgamesh. After all, Tokiomi and Gilgamesh didn't have great compatibility, and the fossil of the oldest snake wasn't a unique catalyst, it was entirely possible to summon other heroes related to snakes. And sure enough, Bazette and Siu Chulian hit it off immediately. They were hitting it off. Siu Chulian's entire life was one of battle, fighting with friends, with his foster father, with his teacher, and even with his wife. His bonds were largely formed through combat. The same was true for his interaction with Bazette. At first, Bazette was a bit too excited to believe she had summoned her idol. Half-jokingly, Siu Chulian said, "Try fighting, and you'll know if it's real." Bazette took it seriously, and the two began to fight. Although neither fought with full strength, the battle was still incredibly intense. Siu Chulian's weapon, as legend described, was a spear, a crimson spear. His spear techniques did not disgrace his reputation, as they were astonishingly fast. From a distance, it looked like a flash of red lightning. But this terrifying lightning was blocked head-on by Bazette, using her body. Bazette didn't use weapons. Or rather, her body was the weapon. Each of her fists, feet, knees, and elbows were either directly engraved with hardened runes or equipped with protective gear with similar effects. She punched, grabbed, blocked, and deflected, neutralizing Siyu Chilin's crimson spear with her body alone. Seeing this, Medea finally understood what Shinji meant earlier by saying, she can fight servants head-on, and, whatever strategies I beat you with, she can do the same. This woman, Bazette, couldn't be measured by the standards of modern magi but should be compared to the heroes of the Argonauts. Shinji, Fujino, and Bazette's performances completely shattered the impression Atram had left. Medea even had a momentary illusion, are modern humans all monsters? Glancing at Medea's expression, Shinji knew she had misunderstood again, but he didn't bother to correct her. While the average modern human might not match up to those of the past, the high-tier individuals certainly weren't inferior. His opponents were exactly those high-tier individuals, and Medea would need to be cautious and give them her all if she wanted to deal with them. Fujino and Makiri weren't faring much better. The former was covering her mouth, while the latter was rubbing her eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Over the years, they had both grown and gained enough knowledge of the mystical world. But they had never seen a true battle between top-tier powers. The most powerful fight they had ever been involved in was the subjugation of the Dead Apostle of the Lake, a subordinate of the White Wing Lord, and even that had been resolved by Tuko. This left them with no direct understanding of the high-end combat power of the mystical world, not until this very moment when they witnessed the fantastical battle between Bazette and Siyu Chilean, a scene straight out of a movie. In the living room, the only ones who remained calm were Medusa, Sakura, and Shinji. Medusa was obedient and had a good mindset. Whatever Sakura and Shinji said, she believed. To her, this was just a simple servant duel. She could perform similar feats, so there was nothing strange about it. Sakura and Shinji had been trained by a servant. With Scathach as their mentor, other servants seemed less impressive. They were strong, sure, but not enough to shock the siblings. They were already thinking about how to deal with the situation if Bazette were swapped with themselves. Having a great teacher makes a difference. After observing for a while, Sakura suddenly tugged on Shinji's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Brother, why does that spear look so familiar?" Shinji, with memories of his previous life, knew it was Siyu Chilean. Sakura didn't have that knowledge, so she could only rely on her keen observation. How could it not look familiar? If I'm not mistaken, that's the magic spear crafted by our Shursho and bestowed upon her disciple. Ah. You mean his true name is? As Scathach's disciple, Sakura was very familiar with Celtic mythology. Shinji's hint quickly led her to the answer. Exactly the person you're thinking of. Historically, he's acknowledged as Scathach's most outstanding disciple. Haha, though some of us might not agree. Seems like Siyu Chilean and Scathach had some ambiguous, relationship. Well, I don't agree either. I don't agree either. You're the best, brother. Sakura nodded vigorously. By the way, brother, that spear was made by Shursho. Can't we use it to summon her? Chapter 911, Chapter 911, Writer, do you mind playing the role of a lancer for a bit? Wait, what did you just say? Sakura's words sent a jolt through Shinji. I said, use that spear to summon Shursho. Is that not possible? Possible. Of course, it's possible. Noble phantasms are the crystallization of one's life, the embodiment of their beliefs. They naturally represent a connection. There's nothing that ties back to Shursho more deeply than this. Ha ha ha, Sakura, you're a genius. Shinji excitedly grabbed his sister's shoulders and burst into laughter. He had been searching for Scathach's relic for some time and had been pondering ways to summon her. Now, with Sakura's simple suggestion, he felt enlightened. How could he not be happy? But, that's still a noble phantasm. It's bound to the servant. How do we borrow it from him? Should we just ask him directly? No, that's not appropriate. He might not agree, and I don't want to bow down to him. Then, we'll steal it, but how? Shinji clenched his chin, his mind racing. From his childhood to his past life, countless stories and examples began to flash in his mind one after another. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up in his consciousness. A vivid image slowly appeared, a lancer in a blue bodysuit piercing the heart of a red-haired boy with his spear. I've got it. There's still this option. Shinji's eyes sharpened, no less sharp than Siyu Chilin's spear itself. Rider, do you mind filling in as a lancer for a bit? Medusa, dressed in her light purple loungewear, tilted her head in confusion, giving off a strangely adorable vibe. Shinji's earlier conversation with Sakura had been disjointed, and since all his strategic thoughts were in his head, Medusa had no idea what Shinji, who she had a deep connection with, was thinking. Take this. Without further explanation, Shinji materialized the harp and handed it to Medusa. Do you know how to use it? Medusa gripped the sickle blade with both hands, tried out a few stances, and then nodded. Great. Shinji clenched his fist in satisfaction. Kanoko Nasu didn't lie to me. Medusa does have lancer aptitude. In the Type Moon works, Medusa has appeared in 4 different classes, Rider, Lancer, Avenger, and even in 2 different Lancer forms, the Lily version Anna and the adult version in FGO Prologue. Although these forms appeared under special circumstances, their weapon was always the harp, which is why Shinji asked her this question. From now on, it's yours. Mine. Medusa stared at the weapon that had once killed her, looking dazed. Wait, hold on. Medea pointed at the hape. Isn't that a noble phantasm? Yes, it is a noble phantasm. Shinji nodded casually. How do you own a noble phantasm? Are you not human? I'm human, through and through. I just happen to be a bit special. As for why I have a noble phantasm, as I said earlier, modern magi are good at manipulating unexpected methods. Truly unexpected. You always manage to shock me. Shock, not surprise. In such a short time, Medea's understanding of the world had been upended multiple times. But this is a servant's ultimate trump card. And you're just giving it away. Because it's a noble phantasm related to Medusa. Someone you know has also used it. Someone I know. Could it be Heracles? Each servant has an extensive knowledge of historical and mythological figures granted by the Holy Grail. After analyzing the sickle's shape and combining it with Shinji's hints, Medea quickly arrived at the answer. Exactly. I see. So it's that anti-serpent noble phantasm. But, little brother, this is the bane of that woman. How can you just give it away? Who knows if she's only pretending to be so obedient right now? I'm not like you, I don't betray people. Medusa wasn't about to let Medea's provocation go unanswered and coldly retorted. What did you just say, you monster? Medea was instantly furious. You too. Sakura quickly stepped in between them, asserting her authority as their master. You've both broken the rules. No dinner, and you're doing the housework for a day. Medea pouted resentfully and muttered, she started it. It was you provoking me first, Medusa countered, equally unwilling to back down. Wow, this sounds like a children's argument, Makiri teased from the side. Yeah, aren't they supposed to be famous historical figures? Makiri chimed in, agreeing. Medusa and Medea both froze, their bodies trembling slightly. The former awkwardly lowered her head, while the latter pulled her hood back over her face. All right, let's stop here. I've got serious business to take care of, and I need everyone's cooperation. Shinji stepped in to mediate. Rider, the harp isn't just a gift. I need you to use it as bait. Bait. Medusa instinctively ran her fingers along the wooden handle of the sickle. Is the target the new servant or their master? The servant. Only the servant. Your job is just to lure him out. You don't need to do anything else. We don't have all the participants yet, so it's not time for a life-or-death battle. Medea will handle surveillance and provide backup for you. Here's the plan. It was 9 p.m. Bazette and Cu Chulin had just finished a hearty meal at a restaurant on the Shinto shopping street. This Irish pair had hearts as big as the sky. After forming their contract, they fought, and after fighting, they went to find food. They didn't seem to care about being in a war. Of course, that was only their outward attitude. In reality, both of them remained highly vigilant. As seasoned warriors, their sense of danger had long been ingrained into their instincts. As soon as Medusa let slip the faintest trace of her servant's presence, the pair immediately tensed. Since they were in a crowded area, they didn't attack right away and instead quietly followed her. Though no words were exchanged, their eyes were burning with fighting spirit. It was clear they planned to eliminate this enemy at the first opportunity. Once they reached a less populated area, they would no doubt strike. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as Medusa stepped into a nearby construction site, Cu Chulin couldn't hold back any longer. He brandished his spear and rushed at her. Medusa didn't engage in battle. She accelerated in an instant, leaping onto a nearby rooftop and fleeing into the distance. Cu Chulin clicked his tongue in frustration. His legs bent as if to jump, but instead, he turned his head to look at his master. What now? Should we chase? Chase. Bazette replied without hesitation. Aren't you worried it could be a trap? Cu Chulin asked. I'm not worried. I can protect myself, and I trust your strength. Bazette's face, full of confidence, reflected her complete trust in her partner. Cu Chulin laughed heartily. That's more like it. As expected from my master. Beautiful, stubborn, fearless, and strong, you're growing on me. I'll go on ahead. Don't keep me waiting too long, master. You won't be waiting for long. The pair exchanged a glance and then vanished into the night. Chapter 912, Chapter 912, Fierce Battle Under the Night Sky. Finally decided to stop running, huh? Under the cover of night, a tall man in a blue bodysuit stood atop a wall, looking down at a tall woman dressed in a black bodysuit. His smirk, filled with explosive energy, and his every movement exuded the unmistakable aura of a beast. His gaze was cold, like that of a predator focused on prey it must kill. The woman said nothing, returning his gaze with a similar one. Her long, glowing purple hair fluttered in the wind like writhing, spirit-like serpents. Yes, she was looking back at him. Even though the woman wore a blindfold, the men could still feel the gaze emanating from behind it. Golden, slit-like, snake-like eyes, locked on their target, ready to strike at the throat at any moment. Excellent. This is how it should be. I like opponents who know how to behave. Lancer's lips twisted into a grin, his face becoming even more ferocious. The wind howled around him, swirling around the crimson spear in his hand, a weapon as red as blood. A Lancer-class servant. Medusa finally spoke, her voice low, cold, yet laced with a tinge of seduction. That's right. You've got speed and mobility that can match mine. You don't seem like an assassin, so you must be a rider. Rider nodded slightly, a sign of acknowledgement. Lancer, radiating the aura of a beast, jumped down from the wall. While he didn't take a formal stance, the killing intent emanating from him grew thicker by the second. Go ahead, mount your steed, rider. I'll give you that much time. Rider didn't follow Lancer's suggestion, but she didn't stand idle either. She remained standing, feet firmly planted on the ground, and in her right hand, which had been empty, a weapon appeared. It was a scythe, about the same length as Lancer's crimson spear, though far less ornate in design. Lancer's killing intent became tangible. Oh. A rider who doesn't ride a mount. What's the point? A weakling to begin with, and now you're just a second-rate. Rider didn't respond. She had nothing to say to her enemy. Even if she did, it wouldn't be through words, it would be through her weapon. In the next instant, Rider vanished from her spot, her scythe whipping up a vortex of wind. The black-clad rider sprinted forward like a bullet blending into the night. No, she was more terrifying than a bullet. However, Lancer didn't panic in the slightest, in fact, he even had the time to taunt her. Fool. With perfect timing, Lancer's spear intercepted the scythe in mid-charge. If Rider was a whirlwind, then Lancer's spear was a storm. The black bullet came to a halt. A rider trying to use a spear in front of a Lancer. You really must think little of me. Lancer's personality was as fiery as his spear technique, closing the distance strike after strike, never relenting. For a long weapon, closing the distance was usually suicide, the advantage of a spear lies in keeping a distance and controlling the fight. But that was only the conventional approach, and it didn't apply to this battle. Their weapons were of equal length, and the distance between them favored neither side's weapon performance. More importantly, this Lancer was no ordinary Lancer. The usual rules of distance didn't apply to him. Throat, shoulder, forehead, heart. There were no gaps in Lancer's crimson spear strikes. It was impossible to see an opening to counterattack. Strong. Incredibly strong. In the blink of an eye, the flow of battle had shifted. Rider, who had initiated the attack, was now being suppressed, drawn into Lancer's rhythm. Faster. Faster. Even faster. Lancer's spear accelerated to the point where even its afterimages disappeared. Under such a ferocious assault, Rider completely lost the initiative, forced to defend herself constantly. If not for her superior strength, she would have been struck down by the crimson spear long ago. Even so, Rider was struggling, retreating step by step, as the battle shifted from the base of the wall to the plaza in front of the main school building. One side advanced aggressively. The other was forced to retreat. After over 100 consecutive thrusts, Lancer's storm-like barrage finally showed signs of slowing. This was only natural. Even a superhuman servant had their limits. Such an intense offensive couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Seizing the opportunity, Rider pushed her speed to the limit, retreating quickly. But Lancer's spear was faster. A hint of pain appeared on Rider's beautiful face, partially hidden by her blindfold. The spear had grazed her body. Although it wasn't the sharp tip but rather part of the shaft, the force it carried penetrated deeply into Rider's body. While Lancer's earlier attacks had focused on thrusts, the basic use of a spear includes sweeping strikes as well. The wide arc of a long weapon sweep is hard to dodge at close range. If you retreat too slowly, you can't escape the spear's reach. If you try to counterattack and give up dodging, you risk being cut open. And if you rush forward recklessly, a swing from the spear's shaft can easily break your ribs. Rider had been misled by Lancer's thrusts and had neglected to guard against the sweeping strike, a mistake that created the perfect opportunity for Lancer to use a powerful sweep. As it turned out, Lancer had no weaknesses in his spear technique. Whether thrusting or sweeping, he was flawless and unstoppable. Miscalculation. A trace of frustration flashed through Ryder's mind. But now was not the time for regret. Even though the force of the spear had only caused a momentary pause in her movements, something an ordinary person would never even notice, it was enough time for Lancer to close in and strike again. The ferocious barrage resumed. This time, it wasn't just thrusts, it was a combination of various spear techniques. Sweeping strikes like a storm, thrusts like a rain of spears. Not just speed, but overwhelming power. Not just power, but finesse. Not just finesse, but instinct. Body, mind, and technique, Lancer integrated all these into his spear techniques, creating a vacuum-like domain around his crimson spear that no one could penetrate. Undoubtedly, this was spearcraft worthy of a god. To match it, one would need divine-level techniques. Unfortunately, Ryder didn't possess such skills. Though her scythe technique was far from poor, and her strength gave her an advantage, it was still too weak in the face of spear strikes that surpassed human limits. If she were fighting another Lancer, she could rely on her superior agility and mobility to maintain distance and engage in guerrilla tactics. But this Lancer was different, as he pointed out. Don't think you can escape. Sure, your overall speed might surpass mine, but in terms of burst speed, you're no match for me. The moment you try to run, my spear will pierce your heart. Though, even if you don't run, the outcome won't change. Maybe if you were on your horse, things would be different, but too bad, I'm not giving you that chance. If you want to blame someone, blame your foolishness. Chapter 9:13, Chapter 9:13, I want to see you, Shursho. If you want to blame someone, blame your foolishness. As he spoke, Lancer's offensive intensified further. It had surpassed the level of a raging storm, now it was like flashes of light. Red flashes, pure speed, within a moment, without even the need for a blink, Ryder's scythe was deflected, and the spear aimed directly at Ryder's throat. The scythe couldn't keep up with the speed of the magical spear, and without armor, Ryder seemed to have no chance but death. However, reality was not so. The red light that aimed for a vital point was blocked by another silver flash. A silver, petite weapon, it looked like a short sword yet also like a spike. The end of the spike was linked to a long chain made of the same material. Now, the chain was reversing along the crimson spear, which had been blocked by the spike, and was wrapping around Lancer's arm. An unusual weapon, indeed. Lancer evaluated Ryder's new weapon as he withdrew his spear from the chain's entanglement. Ryder, maintaining her usual silence, connected one end of the chain to the scythe. This wasn't merely a fixed connection but a transformation of the weapon's shape. The long handle of the scythe shortened slightly, and both the curve and the length of the blade changed. If the previous scythe resembled a crescent moon, the new one was closer to the gigantic scythe wielded by the legendary Grim Reaper. The most noticeable change was the weapon's color, the dark handle, silver blade, and chain all turned deep purple, the same color as Ryder's hair and her magical power. Though much had been described, only a brief moment had passed. Lancer had just finished speaking when Ryder completed assembling the weapon. You don't think this will be enough to defeat me, do you? Lancer's attitude didn't change in the face of the newly formed chained scythe. For someone of his caliber, unless the weapon was of the same rank, no ordinary weapon transformation would have any real impact. In honor of your new weapon, I'll give you one last chance. Get on your horse, or... Before Lancer could finish his sentence, Ryder pointed the scythe at Lancer's face, making her stance clear. TSK, I thought you were a sensible one. Seems I was wrong, then die, Ryder. As if he had lost interest in Ryder, Lancer unleashed an unprecedented bloodlust. Ryder, seemingly provoked, adjusted her eye patch. The already deadly speed of Lancer's magical spear increased even further. The newly born chained scythe also began to emit an eerie purple glow. The mutual probing was over. What followed would be the decisive moment between the two servants. No, it wasn't just about victory or defeat, it might even be life or death. Just before the magical spear and the scythe clashed again, Lancer's bloodlust suddenly vanished, and Ryder's movements came to a halt at the same time. Who's there? Startled by a sudden shout, there was a sound of shuffling footsteps from the corner, and a figure in a brownish-yellow school uniform could be vaguely seen. Was it a student from this high school? Lancer recalled seeing similar uniforms when he and his master were scouting the area earlier that evening. But that didn't matter to him. The first rule of the Holy Grail War was secrecy. If a bystander witnessed them, they had to be dealt with. For Lancer, the best way to handle it was to kill them. Although it was partly his fault for being too engrossed in the battle and not paying attention to his surroundings, since his opponent was also a servant, he couldn't afford to hold back. With a powerful stomp on the ground, the blue Lancer burst forward at maximum speed, so fast that even Ryder was shocked. At that speed, a distance of dozens of meters was crossed in an instant. With beast-like instincts, Lancer located the peeping student in the school's sports field. The student was trembling behind a stack of boxes, perhaps thinking that hiding there would save him. But that was far too naive. Such poor concealment wouldn't fool even a regular soldier, let alone a combat expert like Lancer. The game of hide and seek is over. Carrying his spear, Lancer took a few seconds to circle behind the stack of boxes. Did you think you could escape by hiding like this? The student's face turned pale in an instant. His wide eyes reflected immense terror. He trembled, trying to say something, but no words came out. Seeing this, Lancer lost interest in toying with him. You should know better than anyone that you can't escape, right? What's there to be embarrassed about? The defeated often gain wisdom, it's nothing to be ashamed of. With a swift motion, Lancer raised his spear and, without hesitation or emotion, thrust it toward the student's heart. Tough luck, kid. Since you saw us, you'll have to. Lancer's words stopped mid-sentence. The red magical spear that should have pierced the student's heart was firmly grasped in the student's left hand, which was glowing with golden light. Take me where? In that instant, the student's body stopped trembling, and his pupils and complexion returned to normal. You. What about me? Lancer instinctively felt something was wrong and tried to pull back his spear. However, the student's strength was unexpectedly great, and he couldn't budge it. Who the hell are you? Even though the student was only using one hand, the strength he displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. You'll know soon enough, see Chulayan, the great hero of Ulster. With his free right hand, the student traced a rune in the air. Immediately, runes appeared in neat rows beneath Lancer's feet. Lancer recognized both the symbols and their effects. Runes. This is not good. By the time Lancer realized what was happening, the runes had already been activated. The ground around them and the boxes behind them exploded. Immediately after, Lancer's body was sent flying, sliding over 10 meters across the ground. It wasn't the explosion that caused this. Lancer had C-rank magic resistance, and an explosion of that degree couldn't harm him. But in the brief moment when he recognized the runes and the explosion occurred, Lancer had been momentarily distracted. The student, who should have been killed, took that opportunity to snatch Lancer's spear and strike him back with it. Having been outwitted like this, Lancer, who was already known for his short temper, became utterly enraged. His cold killing intent made the winter night's wind feel even more biting. What are you trying to do? Didn't I tell you? You'll know soon enough. But first, let me say this, I'm luckier than you, Mr. Luck Rank E. Huh? What does that have to do with my luck rank E? Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Just watch. The student, with deep blue hair and eyes, spoke while gripping the spear in his left hand. With his right hand, he smeared a drop of fresh blood across the tip of the spear. The spear was thrust into the ground, and a circular magic formation with a diameter of over 2 meters appeared in front of the spear. Along with the magic formation came a dazzling light. In an instant, thunder cracked, and the wind roared. Seeing this, and feeling the connection to the throne of heroes, Lancer realized exactly what the strange student was doing. This is a servant summoning. You're using my spear as a catalyst. Bingo. Now, let's see if she'll answer my call. As the student spoke, it appeared, as if by magic. In the blinding light, she appeared. Flaming red hair, flaming red eyes, a face exuding demonic beauty, and a lithe body tempered through countless battles. Everything about her was so familiar. No way. This can't be real. How? How could she? Cu Chulin's eyes widened, his body trembling. His expression mirrored that of the student he had frightened just moments earlier. Meanwhile, the student's face was filled with excitement as he burst into laughter. I did it. I succeeded. You answered my call. Laughing, the student pulled out the spear he had used as a catalyst and, with an overwhelming presence, thrust it toward the figure standing in the light. I've wanted to see you. I've wanted to see you, sure show. Chapter 914, Handing Homework. I wanted to see you, sure show. The male student with deep blue curly hair thrust the crimson magical spear towards the woman in the light with lightning speed. The speed, the strength, and the movement were identical to Lancer's attacks on Ryder. It was a strike powerful enough to injure even a servant. However, this strike was effortlessly blocked by the woman in the light. Such a passionate greeting from my disciple. Accompanied by an elegant, magnetic voice, the light faded, revealing the woman's true form. Her well-toned, golden body, honed to the pinnacle of both power and beauty, was on full display. Her long red hair swayed in the wind from the spear, like a burning flame. Though her face was veiled in black, her pair of demonic eyes, glowing with an abyssal light, captivated everyone's attention. The moment she appeared, it was as if the shadows gained life, obediently curling at her feet. She was the queen, the master of shadows. The crimson magical spear stopped less than a centimeter from her chest, firmly gripped in her right hand. Isn't this the way you taught me to greet you? Shinji added more force with both hands, pushing the crimson spear forward slightly. Scat Hack had taught Shinji comprehensively, including how to deal with sneak attacks. Throughout their 3 months of training, Scat Hack had ambushed Shinji almost daily, often catching him off guard and making him suffer. Yes, I seem to recall something like that happening. Since you remember that so clearly, you haven't forgotten the homework I assigned you, have you? Scat Hack chuckled lightly as she placed her left hand on the spear shaft, stopping it just before it could touch her body. When we meet again, you must have grown enough to last at least 10 minutes under my spear. Of course, I remember. A blue light of magical energy emanated from Shinji's hands and spread along the crimson spear's shaft. This was none other than one of the core techniques Scat Hack had taught him, Mana Burst. Scat Hack had already anticipated this and simultaneously released her magical energy, red to match the crimson spear. The red and blue magical energies clashed, creating a small storm. The resulting force caused both of them to take a few steps back from their standoff, with the struggle ending when Scat Hack let go of the spear. Seizing back his weapon, Shinji continued, "Since I summon you, of course, I've completed the homework. In fact, I've overachieved." Oh. Scat Hack stretched her body, showing off her perfect curves and overwhelming, suffocating presence. "How exactly have you overachieved? Not only will I last 10 minutes, I'm going to defeat you now. Then, I'll head to the land of shadows and defeat your true self." Shinji lowered his stance, the spear tip pointing down while the butt of the spear pointed up, his entire body poised like a leopard ready to strike. Very good. My disciple should have such spirit. Unlike Shinji, Scat Hack didn't take a formal stance. She casually extended her hand and beckoned to the boy across from her. "So, what are you waiting for? Come hand in your homework." "As you wish." Before the words even finished, a red flash appeared, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. The dragon's fangs were aimed straight at Scat Hack's throat. Despite being master and disciple, there was no hesitation in the attack. Scat Hack tilted her head slightly, dodging Shinji's thrust by the narrowest margin, the spear blade grazing her cheek. She then pushed forward, attempting to close the distance and force her way into Shinji's guard. Shinji had anticipated this. With a flick of his wrist, the thrust transformed into a sweeping motion. Scat Hack bent her knees, ducking under the sweep while increasing her forward momentum. Like a ghost, she closed the gap between them, reaching out with one hand for Shinji's neck and aiming a punch with the other at his abdomen. Shinji's expression didn't change. With a twist of his hands, he rotated the spear so that its shaft, now pointing skyward, blocked both Scat Hack's grab and punch. But this had already been within Scat Hack's predictions. The moment her hands were blocked, she firmly gripped the spear shaft. It turned out that her grab for Shinji's throat and punch to his gut were just feints. Her true goal was the spear in Shinji's hands. In their previous standoff, Shinji had regained the weapon because she had grabbed the wrong position. This time, with both starting from equal footing, it would be much harder for Shinji to take the weapon back. Even so, Shinji remained calm, showing no signs of frustration or anxiety from being outmaneuvered. From the moment he became Scat Hack's disciple, he had been suppressed by her countless times, day in and day out. He was long used to it. Being suppressed once more didn't faze him. Besides, the Shinji of today was far from the Shinji of 10 years ago. Just because she had gained the upper hand didn't mean the battle was decided. His eyes tracked her movements, his brain quickly analyzing and calculating. His hands moved in sync, one high, one low, striking at her wrists, while his feet stepped forward to attack her lower body. His reaction was swift and precise, so much so that even Scat Hack, who was known for her strict standards, showed a hint of approval in her eyes. Of course, approval was just approval. Scat Hack wasn't one to easily give up an advantage once she had it. She believed that every battle should be taken seriously. That was her philosophy, even when the opponent was her highly regarded disciple. Her arms and legs, clad in the black skin-tight suit, moved like 4 agile snakes, intertwining with Shinji's hands and feet. Thus began a fierce contest for control over the Crimson Spear's shaft. Since the battleground was so small and both were master and disciple, the speed of their attacks and defenses was dizzying, leaving onlookers with no chance to keep up. Anyone with a slightly weaker sense of sight wouldn't even be able to follow their movements, such as Medea, Fujino, and Kiri, who were watching the chaotic battle between master and disciple through a crystal ball from the Matou residence. What's going on? Isn't that the servant Shinji summoned? Why are they suddenly fighting? Medusa was completely baffled by the turn of events. Shinji's sudden idea to have Medusa act as bait to lure Lancer and his master apart, to steal Lancer's noble phantasm to summon a servant, was already strange enough. But now things had gotten even stranger. Even Medea, who bore the title of Witch of Betrayal, had never started fighting her own master right after summoning. Could it be that Shinji hadn't summoned the servant he intended and was now angry? But still, why start fighting right away? Regardless, a servant was still an ally in battle, and this one wasn't ordinary. Well, I'm not quite sure either, Kiri shrugged, raising her hands, but I'm certain that both Shinji and Sakura recognize this servant. Look at their expressions. At that moment, the crystal ball projected an image of Shinji's face. He was smiling, a dark and bloodthirsty smile filled with excitement. The face opposite him, though obscured, showed similar emotions in the increasingly intense glow of her eyes. That person. Fujino, who had activated her mystic eyes, studied the two figures carefully, hesitating before speaking, might be Shinji and Sakura's Shirsho. I'm not entirely sure, but she just used a few moves that looked like women's self-defense techniques. What? Kiri and Medea looked at each other, their expressions perfectly summed up by one word: confusion. Chapter 9:15. Chapter 9:15. I'm not good with fists, but laughing is fine. Medea and Kiri were utterly confused, and another spectator, Lancer Kuchulayan, was just as bewildered, though his confusion started earlier and for a different reason. As someone who had graduated from the Land of Shadows and held the top spot on the leaderboard, Kuchulayan knew Scathach, as well as Shinji did. So, seeing her manifest in the world as a servant shocked him more than anyone. Wait, why is that woman here? Since when can living people become heroic spirits? Could it be she died? No way. I'd sooner believe in the end of humanity than believe that this woman could die. Absolutely impossible. Oh, is that what you think? A cold voice rang out close to Kuchulayan. Upon hearing it, Kuchulayan instinctively went into battle mode, his eyes locking onto the purple-haired woman he had just fought. However, since he didn't have his spear, his stance looked somewhat awkward. Are we still fighting, Rider? That depends on your choice. Rider, Medusa, swung her harp, her demeanor as cold as ice. My master only ordered me to lure you here. I wasn't instructed to kill you. Of course, if you wish to continue fighting, I'll gladly oblige. Oh, that's great. Let's call a temporary truce, Rider. Kuchulayan exhaled dramatically. Honestly, I'm not good with women like you. Because of her? Medusa shifted to holding her weapon single-handedly, freeing her other hand to point at Scathach, who had exchanged nearly 100 close-range moves with Shinji. How do you know? You let it slip while talking to yourself. Wait, I said that out loud. Hearing Medusa's remark, Kuchulayan's face turned pale, and he quickly covered his mouth, stepping back repeatedly. Damn. There are some things everyone knows are true, but you never say them out loud, especially not in front of the person in question. For example, denying Scathach's wish for death and claiming she would never die. If you said that to her face, the consequences would be disastrous. Even Shinji, who had trained under Scathach for only 3 months, understood this. And Kuchulayan, who had trained under her for over a year, knew it even better. Back then, it wasn't just him learning from her, there were many fellow disciples. He had witnessed more than once someone getting chased across the Land of Shadows by a furious Scathach for running their mouth. He had even experienced it himself. Once, Kuchulayan had fought Scathach's sister, Aoife, who was also Scathach's sworn enemy. After much effort, he defeated and captured her. Seeing that Aoife was beautiful, Kuchulayan made her his lover for a brief time before letting her go. When Scathach found out, she was genuinely furious. She lifted a massive boulder and hurled it at him from a mountaintop. If he hadn't run fast, he might not have lived to become a heroic spirit. That incident left a lasting psychological scar on Kuchulayan. Recalling the boulder throw, which had an added guaranteed hit property capable of defying causality, made Kuchulayan's scalp tingle. I need to get out of here fast. If that woman catches me, it's over. But my spear is still there. If I leave, it'll disappear too, and I'll be found out anyway. Damn it, what should I do? As Kuchulayan fretted, another person vaulted over the school wall. Lancer. It was his master, Bazette. Although Bazette could fight a servant head-on, she wasn't as fast over long distances as the famously swift Kuchulayan, so she arrived a bit later. Master. What's going on? Why do you look like that? Seeing Kuchulayan's odd expression, Bazette quickly asked, gripping her fists tightly, her gaze warily fixed on Medusa. She thought Medusa had injured her servant and idol. Medusa shook her head emotionlessly and pointed toward the edge of the sports field, where a man and woman were locked in close combat, indicating that she had nothing to do with it. Following Medusa's gesture, Bazette's eyes fell upon the crimson magical spear that had changed hands countless times before suddenly slipping from the 4 interlocked hands and flying high into the sky. Scathach immediately leaped to retrieve it, but Shinji grabbed her ankle and slammed her into the ground. Boom. Despite it being flesh hitting the ground, the sound was like a boulder crashing down, and the impact shattered the rubber track. In the cloud of debris, Shinji, having successfully used a grappling move, didn't look the least bit pleased. Instead, he grimaced and clutched his wrist. It turned out that while Shinji was slamming her, Scathach had subtly injured his wrist with a clever twist, tainting his hard-earned victory. Shinji bit his lip, his wrist muscles shifting as he popped his dislocated joint back into place. At that moment, the crimson spear that had flown high into the sky began to fall back down. Just as Shinji was about to reach for it, he noticed that several runes had appeared on the spear's previously smooth surface, runes brimming with unstable, explosive magical energy. Feihu, Primordial Flame, Thurisaz, Thor's Hammer. Recognizing the rune's effects, Shinji's face paled. He stomped the ground hard and, using Mana Burst, retreated at full speed. In the next instant, the Crimson Spear erupted in a dazzling display of lightning and fire, the two most destructive forces in nature. The resulting explosion caused more damage than all the moves Shinji and Scathach had exchanged, plus Shinji's final throw combined. Thanks to his quick retreat, Shinji wasn't injured, though the school uniform he had donned to confuse Kuchulian was now completely scorched. It wasn't a combat suit woven by Justice, after all, and its magic resistance was 0. Nonetheless, Shinji's hard-earned advantage was now lost. He had managed to throw Scathach hard enough to dislocate his wrist, a small victory. But now, having lost the spear, that small victory had turned into a draw, or perhaps even a minor defeat. Just as Shinji skillfully reset his wrist, Scathach was the type of warrior who didn't care about injuries and only grew stronger the longer a battle dragged on. What did a mere throw matter? TCH, completing homework isn't easy, Shinji muttered in frustration, tearing off the remnants of his burned school uniform. No, this result already satisfies me. Scathach stood up, dusting herself off as she spoke. That throw you just used wasn't something I taught you. I'm not arrogant enough to think I can defeat you with only what you've taught me, what I just used was from Pancratium. Ah, so it was ancient Greek mixed martial arts. In that field, I suppose I am a bit lacking. Hearing Shinji's explanation, Scathach sighed with a hint of regret. To maintain this elegance, I find it difficult to engage in hand-to-hand combat. I'm just that weak of a woman, but laughing is fine. And so, someone laughed. Ha 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 ha. P.S. A large part of why Kuchulain slept with Aoife was because she resembled Scathach. According to Celtic myth, Kuchulain slept with Scathach's sister, as well as her daughter, Wathach. So, who would believe he didn't have feelings for Scathach? Of course, this also shows that both Scathach and Kuchulain maintained their boundaries. Kuchulain avoided married women, though he accidentally did once, but he didn't know, and the woman set him up, and Scathach was loyal to her husband. However, the Fate universe tends to ignore Scathach as husband and children, so let's assume they don't exist. PS2, to this day, I still believe the purple magician in the FGO Part 2 PV isn't Scathach but her sister Aoife. Only Aoife would have the right to say to Kuchulain, I don't know whether to love you or hate you. The reasons for the love are explained above, and as for the hate. Well, Aoife bore Kuchulain a son, and that son was ultimately killed by his own father. Chapter 916, I was wrong. Scathach's, but feel free to laugh, was meant as a graceful remark, not a genuine invitation to laugh. But someone couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Of course, it wasn't Shinji. He could tell when Scathach was being sincere or just polite. The one who laughed out loud was the beast-like man dressed in blue armor. Shinji glanced at Kuchulain, who was clutching his stomach and laughing heartily and sighed. Big dog, if heaven doesn't punish you, your own foolishness will. Why don't you understand? There's no malicious fate this time, so are you planning to get yourself killed for nothing? Don't you have any idea what kind of person our Shursho is? As Shinji expected, Scathach's expression instantly became dangerous upon hearing the laughter. Her red hair swayed in the night wind, still vibrant, but her aura shifted from the flame-like fighting spirit to a chill 10 times colder than a winter night. Did you find what I said that funny? Eek. Kuchulain tensed up, his laughter abruptly stopping as if someone had grabbed his throat. At this moment, he realized just how foolish his action had been. Even though he had just reflected on his behavior, his body reacted faster than his brain in a similar situation. Reacting quickly is usually a good thing, especially on the battlefield where it makes him unbeatable, but in this case, reacting too quickly is a disaster. Seeing the woman he both admired and feared pointing her spear at him from afar, the fearless child of light cowered and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle as fast as he could, saying, I'm really sorry. I was wrong. Since he was her most outstanding student, and Scathach knew Kuchulain's nature well, she didn't press the matter further once he admitted fault. She simply gave him a cold glare and snorted. Scathach's anger subsided, but another woman, who also wore red, grew increasingly displeased, Kuchulain's master and his fan, Bazette. Lancer, why are you bowing and scraping to this woman? Master, keep your voice down, no, actually, just stop talking. Kuchulain shuddered and quickly tried to cover Bazette's mouth. Bazette's top-tier combat skills kicked in, and she dodged his hand, continuing to ask. Why can't I say it? What's your relationship with her? She's my Shursho. Kuchulain scratched his blue hair, she taught me everything I know about combat and runes. Shursho. Bazette was dumbfounded, her reaction mirroring that of both Kiri and Medea moments earlier. I thought your Shursho was, the queen of the land of shadows. Yeah, that's her. I never dreamed I'd meet her again. Bazette fell silent. Scat-Hack, unfazed by Bazette's rudeness, shifted her spear towards Shinji. Now it's time to show your true strength. What you just did won't be enough to defeat me. That was just a warm-up. Shinji cracked his neck, and magical power surged from his body, weaving into a pure white outfit, both elegant like a noble's formal wear and functional for battle. This was a combat suit designed by Justies in a parallel world, worn only when facing powerful foes. This spear doesn't suit me at all, it's seriously affecting my performance. Not suitable. Scat-Hack twirled her spear effortlessly. This is the finest spear I've ever made, a weapon only the most excellent disciple can wield. That guy over there beat over 20 competitors to earn it, yet you say it's not suitable. Not suitable means not suitable. The patterns on it hurt my hands. Shinji's expression was innocent. And as for most excellent, that may have been true back then, but not anymore. Then show me if you're worthy of claiming that title. If you succeed, the spear will be yours. That's my spear, protested Siyu Chulin from the side, but he backed down after a single glare from Scat-Hack. Even if Siyu Chulin were willing to give it, Shinji wouldn't want it. Can I get a different reward? I have a better spear. A better spear. Scat-Hack raised her red eyebrows in clear anticipation. Then what are you waiting for? Show me. Here it comes. A golden light shone, and a massive golden spear, over 3 meters long with a blade over 1 meter, appeared in Shinji's hand, its aura rivaling the divine presence emanating from Siyu Chulin. As soon as the divine spear materialized, Shinji's body moved again. Then, the golden spear tore through the air, roaring like thunder. In response, Scat-Hack unleashed her spear strike, accompanied by a shrill whistle. The two spears clashed. Sparks flew. The massive forces caused the entire stadium to tremble. At this distance, Shinji naturally had the upper hand. The golden divine spear was long, while Scat-Hack's crimson spear was closer to a throwing weapon, with nearly a meter of difference in length. The distance between them now was the same as when Scat-Hack was unarmed and Shinji held her crimson spear. And Shinji's earlier comment about the spear being unsuitable wasn't just an excuse. With his new weapon, his attacks became noticeably fiercer, and his strikes and withdrawals, the transitions between moves, were far more fluid. Scat-Hack tried several times to close the gap but was repeatedly pushed back. This was the result of Shinji's relentless training since returning from the parallel world. Having received Karna's gift, Shinji spent the past 5 years honing his spear skills to perfection, determined not to waste the strongest weapon he had. He absorbed not only the basics of spear techniques from Scat-Hack but also the experience he gained from battles with Chiron, Achilles, Shiro, and Karna himself. Now, Shinji was no longer the jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none fighter who relied on surprise tactics and equipment. He hadn't abandoned his versatility, but he had also found a path to mastery. His spear techniques were no longer just flashy displays that fooled the inexperienced but real, combat-proven skills. He could now earn the title of a true lancer even without cheating. However. No, it's no good, just no good. Siyu Chulin, who had been watching the duel closely, shook his head and sighed. What's no good? Asked Bazette, still in shock from learning Scat-Hack's identity. That guy's spear techniques. They're not bad, but they're far from great. At this rate, he won't even surpass me, let alone those other disciples I defeated. Chapter 917, Chapter 917, not a hero, yet capable of killing with a glance. Shinji's spear techniques being described as proficient and Siyu Chulin's assessment of inadequate is not contradictory, it's simply that they are referencing different standards. Proficient is relative to all spear-wielding heroes, of which there are countless throughout history, ranging from the weak to the strong. With Shinji's current spear skills, defeating heroes like Astolfo is no problem. Siyu Chulin, however, holds a different standard. Only the strongest, with exceptional skill, are qualified to compete for Scat-Hack's crafted magic spear, heroes of at least the highest caliber. Siyu Chulin, the victor in such a contest, had ascended into the divine realm as a supreme master of spear techniques. Though Shinji is powerful, his skills remain at the human level, far from the realm of the divine. In Siyu Chulin's eyes, Shinji's spear techniques naturally fall short. As for Scat-Hack, not only had she reached the divine realm, but her spear skills were honed to the point where she could even slay gods. Even though her powers are somewhat diminished as a servant compared to her original form from the land of shadows, she remains a being of the divine realm. No matter Shinji's advantage with his weapon, he couldn't bridge the fundamental gap in their abilities. In just 3 minutes of combat, the golden and crimson spears clashed, and the black and white figures crossed paths repeatedly. After only 3 minutes, the golden divine spear was knocked aside by Scat-Hack's crimson magic spear. The Queen of Shadows followed up with a powerful kick, sending the white-clad Shinji flying. Not only did she repay the earlier knockdown, but she also collected a hefty interest. This time, Shinji had no strength left to counter. He was sent flying for dozens of meters, and if not for being stopped by a storage building on the edge of the stadium, he might have flown right out of the arena. The storage building, which housed various athletic equipment, collapsed partially after Shinji's uncontrolled body slammed into it, destroying numerous pieces of sports equipment. Cough, cough, buried under a pile of balls and barriers, Shinji spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It was as if he had returned to those days of hellish training where he was beaten every day. Alongside the memories, Shinji's magical energy surged again, the power of Arcuade's blood continuously flowing through him. It channeled into all the surrounding objects, launching them in all directions toward the incoming threat. Shinji knew well that Scathacker's relentless kicks only stopped under one condition, when her opponent was utterly incapacitated. And it was far too early for that. She would follow up. As expected, as soon as the barrage exploded, Scathacker's figure blurred as she relentlessly pursued Shinji within the warehouse. The flying debris didn't hinder Scathacker's pursuit, if anything, it prompted an annoyed snort. Such petty tricks. With a casual swing of her magic spear, the scattered debris instantly turned to dust. Amid the dust, a few subtle silver flashes shot toward Scathacker's vital points, but they dissolved just before reaching her. Useless. These two mystic codes were made by me for you. As she spoke, Scathach lunged with her spear. In the spots where her feet had left, two runes glowed, one for defense, one for disintegration. They were the reason Shinji's concealed attack with the divine gunblade and rune bullets had been thwarted. Clang. The blade formed by magic power clashed with the magic spear. After a brief standoff, the blade was shattered by the magic spear. It was now Scathacker's turn to capitalize on the advantage of a longer weapon. With thousands of years of expertise, her understanding of this was far deeper than Shinji's. Yet Shinji remained unflustered, even finding the time to speak. I know. The magic spear surged forward, retracting and thrusting with lightning speed toward Shinji's chest. Without dodging or evading, Shinji continued speaking as he raised his head, one of his eyes turning from deep blue to bright orange, resembling the blazing sun at noon. So I'll just use something you didn't give me. Scathacker's pupils contracted sharply, and instinctively, she tilted her head, dodging the scorching gaze. This wasn't a metaphor but a literal description. That glance carried an extreme heat, condensed into a beam, firing from Shinji's pupil. If Scathach had hesitated for even a split second, her head would have been pierced by the searing ray. The deadly heat grazed Scathacker's shoulder, melting part of her mystical attire and penetrating the warehouse wall, striking the center of the stadium's soccer field, where it erupted into a spectacular pillar of fire. But it didn't stop there. As the beam moved, the fire pillar extended across the field, quickly transforming into a more dramatic wall of fire, all because Shinji had tilted his head slightly to target Scathach. Unfortunately for Shinji, though he moved his head quickly, it was still far from light speed, allowing Scathach to narrowly avoid the attack. Though it sounds simple in writing, executing this maneuver was incredibly difficult and perilous. Scathach's ability to dodge was thanks to her use of Wisdom of Doing Scythe, which granted her clairvoyance, combined with her A+ level agility and battle instincts honed through countless combats. Without any one of these, she wouldn't have evaded Shinji's close-range laser beam. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that only Scathach could have done it, Cu Chulian couldn't, Medusa couldn't, and even Bazette with her mystic code couldn't. The combination of eyes and laser was difficult to defend against, which is why it became one of Karna's trump cards. Yes, this was Karna's noble phantasm, Vasvi Shakti, O Brahma, cover the earth, or rather, a modified version, Brahmastra, where Karna used his eyes to fire beams. Shinji had learned this method from his long practice with Vasvi Shakti. When Shinji tossed aside Vasvi Shakti and used the divine gunblade, he was preparing for this deadly glance. His seemingly over-the-top declaration wasn't just a fit of Chinibu, it was the truth. A true hero can kill with just a glance, which meant drawing power from Vasvi Shakti, which required him to discard his weapon for maximum impact. However, compared to Karna, Shinji's use of Brahmastra was far more insidious and unexpected. Unfortunately for him, Scathach still managed to avoid it. Not only did she evade, but in the brief window, she also found a way to counterattack, by using her superior agility to circle behind Shinji, even if it meant smashing through yet another wall of the warehouse. Chapter 918, Chapter 918, Changing Class to Archer. Regardless of possessing the skill of Brahmastra, the back is a vulnerable spot that humans find difficult to defend. This is an inherent limitation of human vision and anatomy, with no way around it. Even with enhanced senses or special magic and abilities, it is incredibly difficult to counter an attack from behind. Scathach's strategy is the best possible option in this situation. However, just as she broke through the warehouse wall and was about to strike, a new wall suddenly appeared behind Shinji. This wasn't a regular concrete wall but a true iron wall made of black iron stakes. This was the noble phantasm, Kazikli Bey. Since his body couldn't defend against attacks from behind, Shinji simply sealed off his back with a noble phantasm. The stakes were not particularly durable, just ordinary iron. Scat could destroy them with a single thrust. However, this moment gave Shinji enough time to turn around and fire Brahmastra from his eyes once again. Having ingested Arcuade's blood and received support from her, Shinji's magical energy recovery had reached an astonishing rate. He could easily support a servant's energy consumption while also unleashing repeated noble phantasm attacks. Scat, realizing this, crouched down again, using the lower, undamaged part of the iron wall to avoid Shinji's gaze. This played directly into Shinji's hands. The Kazikli Bey was not merely a defensive tool, it was the legend of Vlad III, who impaled 20,000 Turkish soldiers and elevated into a noble phantasm. Its true function was, of course, impalement. At the moment Scat crouched, a row of stakes burst from the ground. From top to bottom, head to toe. There were so many that it could turn a person into a sieve. That is, if they hit. Scat, the queen of the land of shadows, had not slackened her training for thousands of years and was the strongest warrior of her era. Even with the Brahma blast from above and stakes rising from below, she was not cornered. A shadow flickered across her crimson spear as her already terrifyingly fast spear movements reached a new level. In a split second, she withdrew and thrust her spear again. The spear tip struck one of the stakes, shattering it instantly. Using the momentum from the strike, she glided backward, narrowly escaping the deadly trap Shinji had painstakingly set. From having his spear taken by Scat to sarcastically claiming it didn't suit him, to showing off his undying blade and dueling her only to be kicked away, all of it was calculated by Shinji. Everything was leading up to his surprise attack with the Brahmastra and Kazikli Bey. Since 10 years ago, Shinji had been devising and refining this plan, continuously adjusting it to achieve the perfect killing blow. Yet, despite all that, Scat still managed to escape. I wanted to at least wound her, but it seems like that's still out of reach. With his eyes no longer glowing with Brahma's power, Shinji walked out of the warehouse, half disappointed, half admiring. Now that is my sure show. Her power, speed, technique, reflexes, and experience all surpass human limits. Given that, I suppose I'll have to go all out and use every trick I've got. Saying this, Shinji stomped the ground. Visible waves of magical energy rippled outward, and as they spread, countless black iron stakes sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Horizontal, vertical, and diagonal. Single stakes, groups of stakes, and blended formations. Some are as thick as a grown man's arm, others thicker than roadside utility poles. The sheer scale and speed of growth surpassed his previous attack on the forest of Inash by a significant margin. This wasn't because of new revelations from the past few days but rather due to location. Where was this place? This was Fuyuki. This was Shinji's hometown. His turf. Here, he was intimately familiar with the spiritual ley lines. He could gain maximum support from them, allowing him to unleash the full potential of the Kazikli Bey, making the stakes faster and more powerful. Just as Scat had retreated, the entire field turned into a forest of stakes, fully under Shinji's control. In this forest, intruders would face an omnidirectional assault at all times. On the ground, they'd be impaled. Jumping onto the stakes, they'd be impaled again. Even breaking through the stakes wouldn't help, as new ones would grow in their place. Even taking to the sky was useless, as stakes would fly up to meet them and continue impaling. The entire forest was a manifestation of the concept of impalement. And this was just part of Shinji's full power. While the forest of stakes continued its relentless attack, Shinji was far from idle. He once again drew the undying blade, returning it to its true form, Brahma's divine bow. He aimed with his eyes, locked on with his soul. Powered by magical energy, the stakes became his arrows. Wind direction read, angles calculated, movements predicted, trajectory plotted. Finally, he added the flames of the sun. Long-range sniping at the crimson figure within the black forest. It's important to remember that Shinji had more than just Scat as a teacher. He had another mentor, one of ancient Greece's most renowned sages and archers. Even after his death, he continued to shoot arrows from the stars. His name was Chiron, a legendary teacher with wisdom granted by the gods, a mentor whose fame rivaled even Scat. Although Shinji only trained under him for half a month, Chiron had imparted many crucial lessons. Shinji learned precise control over his environment, situational awareness, the mixed martial art pankration, and, of course, archery, Chiron's divine specialty. Shinji valued archery as much as his spear skills. Combat is not just close range, long range plays a major role, too. That's why he could easily overpower a Yako Mitsuzuri with archery. How could a normal human compare to what Chiron taught him? Hitting stationary targets with 100% accuracy was basic. In real combat, archery is all about hitting fast-moving targets. Unfortunately, even with the undying bow and arrows as powerful as anti-material sniper rounds, Shinji couldn't land a hit on the only streak of red amidst the black forest, that alluring, demonic glow. No matter how dense the stakes, no matter how overwhelming, no matter how sharp and precise his arrows, that crimson figure remained unscathed. This was not just because of her exceptional spear technique, but because Scathach had turned her entire body into a deadly weapon. Every joint, every muscle was honed to combat the stakes and arrows, either through sheer force or by inscribing runes. After all, even modern magus like Bazette knew how to reinforce themselves with runes. As the highest-level rune user, Scathach's abilities were even greater. Seeing that these tactics weren't working, Shinji grabbed another arrow. This time, it wasn't an iron arrow forged from stakes, but a new one, a golden arrow perfectly matched to the divine golden bow. Chapter 919, Chapter 919, First, a score of 90. The golden arrow. Its arrowhead is not the traditional flat shape, but a peculiar cone. The tail is not balanced by feathers but by 3 evenly spaced loops. At the intersection of these loops is a black pearl, which occasionally releases lightning that spirals around the golden shaft. Does it look familiar? It should. Compress this golden arrow from both sides, melt down the shaft, and reforge it into a short, thick cylinder, and it will become even more familiar. Yes, this is none other than the modified version of the noble phantasm Indra's Thunder that Shinji frequently uses. 5 years ago, during his final battle with Shiro, he conceived the idea of modifying his noble phantasm. At that time, due to inexperience, he could only restore the undying blade to its original form as a bow. After 5 years of research, he had discovered a way to change the form of noble phantasms. Though it's not perfect, he can't manipulate it freely like a certain red-clad archer, he can still extend the golden Vajra to become a golden arrow. Unlike concept extraction, which weakens the power, this transformation does not diminish the strength of the noble phantasm. On the contrary, the arrow shapes better suit the bow, even receiving its enhancement. With these effects combined, the power of Indra's Thunder is elevated further. Although combining Karna's bow with the divine artifact of the thunder god who killed him might seem odd, Karna's nature suggests he wouldn't mind. This is the same hero of charity who willingly removed his golden armor, knowing full well that Indra was deceiving him. The flames of the sun rise from the bow, twisting and entwining. Lightning from the thunder god emanates from the magical jewel, wrapping around the arrow. Both are recognized as the most destructive forces of nature, and the sun god and thunder god are the most revered among natural deities. The combination of their powers produces a 1+1 greater than 2 effect, so intense that even Scathach feels immense pressure. As the arrow shoots into the sky, the solar flames rage, and lightning surges. The golden brilliance finally overshadows the persistent red, swallowing her entirely. Did we win? The same question is asked simultaneously at the Matou household and on the field. Reactions differ depending on the location. At the Matou house, both Kiri, who couldn't help but speak up, and the mystic Medea, as well as the calm Fujino, all wear strange expressions. That's your servant, if she's killed, it's like losing your arm. On the field, Bazette doesn't think that far. She's simply captivated by the fierce battle before her. Her servant, Ku Chulayan, who knows Scathach extremely well, is twitching at the corners of his mouth. This is bad. She's going to get serious. Serious? Before Bazette can ask further, a wave of ominous magic power suddenly erupts from the air. Like brambles of chilling dread, it ravages the campus. The air freezes. Not metaphorically, it's frozen, as the magic filling the atmosphere solidifies. That sensation is no less intense than the forest of stakes below or the previous arrow of Indra. It's a noble phantasm. At that moment, a crimson, burning missile-like light rushes toward Shinji, who is surrounded by layers of stakes. Accompanying it is Scathach's iconic low voice, though not loud, it drowns out the thunder in the sky. Gibalg. The spear of piercing death. Without a doubt, this missile-like attack is the noble phantasm's true name release. The famed cursed spear from Celtic mythology, a noble phantasm that ensures death with a single blow, being targeted by it is akin to receiving an invitation to the gates of the underworld. Though this noble phantasm belongs to Lancer, Ku Chulayan, and requires special skill to use, it shouldn't be usable by other servants. However, Scathach is an exception, as she is the one who gave the spear to Ku Chulayan and taught him how to throw it. This feat has been exalted along with the spear and Ku Chulayan's legend, allowing Scathach to use the spear freely, even unleashing its true name. At the moment of the true name release, the red light multiplies at an astonishing speed. Though its quantity can't compare to the forest of stakes below, its power and density surpass them. If Shinji's stakes were like a rain of arrows, then Scathach's spear throws are a storm of bullets, the former leaves a corpse, while the latter shreds the body to pieces. Not only is she returning my move against me, but she's doubling it. My Shirsho's fiery temper hasn't changed one bit. Fine, let's see whose spear is sharper. As the cursed spear nears, Shinji surges with magic, raising his right hand high. The ground around him surges with an even stronger killing intent, brought forth by the stakes that could induce trypophobia. Since he can't compete in quality, he'll be overwhelmed with quantity, which is the greatest advantage of the Kazikli Bay. The deadly spear descends from the sky, while the terrifying forest rises from the ground. The clash between the spears and stakes, the collision of magic, and the contest of myth and legend make the frozen air swirl 100 times faster, shaking the earth in an instant. The stakes fall like wheat, some accompanied by the bending of the cursed spear's deadly fangs. The gap between the spear and Shinji shrinks bit by bit. Finally, the spear and the stakes decide the outcome. The spear, with its first strike advantage in height, pierces through the mountain-like layers of stakes. However, by the time it reaches Shinji, only the spear's body remains, with very little magic left. It fails to penetrate the shield in Shinji's hand. At the final moment before the outcome was decided, Shinji added another layer of defense, Athena's shield, a noble phantasm of a higher rank than the spear. As the force from the shield dissipates, Shinji reaches out with his other hand, grabs the spear, and in the next second, throws it. But the target is not Scythe, who has already broken through the thunder and flames, but Cuchulainn, forced to the edge of the field, the true owner of the cursed spear. At this point in the battle, Shinji no longer needs this awkward spear. Nor does Scythe. After throwing the spear, two more nearly identical cursed spears appear in her hands. These are her true noble phantasms, the ones she used to break Shinji's Indra's arrow. Seeing these two spears that made Cuchulainn say Scythe was getting serious. Forcing me to use both spears proves that your 10 years of effort have paid off. I'll give you a score of 90. But to defeat me and get full marks, you'll need more than this. As Scythe says this, she is filled with joy, joy for her disciples' growth and joy for the chance to fight without restraint. That passion overflows from her crimson eyes, pouring into her fighting spirit, making it soar even higher, and causing Scythe's presence to become even more terrifying, almost overwhelming the heavens and the earth. Chapter 920, Feeling happy to tease. Shinji didn't waver under Scythe's overwhelming presence. Instead, he smiled confidently. I know. I still have a trump card. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you won't disappoint me, Scythe smiled as well. Of course not. It's something you'll never expect. Oh. Then what are you waiting for? Show it to me. Let me see. Hearing Shinji's response, Scythe's smile grew even more joyful, her gaze predatory as if she was ready to devour him whole. She understood what something unexpected meant. Over the past 10 years, she had developed a little hobby, using her clairvoyance to watch over her disciple. While her clairvoyance wasn't as convenient as Merlin's, who could monitor the whole world, she could still track people like Shinji through their connections. Whenever she finished her daily training or was bored, she would secretly check in on the world, watching Shinji and Sakura's growth, noticing Justy's changes, keeping an eye on whether Byakuya relapsed into old habits, or seeing if Korea's love life improved. Of all her observations, her hopes for Shinji were the highest, and she spent the most time watching him. However, Scythe wasn't Merlin, she wasn't a voyeur. She didn't constantly spy on him. When Shinji was training or fighting, she deliberately avoided watching. She didn't want to lose the surprise of facing his grown abilities herself. Still, as someone who had lived far beyond the human world, as a queen of the Shadow Realm, even the smallest bit of information allowed her to infer a lot. It was an unconscious instinct born from her long life. The skills, weapons, tactics, and strategies Shinji had shown so far weren't things she had necessarily witnessed firsthand, but she had anticipated them to some degree. They weren't too surprising. But now, the something unexpected Shinji emphasized was something she had no prior information on, perhaps something he had gained after being taken by Zelrich and had been kept hidden, never used in this world. That kind of complete surprise was what she looked forward to most, the kind of unexpected treasure that truly excited her. However, just as Scythe's anticipation was reaching a fever pitch, Shinji suddenly put away his shield and golden bow, shaking his head as he said, I'd love to, but I refuse. Why? Because I, Matou Shinji, love saying no to people who think they know it all. You're teasing me, aren't you? Yep, and I'm having a great time doing it. Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? Shinji couldn't help but laugh at his joke. Yes, I'm surprised. Surprised enough to want to kill you. Scythe's gaze shifted, becoming predatory in a whole new way. The meaning was crystal clear, try teasing me again and see what happens. Are you, Matou Shinji, feeling bold, or have I, Scythe, really gotten too old to teach you a lesson? Just because you've disarmed yourself doesn't mean I won't hit you. It's a master's right to discipline her disciple. Seeing that Scythe was genuinely angry, Shinji quickly wiped the smile off his face and explained, all right, that's not the main reason. What is it then? First reason, time's up, Shinji raised a finger. That's it. You said you'd defeat me, and now you're backing out. Of course not, Shinji shook his head. But to defeat you, I need to do so without any outside interference. This place won't do. You're worried about Cuchulainn and his master. Scythe glanced toward the edge of the field. They won't interfere. They're not that type of people. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about who's already here. When they chose the school as their battleground, Medea had set up multiple wards and surveillance spells around the area. The moment something happened, Shinji would be alerted. Just moments ago, Shinji had received that information. Another servant was charging toward them, making no effort to conceal their presence. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, everyone heard a heavy, low rumble, followed by the screech of tires on the ground. A golden flash appeared on the horizon and came to a halt on the school's walls. It was a golden motorcycle. The engine was still running, emitting a thrilling roar that resonated with the air. The rider, a man with golden hair, a black coat, and dark sunglasses, was unmistakably a servant. Sitting astride the bike, he looked down at everyone on the field from his elevated position. I sense some noise in my courtyard. As expected, a bunch of mongrels are making a racket. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you one chance. Leave now, mongrels. Oh dear, seems like we've got quite the big shot here. And that mount of yours is interesting. Is it a modern-day horse? Ku Chulayan, holding his spear with one hand, grinned at the motorcycle-riding servant. Your eyes aren't too bad for a mongrel, but... Suddenly, countless weapons appeared in the air, each gleaming with a chilling light, brimming with the power and mystery of noble phantasms. When I tell you to leave, it would be polite to comply. With a snap of his fingers, the weapons in the air rained down. Half of them were aimed at Ku Chulayan, while the rest indiscriminately covered everyone at the school. TCH, this guy. Master, stay back. Ku Chulayan clicked his tongue and pushed his master aside, charging forward with his spear to meet the barrage of noble phantasms. The rider smirked in disdain, clearly thinking it was a foolish move. But the result was different. More than 20 weapons, each falling like a torrential downpour, didn't touch the blue lancer, not one. He either dodged or deflected them with his spear. The same was true for the others. Though Ku Chulayan and Bazette moved, the others, Shinji, Scathach, and Medusa, did not. Before the weapons reached them, more stakes rose from the ground, colliding with the incoming phantasms. The stakes were shattered, but they successfully deflected the noble phantasms' trajectories. Seeing this, the rider's smirk didn't fade. Oh, you managed to block that. Not bad, for a mongrel. But the sky darkened, or rather, it lit up. The stars in the sky were eclipsed by even more noble phantasms, their radiance turning the battlefield as bright as day. Shinji prepared to retaliate with another barrage of stakes, but Scathach stopped him. The Queen of the Shadowlands patted her disciple on the shoulder, then leaped onto one of the stakes. Now I level with the rider. You haven't changed at all, have you, King of Heroes from Babylon? Chapter 921, Chapter 921, Rin's Determination. The hero king of Babylon, Gilgamesh, was a hero who lived around 2600 BC, one of the instigators of the separation between gods and humans, and the proudest among all kings throughout history. Anyone else who dared to speak to him with such an attitude and arrogance would have long been blasted to pieces by his noble phantasms. In fact, at first, he had a similar thought, but upon seeing the face behind the veil and the pair of red eyes, his attitude noticeably changed. Gilgamesh was too proud to look at people directly, so it wasn't until now that he noticed Scathach's presence. This man, who hailed from an ancient age of gods, but dressed more fashionably than most modern people, removed his sunglasses, showing for the first time a face that wasn't filled with pride, mockery, or contempt. I thought it was some random mongrel, but turns out it's a familiar face. If we measure by modern time, it's been 10 years, Queen of the Land of Shadows. For me, it's been 10 years, but for you, perhaps only a fleeting moment. That's the nature of heroic spirits. Scathach reached up to remove her veil, revealing a stunning face. Since Gilgamesh had removed his sunglasses as a sign of respect, she felt it necessary to reciprocate. Despite having an immortal body, you've descended twice now as a servant. Are you that attached to this world? Aren't you the same? Even though you've witnessed the end of both the planet and humanity, why have you answered the summons twice and reclaimed the memories from your previous summoning? Until the end of time, this world is my garden. I come and go as I please. So, what is it that's keeping you here? Their red eyes met. While it seemed like a casual conversation between old friends, it was an invisible duel. Gilgamesh's expression grew serious as he answered, "It is the duty of a king. Do you still view the Holy Grail as part of your treasure, punishing those who dare covet it?" That was the reason Gilgamesh gave during the Banquet of Kings 10 years ago, and Scathach remembered it clearly. That's part of it. But more importantly, it's the king's duty toward his subjects. Tosaka Tokiomi was my vassal, and he died because of me. I have the responsibility to look after his family and avenge him. What about you? The duty of a teacher, to guide my disciple and witness his growth. A fitting answer for you. So, is he the one? The disciple you've taken in during this lifetime? Gilgamesh squinted, his sharp eyes focusing on Shinji below. Indeed, Scathach nodded with satisfaction. That look in your eyes, so it was you, the clown hiding in the shadows 10 years ago. Gilgamesh's face twisted with anger, and his handsome features became ferocious as a frown deepened between his brows. And the color of your hair and eyes, it seems you were the one hiding behind that mongrel Makiri and that mad dog. Shinji. Scathach looked down at her disciple, who responded with a smile. Master, there's no point in saying more. Lies hold no meaning to Gilgamesh and will only make him look down on me. Oh. A clown hiding in the shadows with some insight and backbone. You didn't disgrace your teacher. Although Gilgamesh's killing intent hadn't diminished, his expression softened slightly. Was it you who devised the mad dog's strategy? Yes. From removing his madness to blocking your path, taunting you into sealing your trump card, and finally catching you off guard with a surprise noble phantasm strike. I underestimated you, though, despite multiple simulations. The depths of a king are not for a mere clown to gauge. After hearing Shinji's reply, Gilgamesh scoffed coldly before asking another question. Was Tokiomi's downfall also your doing? No, not directly. Out of respect for the connection between our families, I didn't target him intentionally. My original plan was for Lancelot to kill you, and then help my uncle defeat Tosaka. I didn't expect them to perish together in the end. Fortunately, my uncle was strong enough to fight Tosaka to a draw, even without his servant. Very well, did you hear that? Just as Gilgamesh finished speaking, another figure appeared next to him on the wall, a girl wearing a red jacket, a black skirt, thigh-high socks, and twin tails, Rin Tosaka, an old acquaintance of Shinji's. Rin was wrapped in a cloth, and from its resemblance to Hades' cloak, it was clear that this was the invisibility cloth, the original item from Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon that served as the archetype for all invisibility-based noble phantasms. Thanks to its effect, Rin had managed to hide herself and approach without being noticed, overhearing the entire conversation. What you said just now, was it true? For the first time, Shinji saw such a complex expression on Rin's face, a mix of sadness, anger, disbelief, and something indescribable, making him feel at a loss. He instinctively looked to his master for help. Scathach merely shrugged, signaling she couldn't intervene, and raised an eyebrow, indicating Shinji had brought this upon himself. She wasn't referring to his past schemes against Tosaka and Gilgamesh, that was part of the Holy Grail War. Rather, she meant Shinji's decision to stop her from speaking earlier, not realizing that she had already sensed Rin's presence. There's no perfect invisibility. Both Shinji's cloak and Gilgamesh's clothes had their limitations. Scathach, aware of Rin's approach, had planned to warn him, but Shinji, mistaking her concern, confessed everything instead. Thus, Shinji had revealed all, in front of both Gilgamesh and Rin. Answer me, Matou Shinji. Is what you said true? Was my father's defeat your doing? Rin asked again, her trembling voice on the verge of breaking into tears. At this point, what could Shinji say? He could only admit the truth. Yes, it's true. But your father's downfall was mostly due to his arrogance. In a way, he was like Gilgamesh. Just as Gilgamesh underestimated Lancelot, your father underestimated my uncle, Makiri, thinking him a loser who had abandoned the path of magecraft. In the end, it was their pride that caused their downfall. Ah, yes, that might be true. Rin bit her lip, her face pale. Her reddened eyes didn't fill with tears but with something even deeper. However, my father's defeat is on you, and so is his death. As the head of the Tosaka family and the daughter of Tosaka Tokiomi, I must avenge my father. Matou Shinji, you are my enemy. Chapter 922, Chapter 922, Sakura's Decision. Matou Shinji, you are my enemy. Rin declared. This wasn't just a simple clash of emotions between a boy and a girl over trivial matters. It was an unshakable resolution. This was what she had strived for all along, the reason she entered this war despite her mother's objections. While it pained her to see an old friend of over 10 years become her enemy, she would not waver. This was her, Rin Tosaka, the sixth head of the Tosaka family. Your father's death. Shinji started to explain but, seeing the determined look in Rin's eyes, he swallowed his words and changed his approach. Forget it. There's no point. Yes, I schemed against your father, and I can't say I bear no responsibility for his death. Whether you seek revenge or justice, come at me. I'll take it. For Sakura's sake, I won't hurt you. Mentioning Sakura only inflamed Rin's anger further. How dare you mention her? As her brother, you plotted against her father. Is this how you act as a brother? Well, I won't kill you either, for Sakura's sake. Rin spat through clenched teeth, her fists tight as her fury threatened to overtake her. The respect she had for her father and her love for her sister only deepened her rage toward Shinji. The years of suppressed emotion surged like a volcano ready to erupt. Her anger overwhelmed her reason, and magical energy gathered at her fingertips, forming the cursed Ganner shot. At most, I'll put you in a hospital bed, just like father. Well, I must thank you for your mercy, Shinji retorted with a smile that Rin always found insufferable, and now even more so. Without saying another word, Rin turned her head slightly. Archer, take care of the servant. That's for me to say, Gilgamesh replied nonchalantly, unfazed by her tone, before shifting his focus back to Scathach. At the same time, Scathach glanced at Shinji, signaling that she would handle the servants, leaving Shinji to focus on the masters. As their gazes met, Rin pointed her left hand at Shinji, releasing a magical shot the size of a fist. Shinji raised his left hand in response, gathering magical energy in his palm to prepare his counterattack. However, before he could release his magic, a third magical shot descended from above, nullifying Rin's gander. The violet energy and rare imaginary element revealed the identity of its caster. Sakura. Rin looked up at the girl standing on the roof of the main school building, gracefully descending into the courtyard using a slow fall spell. It was her sister, her irreplaceable family. Big sister, I won't let you hurt my brother, the violet-clad girl declared, surrounded by runes, making her intent clear. You're going to help him? Rin asked in disbelief. Yes. Sakura walked over to stand beside Shinji, shoulder to shoulder. Even after hearing what he said. He's responsible for father. I heard it all. Sakura cut her off, something Rin could scarcely imagine from her normally polite sister. I've always known. I, like my brother, am a disciple of Scathach. Then why? Father's death wasn't my brother's fault. It was because he wanted the Grail too much and refused to accept his defeat. Don't you remember? 10 years ago, the day Mother took us to see him. He didn't even look at us, only had eyes for the Grail. You dare say that? He was our father. The man who gave us life and raised us. Yes, he gave us life, but as for raising us. Sister, do you think he fulfilled his duty as a father? How many times did he hold us? How many times did he show affection? And after I turned 5, I was sent to the Matou family. He just didn't know how to express it. He loved us. He sent you to the Matou family for your good, Rin argued. Maybe his intentions were good, but he had no idea what I went through there, Sakura replied, taking a deep breath to calm her emotions. On the day I arrived at the Matou house, if it weren't for my brother saving me, I would have been eaten by those worms. I didn't understand it back then, but I do now. So no matter what happens, I will stand by my brother's side. Sakura. Rin's eyes widened as she took in this side of her sister she had never seen before. Is this your decision? Rin asked. It is. I am Sakura Matou, and I won't let anyone hurt my brother. Even if it's you, sister, I will do everything in my power to stop you. That's why I've worked so hard to get to where I am. Sakura raised her sleeve, revealing the red command seals on her arm. At her side, the figure of Medusa, armed with her modified harp scythe, stood silently. Command seals. You. Does Uncle Korea know you're a master? I'm not that foolish. If he knew, Mother would know, and then you would too. I kept it hidden from him. Sister, if you insist on harming my brother, then Ryder and I will be your opponents. But before she could finish her declaration, a hand reached from behind, ruffling her hair. Sakura, I'm touched by your feelings. But your brother isn't so weak that he needs protection. And that's your sister. There's no need for siblings to fight while I'm around. But, brother, she wants to hurt you, Sakura replied softly, her usual tenderness returning, which only made Rin more conflicted. Shinji chuckled, don't worry. How many times has your sister ever gotten the better of me? Sakura thought about it and realized it was true. Rin often gave Shinji the cold shoulder, but in front of the family, Shinji always seemed the more mature and sensible one. With that, Sakura stepped back behind Shinji. She didn't want to fight Rin unless necessary, as Rin had always cared for her despite their different family names. Chapter 923, Many Students Dream, Blowing Up the School. Although Rin knew that Shinji was comforting Sakura and stopping the sisters from fighting, she still found his superior tone irritating. Her slender eyebrows raised, matching her voice. You're quite confident, Matou Shinji. I can't help it. The confidence you gave me leaves me no choice but to be self-assured, Shinji chuckled, flashing an infuriating smile to draw attention. It's the time of the Holy Grail War, and I'm serious. So am I. Unlike your father, I take every battle very seriously. At the mention of Tosaka Tokiomi, Rin's expression turned sour. You've got a lot of nerve. Let me see just how serious you are. She reached into her pocket, and when her hand emerged, there were 4 differently colored gems between her fingers. But Shinji shook his head at her. You'll see soon enough, but not now. You're not in the right mindset to fight me. I've just come from a big battle and used up a lot of energy, so it's not ideal for me either. But if you insist on settling this tonight, I'll accept the challenge. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I wouldn't feel right about it. Only by doing this could she wash away the shame of her father's defeat and calm her emotions. Archer, you have no objections, right? A correct decision, impressive for someone your age, Gilgamesh said with a hint of approval. If you were truly blinded by anger, I would stop you. The Queen of the Land of Shadows was my intended opponent 10 years ago. Both she and I must be in perfect condition for the fight. That's right, Scathach nodded in agreement. Besides, the Holy Grail War has only just begun. It's too early to decide the victor. The sweetest victory is the one enjoyed at the very end. You are indeed a worthy opponent. I'm eagerly anticipating our battle. It will surely be the high point of this Holy Grail War, Gilgamesh said confidently. I think so too. Well, let's leave it at that for tonight. Scathach turned her gaze elsewhere. See you, Chulin, are you coming with me? We'll go on our own. This is the Holy Grail War, and we're both warriors before anything else. See you, Chulin twirled his spear, smirking. The hot-headed kid from back then can now say things like this. Living long enough truly lets you witness wonders, Scathach said, her voice filled with nostalgia. Fight as a warrior, then. I'm looking forward to seeing how you as a servant differ from your past self. Don't disappoint me, or you'll face the consequences. Ugh. See you, Chulin's previously built-up confidence faltered. All right, I get it. I'll give it my all. Seriously, you have new students now, so why are you still giving me trouble? The last sentence was muttered softly but didn't escape Scathach's sharp ears. Her red eyes glimmered dangerously, half smiling. What was that? Care to repeat it? No, I didn't say anything. Master, let's go. See you, Chulin quickly grabbed his master's wrist. Now. Bazette was startled. Yes, now. If we don't leave, it'll be too late. As he spoke, See you, Chulin leaped over the school wall with her, disappearing into the night. Still the same as always, running fast, Scathach chuckled and looked away. Shinji, Sakura-chan, let's head back too. Yes, Shursho, Shinji responded, leading the way as Sakura held Scathach's hand affectionately. Shursho, your room has always been kept ready. I've already cleaned it for you. Still so fond of cleaning, Sakura-chan. Scathach affectionately pinched her student's cheek, and Sakura giggled, just like she had 10 years ago. It's my specialty. Has the family grown? Yes, my brother is very good at this. Oh. Is that so, Shinji? Ahaha, Shinji scratched his head awkwardly. There are complicated reasons. The three, along with the silent Medusa, walked and chatted like a family taking a stroll after dinner. Just as they were about to leave the school, Rin shouted after them. Hey, you're just going to leave like that? What else can we do? Shinji turned back. Did you change your mind and want to fight me here? No. But you should at least clean up after yourself. Look at the mess you made of the school. Rin, one hand on her hip, pointed down. Standing on the wall, she could see the school's devastation. The broken ground and track were minor issues, and the marks left by weapons could be cleaned up. The real problem was the numerous craters left by Brahmastra and the collapsing structures. When the students returned, it would cause a stir. Why did you choose the school as the battleground? Oh, because I've always wanted to. Huh. Blowing up the school is a dream for many students. There's even a song about it. Shinji began to sing. The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me, the birds say, early, why do you carry a bomb with thee? I'm off to blow up the school, the teachers are unaware, I pull the string and run away, and boom, the school is no longer there. How does that sound? Exciting, right? Someone did find it exciting, Gilgamesh, who burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You're quite the clown. It's been a while since someone amused me this much. Thanks for the compliment, Shinji bowed lightly, laughing along. M.O. You guys, enough already. Rin was exasperated. It's worth noting that in another timeline, Shinji and Gilgamesh formed a golden duo, frequently doing silly things together. Their laughter was so infectious that few could withstand it, not even Rin. Alright, enough teasing, Shinji waved a hand, stifling his laughter. I've already arranged for a cleanup crew. They'll be here soon to fix everything, and I'll even refurbish the sports field. I just made a lot of money recently, so I'm not short on cash. And hey, a broken stadium means students can go home early instead of staying late. If they saw something they shouldn't, it'd be bad, after all, we're classmates. You. Of course, the main reason is that it makes me happy. Rin's mood, which had just improved, plunged again. Damn it, give me back my feelings. Chapter 924, Gilgamesh's Teachings. Shinji and his group had left, and Rin didn't stop them. Harsh words had been exchanged, declarations made, and the aftermath was handled. Although Rin hadn't seen the people dealing with the aftermath yet, since Shinji had said so, she believed it must have been arranged. This was something Rin never doubted, just as Shinji trusted that Rin wouldn't take advantage of others. Their relationship was strange in that way. On the surface, it seemed hostile, often on the verge of conflict, but deep down, they trusted each other, though Rin would never admit it. That despicable guy, rogue, schemer. Muttering curses under her breath while watching the direction Shinji had gone, Rin was interrupted by Gilgamesh. You should stop soon. Cursing is the behavior of mongrels. And your relationship with him isn't as bad as it seems. What? Are your eyes not working? Or your ears? Can't you see my expression or hear what I'm saying? To Rin's aggressive questioning, Gilgamesh just smiled lightly. Falsehood and deceit hold no meaning for this king. My eyes can see through the essence of humans. Lies and schemes are nothing more than the pathetic farces of mongrels. As a descendant of royal vassals, Rin, I will not allow you to become one of those mongrels. Ah, here we go again. Since when do you get to decide my life? Rin sighed helplessly. After spending some time with Gilgamesh, she had somewhat gotten used to his way of speaking. I don't intend to decide your life, but the king must guide an immature child. Let me tell you a story from my time. I once experimented, randomly selecting 10 slaves, and told them to kill the unnecessary ones among them. What do you think happened? Killing people for that reason. You are a tyrant. Rin, who was both intelligent and morally upright, complained. You didn't kill them all, did you? No, quite the opposite. None of them could be killed. Gilgamesh shook his head. Each had their use, some ran errands, some cleaned, some moved things, none were unnecessary. Is that so? Rin seemed a little puzzled. Yes, that was how the world used to be. Everyone had a use. But this world is different. Now, even if you select 1,000 people, there will be no one who can't be killed. With a sardonic shrug, the streetlight flickered, casting a deep shadow over the Golden King. It's truly a world that has become overly gentle toward humans, so gentle it's sickening. Rin, whatever path you choose, whether to be good or evil, is up to you. But before that, I hope you find your use and don't let this gentle world lead you to lose your nature, becoming a mongrel with no direction or purpose, simply existing. Rin snorted, I didn't expect you to say something like that. But does this have anything to do with our earlier conversation? You said my ears were bad, but it's your ears that aren't working. I just mentioned nature, the biggest difference between being useful and useless. Losing one's nature is what makes one aimless, a mongrel, and the first step to losing it is to deceive yourself, consciously or not, to deny it. There's a term I saw on TV recently, tsundere, isn't it? The term tsundere, referring to someone who acts cold but is affectionate, struck Rin as her weakness once again. I am not a tsundere. You're the tsundere. I'm just. You're just not being honest, Gilgamesh smirked, clearly pleased by Rin's flushed reaction. Well, whether you're tsundere or just not honest, it makes no difference. At first, you might know you're not being honest, but if you keep it up, you'll get used to it and eventually lose yourself. In that regard, that clown is better than you. No way. That guy who sings, I'm going to blow up the school, is better than me. At least he's honest about his feelings and managed to amuse me. So, that's what you consider useful. Rin looked at her servant with annoyance. For a moment, she almost categorized Gilgamesh and Shinji as being part of the same mentally ill group. Of course. Do you think making this king feel pleasure is an easy thing to do? So, your nature is pleasure. Indeed. Gilgamesh nodded with satisfaction. Humph, as expected of a tyrant capable of conducting such experiments. Rin, you're misunderstanding something. Gaining pleasure through crime is evil, pleasure itself is not. Can you say that the pleasure humans derive from acts of goodness is a sin? Ah. Rin found herself speechless. Is it a sin for me to feel pleasure from the clown's singing? The pursuit of pleasure is inherent to humanity, and pleasure is, at its core, part of the soul. For someone like you, that may be difficult to understand. But that clown likely understands, and for that, he's not a mongrel. Him. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment, Rin. From the moment that clown appeared until he left, he never lied or hid his nature. Whether it was admitting what he did, his opinion of Tosaka, or stopping your sister in the end, it was all his true feelings. Perhaps that's why the Queen of the Land of Shadows placed so much hope in him. Gilgamesh looked at the silent girl with a smug expression. Rin, I've said I would look after you, but I am not your babysitter. If you want to use my power to achieve victory, then you need to be prepared to expose your true nature. True nature, preparation. Rin's expression shifted continuously. Use your bright eyes to see clearly, use your intelligent mind to think deeply, and come to your conclusions. Don't accept what others impose on you, be it God's, family obligations, or even your father's will. These aren't reasons to stop thinking. That way leads only to the decay and fall of the soul. With that, Gilgamesh fell silent, standing still like a perfect statue, waiting for Rin to gather her thoughts and speak. Archer, what do you think of Shinji's earlier remarks about you and my father? You're still hung up on that, huh? Very well, I'll tell you. The clown's evaluation was mostly correct. Tosaka and I do share some similarities in style, but our essences are different. Tosaka was a dull, rigid man, bound by outdated ideas, unable to see others' changes. From beginning to end, he looked down on that man, Makiri, never considering how far he'd go for your mother. That was his greatest mistake. I am different. I hold firm to my nature. Taking mongrels seriously is an insult to the king. Even now, I have no intention of changing. As he said this, Gilgamesh once again narrowed his eyes to mere slits. And which will you be, Tosaka Rin? Will you be a puppet bound by others' influence, or will you, like me, stay true to your nature? Chapter 925, another familiar face. What choice should she make? Should she follow her family's wishes, and her father's legacy, and walk down the path set by others? Or should she throw all of that away and carve out her road? Should she become the mongrel Gilgamesh spoke of? Or should she be a real person, someone who has found their direction? What should I do? Rin asked herself. After taking a deep breath and clearing her mind, the answer came naturally. It was unexpectedly simple. I'm going to beat that guy. I'm going to punch him hard in the face and see if he can still keep smiling. Rin declared while waving her fist in the air. To avenge Tokiomi? Gilgamesh asked with his usual half-closed eyes. That's part of it, but mostly it's because I want to. Every time I see that smiling face of his, it annoys me. All that politeness, acting sunny and responsible, being better than me and telling me I should learn from him. Ugh, it's so irritating. It's all fake, especially since Sakura likes him so much. I'm her sister, her real sister, with the same father and mother. By the end, Rin was practically shouting, her rare emotional outburst making her more passionate than usual. Humph, you finally admitted it. While your jealousy is rather ugly, it's still better than pretending to be graceful, Gilgamesh said. Don't get the wrong idea, Archer. I'm not planning to give up on the Tosaka family's wish. I'll achieve it in my way. Hearing Rin's stubborn declaration, which sounded a bit like a denial, Gilgamesh let out a hearty laugh, even more delighted than when Shinji had sung, I'm going to blow up the school. Good, that's the answer I wanted to hear. The difference between a person and a mongrel lies in whether they choose to take action or simply drift along. Only those who choose can be worthy of using my power. Rejoice, Rin, for I will now assist you in earnest. You better keep your word. A true king never goes back on his word. A king, huh? What kind of king stands on a wall while riding a motorcycle? Royal dignity has nothing to do with posture. A true king doesn't care about how others see him. What I mean is, aren't you tired of balancing on that bike? Now that you mention it. Gilgamesh shifted slightly, but that's irrelevant. What matters is that I find it enjoyable. During the last Holy Grail War, I raced with the Queen of the Land of Shadows and the King of Conquerors. Once I find a suitable track, I'll challenge her again. A bike race between kings. You kings sure have some strange hobbies, Rin remarked. The King of Conquerors you're talking about, is that the Macedonian king who marched from Europe to Asia, Alexander the Great? That's right. He's a thief, I acknowledge, a rival worthy of drawing my treasures. Until the end, he stuck to his way of kingship. When speaking of the King of Conquerors, Gilgamesh showed the same respect he had for Scathach. So, you drew your treasures, meaning you fought. Of course. His kingship is built on conquest and plunder. He set his eyes on my treasury, so naturally, I punished the thief. But I did promise him that no matter how many times he challenged me, I would welcome him. What's with that look? Nothing, it's just surprising to see this side of you. Everything fades before my brilliance. The fact that you realize this now shows you've grown. Gilgamesh, smug as ever, brushed his golden hair, causing it to gleam so brightly that it almost blinded Rin. Ugh, he's doing it again. I'm such a fool for being surprised, huh? What's that? Turning her head away from Gilgamesh's dazzling display, Rin noticed something strange in the sky. On the other side of the heavens, where the stars were faint, the sky suddenly lit up for a brief moment. Though it was fleeting, Rin was sure she hadn't imagined it. Then a rumbling sound reached her ears, and combining that with the flash of light she saw earlier, the answer became obvious. Thunder. But at this time of year? The weather report didn't mention any rain today. Could it be? It's caused by a servant. Archer, being one of the best in terms of vision, could see more than Rin, who could only make out a vague outline. That familiar sense of ambition. No doubt about it. Let's go, Rin. Go where? To greet an old rival. This distance is a bit much for the bike. We'll use this. In the next moment, a massive treasure appeared in the middle of the ravaged field. It looked like a ship, yet resembled some kind of fish or insect, a fantastical flying vessel. Its name was Vimana, one of Gilgamesh's treasures, an aircraft from mythology capable of traversing the skies. This is a spaceship. Rin muttered. You even have something like this? There's no time for your astonishment. Get on. We're leaving immediately. With that, Gilgamesh dismissed the bike and took the single golden throne at the center of the ship. At the same time, winds gathered around the ship, whether from its natural functions or other treasures. The wind swept Rin up, carrying her to the rear of the ship. Before she could fully steady herself, the golden vessel shot up into the sky at incredible speed. The surface of the ship was smooth, without any railings or handholds, and Rin almost got thrown off by the inertia. Fortunately, her years of training in martial arts allowed her to stabilize herself instinctively, avoiding disaster. Are you trying to kill me? She shouted once she regained her balance. Your reaction was too slow, Gilgamesh said calmly. Tokiomi handled it much better. When I fought in the air, he stayed composed the entire time. Hearing mention of her father, Rin fell silent. Get yourself together. The enemy will be upon us soon, Gilgamesh added. Despite her complaints, Rin quickly adjusted her stance and breathing, casting defensive and balance-enhancing spells on herself. Soon enough, the attack came. Wild winds, lightning from the sky, and flying beasts made of nothing but bones swarmed them. Yet none of these touched the ship. Gilgamesh deployed over a dozen defensive treasures around it, perfectly deflecting and destroying every attack. When the last flying beast was shattered, the King of Heroes left his throne and confidently walked to the bow of the ship. Meanwhile, the ship began descending slowly, and only then did Rin realize where they were. They had arrived in a forest on the outskirts of Fuyuki City. In the middle of the forest, a campfire blazed, and several tents had been set up, resembling a camping ground. In the center of the camp stood several people, both men and women, young and old, but the most striking figure was a giant clad in a red cloak, with an overwhelming physique and muscles. The giant returned Gilgamesh's gaze with equal pressure, his look almost rude, yet Gilgamesh, rather than getting angry, met the challenge with his flawless poise. Are you ready to challenge me again, King of Conquerors? Chapter 926, Chapter 926, once again. Because they were traveling on a specially modified private jet, flying directly without any layovers or transfers, Waver's group, although departing 2 days later than Bazette, arrived only half a day later. This was because Lorelei had deliberately chosen an airport farther from Fuyuki instead of the closest one, F Airport. The reason, of course, was to avoid being noticed by Shinji. Ever since he gained fame after the 2001 battle that defeated the Knight of Wallachia, Lorelei had been sending people to Fuyuki to conduct intelligence operations in secret. Their tasks included eliminating spies from other factions and protecting Shinji's family. These operations required an intimate knowledge of Fuyuki, even more so than the locals, so Lorelei was well aware of the changes in the city. She also guessed the purpose behind the Matou family's involvement in the city surveillance system. She didn't want Shinji to know of her arrival, preferring to take a roundabout route rather than risk being discovered. Her strategy proved successful. For hours after entering Fuyuki, Shinji still hadn't come knocking, enough time for them to drive around the city in circles and still have time to spare. This also had to do with Waver's choice of location as a base. It was in the mountains outside of Miama town, neither a tourist spot nor a residential or commercial area, and not a major traffic hub. Unless the entire Fuyuki city government went mad, there was no way they would install surveillance cameras in such a remote place. Of course, there were many other places where one could avoid surveillance, but this secluded area was chosen for a special reason. It was the site of the most important turning point in Waver's fate. 10 years ago, he had conducted a summoning ritual here and successfully summoned the men who changed his life. 10 years later, Warvold summoned that man again. This time, he would stand tall and report to him that he hadn't disappointed his expectations and had completed his orders. Even though the relic he possessed could only summon that particular man, with one exception, who was now standing nearby, Waver still chose the same place. Not only was it the same location, but he also replicated the entire ritual process exactly as before. Though not particularly fit, he walked 5 kilometers up a mountain to a dilapidated chicken coop, where he bought 3 chickens. It took him more than half an hour to catch the chickens and put them in a cage, no small feat, as anyone who's tried catching free-range chickens can attest. This task would have been much easier if Waver had allowed his students to help. Flat, Svin, and Gray had all offered their assistance. Apart from Flat, who was just there for the fun, the other 2 were more than capable. Svin had the instincts of a wolf and a natural hunting ability. Gray, having grown up in the countryside, was no stranger to livestock, and with her superior physical abilities, catching a few chickens would have been a breeze. But Waver refused, not only declining their help but also chasing them away, insisting on doing it himself. Even though it took him half an hour, his coat got covered in chicken droppings, and he looked a mess. He didn't change his mind. In the end, he smiled like a child, drawing cries of "Professor's gone mad" from Flat and Sven. Even Lorelei, usually calm and faker, cast strange looks at him, a man of Waver's stature, a high-ranking member of the clock tower with hundreds of elite followers, someone who could shake the world of magecraft, was personally handling 3 chickens, making a mess of himself, and yet smiling happily. Who would believe it? What they didn't know was that Waver had done the same thing 10 years ago. Out of a normal person's conscience, he hadn't used human blood, and out of fear of pain, he hadn't used his blood. He had chosen animal blood as a substitute. He thought it would be easy to find such offerings, but it had taken him half the night to find a household with chickens in the mountains, and after another hour, he was covered in chicken droppings, his hands bleeding from pecks, and it was nearly dawn by the time he got his 3 sacrifices. Now, in the same coop, with the same breed of chickens, he had caught them in half the time, without getting as dirty or injuring his hands. He wouldn't have to endure the chickens crowing for another day, so how could he not be happy? See, this is growth. I haven't wasted the last 10 years, Waver thought to himself. Though he looked foolish to others, he didn't care at all. Dragging his excited but tired body back to the campsite on the mountainside, Waver continued to work alone, wielding a kitchen knife to send the 3 noisy chickens on their way. He carefully timed it, drawing the summoning circle while the blood was still warm. At that moment, Lorelei was on the verge of a breakdown, just like Waver had been at the London airport. She even began to doubt whether choosing Waver as an ally had been a mistake. All this effort just to summon with chicken blood. I know the modern magecraft department has been short on funds lately, but using such low-grade materials. If you were unprepared, you could have told me. I brought better supplies. Unable to understand what Waver was thinking, Lorelei decided to leave for now. It was better not to be present at such a time, especially since they might have to fight later in the Holy Grail War. She also needed to prepare her summoning. Waver, however, ignored her, fully focused on the ritual in front of him. In the elimination, there is withdrawal, drawing the 4 retreating circles, and then surrounding them with the summoning circle. The order must not be wrong. Close, 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 close. He said it 5 times in a row. But when full, it must break. Chanting the incantation, Waver carefully dripped the fresh blood onto the ground. His emotions and intentions were forgotten as he concentrated entirely on the ritual about to begin. Feeling himself converge into a single point, his nerves tightened, and all unnecessary sensory functions were shut off. Unlike nerves and blood vessels, unseen circuits were running throughout his body. As he sensed the invisible currents flowing within, the man uttered a prayer for himself and a curse to the balance of the universe in the ancient words of a summoning spell. Then, a miracle occurred, and legend descended. Chapter 927, Chapter 927, The Reunion of King and Vassal. The summoning was a success, it could be said to have gone without a hitch. As the miracle descended, the abilities and information of the summoned heroic spirit flowed into Waver's consciousness. The class was Rider, and his attributes had slightly increased compared to 10 years ago, reflecting his growth. Immediately afterward, a massive figure slowly stood up from the summoning circle, which was shrouded in white smoke. His gaze was sharp, blazing like a torch. The muscles covering his body were more solid than those of a heavyweight bodybuilding champion, exuding an indescribable wildness and sense of oppression. Even though Waver had grown from his less than 160 cm frame of 10 years ago into a tall man who stood 4 centimeters taller than the 8-foot-tall Zhuge Liang, he still appeared small compared to the men before him, both horizontally and vertically. His thick beard and hair nearly obscured the outline of his entire face, and he wore a cloak made of the same material as the holy relic placed beside him. He opened his mouth and spoke. "Oh ho! I'm glad that you've summoned me here. I, Iskandar, the king of conquerors, shall pave the way for you. Tell me, are you my master?" His voice was so deep and loud that even the earth trembled in response. The young boys and girls still immersed in the summoning ritual instinctively covered their ears. But Waver remained unfazed, staring blankly at the giant who had emerged from the summoning circle, with a voice echoing in his mind. "I've seen him again, I finally get to see him again. The king of conquerors, who had annihilated the Persian Achaemenid Empire and established an empire that stretched from Greece to northwestern India, the first vast empire of the world, and the very king he had once sworn loyalty to. I ask again, are you my master?" The thunderous voice rang out once more as the conqueror king posed the question a second time, having received no response. Although the second question was identical to the first, the joy on Waver's face completely disappeared. The summoning had succeeded, but his goal had not been achieved. All the trouble he had gone through, the walking, the chicken chasing, was not just to commemorate their first meeting 10 years ago. Deep down, he had harbored a hidden fantasy, that by doing all this, he could strengthen the bond between them, so that Iskandar might remember him. Unfortunately, though the rules of the Holy Grail were not absolute, they could not be so easily broken. The servant before him was, after all, a familiar stranger. Could it be that my master this time is a slow-witted fool? Having received no response a second time, Iskandar stroked his chin with 2 fingers, his face showing clear confusion. Listen up, young man. In war, speed is everything. Hesitation is a fatal flaw. You are my master, meant to accompany me in conquering the world. Waver showed no reaction to these words, but another person expressed their clear dissatisfaction. Ah, you're still the same idiot as ever. Always dragging everything back to war, with no regard for the consequences, you conquest-obsessed fool. You never stop pulling people into your madness and onto your chariot. That voice. Hearing the complaint from behind him, Iskandar's expression grew even more confused. He turned his head, and his confusion turned to joy. It is you. Thank the gods. This is wonderful, so lucky, ah. As he spoke, he laughed heartily, the rough king striding toward Faker now clad in modern attire. Her eyes, eyebrows, and mouth curved upward, radiating a happiness that everyone could feel. So, you're wearing modern clothes. Not bad at all. I should probably change into something similar as well. After all, I'm going to conquer this world. Let's once again trample the world under our iron hooves. My other self, no, my sister. Iskandar had always treated Hephaestion as a brother, so it was natural for him to regard Hephaestion's sister as his own as well. Stop dragging me into this, you war-crazed maniac. Faker, however, did not appreciate Iskandar's joy or invitation. She slapped away the large hand he had extended toward her. After finally returning to the modern world, gaining a second chance at life, you're still thinking about starting wars. Of course, Iskandar replied, unfazed by his subordinate's rudeness, his smile unbroken. The world is vast, a stage fit for a conqueror. I should first get a map, and determine our current location and the position of Macedon. Then, we'll conquer the countries along the way, and march triumphantly back to Macedon, where the people will celebrate my rebirth. Why did you kick me? The more Iskandar spoke, the more excited he became, until Faker, unable to stand it any longer, gave him a sharp kick, finally breaking his fervor. Because if I don't, you won't stop. You're always like this, you never stop once you start talking about war. I should have realized it sooner, maybe then, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. Faker's tone grew somber. During the time before they arrived in Fuyuki, she had spent most of her days in Waver's small library, reading the various books he had collected about Macedon. She had read a lot, and thought even more. What do you mean by the way they did? Explain yourself. Having just been summoned, and without any memory of the previous summoning, Iskandar naturally had no idea what Faker was thinking. Even if you don't want me to say it, I will. Faker snorted coldly. She had chosen to accept the new contract and remain in the world for this very moment, to stay by the side of the men she could no longer tolerate. She had to understand, had to hear the answer from his own mouth. "O king, my king!" she shouted, demanding an answer. "Why do you seek such things? Why haven't you abandoned them? Even though you know it's just a dream, why can't you let it go?" She roared, she scolded. "And why did you forgive those fools? They destroyed everything you had, ruined your life, so why were you still willing to accept them? Why, knowing the outcome, did you still embrace those idiots? What right did they have to follow you?" Her voice grew louder and more piercing, until finally, there was a hint of sobbing in her tone. Though she possessed the soul of a warrior and a will of iron, only events that shattered her life and faith could make her so emotional. "Why do you have the Ionioi Hitairoi? Do you not hate those fools in the slightest?" The more Iskandar boasted of his powerful noble phantasm, the more furious Faker became. She could not understand, could not comprehend. As the king's double, she should have been the one who understood him best, yet she truly couldn't fathom why it had all turned out this way. "Answer me, Iskandar." Chapter 928, Chapter 928, The Questioning and the Answer. "Answer me, Iskandar." Faker's emotions were so intense, so agonizing. The sheer fury in her voice, like a boiling cauldron, made even the bystander youths feel dizzy. Especially for Gray, who had formed a contract with her and had a strong affinity for spiritual energy, the sharp impact that pierced her very soul nearly knocked her off her feet. In that instant, a strange image flashed through her mind. It filled her entire field of vision. From the horizon, an avalanche-like cascade of ocean water poured down. Even words like vast were insufficient to describe it. The mere sound of the roaring water seemed like it could rupture eardrums. The sky was cloudless, and not a breath of wind stirred on the ground. The endless cascade of water was everything. Perhaps this was what they called the sea at the end of the world. Yet, this magnificent, mind-stealing sea was freezing over. The pure white waves halted, the cascading water froze in its majestic descent, and from the edges, it began to disintegrate. The waves that filled her vision transformed into diamond dust, and in the blink of an eye, the world morphed into something else entirely. And the one responsible for all of this was Faker. She roared at the sky, as if denying the entire world, and the deep, inescapable resentment dripped from her black hair, slowly covering the waves. Freeze, oh sea! Stop, oh world! This was not the first time Grey had seen this scene. Ever since she had formed the contract with Faker, she had dreamed of this several times, hearing the same questions. And now, that resentment, powerful enough to erode the world, finally had a target to unleash upon. Grey could not even imagine what it would be like to face that resentment directly when merely witnessing it made her entire body tremble. That giant. That servant. That king. Could he endure it? And what would he do? He picked at his ear with his little finger and muttered quietly. You're way too loud. You didn't have such a big voice before. Are you one to criticize someone else for being loud? Faker, her face still like a winter frost, replied coldly. Don't change the subject. Answer my question. Oh. Iskandar continued cleaning his ear. What did you say? You were so loud I couldn't make it out. You. Furious, Faker kicked Iskandar hard twice. Having grown up together and being his other half, she didn't bother with formalities when dealing with him. I asked you, why haven't you given up? The sea at the end of the world Okeanos doesn't even exist, does it? It doesn't exist. The King of Conquerors admitted this candidly. When I gained knowledge of this era, it was pretty painful. Who would have thought the Earth is just a closed sphere? Is there any worse joke than that? Even so, reality is reality, Okeanos doesn't exist. My dream was nothing more than a delusion. Haha, it's a wonder I used that banner to run wild all over the world, leading so many fools who believed in me to their deaths. Every one of them was a fool who lived life to the fullest. Those were the ones who collapsed from exhaustion first, dreaming of the sea I spoke of to the end. And you were one of those fools too. Faker snorted. Whether it was because of his attitude or because she was reminiscing about their campaigns together, the coldness on her face softened slightly. In the end, it was only thanks to the smart ones who doubted me that the Eastern expedition came to an end. At the time, I was quite displeased, but looking back now, they were right. If we had kept going, my army would have been wiped out, and we would have gotten nowhere. But since you know all that, why? But that's no reason to give up, nor is it my true dream. Okeanos was just a materialization of a dream, a product of the ignorance of my younger self. What I truly wanted was the challenge, the conquest, whether it was the peaks of the Hindu Kush or the expanse of the Makran Desert. Glory lies beyond. It's precisely because it's so distant that it's worth the challenge. To sing of dominion, to display dominion, so that my followers who watch my back can see. That is the king's path, the way of Iskandar, the one and only king of conquerors. Iskandar's expression was so sincere, his smile so carefree, his gaze so clear, and his voice so bold that even Faker's deep resentment couldn't shake his indomitable will. You're an incorrigible fool. Always spouting nonsense, yet somehow you have so many people who believe in you. Faker gritted her teeth in frustration, though the intensity of her resentment had noticeably lessened. I've always been this way. You know that better than anyone. Iskandar said, not ashamed but rather proud of it. Do you have no thoughts of giving up or retreating? Faker asked, unwilling to let go. Of course I have. But every time I think about retreating, I feel like someone's watching me from behind, witnessing my way of life, passing it on to future generations. With that kind of gaze on me, how could I retreat or give up? Revealing dreams is the duty of a king. The towering giant raised his arm and shouted, his stance looking somewhat foolish, yet it nearly brought tears to Waver's eyes. Grey didn't know, Rhaenys didn't know, and neither Flat nor Svin would have any idea. Iskandar had indeed once been lost, had indeed agonized over it, and had even personally denied his dream. The bitterness and coldness of that moment was something Waver could never forget. But soon after, Iskandar had found himself again and rediscovered his goal. That Holy Grail war all those years ago hadn't just changed Waver, it had also allowed Iskandar to truly see his dream for what it was. And only Waver knew this. It wasn't a restart, nor a reset to zero. Even though the Holy Grail had limited him, even though his memories were gone, the passion and determination in his heart remained. The king hadn't lied to him, the bond between king and retainer could truly never be erased. The feelings in Waver's heart were completely unknown to the two facing off against each other. Faker sighed. It's still nonsense, but at least you've thought about it. It's much better than before. I can accept that answer. But if you've thought about it so much, why do you still hang around with those idiots? Why do you still accept those traitors? No, you're wrong. Iskandar shook his head, his carefree expression turning serious. They may be idiots, but they're not traitors. They followed the orders I left behind, and that's how they chose to live. Like I said before, revealing one's dream is the duty of a king. The dream they gained from me was their greatest loyalty to me. They were not wrong. If anyone was wrong, it was I, for leading them that way. I may mourn for them, I may shed tears for them, but I will never blame them or hate them. If anything deserves blame, it's me. Chapter 929, A Battle with Oneself. The failure of a retainer is the fault of the king. This was the creed of Iskandar, the king of conquerors, both in life and in death. For the king lived more vividly than anyone and inspired more admiration than anyone. To gather the wishes of all his brave warriors and to serve as their exemplars, that is the duty of a king. His path as a king was not one of isolation. His wish was the wish of all his subjects. Since that was the case, as their king, he had to take responsibility, whether it was resentment, blame, or anything else, he would bear it all. Faker understood this well. She had followed the king the longest and knew better than anyone what kind of man he was. But, because of her immense sorrow and resentment, she had forgotten this truth. She refused to accept this reality, even though it was the king she had once been loyal to, and even though those people were once her comrades in arms. The king cared most for his retainers and his people. But what Faker cared about most was the king. Different perspectives, and different positions, shaped their thoughts. Even though they understood what the other would do, they deliberately chose to ignore it. So, you want to take responsibility for them. A dark cloud of dissatisfaction hung over Faker's face. Her voice, like a storm about to break, reflected her worsening mood, which had briefly improved due to the king's earlier words. It's always been my responsibility. Iskandar stood his ground, unmoving, and faced Faker, who was on the verge of exploding. It's your fault. Yes. Iskandar. You colossal fool, idiot, moron, imbecile. The black resentment Grey had seen in her vision finally overflowed into reality, corrupting the present moment. First came the harsh verbal abuse, merciless and relentless. Then, as if the insults weren't enough, Faker started throwing punches. Fists, kicks, completely uncoordinated and chaotic. At that moment, Faker didn't resemble the warrior who had crossed countless battlefields at all, she was just an irrational woman. To put it bluntly, she was acting like a madwoman. Still, Iskandar didn't move, standing like a mountain, bearing Faker's resentment, frustration, fury, and physical attacks all at once. Grey couldn't bear to watch any longer and wanted to intervene, but Waver quietly stopped her. This was a matter of Macedon, an issue between Iskandar and his shadow. No one could interfere, nor should they. Perhaps realizing that hitting him wasn't enough, or maybe dissatisfied with Iskandar's silent and unmoving attitude, Faker stepped back 2 paces and grabbed the sword at her waist. Iskandar, seeing this, suddenly panicked. Hey, that's enough. Don't draw your sword, someone's going to get killed. But his words only fueled Faker's enthusiasm. Now you're scared. Too late. Didn't you say it was all your fault? Didn't you say you'd take responsibility? Taking responsibility doesn't mean, hey. Before he could finish, Faker had already swung her sword. Iskandar quickly dodged. I'm ordering you to stop. Do you hear me? This is a command from your king. I hear you, but I won't obey. Far from stopping, Faker's movements grew faster, as did her speech. Because you said, taking a dream from you is the greatest loyalty we could show you. Even if there were mistakes, they were your mistakes, your responsibility. Most people, after hearing the King of Conquerors' bold words and witnessing his majestic presence, would either kneel in awe or feel a sense of reverence. But who was Faker? She had grown up as Iskandar's shadow, watching him transform from an extraordinarily youth into a hulking muscle-bound man, witnessing him mature from an inexperienced boy into a towering conqueror. She knew him better than anyone. His nonsensical philosophy might fool the world, but it couldn't fool her. In life, she had often used her intelligence to clean up the messes his twisted logic created and to calm the hearts of those deceived by it. And in death, she could just as easily use his own words against him. After all these years, her role as his alter ego hadn't been for nothing. To borrow Waver's words, she was another king of conquerors. Iskandar was at a loss for words. He was certainly eloquent and skilled at speechmaking. He had once shaken Artoria's resolve with the grandeur of his Ionioi Hetairoi. But that tactic had worked because Artoria didn't understand him or her essence. When it came to his closest retainer, his second self, that approach wasn't going to work. With Faker gaining the upper hand, her momentum surged, pressing Iskandar back step by step, his aura of dominance completely gone. Finally, Iskandar couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Don't push it too far. The one going too far is you, you idiot, moron, blockhead. The cycle continued. Hey. If you keep this up, I'll fight back. The conqueror king gripped his short sword, the sword of Cyprus, a tribute from the king of Cyprus. Then fight back. If you've got the guts, go ahead and fight. Faker kept pressing. I'm going to do it. Iskandar unsheathed the sword of Cyprus, and it clashed with Faker's long sword, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Let's see how much you've changed since becoming a heroic spirit. Faker responded with a rapid series of incantations, unleashing a barrage of magecraft that left the King of Conquerors covered in dust and dirt. As one of the twin children personally chosen by Iskandar's mother, Olympias, Faker had exceptional talent. Combined with years of personal tutelage from Olympias, her combat prowess surpassed Iskandar's when not using noble phantasms. If that weren't the case, she wouldn't have been worthy of being his shadow and his final shield. Moreover, Gray's abilities as a master far outstripped Waver's. And so, while Iskandar relied purely on physical strength and a single short sword, the balance of power shifted further against him, making the situation increasingly difficult. Didn't you say you'd fight back? Then fight back. Aren't you always so eloquent? Keep talking. You're the one who forced me into this. Iskandar raised his sword toward the sky. At that moment, Waver's expression changed, and he shouted, "You idiot, stop." But it was too late. The sword slashed downward, and thunder and lightning roared in the sky. A chariot pulled by divine bulls broke through the clouds, descending to the earth amidst the crackling of lightning. Flat, Svin, get back. Gray, separate them. Seeing that words weren't working, Waver opted for direct action. Gray reacted faster than her mind could process. While calling forth Ad's Grim Reaper's scythe, she inserted herself between the two combatants, using the blade of the scythe to block the sword of Cypress while its handle deflected Faker's strike. Master. Faker began to protest, only to see her young master staring blankly toward Waver, who stood not far away. Waver sighed. I don't mind if you want to fight, but could you both be mindful of the situation and the consequences? If we cause this much commotion, what will happen if other servants are nearby? Professor, it's not if. They're already here, in that direction. Flat, who excelled at detection, and Svin, with his superhuman sense of smell, spoke one after the other. Waver covered his face, unwilling to say another word. Chapter 930, reporting to the king, Waver, mission accomplished. Iskandar and Faker exchanged glances. Previously, they hadn't noticed due to the battle, but after Flat and Svin's remarks, they immediately realized something. Save your words for later, get ready to engage. Understood. She could hate him. She could be angry. She could be dissatisfied. She could even curse or hit him. But when the enemy approached, she had to protect him and fulfill her duty as his shield. That was her responsibility, a conviction ingrained in her body and soul since she could remember. Raising her sword to the sky, she uttered an incantation as her heterochromatic eyes shone brightly. The thunder that had ceased roared again, accompanied by fierce winds and numerous magical summons. Unfortunately, the golden ship's defense system was powerful, and Faker, unprepared for the encounter, was quickly overwhelmed. The ship easily broke through the magical blockade. Iskandar and Faker didn't feel fear. Even if their magic failed, there was still close combat and noble phantasms. The other side had a golden ship, but they had a chariot. At worst, they could start an aerial battle to announce the beginning of the Holy Grail War. The two battle-hardened warriors gauged the distance, calculating the right moment to summon their chariot. However, what happened next caught them off guard. The golden ship, which looked so flashy and powerful, after breaking through the blockade, didn't launch any counterattacks. It simply flew straight toward them without hesitation. There wasn't a hint of malice in the entire process, only the sound of laughter, unrestrained, joyful laughter. Are you ready to challenge me again, Conqueror King? The servant, as golden as the ship, crossed his arms and looked down at Iskandar from above. His crimson eyes were filled with an emotion called delight. Iskandar, under this gaze, reacted the same way he had when he was first summoned. His thick fingers pinched his equally thick chin as he tilted his head, gazing at Gilgamesh in the sky. You called out my name in one go. Did we meet in life? Why don't I have any memory of you? Hearing this, Gilgamesh's face showed obvious disappointment. So, you haven't regained your memories yet. The mighty Conqueror King is still just a mortal, unworthy of comparison to me. You insolent cur. Faker instinctively rebuked but was interrupted by Iskandar's raised hand. Oh. You're a king too. How about you tell me your name first? Surely, as a king, you wouldn't be afraid to reveal your title. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed at all. Gilgamesh laughed instead of getting angry. He had heard the same question 10 years ago. Back then, he had felt rage, but now, he felt genuine joy. Are we that familiar? Iskandar was still confused. Enough, I've grown tired of seeing that idiotic expression. A ripple formed beneath the golden ship, Vimana, and a noble phantasm, shrouded in light and impossible to discern, naturally descended. That's. Rin had seen this item once before. It was the noble phantasm Gilgamesh used to restore his memory when he appeared in the world. A suspicion arose in her heart, could he have participated in the previous Holy Grail War as well? What exactly was going on with this Holy Grail War? How could so many familiar faces be involved? How were they supposed to win now? Gilgamesh paid no attention to Rin's thoughts. At this moment, his eyes were fixed solely on Iskandar, the opponent he acknowledged, not a mere thief. Take this and hurry up and remember. Iskandar instinctively caught the item, but it was swiftly snatched away by Faker. Be careful, it could be a trap. Get your filthy hands off my treasure, mongrel. Gilgamesh's expression instantly turned cold, and a bone-chilling killing intent enveloped Faker. Along with his intent, various swords, spears, and halberds floated in the air. That is a treasure I'm lending to the Conqueror King. It's not something a mongrel like you can touch. Don't say that, my fellow king whom I haven't yet recalled. Iskandar took 2 steps forward, retrieving the treasure and placing it in front of Faker. She's my bodyguard. It's her duty. Now you're acting like a proper bodyguard. Gilgamesh sneered. Don't mind her. She's not just my bodyguard, she's also my sister. Iskandar waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. From start to finish, he only referred to her as a bodyguard, as a sister, never as a decoy. Fine, in light of her dutiful performance, I'll forgive her disrespect this time, Gilgamesh said, as he retracted his gate of Babylon. How do I use this thing? Just hold it in front of your eyes. Oh, that's simple enough. King. Faker tried to stop him again. But Iskandar had already placed the treasure before his eyes. After a brief moment of disorientation, Iskandar let out a sigh. So that's what happened. Remember now, Conqueror King, asked Gilgamesh. I remember. The hero king of Babylonia, Gilgamesh. The confusion in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the fondness and fighting spirit that came with reuniting with an old rival. You were the goal I most wanted to surpass, the men who once defeated me. I must thank the gods for giving me the chance to challenge you again. Gods. You're mistaken, Conqueror King. Gilgamesh slowly shook his head, raising a hand to point behind Iskandar. The one you should be thanking is not the gods, but your human, your vassal. It was he who summoned you once again and gave you the chance to challenge me. My vassal. Iskandar's gaze returned to his master. Though 10 years had passed, though he had grown from a short boy into a tall young man, though his short hair had grown long, and though his round face had become lean, Iskandar still recognized him at a glance, the boy who had once fought by his side, challenging the strongest enemy. Waver, your Waver. Yes, my king. Waver lowered his head, his nose tingling as his eyes began to water. That was a side of him no one in the entire clock tower had ever seen, not even Rhaenys. At this moment, he was no longer the legendary professor of the clock tower but instead the weak boy from 10 years ago, the utterly unworthy boy. How surprising. The little runt from back then has grown so tall. Iskandar approached, smiling as he looked at his vassal of old. Why lower your head, Waver? You followed the king's command perfectly and survived against formidable enemies. You should raise your head high, chest out, and proudly tell me you've completed your mission. Yes. Waver suddenly removed his glasses, wiped his eyes, raised his head, puffed out his chest, and declared loudly. Reporting to the king, Waver Velvet has completed his mission. P.S. No rule says Gilgamesh can't use Shanakba Imuru to restore memories. After all, the treasures in his vault have limitless possibilities.